Whoa, hey, chat, what? What's going on? Yes, we are defeating the video games. It won't be today, but it'll be soon, okay? That's where we just need to focus, okay? Get out of the way so I can go back to doing, like, real things that matter in the world. How is our weekend, folks? Did we all lock in? Did Lornabox just gnome us? How did I gnome you? What? What does that even mean? How the IDF plans to seize 75% of Gaza in 2 months. That's a very precise number in time. Okay. Tell us.
Welcome to the Times of Israel's daily briefing. Today is Monday, May 26th, Jerusalem Day, day 598 of the war. I'm Amanda Borshel-Dan here with our military correspondent, Emmanuel Fabian. Hi, Manny. Thanks for joining me today.
Hi, Amanda.
We learned last night that the IDF intends to seize and hold some 75% of the Gaza Strip within 2 months. Manny will explain how this operation is planned to be carried out. We'll also hear about the humanitarian...
Is it confirmed that Sinwar died yet? Or is it still just someone said that someone said? I think the theory is that they're trying to hide his death, right? That's the last I read. Although I haven't checked today, to be fair. Ooh. It's still unconfirmed, isn't it? Fucked up. Where am I going? I need to go here.
And aid efforts that are meant to begin today, and where the population is meant to go as the fighting is intensified. We'll also learn about the results of the IDF's probe into the failures leading up to and on October 7th in Kibbutz Kisufim. All of this and more when we're back.
Wow. Oh yeah, the probe is still releasing piecemeal.
Jews have to learn to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Fuck
On air.
Fuck it.
Correspondent Emmanuel Fabian. So currently the IDF holds about 40% of the Gaza Strip, and it stated last night that it intends to take about 75% within 2 months. That's a doubling of the territory. So obviously there are Gazans who are living in this territory, and I want to start the program by explaining the process of the evacuation orders, how they're carried out, how much time people are given, etc., etc. So Manny, talk us through this process of evacuation orders. First of all, how are they delivered?
So since the beginning of the war, the army has had this online, it's a website basically that has this map that it's split into various blocks.
We're watching the Jordan Peterson Jubilee. I mean, we could. The problem is that Jubilee might fuck me. Don't they fuck people? Hey, worst thing that happens is I just have to stop watching. At least if I'm gaming, it's like, it's a small screen, there'll be background sounds, so it might be transformative enough that Pearson versus 20 atheists, oh my god. Atheism. He got destroyed. The thing is, Jordan Peterson only knows how to talk in narrative, he doesn't know how to do arguments, like debate and shit like that. Although he does have a way around it. We'll see, we'll see.
More than, I think, like 2,000 or so blocks in Gaza, every small zone. And the army warned at the beginning of the war to sort of know which block you're in, and then when an evacuation order is issued, then you'll know where to go, even if you don't have internet access. But generally, the army issues these orders via Twitter or X today. The army's Arabic language spokesperson puts out a message. But there are cases where the army drops leaflets in Gaza showing which areas are now under evacuation, text messages, phone calls sometimes, especially if we're talking about a hospital. If it's in an area that needs to be evacuated, then the army will call up the hospital and explain to them that they need to evacuate and leave by a certain time. These evacuation orders, they don't really expire. Sometimes they're issued in a small area because a rocket was launched from that area, then the army wants to strike there, so they issue a warning, and then a few hours later, a strike is carried out. But there are other areas which are, I would say, more permanent evacuation warnings. So the army's buffer zone along the entire border of Gaza, the entire Rafah area, which was ordered to evacuate in late March, those are more permanent. And if you look at any of the new evacuation orders that the army gives out, they list the new zones that are ordered to be evacuated, but the more permanent orders, like the buffer zone and Rafah, remain still highlighted, and they say that this is an area that you can't enter and it's prohibited to be in because it's a combat zone. So we're now seeing that.
Charlie Kirk Cambridge has good bits. Well, is this him doing a Cambridge Union, or is he doing debates? Or is it a Cambridge Union debate? Charlie Kirk Cambridge versus Cambridge Professor. Huh? Why do I recognize this ginger dude? This is all from, it's a Q&A and debate at the Union. Okay. Perhaps. Don't worry, I've got my own list of things as well. Not just your recommendations. Fuck.
Basically on the IDF's maps now that a lot of the Gaza Strip is under this sort of permanent evacuation order.
And so
Yeah, I
if
know the ginger
family
guy
was living in
made
the
fun of Hassan,
Rafah
yeah, he made
area,
fun of
it
Hassan,
should
yeah.
not be living there according to the idea of the IDF, meaning the IDF has ordered this family or any kind of civilian to be leaving this area, but yet we're seeing so many cases in which people are just not obeying these orders. Does the IDF take that into account, do you think, when it's performing strikes?
It does, definitely. I mean, it doesn't just issue the evacuation order and then carry out a strike. It also monitors to see if people are leaving the area. And it's always monitoring the population in Gaza, sort of where they are at any given time. The estimates are not great, to be honest. And I've seen the army give estimates and they've been very wrong before about them. But they do monitor this. And they say they've been getting better at actually telling how many people are in each area. For example, now in Gaza City, there's an estimated 1 million Palestinians right now. But that number could be off. It could be more than 1 million. It could be less than 1 million. It's all the various ways that Israel has of actually detecting it. But in the Rafah area for now, the army's been saying for several weeks that there are no civilians remaining there because it had ordered it to evacuate. It didn't
Rafah.
monitor any civilians in the area. It didn't see any civilians in the area during the fighting there, and therefore it considers it evacuated, and therefore it can operate with more freedom.
Are they talking, wait, what did he just say? I thought they were pushing civilians into Rafah. Huh. Have you seen the new video by some guy who claims he has revealed your greatest secret? Isn't it just my name? Isn't it just him doxing me? Fucking Westside Tyler. He's probably quite mad because I might have contributed to the tankies finding out that he's an ex-Iraq veteran. And now they don't like him. Maybe?
Because they assume there's no risk of harming civilians.
But thanks
And
for
yet,
£5.
obviously, we're seeing quite the opposite, that civilians are being harmed in certain areas. It's a little confusing to me as well, Manny, because we've discussed the humanitarian aid effort, and what we've talked about is that there will be 4 main stations for distribution, and many of these are in the Rafah area. So on the one hand, we're saying that the civilians should not be there, but on the other hand, the main aid will be distributed from there, including, I believe, starting from today, despite, of course, the resignation of the head of the Humanitarian Gaza Foundation, Jake Wood. He resigned yesterday, saying that implementation of this mechanism was impossible. So let's talk about, where are the people supposed to be at this point?
Maybe.
In Rafah, outside of Rafah? What's happening here?
So the army, when it launches its more expanded Gaza offensive that it talked about yesterday, it will see, and right now the situation is almost that, basically, where there are about 1 million Palestinians in Gaza City. There's around 700,000 in the Mawasi area, which is on the Strip's southern coast. It's where Israel used to have this humanitarian zone. It's now going to be called something like a safer zone, they're going to call it. Those 700,000 up until about a few days ago, a lot of them were actually in Khan Yunis, but they've actually moved because of the
Thrash
IDF's
Blade.
evacuation warning. They've moved from Khan Yunis
It's kind of the same as
into
what I'm using, though.
the Mawasi area. And then there are around 300 to 350,000 or more in central
extra
Gaza,
swing is
in
cool.
the Nusayrat and Deir Balach area. So that's where Palestinians currently are, and that's where they will also be when the army captures 75% of Gaza. Now, there will be, or there already is, an established route for Palestinians to go from Mawasi to the distribution hubs in Rafah, around in the Murad corridor area, so it's not that far. But civilians will go and collect their aid and then head back to Mawasi afterwards, so no one's going to be residing in those areas. It'll only be
Doesn't this defeat the entire purpose of stopping it being robbed? Because if they take the... I never understood this. They get the aid from the hub, then they go back to Mawasi, which is not, I believe, monitored by IDF or security contractors. So they just go in there and then they just have to carry these fucking chunks of aid around and hope they don't get robbed. It's so stupid. It's so fucking mental. Have you seen the interview with Yair Golan that was conducted about a week after October 7th that shows he's a hypocrite? Well, I think the current statements that he made were being taken out of context, because didn't at the beginning he support blocking aid going into Gaza? But now he's saying that they're like murdering women and children for fun or whatever? Or that they're at risk of becoming that kind of army? I don't know. There was like a weird context thing going on there. It's the same as... honestly, I get the same impression from it that I get from the Olmert statements, because... And every other day of the year, Olmert would be this guy who you wouldn't take seriously on anything because he presided over like the biggest military failure in Israeli history, pretty much. And he still to this day claims he did a good job there, that it actually wasn't a failure. But now, because he's saying mean things about Netanyahu and the current IDF, it's like, yeah, he's a good authority, strong, got lots of experience. I trust this man.
The army there and the distribution hubs there and whatever activity the army is carrying out, and there's going to be basically a set route for Palestinians to go and collect the aid. So 3 of the distribution sites are in the Rafah area and the Murad corridor area, and then 1 is in the Netzarim corridor. So the one in sort of in the north of Gaza will serve those in central Gaza and possibly those in Gaza City. Although, you know, the math doesn't really add up if there's only 1 for 1 million people in Gaza City.
Which failure is Olmert responsible for? The Second Lebanon War. Him and his government just completely fucking failed. They had no long-term plans. They were just doing kind of like one little stage of the war at a time without any kind of cohesive strategy. They kind of knew the hostages were probably dead, but they still used them as a pretext anyway. They obviously failed in all their objectives in terms of dismantling Hezbollah to any degree or getting them across the Litani or anything like that. Yeah, they made many fuck decisions. There's a whole book about it. They didn't have a really esoteric military strategy. Yes, whoever the chief of staff was at the time, I can't remember, Dan Halutz. Was that him? Was it Halutz? Yeah, he had this... Yeah, he kind of like reinvented all of military doctrine, so the soldiers were all very confused. He was obsessed with airstrikes. He thought they could just win from the air because of fucking Kosovo and Yugoslavia or whatever, but, you know, silly.
I think the army hopes that the Palestinians in Gaza City will head south to southern Gaza, where there's more accessibility to aid rather than the one site in North Gaza. And according to the IDF estimates, each aid distribution site can feed around 300,000 people per week, which if you, of course, do the math, that does not get to 2 million of Gaza's population. It's quite a lot less than that. So in the meantime,
1.5 million, right?
aid trucks are still entering in Gaza the old way, especially those carrying supplies for hospitals and the flour for bakeries. That sort of method of entering aid will still continue because just this system alone right now is not enough to feed the entire Gaza population.
But as I understand it, this is the pilot program in a way, these 4 centers, and the idea is to create more of these centers in order to feed the population. Is that what you're hearing as well, Manny?
I think the army wants to see most of the population head south, and that's what the defense minister said previously, that they want the Gaza population in the south of the strip so that Israel can clear the rest of the north. And then ramp up the sort of the efforts with these distribution sites. I'm not sure they're going to build more distribution sites, but rather make them more efficient. Over time, 300,000, the ones in Rafah, do serve the number of people that are in the Rafah area or the Mawasi area, for instance. But once the million Palestinians from North Gaza do eventually move to the south, then they will need to ramp up this mechanism and make it more effective and more efficient.
Okay, so what we heard yesterday is a bit of a shift in strategy from the IDF. That's what I'm hearing, at least, that instead of targeting Hamas terrorists specifically only, basically, now the strategy is to seize and hold the territory. As I said at the top of the program, right now, Israel holds around 40% of the Gaza Strip, and the goal within 2 months is to basically double that. Manny, are you seeing that this is actually possible?
I think it's possible. I don't doubt that the army can capture and hold that amount of territory. I mean, they've proven it during the war. They've managed to capture massive amounts of territory in Gaza without that much, I would say, resistance from Hamas. I don't think that's the challenge. So I think within 2 months they'll be able to capture this sort of land, and the army said that it will raise basically the vast majority of buildings there, all the Hamas infrastructure there, and hold the territory not permanently, but for the foreseeable future. And I think that's the main difference, is that previously Israel would go in, kill Hamas operatives, destroy infrastructure, and then withdraw afterwards, and then Hamas would regain control of the areas. And I think Israel's realized that killing Hamas members is not really going to end the war, because they keep recruiting more people. They still have the land, the territory that they can regroup in and build more infrastructure and weapons, etc. So the idea is to go for the infrastructure, to go for the territory, to prevent them from regrouping and rearming and recruiting more and more people. And hopefully that will break Hamas, is the sort of idea.
Well, pinch of salt, but it seems that there's maybe been a pivot. The Witkoff plan, the US proposal for a ceasefire, which has been hanging around for quite a while now, Palestinian official says that Hamas has agreed to it. Hamas agreed to a proposal by the US and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff for a Gaza ceasefire. The new proposal sees the release of 10 hostages, 70 days of a truce received by Hamas through mediators. The proposal includes the release of 10 living hostages in return for a 70-day ceasefire and a partial withdrawal from the Strip. And Palestinian prisoners released from Israel. There was no immediate comment from Israel. Which is not the Witkoff plan, though, is it? Even though they say it is. This is a problem. It's like you get into the situation where Hamas will say, we accept this American or Egyptian or whatever ceasefire, but then the terms will change. They'll say, yes, we do accept the ceasefire, but they're actually accepting it with changes that would most likely be unacceptable to Israel. I find the original Witkoff proposal, what it should be. Israel already declined. What, right now? Because this article is only 10 minutes old. They rejected this one in the past, I know that. Oh, you mean if they rejected the Witkoff proposal in general? Okay. Yeah, they have done that. They have said no to that. Let's see. Because this is them talking about it a few hours ago. Woo! So this is not the original Witkoff plan. This is a newer one. This was 5 hostages in 1 day and 5 more after 60 days, contingent on negotiations under US supervision. And then they withdraw to positions held 2 months ago, which is the outer buffer zone. Hamas initially proposed a 90-day ceasefire. The US countered with 60 before they settled on 70. Well, this is a problem. It's a problem for for Israel because if they defy Mr. Trump and his administration, uh-oh. Yeah, so this is the new Witkoff plan. This isn't the old one. This might actually be more significant in terms of the shift. Yeah, don't worry about Asta Vista. They'll call everyone else fucking pro-genocide when they're the only one in the entire chat right now who supports murdering like millions of civilians because they're Israeli. Big deal. Unserious people.
Greetings, goodbye, ancestors watch.
No bearing in the real world. That's why they come into YouTube chats and annoy people. It's the only power they have. Jangdor. And when they say occupation, they mean the existence of Israel. They don't mean West Bank or Gaza. They think all of Israel is the occupation. Talk to... Wait, what?
Later.
Oh, 9 levels to go. Fuck.
Greetings. We shall meet again.
Okay. Kill hippos. Hippogriffs. Okay. Who's this? Hello. Taravan Gyan.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Do you support a ceasefire?
Depends on the terms, but yeah, I'm trying to lean towards ceasefires, yeah.
What is the end goal there? So then Hamas just gets back in power in Gaza?
No, because right now, it seems that Israel is able to, like, I don't know if Hamas has any capability anymore to smuggle any new weapons in or anything like that. If ceasefires can get hostages back and can also contribute to pursuing further negotiations whilst Hamas continues to lose their grip over the local population, then I think that can actually potentially leave more room for a couple of things. Like, one, it can lead more room for dissent against Hamas to grow, and it can also lead more room for Israel to start exploring alternatives in forms of governance to areas that they are currently occupying that are cleared of Hamas.
How would that help if Hamas has all the weapons?
All the weapons where?
In Gaza? Like, who would you arm?
Like, in terms of the alternative governance?
Yeah.
So my understanding now is that Israel already has control over quite a large buffer zone along the periphery of the Gaza Strip. So if they have that, then those places are cleared of weapons and Hamas, or the weapons have been confiscated, or they're just remaining like underground where they can go and be gathered. In those areas, then I think there is the opportunity to find potential local leaders who oppose Hamas, and also to bring in willing third parties, say like the Egyptians or Saudis or someone else, to start to set up some kind of alternative governance scene in parts of Gaza that are cleared of Hamas. So there's obviously places where Hamas doesn't have all the weapons.
I just think that's very optimistic. I think, because didn't you just read an article where Witkoff said that Hamas is recruiting at a faster rate than they're killing militants?
Yeah, but that's not. And this is obviously not in places where Hamas are still in control. I'm talking about two different places. Gaza is a strip, okay? It's not just a city. There are parts of Gaza that could be secured and are being currently secured by the IDF, and Hamas are not there. So Hamas aren't there to recruit people. They're not there to stock up weapons. They're not there to do anything. So I'm talking about those places that can be cleared of Hamas, that can be set up as kind of like building blocks towards a new alternative rule.
And would that be PA rule, or would that be like some sort of like some other tribe in Gaza or
My guess
something
is it
like
would have
that?
to be a combination of local leaders, PA, and foreign actors as well. I think there'd have to be some kind of coalition.
Do you think the people of Gaza would be okay with that? Because they seem to like resist any sort of what is perceived as foreign occupation, and the coalition of Arab countries would be probably perceived that way.
I think about half of Gazan people right now support the protesters, which suggests that a substantial number of them would prefer like third-party rule to Hamas. Hamas are less popular now in Gaza than they ever have been. So there would probably have to be some kind of procedure. So if you have one of these Hamas-free zones that is being built up for alternative rule, there would probably have to be a process of screening and things like that to make sure that Hamas aren't like sneaking their way in, and so that the people who are there are people who want to be there, who want to actually take part in some kind of like alternative to Gaza under Hamas. Because right now it just seems like there's no, like Gazans don't see any alternative. Like they just see it's either we stay under Hamas and we can hope that Israel is pressured internationally to withdraw and we just go back to square one, or it's full IDF occupation and they turn it into Trump's Riviera. And neither of these options are particularly attractive to the average person in Gaza. Whereas I think there needs to be some process towards finding something that could be a feasible alternative. Like there are parts of Gaza that they could even start, if they really wanted to, they could take like one corner of the strip, maybe in like the north, what do you call it? In the northeast or in the northern edge, and start to just like clear it and rebuild it. There are places where they could start doing that if they really wanted to, and they could find willing partners to do it, because people in the Middle East, especially Egypt and Saudi, are chomping at the bit to try and go in there to pursue some kind of alternative rule. But the problem is that the Israelis just don't want to do it.
But you can understand why Israel would be reticent to do that, right? Like, especially if you look at the last ceasefire, like the one in January, the Hamas made it look like they won the war, and they took back power like immediately. There's no reason to think Hamas couldn't just stay in power, and they were still unpopular back in January. So I don't see why things would be different if they withdrew this time.
Okay, I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. I'm talking about Hamas being in parts of Gaza where they still have control, and those bits are just currently not even occupied by the IDF, like the IDF are on the outer edges of that. I'm talking about areas where Hamas are already cleared, being set up for alternative rule. So I don't understand like why you're suggesting Hamas reclaims power in those areas that the IDF have already cleared and are still there to oversee some kind of like reconstruction.
Okay, so you're saying there's some alternative to Hamas that's I guess that would be in the south part of the Gaza Strip, like Rafah and Yunis area, right?
It could be there. It could also be up in the north, because I think in the very northern parts of Gaza, not Gaza City, but actually at the north. I can't remember. Like, would it be Beit Hanun or Beit Lahia? I think in those places, it wouldn't be too difficult. I think for the IDF to clear it and to offer it to some willing third parties, whilst negotiating with any kind of like local leadership they can find as well.
Okay, but Gaza City would still be under Hamas control.
I don't know how much Hamas are still in Gaza City, but yeah. So obviously these places would be separated, right?
But why would Israel allow that?
As an alternative to what? What do you mean allow it? Like this would be still under their oversight. I'm sure there would still be IDF there in terms of security and everything, or in the perimeters.
You certainly have the look.
But why would they allow? Are you asking me why they would allow having alternative rule in parts of Gaza?
No. Why would they allow Hamas to continue existing? And you yourself have said that destroying Hamas is a worthy goal. Like it's something Israel could do.
Yeah, they don't have to allow Hamas to continue existing in perpetuity, but I think they do have to show people in Gaza that there is some kind of world and some future past Hamas that isn't just back to square one of IDF occupation. That's what they need to do. So that's why we're calling it a ceasefire, okay? I'm not saying like, just like this is the end of the war. Hamas gets these parts and the rest of these parts go to alternative rule. That's not what I'm saying.
But you're trying to predict the future. Like, you don't know if Hamas will become less powerful over time, if they'll retake the rest of the strip. Like, it's how do you know they'll like eventually just, I guess, evaporate?
We're in uncharted territory, so every proposal is predicting the future in some way. But I don't really know why. I need to be sold on the idea that an alternative ruled area that has been cleared that's been cleared of Hamas and is actually prepared for alternative rule, that has either like local leaders or international people who are funding the place as well and are funding the reconstruction. If that's the case, then I don't really know why Hamas is expected to compete with that, given everything that they've done and has happened to them in the last year. Because obviously Hamas would not be getting lots of funding from third parties in the parts that they still control throughout this hypothetical ceasefire. So, and then definitely, if there's going to be enough of a security apparatus that's going to stop them coming into these alternative ruled areas. So I don't really know why it's like such a horrible proposal. And it's not like I'm the first one to come up with it as well. Like, these proposals have been fronted before.
I'm not saying it's a horrible proposal, but you can understand why Israel would not trust that to happen. Like, they wouldn't let fate decide that. They want to take control.
I mean, it's not letting fate though, is it? Because like the IDF can easily secure perimeters of these places. Like, they can still have their little corridor system that makes sure that like you can't have Hamas going from Gaza City into the northern edge to reclaim power. You can have that, but at the end of the day, the broader question is Gaza at the end of the day needs to be ruled by someone. It can't be ruled by Israel as a final solution because Israel doesn't want to govern 2 million Gazans. They don't want to do that. And it can't be ruled by Hamas because Hamas will just rebuild and try October 7th again. So there needs to be some kind of third way. And I don't really know why that's something that the Israeli government just doesn't seem to contend with.
I think a third way would be like far in the future, but I think Israel first needs to destroy Hamas. Like, that's the number one priority right now, and then getting the hostages back.
And do you think that's worth them doing if they're doing it so that they can try to persuade 1 million plus Gazans out of the strip and to hand it over to America? Is that worth the trade-off?
What do you mean by trade-off? Like, you're saying, like, for Israel, they don't care if 1 million Gazans get displaced.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that a problem? So the thing I'm asking is, if the government actually said, yeah, we want to destroy Hamas, but we only want to do that so that we can eventually leave Gaza and try to arrange to have it taken under control of people who actually do have some consent of the locals, but also won't use the strip to attack Israel. Like, if they were doing that, I'd be like, yeah, go do it. Take them out, because that's like, there's an alternative after that actually is desirable. But that's not happening right now. So what I would ask with you now is that it seems to be that if Israel's going to defeat Hamas, they want to do that so that they can replace Hamas with American rule and deporting 1 million people minimum. So that's the kind of problem I've got with that. It's like one is connected to the other right now.
I don't know if that's actually the long-term plan. I think, like, Egypt has agreed to take in like 500,000 Palestinians from Gaza, and I think Sudan has agreed to take in some. I don't think, though, the long-term plan is for America to rule Gaza, and then I guess nothing else, and then we just permanently occupy Gaza. I think the plan is eventually to hand it over to the people. But
warning.
Obviously, Israel is nervous, and they don't trust the people of Gaza to not form something similar to Hamas and start attacking Israel again.
They might not, but by the same token, people in Gaza don't trust Israel to kick them out and then let them back in later, right? Sorry, but like, Sudan might be willing to take as many people as they want. How many Gazans are willing to go to Sudan? Like, you're going to have to boot them out.
Well, how many Gazans want to stay in Gaza anyway?
Oh, I'm sure plenty of them don't want to stay, but if the alternative is Sudan or Libya, like what the fuck? Yeah, you're gonna have to force them. You're gonna have to send them kicking and screaming, and that obviously in real life that means lots of people get fucking killed, and like it takes quite a lot to displace hundreds of thousands of, or over 1 million people. It takes quite a lot of force to do that.
I
And I'm just
don't know
wondering
what's
if you're
gonna
willing to pay
happen.
that price, you know?
I don't know if like there's going to be an actual population transfer of that scale. Like they say that's what's going to happen, but who knows what's real with Trump? Like who knows if anything he says will actually like if you can trust anything he says. I don't know. I don't know if that's the actual long-term plan.
Well, that's what they say they want to do.
I think like if you look at, for example, Witkoff, I think he's kind of doing like reverse Takia. I think he's like trying to flatter Hamas and saying like, oh, they're too smart for me. I think a lot of what America does and say with regard to foreign policy is kind of like 4D chess to some extent, and then anything Trump says is just not credible. I don't know what to trust from this administration.
I probably wouldn't use the word takia to describe that because it's not really accurate, but that aside, what do you want to happen?
I think I would like for Israel to probably take control of the Gaza Strip. I'd prefer no displacement happen, but then I think there needs to be like a period where Israel does control the Gaza Strip and then slowly allows the PA to take control somehow, just maybe allowing more PA officials into the Strip and somehow unifying Gaza with whatever the PA-controlled parts of the West Bank, I guess.
Okay. Do you agree that this government has no interest in letting the PA rule Gaza? They see it as Fatistan, right? That's what Netanyahu calls it? It would turn a Hamas-stan into a Fatistan. We don't want that, right?
I don't. So you think? What do you think Bibi wants for Gaza?
I think he wants whatever the Americans will let him get away with, and whatever will keep his coalition together, which seems to be. I think he would be really, really happy to just watch fucking like 1 million Gazans get booted out of the Strip if he got approval from the United States to do it.
Okay, but then
he's more likely to do that than he is to hand it over to the PA. I'll say that much. Yeah.
Do you think he wants, regarding the West Bank? Do you think he's just going to take over the West Bank, and he's going to but he's going to allow Gaza to be under some sort of Palestinian rule?
As for the West Bank, it seems like his government is just doing what they always do, or have always wanted to do, which is creeping annexations, right? Like they're just going to annex more and more parts of it and keep the Palestinians more and more surrounded and squashed into these kind of like unviable little pockets. That seems to be like, I don't know how that relates to Gaza, though.
Why do you think that is?
Why do I think he wants to do that?
Yeah.
Because they see Palestinian statehood as an inherent security threat. So the most that they can do to make sure that that's impossible, they'll do that.
Right. But that's the point, right? Like, it's hard to allow Palestinians anywhere to establish a state anywhere if they're going to pose security threats and they're threatening to kill you. And it seems the historical record has been whenever you give them any sort of independence, they start terrorizing you.
It seems to be that when you unilaterally withdraw from places without any solid agreements, then you do get that result. Yeah. But again, like Resolution 242 in international law has never said like you should just leave the West Bank without talking to anyone or without agreeing anything with anyone. That might it might be the case that doing that would result in, obviously it resulted in Hamas and Gaza, but that does not really excuse you to start saying that, well, just because it's not possible now, it's never going to happen, and then just to take settlements and to squash Palestinians into these small areas so that so they can never happen. Because then your problem is like, okay, well, what do you do then? What do you do when you've got people? What happens when you've got people literally just like surrounding all of these little like densely populated Palestinian areas in the West Bank, and there's no viability for a two-state solution because the settlements are too ingrained and too solidified? But then what? Like what do you do then? Do you just leave them there as these kind of like stateless entities and surrounded on all ends, or do you annex it and just make them non-citizens, like, or do you kick them out? I think that's the problem, is that there's this kind of like Israeli fucking issue right now where they just seem to think that they can kick the can down the road in this issue forever. And ultimately, one day, there is going to have to be a decision made about whether or not you annex this place, in which case you've got to deal with either becoming an apartheid state because you don't want to give them citizenship, or you kick them all out. And it feels like people who advocate for what it sounds like you're advocating for are people who actually would probably prefer those things, but they just don't want to say it because it's not acceptable in the 21st century.
I mean, I don't think you're talking about kicking the can down the road, but it kind of has to get kicked down the road because it's not like a two-state solution is viable anytime soon anyway.
Yeah, the annexation isn't kicking the can down the road in that sense, though, right? Like kicking the can down the road in the sense that you're implying would just be to do nothing, to just leave the West Bank as it is and just say, yeah, we're ready for a peace deal when you are. But obviously, expanding settlements is not doing that. Expanding settlements is saying, we're trying to make sure that this never becomes a state, which is what they'll say.
I mean, I never said I support expanding settlements, but I don't know. I think the settlements are keeping to Area C. I know there's outposts that are illegal even according to Israeli law, but the settlements that Israel is approving are still in Area C. They're still keeping with Oslo.
Okay. I don't know if you're like, I don't know if that's like you're being obtuse on purpose, but obviously just because they're in Area C, you've seen a map of Area C, right? Like it goes all the way around to the eastern side of to the river, right? Area C would, even if settlements are all confined to Area C, you're making a state unviable. You can't just turn Area A and B into a state, right? Unless you want like little fucking island states that are connected by little bridges.
No, I'm not saying that should be permanently the case. I think if there's going to be a two-state solution, it's not going to be anytime soon, just because of October 7th, and there's also a Hamas presence in the West Bank, and because of Iran. So I don't know if there's going to be even a two-state solution within this generation. I don't think it should just be like Area A and B should be a Palestinian state. I'm saying, for now, there's nothing Israel is doing that I guess that could be technically considered expanding its borders beyond what it agreed to with Oslo. So I don't think they're necessarily trying to annex the West Bank right now. I think they're using settlements as a sort of leverage, and so that when it becomes time to negotiate for a two-state solution, which won't happen for a very long time, there'll be some sort of they'll have more leverage in terms of like land. So they'll say, oh, these settlements have been around for a lot longer. Maybe they should be part of the Israeli state. They should be annexed. But I don't think that'll happen for a while until Palestinians are ready to negotiate.
I mean, they can rationalize it in that way if they want, but also you keep saying in line with Oslo. I mean, Oslo put Area C under Israeli control. Oslo, if I remember correctly, Oslo didn't say Area C is a license to build new settlements in that area. This was just to do with, like, governance. Area C was eventually supposed to get handed over to the Palestinians. Which again, that's what they did. Like they did eventually offer most of Area C to the Palestinians. So
You mean in Camp David?
yes,
Right, but
and Clinton.
whatever is put on the table, that area is just shrinking more and more for the Palestinians, because the longer they refuse to make peace, the less support they get from other Arab countries, and the more settlements expand. And so, just like the area that would be tenable for them to obtain in any sort of peace deal is getting smaller and smaller. I think the idea is to put pressure on them to agree to a peace deal now before it becomes impossible.
It's not though. Like again, you can say that, but that's not what the Likud says. That's not what their ministers say. It's not what the government says. The government says that like a Palestinian state cannot happen in the West Bank. They're saying that they don't want it to happen. It's not to do with like using settlements to say, come on, we really want to give you the rest of the state, but like you're being difficult, so we're going to expand more settlements to push for this deal to happen more quickly. That's not what they're saying. I don't think I've ever heard anyone like Bibi or anyone say that. Is that just that sounds like your rationalization? No.
Yeah, but yeah, so I agree. Likud wants to annex the West Bank. I don't think they want to annex Gaza. But in terms of, I don't think like in 20, 30 years from now, I don't think Likud will be in power. And maybe, I don't even know if this is likely, but maybe the conditions for a two-state solution will be there in 30 years, maybe like a 50% chance of that happening.
Well, now who's predicting the future? I have no idea why you would make that assumption.
I'm
coming
not.
back to the immediate future. You've said
Yeah.
you've said that you want people to get rid of. You've said that you want Gaza to be cleared of Hamas and for Israeli occupation, in the hope that it will eventually be turned over to the PA or to local leadership or to a third party or all of the above. But we know that this government doesn't plan on doing that. This government plans on occupying, trying to displace 1 million plus people, and giving up to the Americans. So I'm just wondering if, like, do you support them taking out Hamas, if stages 2 and 3 are what they seem to be right now?
You mean if? I don't think that's necessarily the future, but like it's regardless of what you're going to do after, you need to take out Hamas. I wouldn't you agree with that? You need to take out Hamas. They need to be.
Yeah, you do. But if someone came to me and said, "Hey, Lonerbox, we've got this plan. It's going to take out Hamas, but we're also going to displace 1 million Palestinians from Gaza." It's like, say yes to the plan or no. Like, you can get rid of Hamas, but it has to entail this attempt at forced displacement, as well as handing over to the Americans. Like, I would say no. I'd say that's not worth it. You need to think of something else. Like, I'd rather a very, very fucking long ceasefire and like maybe even back to square one than that, because I don't want to displace 1 million people. That's fucking insane. I'm asking you, if you're offered the same thing, yeah, we'll get rid of Hamas for you, but you have to accept that you might see 1 million Gazans kicked out of the Strip. Yes or no?
I mean, it depends on the alternative.
The alternative would be, I guess, what's the alternative right now is like these temporary ceasefires, this like kicking the can down the road, this like idea of maybe seeing if any kind of alternative governance in Israel can come up. But I'm just saying, like, aside the alternatives, because obviously the alternatives are endless, I'm asking you, if you're just offered that one thing, we're going to get rid of Hamas, but it does mean that 1 million Gazans are going to get booted out. You take it or leave it. I'm asking you.
I would leave it, but I don't think population transfer is inherently bad.
So why would you leave it?
Because I think it's possible to keep them there. I think it's possible to have peace with Gaza while all 2 million Gazans are still in the Gaza Strip. But population transfer can become necessary, and in that case, it's not the end of the world if it happens.
So that sounds like a yes. That sounds like it would be worth the transfer if it meant getting rid of Hamas.
Well, you said you described the alternative was kicking the can down the road, and that doesn't mean there's Hamas is there forever. I mean, like, it's not a yes because the alternative isn't Hamas is there forever. If the alternative was the Gaza Strip is just going to be just going to stay an Islamic regime that just fires rockets at Israel forever with Iranian backing, then yeah, I would probably support it. But the status quo doesn't necessitate that.
I mean, the fact is now that Israel controls like the buffer zone around Gaza. They're going to never be in a situation again where they have that kind of security fucking lapse that resulted in October 7th. There are opportunities to start rebuilding Gaza and to offer it to third parties to avoid having to do the forced transfer thing. But it seems like, again, I don't really know where you're standing and like if saying that you'd rather they didn't get kicked out, but sometimes it's justified and you'd rather that than... What about, okay, so let's say one of the alternatives is that they take the longer ceasefire, they keep negotiating, they hope that maybe the anti-Hamas protesters can grow in popularity, as they have done very quickly. You can also start to take some parts of Gaza that have been cleared of Hamas and build them up for alternative rule. Would you take that over the defeat Hamas and get rid of 1 million Gazans?
I would take that, but I would prefer no ceasefire. I would just prefer Israel continuing to do what they're doing, eventually like occupying a big chunk of the Gaza Strip, and then, I mean, obviously Bibi doesn't want this to happen, but ideally allowing some moderate Palestinian parties to take over the Strip.
Yeah, but now we're going in circles because that's not on the table. What's on the table now is that Israel occupies the Gaza Strip, and then this current government just spends the rest of fucking eternity saying, yeah, security compels us to keep control over this strip and not give it to Fatahstan or Hamastan. Right? That's what we've got on the table now, and also them trying to deport 1 million people.
Well, to be fair, your plan isn't on the table either.
The Americans are going with something similar to it. It's been suggested by Americans. There are other alternative leaders in Israel who want it, which is why I would rather kick the can down the road now and take these like ceasefire pockets to get a change of Israeli government. Because if they're like, I'm not accepting. To me, getting rid of Hamas is not worth this like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% chance of 1 million people getting deported. That's just not worth the trade-off for me. I would rather wait until there's something else on the table.
I mean, I think if Israel occupies the Gaza Strip, it'll also be kicking the can down the road. I don't think they're going to do like some mass deportation program right away. I think
but it sounds like you're willing to accept the chance of it happening then, if you don't want the ceasefires. It sounds like you're willing to accept that this is a possibility that is desired by Israel and the Americans right now.
Well, I don't think... So you're saying Israel would just completely... You're saying Israel would stay in some sort of buffer zone in Gaza, and then some other group within Gaza would take over.
Yeah, or like leave it open to third parties, because there are willing third parties as well.
I don't think that's on the table. Like, I don't think that's going to happen either.
Would you rather pursue that one, or would you rather them just keep doing what they're doing?
That's a loaded way to put it, because I don't necessarily agree with what they're planning on doing in the future, but I agree with what they're doing now.
Yeah, but that's why I keep trying to hammer home that what they're doing now is inextricably tied to what they would like to do in the future, because they're the ones doing it. Like, it's a package deal, unfortunately.
But the way you phrase it, like, it's also a package deal that they're just not going to... They're not going to withdraw from the Gaza Strip anyway. Like, whatever you're supporting, if it doesn't involve, like, destroying Hamas entirely, it's not going to go through anyway.
Okay. They're not going to withdraw from Gaza entirely. I've never said that they're going to do that, nor should they. I'm saying that you asked me at the beginning of this conversation if I supported a ceasefire now. Like a ceasefire, like the current, like for example, just like the Witkoff deal that just passed, right? And I would say yes, because I would rather that they took that ceasefire and that there was still Israeli control over the peripheries and they could actually use that ceasefire time to get pushed into something like alternative rule. Because this has been floated by Americans, it's been floated by even centrists and some right-wingers in Israel, as far as I know. It's been floated by them, and I would rather take the ceasefire and pursue that alternative than just give them carte blanche to go ahead with what they want to do, which is destroy Hamas now, even though I know it's attached to a huge fucking risk of millions of people getting displaced. And to me, that's not worth it. So I'd rather try to get the alternative, even though, like, but you just don't seem to think it's even possible.
I think what you're describing is also tied to a huge risk of Hamas retaking the Gaza Strip.
How are they what, the whole thing?
Whatever Israel doesn't, whatever Israel leaves, whatever Israel isn't occupying at the time can be retaken by Hamas, and it can it'll even make it easier for them because they can frame the ceasefire as a victory for them.
How did they do that last time? Do you remember how small their like little ceremonies were when they were claiming victory for the last ceasefire? They got dwarfed by like the first couple of days of anti-Hamas protests. They had to literally like force perspective and gather people around for these hostage ceremonies, even though they could barely get like a couple of rows of people at the stage. So I think people in Gaza are a little bit more intelligent than that. They don't seem to be buying this like pomp that's coming from Hamas. But in any case, Hamas controlling those inner parts of Gaza in the middle of a ceasefire, whilst the outer strips are used as potential like areas for alternative rule, then that's like, what threat is that to Israel if Hamas are just like gathering their stuff with a huge buffer zone between them and Israel proper? Where's the threat there?
I think it's just prolonging the war, because as long as Israel is anywhere in the Gaza Strip, it's going to be some sort of ongoing conflict.
Yeah, and it'll be ongoing if Israel destroys Hamas as well, right? Because then without any alternative rule or without any kind of like setup for the rebuilding process that Palestinians are not happy with, and with attempted deportations of 1 million people hanging over people, then you're just turning a war into an insurgency. And insurgencies are actually in some ways harder to fight.
That's true, but I don't think it's harder to fight it. I think it would be easier. Like you're cutting off any sort of support Hamas might have coming in from, like, I guess Egypt or anywhere.
But that's already the case, right?
Yeah, but now you have also a legitimate government of Gaza also fighting with Hamas, or you can empower other clans, tribes to fight Hamas, where you can't do that if you let Hamas stay in power in parts of the Gaza Strip.
Can I tell you what I really think? I don't know if you're like, you said that you're not in favor of like transfer, but then I think you also said that sometimes it's justified or necessary. I think it sounds like you're quite happy to accept the risk of it happening because it means getting rid of Hamas quicker. Maybe it's not your top preference, but it's a risk you're willing to take. It's not you at the end of the day, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll own up to that. But I mean, the existence of Israel risks displacing Palestinians. Like you could say that about any position that's not like a one-state solution with the Palestinian majority.
No, not really. I don't think the existence of Israel risks like forcing transfer of people from Gaza. Like, this is a place that can be secure. This is a place that can be kept under like a reasonable watch from the borders. This is a place that can be set up for alternative rule. This is a place where there is at least some appetite for alternative rule. Yeah, I don't know. I think if like there have been much more like radical and embedded regimes that have been removed in the past than Hamas, I think it's very, very possible. But like, again, just doing it with that like underlying risk of pushing like 1 million people out is just not like, in terms of like risking Israel. Then what happens if Israel does that? Like, as far as like you're just like, it's just one more fucking badge on the pariah state fucking status, and it's already like the rest of the world is already kind of fed up. So yeah, I don't know. And it's 1 million people getting fucking forced out of their homes, and they're realistically they're never going back. Like, come on, you think that if they push 1 million people out of Gaza, like when is the period when the Israeli government says, yes, okay, the security situation has actually permitted that they can return after they've been languishing and lingering on in places like Sudan or like Libya, these countries that literally would probably turn them into slaves, most of them. It's just I don't know, to me it's just kind of gross. Fuck.
I hear what you're saying. I'm also, another thing to consider is Hamas has control of all the underground infrastructure. Like, it's just hard to, even if you have the majority on your side, it's hard to defeat Hamas. The past 20 years or so, they've just, all the infrastructure they've been building has been military infrastructure for them to use to entrench themselves in the Strip.
Yeah.
So I don't see how, like, I don't see, it just seems like a rock and a hard place.
It is a rock and a hard place, and it would be a long process to finally like get rid of those tunnels and to rebuild the Strip and to flatten everything and then start to rebuild. Like, that would be, yeah, that's a long process. But I don't really see why I wouldn't want to. I don't think getting 2 million people out like involuntarily or 1 million people out even is going to even necessarily expedite that process all that much. And if we're talking about what to do in terms of tunnels and everything like that, I feel like pushing for my proposal, which does have some like footing already in American and Israeli circles, I don't see why that couldn't be a better way to solve it. Like, to take areas in a more piecemeal way, to like allow people in who don't seem to want anything to do with Hamas, and to actually show that there is some kind of light at the end of all of everything that's happening now. Whereas, yeah, letting them go, like kicking them out, just means that you're going to like end up in a new status quo, and it's one that is never going to go like to get reverted back, and I'm just not happy with that.
I'm gonna pull a Sneeko and say you've given me a lot to think about.
Wow.
I don't know if I disagree with what you're saying, but let me think it through and get back to you.
Okay.
One last thing before I go, I want to talk about Hassan Slap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you should call Hassan a terrorist supporter, because it kind of understates what he is, and I don't think we should even call Hamas a terrorist group, because it also kind of understates what they are. When you say, oh, America designates the Houthis or Hamas as terrorist groups, then people will say, oh yeah, well, they also call the ANC a terrorist group. Or like the IRA and the ANC aren't as bad as Hamas and the Houthis. There should be like a separate designation for what they are. I don't think, and calling Hassan a terrorist supporter kind of understates what he's supporting.
I don't know. War crimes can span from anything to looting homes to massacring like 10,000 people. So it's like there's a spectrum on all these things. I don't know if it's necessarily like, what would you call them instead?
Like a death cult, or like Islamo-fascists, maybe? Islamists?
I think Islamist hits harder than terrorist.
Maybe not Islamists, but probably like death cults. Probably, yeah, because like the IRA, they tried to warn people before bombing something, and like you said, you said in the past, the ANC has focused on bombing infrastructure, not killing civilians. This is like a different it's not fair to lump them in with the Houthis and Hamas, which explicitly target civilians.
I mean, targeting civilians is kind of the essence of terrorism. It's non-state actors using targeting of civilians to terrorize a population into or out of decision making. So it's like, you can call them super terrorists if you, I don't know. Death cult, I mean, I've heard people call them that, but death cult is also like, it's just not a very official term. It's like, it's just...
Okay.
Like a death cult can be like a small fucking end of the world group, you know, that does suicide pacts.
I just noticed, like, when people try to argue for Hassan getting banned, they're like, he supports the Houthis, which are a U.S. designated terrorist group, that kind of understates it, and it's kind of seems like it's not that bad. You shouldn't talk about what it's designated. You should talk about what they're actually doing.
Yeah, I don't talk about what they're designated as. I tend to, like, rather than labels, I tend to just talk about what they do or did. But okay, and I don't really care about U.S. designation. I never use like, oh, they're a U.S. designated group. I don't do that. The only reason people do that is because of the Twitch TOS, I think.
Right. Okay. I've heard people say it like outside the context of Twitch TOS, just say, like, and Hassan, when he was doing that alleged interview with Customs, he was just repeating the Houthis are a U.S. designated terrorist organization, which is
yeah. But if he actually did that, that's probably the most sus thing that you could possibly say in one of those interviews. If you're asked if you think Hamas is a terrorist group, and he just says, "Oh, yes, I believe they are designated by the United States," that's not really like to me. That's just like him saying, "You should be suspicious of me and ask more questions." But okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also on brand for Hassan to not answer a direct question and just kind of cowardly dance around it.
Standard, yeah.
Yep. So thanks for your time. I gotta head.
Okay. Take care.
Take care. Love you. Bye.
Bye. Well, that was not very expected. Oh shit. Who's this? Is this a new person? Hello? Joss?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, so I can just ask you any questions.
You can ask me any question. What?
Can
Yeah, if it's not, only if it's a good question, okay?
Okay. I was wondering, in terms of Israel, Palestine, do you think it's possible for a Arab-led coalition to take over, or is Israel the main like force that's resisting that right now?
I think it probably has to be an Arab-led coalition with alongside local rule. I think it has to be some kind of combination of that. Because I think Arab security forces and Arab administrators would probably be much better establishing a rapport with the local population than any fucking IDF soldier.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Because I was reading that like Macron, Macron, the France, was like in Egypt negotiating some kind of potential deal with Qatar and other people. And that Trump is, like shunning Israel a little bit now because he didn't visit them.
But, yeah, but it's also to do deals with Middle Eastern countries on a tour. It's not actually that untoward and not sensible to ditch Israel when you're doing that, right? I think Obama did that as well in one of his first visits to the Middle East. So there's not really, I don't think that's a really particularly big issue. As far as him snubbing Israel, like he still is giving Israel carte blanche to do whatever they want. Obviously, the new Witkoff plan suggests a bit of a shift, that he really just wants to get the war done quickly. But and he's actually bringing up the humanitarian aid for once, which is interesting. But I don't really know. Like Trump is the kind of guy, like he might just stay fucking pro-Israel throughout his entire career or his entire presidency, or he'll do a 180 like in the next 4 hours. It's like they're both equally likely.
Very unpredictable. Like, did you see he tweeted like Putin's gone crazy now. He just realized that Putin's not the nice guy.
Yeah. Witkoff just said that Hamas didn't actually accept the truce proposal and that their stance is disappointing and unacceptable. Interesting. Well, that's what I mean. Pinch of salt.
Yeah. So you think it shouldn't be taken as something significant that he didn't visit Israel? It's not like a good indication that there's going to be a lot of pressure put on him. No, it's not pressure yet. Okay. So right now, like I haven't been following, but like the humanitarian situation in Gaza, is it like an all-time low? Or
Yeah, it's pretty
is it
grave.
kind of,
It's not like 14,000 kids are going to die in 48 hours or anything like that, but it is pretty bad. And it's also, the problem isn't just that. The problem is that their way of addressing it with these new private security contracted hubs is it's a very unprecedented plan, and it's one that even just from using intuition is like rife with risks and complications. So
Yeah.
it's I think it's
who
likely
like
to-
oversees the
it's
sorry, who like oversees the
well, it would be
private security?
the private security is going to be American. It's going to be the two American contractors who are groups who are going to be interacting directly with the Palestinians, whilst the IDF have their little perimeter along the outside. No, wait. I think the contractors provide a perimeter for the hubs, but the actual distribution, I think, is by the aid agencies. I can't remember.
So has that started yet? Because I've heard about that. Is that like a plan on the
I
action?
know it's on the way to being implemented, but I'll have to watch this video, I guess, to find out the updates on it. Because this will be
interesting.
the updates from the IDF.
Yeah, that sounds kind of sketchy. I know, like there's in the Iraq War, there was some of the like American private contractors were doing some sketchy things.
Yeah, they're pretty unhinged. They have a lot less accountability.
Is it the same ones? Like I forget what the name was. There's one that
No, I think I know that these are new organizations. They're relatively new. They
Yeah.
are led by people who have been doing this kind of stuff before. Like one of them used to organize tours for people going around Iraq during the war. So
Oh, okay.
they have some kind of experience. I don't know if it's necessarily good experience. Yeah.
Yeah, because I check in sometimes to see like what's going on with like the humanitarian, but I always just hear like either nothing's happening or like everyone's gonna be dead in 2 days. So right now it is like is there a risk of like starvation now in ways there hasn't been?
Well, people have, according to the health ministry already, like at least 29 or 30 people have starved to death. So that's already happened. And as far as, I mean, all those videos of people at the aid stations, like begging for food and all that, like those are real. There's no indication that those are staged or anything. So
Yeah, of course.
because the problem is that Kogat and those people keep saying that there is enough aid in the strip, but then they also acknowledge that Hamas are not distributing it evenly. So it's like, okay, so there isn't enough aid. Like that's the problem. The people who need the aid aren't getting it.
Yeah, and then also like with Hamas, like I've heard they're recruiting. They're recruiting more people, and people say that as if it's kind of like hopeless to fight them. But like, do you think they're significantly weakened?
Yeah, of course they are.
Like
Recruiting new
Hamas?
people is like
Yeah.
the stat that I always, or the reference I always make is that I think in 1945 the size of the Japanese army went from 4 million to like 20 million. That doesn't mean they were stronger.
Yeah.
Though. Their navy was destroyed, their infantry was basically destroyed, their communications were fucked, their air force was destroyed,
Yes.
but they went into total war. They just conscripted like everyone they could. So just because you got a bigger force doesn't make you stronger, right? And if you've replenished your original 30,000 fighters, it's like, well, these are people who have less training, these are people who have less equipment, these are people who have are less willing, because obviously like they're not like the elite forces, less space to operate in. Like they're weaker in every possible way. Yeah. Even if Hamas doubled their numbers from what they originally had, they'd probably still be weaker now.
Yeah, of course. Also, I think like a place where I might disagree with you a little bit, or I might like have a different perspective, is how like people like Douglas Murray and like Sam Harris they talk about Islam a lot.
Mm-hmm.
How like Islam is like central to what's going on. The ideology. I don't like Douglas Murray very much of those, but I think like from what I've learned about Islam and about like jihadism, it feels to me like that's something that's always gonna like hold back like future peace is the martyrdom, the idea of martyrdom, because it feels to me that like unique to any other, like the level of like desire to fight no matter what, no matter how hopeless it is like unique to like Palestinian resistance. Like
It's not that.
you
It's
saw
not as unique to Palestinian resistance. It's also it was also the case with the Japanese again. Like for them,
Oh, right,
surrender
yeah.
was like the worst thing you could do, and it wasn't because of like any like I guess it was religious in its own way, but it wasn't like
Yeah.
But again, that's
Yeah.
like that's just like a level of extremism. The problem is that, like, we know that this isn't actually the case, right? Because how many Islamic nations has Israel made peace with, or how many Islamic nations is Israel at least experiencing a truce with? Like, the
Yeah.
Saudis
I mean,
haven't tried
I
to fight with them for a long time, and they're insanely religious, right? Syria, he's like Shara is obviously not what he used to be, but he is still kind of an Islamist. Like, he still believes in like the new constitution is still like Islamic rule first and foremost. So he doesn't want to fight Israel. I don't know. Like there's an extremism there that is not that doesn't depend on Islam, and that can be gotten rid of with Islam remaining. So
Yeah.
I
think
I just reject that. Yeah.
I think Japan is a good example because that's very distant culture from Islamic culture, and they have kind of the same ideas. But with the rest of the Middle East, I feel like it wouldn't be difficult to get the people of Saudi Arabia, the people of Egypt behind fighting Israel. It's more the leaders kind of strong arm them because like MBS he's kind of rejecting a lot of Islamism, and so I feel like it takes like a dictatorship to go against like the trends among the population there. So I don't know if I would see that as a kind of a example.
I mean, if you look at Saudi, right, like that's basically the same religious apparatus and leadership apparatus that spread Wahhabism around the world, and then they like pushed really hard to fight against it from 2017, right? Like they arrested a lot of people, they closed a lot of mosques, they fucking killed a lot of people. So but they're like, as far as I know, the Saudi government is still Islamist. They still have Islamic law. They still have like fucking stonings or hangings and shit like that for like these crimes. So. I think
that definitely moving away.
Yeah, so I don't think this whole thing that it's inherent to like there's an Islam problem. I just think is it doesn't answer a lot of questions for me. For example, even a lot of the opinions of like the Ayatollah, right? So much of the Iranian ideology about reviving the Islamic world and taking out the Jews, and it's actually the Jews that weakened the Islamic world in the first place with constitutionalism and permissiveness and things like that. And it's like the cancer in the region that needs to be eradicated to bring the Islamic world back to glory. Well, Saddam used to say the same thing, but instead of Islam, it was Arab, Like, so... Yeah, you can do it from a secular position. You can do it from and also look at all the like the biggest anti-Zionists in the world, right? In the English-speaking world, they're leftists, they're atheists. So,
yeah, I mean, I think like how I like synthesize kind of your perspective with the like more Islam-focused perspective is that like even when these groups aren't like overtly religious, even when they might be like a socialist Islamist group, or they might be like secular, it seems like there's like a undercurrent of like a belief in martyrdom. Like it's so ingrained in just like Arabic culture, even if you're not like a religious person, that there is like glory in fighting and dying. That because of how ingrained it is.
I mean, you say that, but why? What's one of the big reasons that the Arab world always loses to Israel? It's because the people in those nations don't want to fight. There was a whole thing with like the 48 war where they're literally trying to get recruits from Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, fucking Egypt, or whatever, and they can't. They can't get enough recruits because at the end of the day, most people want to live. And again, these people were still very religious. Fuck.
I'm not saying people like.
I mean, it's not a good point for Egypt because most of the fighters from Egypt, I believe, were affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood. So, like, they had entire training camps and shit for them. So, yeah.
But I'm trying to say that, like, a nation of Muslims still mostly did not, like, come on board with actually going and doing the fightings. It's weird to suggest this culture
Okay, Leonard, do you know
glorifies
what's
dying
the
in war.
percentage of Jordanians who joined the war in 1948?
The
Of
Jordanians
the total
was
population.
higher, no? I don't know exactly, but
It was about, I believe, 4% of the entire population. That's in
Okay.
a country that's majority rural and Bedouins. So, like, 4% of the population joining an expeditionary war, that's like basically unheard of.
So
okay.
those were volunteers, or they were.
Volunteers, there was no conscription. Conscription was employed, I believe, in. I forgot exactly when it was employed, but it was abolished in 1994. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
are you suggesting they did this out of like martyrdom, or because they were like because of nationalism or like secular motivations? What do you think? I don't know.
They were, I mean, they were not secular per se, and they were not like Islamist per se. They just wanted to help. That's it.
Yeah. No, I think so. I think kind of like the 48 War is still a good example then. Like in terms of Muslims, like most Muslims don't seem to want to go and fight for death and glory. Like, even especially the Palestinians, right? Because they fucking fled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go fuck
When,
yourself.
when I look at
What?
if I look at other conflicts, like
You know, I
Algeria,
know, and you know you were targeting me with that statement. Go fuck yourself.
I wasn't. I'm just saying it's like it goes completely against the idea that they just want to dig in and fucking fight to the death. No, the people want to live, and they're right to want to live. Living's better than dying. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Cringe.
And like it's kind of funny because most of the regimes that were like more pragmatic to Israel or wanted to make peace with Israel, most of them were either Islamist or like were lenient and favorable towards Islamists at the time. So it doesn't make sense. Like even Sadat, he had much of his support by basically enabling and support endorsing the Muslim Brotherhood, for example.
Yeah.
yeah, I think most people.
And also to
wanna live.
say
I'm not
that
trying to
fucking
say that they don't, but,
I lost my mind whenever someone says that MBS is anti-Islamist or he is not like he just fought
You don't
the
think so?
single movement that was an opponent to him, which is the Sahwat movement. But he's very much
Didn't he
like he's
let-
the
let
definition
the
of an Islamist.
women show their hair? Isn't that like one of the? It
Oh
seems
my
like a
God! Do you
big
think
change.
that an Islamist is all about women showing their hair? Like by this
No,
logic,
but it's
Hamas
you
is
know
not an
like
Islamist.
what other country, what other Arab kind of? I actually don't know.
Fucking
You tell me if
Hamas
you're-
allows women to show their hair. What man? You know, and
I mean, what about alcohol? Did he?
what about
Has he done
who?
that yet? Alcohol. Hasn't he like lifted some restrictions on alcohol?
And Hamas allowed not even the importation and sale, but the production of alcohol. So, what's the point?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So wait, where are you from, Sundowner? Are you from the
I'm
region?
from that shithole that you're talking about.
Saudi
Other shithole
Arabia?
Palestine, not the other shithole Palestine.
Is it Jordan? Which one? Or
No, no.
Lebanon? I don't know.
Kick him out. Kick him. Ban him now.
He doesn't know about Jordan. Oh no.
No, I
A
know.
Jordan
I know
denier.
about Jordan. Okay. Well, anyway, I have to go. Very interesting conversation.
The Sundowner giving you a lot to think about.
Yeah.
You should tell him he
Maybe.
gave you a lot to think about.
You gave me a lot to think about.
Good. Nice.
Thank you.
Oh.
Alright,
Well,
bye.
that's good to know of. Never come back again. See you later.
Oh god. Okay. 2 tons in the fucking waiting room, but I don't know if I want to chat to him just yet. I feel bad making too much content like from the same person, you know? It's a bit much of a, especially if they're just a chatter, you know, they don't really have the means. But then also he's very willing, so it's rare. Who's this person? Sriracha Limes, hello.
Hello.
What can I do for you?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if you'd be willing either now or later to have a conversation about veganism.
Oh no, never. Give me a
Never?
year.
Oh,
Are you a vegan?
give you a year. Yeah, I am.
Holy shit.
A rare
Yeah,
occurrence.
I don't really think that much about veganism. I have a very short answer to the whole debate, but yeah, it's just not for me.
Yeah, I assume then you're not vegan, right?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't have to talk about it now, but I was curious about one thing. Have you heard of Name the Trait?
Yes.
Okay, so you're at least aware of it. Have you thought about like what your answer would be to it?
What, name the trait that makes animals like less worthy of rights than humans?
It's along those lines, but it'd be a bit more specific, but sure, yeah.
Well, how would you phrase it?
Well, first I would just establish that you have an asymmetry with respect to humans and animals, right?
Yeah.
So like you think it's okay to like farm and kill chickens and then eat them and buy their meat at the grocery store, but you wouldn't presumably say the same for a human farm.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, and then what's true of the chickens or the non-humans in general that makes it okay to kill them for food? That if true of humans would make it okay to kill them for food.
Because I'm human, and when I want to put like a worldview around maximizing human well-being, then that I fall under that. Whereas if I want to maximize like chicken or dog well-being, then it's like that's not really doing much for me at all.
So like what's true of the non-humans is that they're not human, right?
Yeah. Is that tautology or? No, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
That's a thing that's true of non-humans. That's not true. That's not true of humans, right?
Yeah.
Chickens aren't humans. Humans are humans. So that's a legitimate answer. But then, have you heard of like what the response to that answer would be?
I can maybe guess, but no. Tell me.
So, actually, it depends on how you define human. I assume you're like doing some biological classification, like a genetic thing or something like that.
I don't know how I would classify it. I just feel like I've got enough, whatever, a priori. Like I know a human when I see one, and I know a non-human when I see one. So it's kind of yeah. I assume it's something to do with like genetic and physical qualities within a kind of spectrum, and whatever's outside of that spectrum and like the species would be quite obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, you could define it however you'd like. If we're talking like in a genetic sense, yeah, you would look at something like genetic distance to. There's a human reference genome called like GRCH38, and then you could define humans with respect to that genome, and then you could say, you know, if you're sufficiently far from that genome, you know, the differences are sufficiently, you know, great, then you're no longer human. You could define it if you like that way. Is that how you'd like to define it, or?
Given that you laid it out that way, sounds like a trap, but yes, I will. G38, yeah, that's me. G38. I know a G38 when I see one.
Well,
And if you're not
okay, 'cause I
G38,
have
you're
traps.
fucked. Sorry.
I have traps for every single answer. This was just one of them that
Wow.
came to mind. But yeah, if you go with that definition, I think then I would just simply ask, imagine that you see someone walking on the street and then we do a genetic test of that individual. And as it turns out, their genome is just sufficiently different from, the human genome that they're actually not human. You know, maybe they're like, some other species of the Homo genus, or maybe they're outside of the Homo genus altogether. Who knows? Could we then and then we find the subpopulation of those individuals, and they're just walking around in society, and then, we round them up in camps, and then we start farming them and breeding them and killing them.
Like
I
imposters.
assume you wouldn't.
Like skinwalkers. Okay, I'm gonna ask you: do these people exist? Are there people out there who don't have the thing that we would typically classify as human, but they still appear and behave and pass as human?
No, they used to exist, but they've gone extinct.
Fuck them. Like, yeah. So that's like it's like a question that's kind of saying like, okay, so what if there were humans who were not human? Like, would it be okay to kill them? I'm like, I don't know, because they don't really exist. I don't really know if I need to deal with that conundrum, or why do I?
So it's just to test logical consistency, right? So like, if it is the quality of being human that is true of non-humans, if true of humans would make it okay to massacre them, then if we did have these non-humans in society, even though they appear to, by all counts, feel the same thing as humans, act as humans, they're just genetically different enough that they're not humans. The answer you gave, I don't actually think you're committed to this. You could change your answer. But,
Yeah.
the answer you gave would entail that it would be okay to just like holocaust them or massacre them or whatever, right?
Yeah, and
So-
then because the point is to demonstrate a principle of whether or not I actually see humans as human because of a genome that I've never even heard of until right now, or whether or not I have some other criteria for identifying humans and separating them from non-humans, right?
Yeah. So like initially you said something like you kind of know it when you see it. So that kind of sounds more like instead of a genetic thing, that would be kind of like their general like morphology. They kind of look a certain way that you can kind of recognize. That would be your definition of human, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but then I guess what's the other question there would be like, what if there's a human who looks sufficiently ugly enough and doesn't speak well or whatever, like then I can just kill them.
Yeah. Or like there's a number of like logical
Do you
consistency
consider
tests
the
just to make sure that
inhabitants
truly
of
is your
North
answer and it isn't
Sentinel
something else. So
Island
like
as
one is what you
people?
said. You could have a human that, you know, we do some crazy plastic surgery on them or they're just so ugly that they don't even look human. Another is there could be like some comparably intelligent alien life forms that, you know, they don't look human at all, but like they feel, you know, emotions like human do, happiness, pleasure, pain, their intelligence, they're compassionate, they're kind, and then, you know, can we just massacre all of them? So those are like some logical consistency checks to check your view.
Yeah, and then we would maybe ask about like, and like another one would be if it comes to humans, it seems to be the thing that we do best as a kind of general group is that we reciprocate social contracts with each other. And then you would say, well, what about a fucking like 2-week-old baby that is less capable of reciprocating social cues and contract with than like a deer that's maybe got the intelligence of a 5-year-old. Is that where that one would go?
Yeah. That could be one area. Of course, then you could amend your answer and you could say, well, it's not just social contract, it's also future potential for social contract. But then, of course, I would just posit
say
a
abortion.
sufficiently cognitively disabled human.
Yeah. I think it just like to me it makes sense to just go with the human category as a whole because I would really like let's say there is a level of like a human inability to reciprocate a social contract that warrants them actually getting killed, then you might say that okay, if they are unworthy enough, then they might be okay to kill. But then I don't know if I would ever want to take that risk of like because we don't really know all that much about the human brain and we don't really know that much about like what exactly a baby is sort of seeing and interacting with compared to like an animal if they were interacting with us. Because I think the as far as I know with like a baby, I think they are like they might be less intelligent than a deer, but they are still going to interact with humans in a much more unique way than a deer would because they're of the same species. But then that would lead into like a whole like neurology fucking debate about cognitive development and like the distinct species in terms of brains. So fuck. That's why, yeah, I think it's probably easier to just say there's humans and non-humans, and even if it means that G34 and whatever, if another species comes along without that, then they can just die. Yeah, why not?
Okay, so then your answer to my my hypothetical, like there's people walking amongst us, they don't know themselves, but their genome just happens to be sufficiently different. Like you'd be okay with like massacring them and killing them and breeding them, right?
Yeah, why not? I don't know. It just feels like a weird thing to commit to because they don't exist. So it's like,
yeah. But the point is like the point of this process is just to like check your own values. It's like a self-reflection process almost. So it's like, would I be okay with this thing given my answer? And if the answer is no, like if you were to like honestly self-reflect and you're like, no, I wouldn't be okay with that, then that means that the answer you gave isn't the correct answer that reflects your own values. It must be something else. And then that kind of requires a reflection process.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if I was given more time to think about it, I'd probably lean more into the social contract argument because I haven't read about this in a very long time and I only skimmed it when it came up, but I'm pretty sure that just because a deer is more intelligent than like a 2-week-old baby, I'm pretty sure the way that a human brain develops and is developing versus an animal one is that there is something about the interaction with the baby that is still more empathetic and more connected than it would be with a deer. And I think that's because of just like the way that they interact with like remembering faces and sounds is still like, I think a more sophisticated because it's species to species than it would be with a deer.
Can I ask a question?
Uh-huh. Well, I want your response to what I just said first.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if the answer is some kind of social contract thing where it's like the quality of the interactions is reciprocated differently. So, like, I'm just restating your answers just so I understand it. Human babies can remember faces better than a deer can, or they perhaps show some kind of different compassion response, something along those lines. You know, is that kind of okay? Then, I mean, I'm just going to posit like some cognitively disabled human. They remember faces to the same degree that a deer does. You know, they have the same kind of compassion a deer does. You know, maybe you give them food and they're happy. They like cuddling with people, just like I don't know, a deer or a chicken might, to whatever extent those animals like to cuddle or they show compassion. It's kind of like the same idea, but then they're just like a cognitively disabled human.
Yeah, and then I would say that like the reason I'd be uncomfortable with committing to making them fair game to kill for their meat is the same reason that like humans that violate the social contract in really gross ways, I also think that they might deserve to be locked up or treated differently, but I don't think they should be killed. But the reason for them, like say like a murderer not being killed is not necessarily because I think they don't deserve it. It's more because I'd rather like have all humans face a general protection than risk getting it wrong. So I'm taking more like a rules-based approach there rather than so like it might, let's say there is a hypothetical person who is so cognitively fucked that they might as well just be fair game to kill for their meat. I would rather still not allow that to take place in society as a rule, because I don't really know if I would, because of how little we know about the human brain and about development and the internal experience of another, then it's not really worth the risk of getting it wrong, which is why I think it's just safer to broadly protect humans. And it seems like society functions fairly well when we do that.
Okay, so like that would be Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so just to test your consistency, you're in a shipwreck and you're in a lifeboat with a human and a dog, and you guys are definitely going to starve to death if you don't kill either the human or the dog to eat them. Which one do you kill?
Probably kill the dog.
Okay, so why is that different? Like, why wouldn't you kill the human? The human would offer more calories.
Because I value humans over non-humans.
Okay, so there is something even in veganism or in a vegan that says that there's some difference between a human, right, and an animal.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you were to run this name the trait kind of consistency test on me, I don't think it would lead to the same kind of reductios that I'm posing to Lonerbox, where I would be committed to like massacring a bunch of people, because you've given me a situation where I'm being forced to choose between, you know, the survival of of everyone over, you know, one person. It's like it's going to lead itself to different kinds of consistency checks. I just wanted to say that. But as with respect to Lonerbox's answer, could you remind me what you said about the? Oh, it was a rule. It was a rule thing. There were practical concerns, right?
Yeah, that I would still feel comfortable like drawing a broader protection across all humans, because I don't really want to, you know, get things wrong.
Yeah. So I understand that. Before I get to the, you know, the check for that, the question I would have is, you mentioned something about violating the social contract. I just wanted to make sure, like, you don't think like the cognitively disabled human in this case is violating a social contract because they like don't remember faces or something, right? You were just bringing up as an analogy.
Yeah, they might not be violating it, but they might also just be like unable to reciprocate it in any like meaningful way, maybe.
Yeah, like they would reciprocate it to the same degree as like a deer or a chicken or a dog or something. Yeah. Which, you know, to be clear, is not nothing, right? These animals can reciprocate feelings and things to some degree, but it's the same as a human, right? Because you have these practical concerns, I'm just going to, since we're on hypothetical, I'm just going to pose a hypothetical where we wand away these concerns. You know, we have this 100% accurate machine that can distinguish these people who are cognitively disabled that can't reciprocate from cognitively disabled people who can reciprocate in the way that you're kind of envisioning it. I'm not entirely sure how you're envisioning it. I'm just kind of had this idea of remembering faces and then a certain kind of qualitative experience that is undefined, but fine. This hypothetical world, but we've wandered away the practical concern there. Can we just go ahead and start farming them?
Like if this human is just like so cognitively fucked that they are just like the same socially and mentally as like as a deer, right?
Yeah, to whatever things, like they're remembering faces, and then the whatever feelings that you were thinking about.
Yeah, again, like I guess the problem is like I feel okay saying yes to this because again they don't exist. Like to me, it would be like if some human is like they're a vegetable, then yeah, we do generally think it's okay to pull the plug on them. Like that's kind of how I would see it, you know.
Yeah, for vegetables that makes sense. But this person, to be clear, wouldn't be a vegetable. They would
they'd be a
conscious.
deer.
They would be sentient.
Yeah, they'd be.
They would
Yeah,
like. You could imagine this person liking to cuddle with their guardian, or playing with their guardian or whatever. Just to be clear, but you'd be okay with like killing them.
Yeah, well, but again, it's like given that I don't even know if these people exist, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know because we're the reason I don't know if these people exist is because I'm not entirely sure what your criteria were.
Yeah, like if they have like
undefined.
you could be as well asking me if it's to make sure it's not any other trait, then it's like, okay, what if you had a dog that just had all of the same physical qualities as a human, right? They've got like a human everything apart from their cognitive function.
Sure, yeah.
You know, and then it's like, would you kill that? Yeah, probably, because if it just looks like a human, but every like part of its psyche and its like cognitive like structure or everything is the same as a dog's, then it's like, well, you're just killing a dog that looks like a human but isn't actually. That's kind of how I'd probably put it in the same level as that.
Okay, that's somewhat promising, I guess, because you're kind of discarding a shell morality view where it's like you don't care so much about the shell, you care about the underlying conscious quality, mental quality, which is the same for me now. I'm not okay with massacring these hypothetical, I guess you could call them schmoomins, I don't know, these hypothetical, like cognitively disabled people, but I guess that's pretty much all I had.
Wow. Okay. That's my last vegan debate of this year, okay? I'll come back next year when I've learned like 1 or 2 more arguments. Okay. Have a good one, buddy. Bye-bye. Lawson, hello.
What up, dude? Well, if you're done with the vegan thing, I'll fuck off.
What were you going to say?
Well, you didn't read my super chat, so I stopped what I was doing. That's okay. I forgive you.
What did you say? You said, do you consider the inhabitants of North Sentinel Island as people?
Yeah, not like humans, but like people, you know?
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Like they have a social contract with each other, right? Yeah.
Why would you
well, because like when we're talking about personhood, we're talking about the mental conscious faculties, correct?
Yeah.
I don't know if the inhabitants of those islands have that. I don't know that they don't either, but
you're confusing that with like westernized intelligence.
Yeah, like they still have human brains, right? Like
they don't know how to build a computer.
Yeah.
Computers, but they have like they're still humans. They have the same capacity.
Yes, they are humans. I agree, they're humans. But again, we're talking like personhood, right?
Like yeah, I thought personhood was about conscious, like human consciousness, and
yeah, it's never been about
your ability to perceive the world around you as a human.
I don't know how to build a computer. Does that mean I'm not a person?
No, it's not about like what, like I don't consider like a computer programmer in like San Diego more human than like a hunter in like, you know, the Sahara somewhere that's never touched a computer. I don't think there's a difference there. They're just in different environments.
So what is it that
However,
Sentinel... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, my understanding of the history there is there is some component of like evolution differences where like if a society isn't exposed to certain environments, you know, they don't evolve, right?
They are like.
Well, they're evolving in their own environment. Right? What, do you mean evolving like to the point that they're like a different species?
No, not species. I mean, because evolution's like it takes forever, but I don't know. I'm spitballing this, by the way. I don't have like some hard stance on any of this. It was an interesting question.
Hear you're spitballing it because it's a bit alarming.
Yeah, I think if they got to a point where they were we're talking like hundreds or 200 million years ahead, and some of these isolated tribes, like the difference between them and every other human becomes like human versus Neanderthal, then
Yeah,
then that
that's
would
kind of
probably-
yeah.
Yeah, if we're talking like hundreds of millions of years down the line, and then that's what happens, then I'd imagine their rights would probably be concerned like in a different way. Because right now, the way that people treat Sentinel Island is like it's almost treated like a nature reserve, isn't it? Like they're giving similar to protections that fucking whales are, where it's just like, yeah, just don't go here. So
Yeah, which I think is good. I don't want to alarm anybody. I know where this kind of question can lead to, so I'm aware of that. That's not where I'm trying to go with this. Yeah, but yeah, no, yeah, I think we should preserve the people there, and you know, whoever wants to go there and fuck around and gets killed, yeah, that's what you get.
well,
Anyway. All right, yeah, thanks for having me. Carry on.
all right.
Are you bringing it, Jen?
I'll have him in if he wants to debate someone else. I just can't. I can. I'd rather just
Not
listen
me, I
because
don't
I'm
know
just a
enough.
bit tired. What?
I'm not going to debate him. I don't know enough. You need Sev or Sundowner or something.
Will I just see what he wants to talk about? I guess. Let's see.
We know what he wants to talk about, unless he wants to talk about Hassan's like quote unquote detainment. I probably know enough about that.
Let's see. Hello, Teuton.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello. Oh, hey. Yeah, I saw you uploaded a video, and also I wanted to. I saw Hamas accepted Witkoff's proposal of like a 70-day ceasefire for and Israel partially withdraws.
Yeah, I think
and the
Witkoff
Aden.
is currently denying that they accepted it. So I don't know what's going on
He
there.
was on the front page of Reuters, so I was
Yeah.
gonna say, yeah.
It's always that thing where like Palestinian official says, or they accepted this deal, but did they accept that deal, or did they make alterations, or is someone lying, or yeah, I don't know. But
Yeah,
Witkoff seems in denial of it.
I was surprised that they would accept like a truce, not a full ceasefire.
Yeah,
had
no,
some
like
hope.
that's Hamas is usually okay with those because 70 because especially when usually what happens now and it sounds like now is like they're getting pretty fucking pounded and a lot of their it sounds like they need to get a new leader. Like it's most likely I think now that Mohammed Sinwar is dead. So
What,
yeah,
in that
like,
strike in the hospital courtyard?
yeah,
kill him?
it seems to be the case that well like so right now a couple of unnamed Palestinian officials told the Saudis that he's dead. Israel is very
I
convinced
don't know
that he's
about
dead,
those.
but I don't
I don't know
It's
about
like-
those Saudi news outlets. I don't know about those like Al Arabian and stuff like that.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
they
it's
do-
also the case that like, is it in their interest for people to think he's dead? Or would it not be in their interest to prove that he's
No.
alive
It would-
by him doing a video or
would
some
not
shit?
be,
Yeah.
it would not be in their interest. Has he ever released videos? From Mohammed Sinwar, there's barely any like record of him. I don't know. I don't unless I'm just like wrong or haven't seen. Like there's barely any photos. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
But he is he's quite obscure. But I think in any case, even if he's still alive, it seems a lot of these IDF airstrikes are targeted at like leadership and higher up people. So there will be some
Yeah.
desire to use the space to like reorganize and whatever else.
Yeah, and also Ben Gvir announced that the IDF is targeting like civilian Hamas,
Would it be
civilian
ethical for
official,
me
like
to date an adult
people
Like government
with
officials,
Hamas
yeah.
yeah, which is illegal. Which is like, and I'm pretty sure it's completely illegal to like strike somebody who works for Hamas, not in a military capacity. But
I think
still doing that.
yeah, it would be. The contention is whether or not it's like I don't know if you know the old quote from Naim Qassem from Hezbollah, where he basically the EU tried to do this thing where like, yeah, we'll recognize the militant wing as a terrorist organization, but not the political wing. And then Naim Qassem actually responded by saying there is no political wing, like we are all the resistance. So that
Yeah,
could
but
be
that's for
rhetoric, and that could
Hezbollah.
also mean, yeah, but it's like him
Yeah,
saying
but-
that could be rhetoric, or it could be that all these activists actually do adopt some kind of like militant function. I don't know if it's the same
Well-
with Hamas, but that's where it's like a bit
Well, with
difficult.
Hamas, like people in charge of like their financing and stuff like that, like I'm sure, I'm sure that would be illegal to strike those people. Like
yeah,
it's
well,
illegal
I'd be
to-
careful with financing because obviously a lot of Hamas financing is overlapped with the war effort, in which case they would be targetable, depending on the degree. If it's like the health ministry where all they're doing is like they're just doctors, then that would be much harder to justify. But yeah, as far as like, so I know that their interior ministry their policing institutions, and I think maybe even some parts of their emergency services. These are overlapped with the military, like quite a lot. The media office, I believe it used to be. I don't know if it still is. Finance, I think it'd be hard to believe that the finance ministry is not also overlapped with their military functions. So yeah, it just depends. I think it depends on what they mean by that, like with case by case, or if Israel just actually considers every single Hamas card carrier a terrorist, which is probably not justified.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they do. It was like this video I saw about Bezalel Smotrich uploaded on Channel 14, and he says that they're only allowing food in not because of like humanity, like not because of like relief, but because so that the West would keep supporting them. That's what he said. It's in this Twitter video by Dropsite News. It's also uploaded in the official Channel 14 channel, like the right wing one. Yeah, and he said like we are targeting. Where is it? Yeah. The IDF is finally conducting a campaign against the civilian rule of Hamas, eliminating ministers, official money changers, and figures in the economic and government apparatus. So yeah, that's where I got it for. So and that's why I don't really have any sympathy for like when the 2 Israeli diplomats died, because like Israel has killed nuclear scientists. Israel has killed
careful.
Israel's killed Iranian nuclear scientists, people who.
Those were not diplomats. Those were just normal Jewish people.
Well, they were embassy workers, right?
They were embassy workers, but that doesn't make them a diplomat. They were I know the woman was at least an American. She was not a diplomat from Israel. She was an American, and she just happened to be Jewish. And he didn't target them directly. He targeted the event because the event was about Jewish people.
Well, wait. So first of all, that's the information we have now currently suggests that he didn't know who he was targeting. He just went to the event.
It could be that's a fully anti-Semitic.
It could be. Hang on. It could be that he knew that he was targeting embassy workers, unless he just got lucky and got the Israeli embassy workers at a Jewish event. But in any case, there's a difference. In any case, even if we agree that these are equal, they're not. If we agree that these are equal, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Like, just because Hamas targets civilians isn't. That's like saying I don't have any sympathy for Gazan civilians getting targeted because Hamas attacked fucking Israeli civilians.
Okay, yeah.
So that's silly.
I see what.
Yeah.
There's this Ynet article. Could I just Rich? There's this Ynet article that says Israeli ambassador to US says Elis Rodriguez mingled with attendees at the museum event and targeted Milgram and Lynchinsky after identifying them as personal and being asked to leave. This is a Ynet article. So, according to the Israeli ambassador to the US, he did target them.
Okay. And then the second issue is that there's a very big difference between a non-state actor that has a very unique organizational structure that is that already overlaps militants with civilian institutions more than any regular state would. Versus 2 low-level embassy workers who were quite young as well, mind you. One of whom was involved in was volunteering for tech to peace, where they do tech training.
The wife seems better. The wife seems better than the husband was full out genocidal
Well, no, he wasn't. Again, he was someone who said that he posted some fucking Kogat and IDF stuff, but he's not Again, this guy was not doing anything that would come close to warranting a military targeting. It's not even.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just look at what about I'll just think.
Wait. When that article, which I don't know, I haven't read that article, but when it says targeted, that's not they're not saying that in the context of he specifically sought those 2 people out. He specifically sought out a community of Jewish people, and then targeted people within that community. It wasn't that he found those 2 people that worked at the embassy and went there to kill them. He happened upon them because he was there to kill Jewish people.
I kind of sidetracking question here. Sorry guys, a kind of sidetracking question, but Leonard, how do you define being having a civilian institution overlapping with the military structure of the state? How do you define this?
In Hamas's case, it's the fact that they, for a
No,
long
not in
time.
Hamas's case. No. In general case, like
Okay.
if it was to be generalized and applied to every institution, and how would it be applicable?
Okay, if you have soldiers working for a civilian institution, like they operate within a civilian
Oh.
institution.
In reserve, like a reservist soldier, or
No,
like
not a reservist, like
soldier in
like an active
military-
combatant. Yeah, like a combatant.
An active combatant in combatant status that is currently employed in the civilian structure.
Yes.
Oh, so that's the definition. So by this work, let's say there is a school teacher in Israel who just returned from Gaza. Is it is he targetable or is he reservist?
They would be a reservist if they've, unless IDF soldiers do 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. I think if they, because
I
what
don't
they do in the
think they
IDF
do.
is that,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, in the
But
IDF
like,
you do like
when
a,
it comes to targeting civilian members of an institution based on the institutional, when you say like finance members are overlapping with the military structure, how do you define this?
finance ministers, you're saying?
Yeah, not finance ministers, but ministers of Ministry of Finance.
It would depend on how
Like
much that Minister
employees
of
and-
Finance is like funneling their money towards an unjust war aim, right? Like if they, so for example,
No,
if
not the
you're like,
minister. I'm talking about the employees of the ministry.
oh, the employees of the ministry, I don't know if they'd be targetable, would they?
I don't know.
I mean, it would be a very
They have been
difficult-
very much targetable, like historically, but I don't know.
Yeah, like so if you just work for the finance ministry as like just doing accounts and the
No,
like
you're
for
not targeted.
yeah, you're employed by Hamas to do like to be like an accountant, and the ministers, but you're not really actively part of laundering like money towards military operations against like civilians or something. Yeah, I don't think you should be targetable then.
Yeah, I mean, laundering money, like, I don't know, man. Because any ministry in finance in any country in the world would have their finances dedicated, at least in part, to the military.
Yeah, but the problem is that different armies are. Some armies have like legitimacy and other ones don't, right? Like Hamas is not a recognized state military, so by that logic, like anything that they're doing in terms of building up a military is like it would be seen as illegal, right?
I mean, not really, because like you are making an arbitrary distinction that does not have any legal basis I heard of for legitimate military and not. Like maybe you are talking about an unskilled state actor, and in that case, that would delve us into another entire different conversation about how the situation here is not really a state versus state, and would be subject to different laws. But I don't really want to go there.
Wait, is it the case that non-state actors are allowed to fund military infrastructure for themselves? Is that like a legal thing?
I did not really study the legal aspects to it, so I can't really comment on it.
No.
Maybe
Okay.
someone
But I
else.
mean, sometimes you don't think that those two people were valid targets, do you?
Oh, of course not.
No, he's
Like, one of
just
them,
trying
I
to
believe, was a
test he's trying to test the standard of whether or not like what a civilian member of Hamas has to be doing to move into
Yeah,
targetable
okay.
category, right?
I'm not talking about even a member of the party itself, but maybe a member of the government, like an employee of the government, not necessarily a member of the party. He could be against the party because historically and during this current conflict, there have been countless people who were employees of the government, but extremely against the party, and they were still targeted.
Yeah, I don't think that should be done. I think like you need to actually show why, like what they're doing that is. Yeah, what you need to show what they're doing that would like serve your military goal to secure your defense. So in a lot of cases that wouldn't really show, right? It's the same with that whole dispute about if the Hamas Interior Ministry and the executive force was full of soldiers, but then that doesn't mean that every police officer who's in that institution becomes a soldier. It would be the soldiers are soldiers, and the police officers are still worthy of protection just because they're in an
Yeah,
institution.
because like
Yeah.
when I say civilian members overlapping, I especially like I think it's a done case that a member of the civilian institution who's currently, and I specifically say currently, not historically, was employed in a military manner or in a military capacity, I think they can be targeted.
Yeah, historically,
like someone, for
so-
example.
Yeah, the problem that people get into here with historically
Like
is that,
historically, maybe it's like established as a precedent or a connection, but like I think if it's not established that he's currently serving in such capacity, then I don't think they are valid to be
yeah, so
targeted.
like you do get into, again, this is only, so with state militaries, they tend to do this in a way that is like quite clear. So you do your service, then you become a reservist, and when you become a reservist, you are fully reintegrated into civilian life. But with non-state actors, you get into this like more shadowy area where
How do you define fully integrated into civilian life? And like, because my maybe I'm wrong about it, but my impression of reservists is they are still part of the military. They still receive some sort of services for being parts of the military, and like they engage in regular exercises, and at any time notice they can be called up to participate in military operations.
yeah, so for full
I'm not
for
saying they
a
are
reservist,
targetable, but
yeah. So the way I see it is that like for a reservist, unless maybe some reservists can prove me wrong, when you're a reservist, like you're not armed anymore. You're not like you're not going to be like you're not going to be activated like just on the same few hours that you have to go out and like go and do military operations. So you're not combat ready. Whereas with non-state actors, you get this issue where someone might be doing a day job, but then they go home and they do like border operations. So there's this whole dispute about fucking continuous combat function, about whether or not you can allow people to go into this revolving door system where it's like they're basically, you can activate them at any given moment, but they might go and work in a hospital, right? But then like in the evening, they can be called up to go and fire rockets. Yeah.
I think that makes sense, and in that case, I think they are still functioning in a military capacity, regardless if they participate in another action in the meanwhile. But I'm fairly certain that reservists also are to be remained armed, or at least to some extent remained armed during times of peace.
Yeah, so apparently someone's in chat saying that they sometimes have their weapons and their gear at home. But again, like I think as far as I know, if a reservist gets called up, maybe I'm wrong, but if a reservist gets called up, is it like they actually have to go out on the day and just go into battle, or do they not have to go through like a procedure before they do that, like to get like a reintegration?
I think I'm not sure about this, but like didn't they like in the 6-Day War simply like mobilize half the fucking population within hours or something? I don't know.
In the 6-Day War, the soldiers were waiting on the Israeli side for weeks, I thought, before the war started. But how long it took to mobilize them, I don't know. I can have a look. I'll find the thing, because I can just read you from the fucking Red Cross, because I had this written down about targetability. Where is it? It's in the ICRC. What constitutes participation in hostilities? I think it's this. Reservist. Yeah, so when they talk about this, the whole dispute here is between continuous combat function and reservists. So they say continuous combat function requires lasting integration into an organized armed group acting as the armed forces of a non-state party to an armed conflict. Thus, individuals whose continuous function involves the preparation, execution, or command of acts or operations amounting to direct participation in hostilities are assuming a continuous combat function. An individual recruited, trained, and equipped by such a group to continuously and directly participate in hostilities on its behalf can be considered to assume a continuous combat function even before he or she first carries out a hostile act. This case must be distinguished from persons comparable to reservists who, after a period of basic training or active membership, leave the armed group and reintegrate into civilian life. Such reservists are civilians until and for such time as they are called back to active duty. So I think the issue here is that like with state actors, your combative status is very like, it's like an on and off switch. Like you're either doing combative stuff or you're not.
Yeah, I understand that. I already said this applies to a continuous combat function because like they did not really leave the military capacity. They just participated in another capacity in the meanwhile simultaneously.
Yeah.
I don't think it's relevant to my argument. My argument is like someone, for example, who participated in hostilities, let's say, a decade ago.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's obviously not right. Yeah, you wouldn't be if you did it like a decade ago, but then you've gone back to other shit and you're not like battle ready or whatever. Then yeah, I don't think you would be targetable.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
What else?
Yeah, that was just the point. There's like this Twitter thread I'm trying to find, make a really bad faith observation that would probably make many people angry, but I'm still trying to find it, so just carry on.
See, that's your whole
Look,
purpose here, Sundowner.
Loner Box, what about when Israel targets Iranian nuclear scientists?
Well,
Like
what are
when
those-
Israel full on like
Okay.
assassinates Iranian who have nothing to do with the military. When they assassinate, like Israel's like has done this, like when they like bomb embassies of countries they're not like directly in war with, like
Syria.
this is like all. Yes, they had no. Yes, when they
Okay,
bombed
let's
the
do
Iranian.
the easy mode function then. First of all, you oppose that, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Assuming that they're So then obviously, if you oppose that, then what like two wrongs don't make a right. Like that doesn't give someone the excuse
Yeah,
to go. in.
I oppose it. Yeah, but do
Okay.
you think that it's legal that Israel like kills Iranian nuclear scientists?
It depends on what the scientists are doing. If the scientists are gearing towards like weaponization, then that might be like an okay from them, but I don't know because like Israel's targeted nuclear sites in the past that even other countries were trying to strike too. I don't know about the specific situation though. If he was
No,
just
like
like
nuclear yeah, like nuclear scientists. I think he was involved in trying in like enriching uranium for Iran. But like that's like a normal, like he's not a militant, so like I don't know how that guy would be able. They killed him in like 2019. Like they hired like a hitman and like I think they drove past and like shot him in Iran. But yeah, that guy's not a militant, so like
okay, yeah.
and
So based on what you've just said, I agree. What if he was a nuclear scientist for the IRGC? Like he was actually like on the IRGC payroll. Would that be fair game?
No, I don't. In my opinion, it should.
I think there's a distinction for civilian contractors for military organizations.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that Israel's not above, and not that it makes it two wrongs make a right. I'm not in support of like killing those people. I think it's like a bad thing. It didn't help the cause.
So you
even
walk
though-
back your
even-
comment about killing the two Jewish people? Was
About
a
having no
couple minutes
sympathy for
ago.
them. That was the question, right?
No. I said it's hard. I do have sympathy for them, even though the husband held like horrible political views. They shouldn't die. Even though he was like pro IDF, I don't think he should have necessarily died. The wife, I don't know her name. She seemed like a little bit better. She was like in those tech 2-piece like organization, but the husband was like fully like pro IDF. But yeah, I held sympathy for them, and they were young, so yeah, I don't think people should die because of like their political opinions.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
They weren't married, by the
Yeah.
way. They were about to be. he
Oh,
was
I
about to
found
try and
my
propose to her,
bad
yeah.
faith debating point.
Yeah, let's go.
Look at the side chat.
Is this one
So,
of
like,
the-
this person was supportive of the blockade that causes that is currently, as we speak, causing starvation. Mm.
Who is this guy? Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson.
Yeah, he was like continuously quoted on this shit by that dude who got shot. So I don't know.
Whoa, shit. Okay. So to me, this post looks like propaganda, which is not targetable. But if you're advocating for war crimes, if you're saying like pushing for violations of the Geneva Convention, I think you are targetable. Yeah, that's the same. It's the same rule with journalists, no? Like incitement.
Okay, that was enough for me. See you later.
Bye bye.
I had one more point. If that's fine, if I
Can I ask you one more question, Tutan? Real quick?
Yes.
So you said like the husband had horrific views. Can you describe what you think is horrific?
Denying. Wait, let me go back on his Twitter account. I'm pretty sure that he was denying starvation in Gaza during like the full blockade. He was saying that enough aid was getting through.
What was the rest of that tweet that he said? I know which one you're referring to. What was the rest of the tweet that he said?
He was against. Okay, yeah. Let me just list them out. He was against the ICC warrants for.
No. Wait, we're going reversing
Okay.
back. The tweet that he.
This was his first. This was his. I think this is one of many, but this was UN Relief Ship. Your declaration that 14 children. There was another one, but I'll read this one. That 14 babies are at risk of dying in Gaza in the next 2 days is blood libel. At UNOJ and at UN, organizations have obligations to be neutral and impartial. You are breaching these obligations. Your reports are founded on the lies of and on Hamas numbers, and of course you never talk about Hamas or other terrorists and how they use hospitals, schools, and shelters in Gaza as human shield. Enough is enough. You should be accountable for the disinformation UN at UN spread.
Wait, what's wrong with that tweet?
There was another one.
Hey, well, what's wrong with that tweet though? That one he just read out.
Well, he's denying that there's a lot of babies at risk of starvation.
Didn't that turn out to be what? He's denying that 14,000 babies were at risk of dying in 48 hours. That was true.
Yeah, they were at risk.
That was not true. That 14,000 figure was not true.
Okay, well, let me. There was another one where he said there was enough aid going in, and this was like in April.
Hang on,
May.
we'll get to that one. But like, you understand that this UN spokesperson is Tom Fletcher, who said that 14,000 babies in Gaza were at risk of dying within 2 days. You realize that this was false, right? This was not what actually the organizations were determining. I think what they said was that they said that 14,000 people were like going to be falling under like malnutrition, I think, within the year at that rate or something like that. Like it was like a very, that this 14,000 at risk of dying in 2 days, it didn't happen, right?
Okay.
It's been more than 2 days. That was like,
yeah, well, it's at risk. He didn't say that definitely.
Well,
but
I mean, he said if added. Wait, hang on. Where's the exact quote? I want to see exactly what he said now because it seems like what he said was kind of insane.
There was another one I saw that he said that enough aid was going in during the full blockade.
Well, go to that one in a minute, though. I just want to find out. Aid. Gaza babies will die without aid. Is this him saying it here?
Let me describe what is on those trucks. This is baby food, baby nutrition. There are 14,000 babies that will die in the next 48 hours unless we can reach them. This is not food that Hamas are going to steal. No, we run the risk of looting. We run the risks of
not that as a thing. Hamas steals aid. Let me tell you.
Hang on. I'm just.
Sorry. I'll read these. I'll just read this in my head.
Oh no! So they were predicting death, but it would be at that current rate in the next over the next year. And he said, he's literally just saying it like right point blank. He's looking at the camera and saying that if we don't get this aid through within 48 hours, like 14,000 babies will die. That was like just complete disinfo. That's not what the UN report that he was referring to said. Which is interesting because like it's funny that people talk about like how if you believed that babies were beheaded on October 9th. Or if you believe that like 40 babies died or something like that, even if you didn't say 40 beheaded babies, even if you said something that sounds like it, people will use that to like write you off forever. But it's funny that 14,000 babies dying of starvation in 48 hours, that's just like a whoopsie, I guess. That's a fucking insane thing to say.
I think it's different because he didn't say that 14. I don't know. Did he say point blank that 14,000 babies would be dead in the next?
Let's hear it again. Hang on. Let me just play it. I'll play the.
Okay, let me see.
Whatever he's saying though, it's like he's completely misworded the report that this claim is based on. But we'll see. Which is also what happened with the 40 beheaded babies thing, because the initial reporter there just said 40 babies had died. She didn't even say they were beheaded. She just said there was two separate claims.
40 babies did not even die.
Yeah, it was two. But again, there was two separate claims that got thrown into one. Also, it's kind of like saying, 40 babies didn't die, but like what, 37 or 38 minors died. It's like, okay. Anyway.
Let me describe what is on those trucks. This is baby food. Baby nutrition. There are 14,000 babies that will die in the next 48 hours unless we can reach them. This is not food that Hamas are going to steal. No, we run the risk of looting. We run the risks of being hit as part of the Israeli military offensive. we run all sorts of risks trying to get that baby food through to those mothers who cannot feed their
So you
children
said
right
unless
now because
unless
they're
like
malnourished.
14,000 babies in
will, well, the thing is, Israel did start giving in a little aid. Did start putting in did ease the blockade a little bit. So
Okay, but you
there's an
recognize that
excuse for that.
he just said.
Hang on, one
he just
second,
flat-
one second. He actually said will die.
1,000 babies that will die in
Yeah.
the next 40
He said
Aid
they
can't
will
reach
die.
them.
Yeah, but this projection is based on
They will.
nothing. He's like misworded. He's literally just like completely altered the findings of a report that said 14,000 could die within a year. He's made a that's a really fucking irresponsible thing to say, especially when you know people. You're supposed to trust. Like the UN is supposed to be incredible. They're supposed to be like the pinnacle of trustworthiness, and they just keep. It's not the first time they've done shit like this. But yeah, sorry. Coming back to the tweet of the guy at the embassy, he was right to challenge this claim. It was a fucking mental claim.
Yeah, that was like not even the worst one. He denied. Do you remember when the ambulance one? We remember when like 8 people died during the ambulance, and IDF was caught by that. He reposted this. The IDF did not randomly attack an ambulance on March 23rd. Let me walk through what happened step by step. So he's making excuse for the one where the aid workers, where the what's their name, when the healthcare workers were massacred, like the one where, and when the IDF got caught out lying for them, saying that they did not have their headlights on.
Yeah.
He's reposting that and excusing it.
Can I see the tweet? Can I just get the tweet up, like the whole thing?
How can I send you the? I'm seeing this through a screen. I'll send the screenshot of the tweet.
Can you just put the link in the side chat? Again?
So repost. So I sent you. I'll send you a send you the link of it.
Where the fuck?
Wait, how can I send? Add.
You can click my name and then just post the link there.
Sorry, let me just try to. I don't know why I can't send you in images on direct. I think it's because when I can't send.
Oh, I need to add you.
images.
Okay, let me add you.
Yeah, can't send direct images.
Do I not have you added? Why do I not have you? I should do.
I don't know.
No, I do have you added.
Wait,
you should send.
friend.
You've sent me links before.
I sent you links. I can't send you an. Okay,
Oh,
wait, let me
just click my name, type a little dot, and then that'll throw you into the DMs, and then you can send it from there.
Yeah, okay. So I'm in DMs. I've sent you a link. You know what? I'll send you the link from the tweet I found. Okay, this is thing from the Queen in Yellow account. I just searched his name on Twitter. So, here it is. That's a series of his.
Do you see the DM I just sent you?
Also,
You
it's
can
interesting
send me
that
the
like
link.
this guy. Do we also agree that at this event that the guy went to, it was like one of the panel discussions was over like an initiative to transport aid into Gaza with like multi-faith groups.
I heard that's one, but I heard I'm pretty sure it was. I did.
Okay, so
I
what made
did
you
hear that.
discount that but believe that he had said horrific things?
I'm just saying I think he's horrific because he's pro what Israel's doing in Gaza. That's why.
So the only standard to be horrific for you is that they support at some
Israel
level
would.
any support.
No, he fully
of
supported
what
what Israel
is
did.
doing?
It seems like he fully supports what Israel, like 90%, like support what Israel's doing in Gaza. So that's
Well,
why.
if he's at an event to get more aid into Gaza, it doesn't sound like he necessarily supports what Israel is doing there. Why would he go to an event for that then?
Yeah, that contradicts. God, I should have.
But yeah, he does like if you look at his tweets, like there's lots of like he reposts IDF stuff about like here are the operations we did today. Here's why this is disinformation and all that. Yeah, you can say that's like what you can disagree with that as much as you want, but again, like I think we all agree that it doesn't warrant fucking killing him. So I don't.
Yeah, I've never said it warrant. I just say they asked why he has. And on April 1st,
you had no sympathy for them, which implies.
No, I do.
Actually,
I do.
in terms
I
of
do. That was me being reactionary. reactionary a little bit. That was me being thing. On April 1st, he tweeted, this was during the full blockade. Contrary to the bogus claim of the UN, there is enough food in Gaza for a long time if Hamas lets civilians happen. This is just complete lies.
If
This
Hamas
was during
if Hamas had distributed it properly, that depending on when that's sent, if it's in April 1st,
Well,
that probably
that
would have
was
been true
during-
by then, yeah? Didn't
Well,
they send
well,
like
didn't
this
it-
was back when they were sending like 650 trucks a day for what, like weeks?
That was during the full blockade.
No, I
April
mean, but
1st.
beforehand they had sent like 650 trucks a day and given them like this massive fucking stockpile. So
But
with
the
that,
reason people in Gaza were starving was not because of Hamas stealing aid. It was because Israel was doing like a full on not letting anything in the ship. And Hamas
in April
executes people
1st,
who-
that's disputed, isn't it? I think the consensus from at least from Kogat was that it would have been like late April, early May, which is when they would have
Well,
needed to start to
everybody-
resume the aid.
I'm saying Hamas executes looters. And Israel and Hamas executes looters.
Yeah, but
Like,
that doesn't mean they're
yeah,
not looting
didn't the
themselves.
UN
If they execute looters, yeah, they would execute people who are looting from them, but that doesn't mean that they are not looting themselves.
And didn't the UAE accuse Israel yesterday? UAE, which is an Israel ally, they accused of letting aid go to a place where like an ISIS-style group could steal it. So there have been accusations that Israel like wants these type of like groups, these gangs.
Yeah, the difference is that
steal
no
aid.
one supports the way
Right,
Israel
that
is
was-
distributing aid, but
it's
people
not-
are suggesting that like it sounds like you're denying that Hamas misdistributes the aid as well.
I don't deny that. I'm just saying that every country on the world that was saying during April, I remember saying during April that Israel's causing starvation in Gaza. That's what I remember saying, and he was like he was denying that Israel was not doing like a pretty brutal war crime during those months by not letting any. Even Trump was saying, I think during like April, even Trump said during April.
I don't
he
think I
said
heard
that-
Trump talk about aid until like a couple of weeks ago, so I don't think it would have been early April. Well, in any
Yeah,
case,
maybe not
we're just
early.
talking about whether or not like his
Yeah, I don't think he should have died. It's not a good thing.
even as far as
it's
like on the
bad.
list, as far as like Israeli opinion goes, this guy's like he could be, based on what he said so far, he could be anything from like liberal all the way to like center right or anything about that. From definitely not on the Ben Gvir fucking.
Yeah, he seems
window.
like
for him getting shot, then you have no sympathy for just about every.
No, I do.
Yes,
I do have sympathy. That was me being reactionary. I do have.
Okay, so you can admit that there's no valid target there. There was no good reason to do it. It accomplished nothing, and it was overall a bad, immoral act, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't think it accomplished. I don't think it accomplished.
And
I don't think it accomplished.
he identified these two people when he was mingling, right? You said that he found out who they were because he went into mingle.
Well, that's what the Ynet article that Evan Hill posted from the Washington
And the event
Post.
was a Jewish professionals networking event, so that doesn't have any attachment to the Israeli embassy. It's a Jewish event, not like. Aren't you guys the people that are always saying like anti-Zionist doesn't mean anti-Jewish? Well, that was just Jewish.
But he went to a Jewish event in a Jewish museum to find his targets. Yeah, I wonder how he knew that would be.
Unless he was like tracking these people from like weeks. I don't know.
Well, we don't know. Yeah,
know.
like again, if
I
he,
mean,
that's even
but also,
worse.
like,
If he was
there's so low
tracking,
levels.
if he was
You can't
tracking like
track
people who he thinks are
people.
complicit war criminals, and those are the two people that he decides to hone in on, it's like holy shit. To be honest, that's actually fitting, isn't it? Because the people that a lot of these anti-Zionist, like really rabid anti-Israel people go for, is they tend to go for people who are like center left. they tend to go for people who would be voting left in Israel. Yeah.
Well, I
That's
think center left liberal Zionists are like pretty dangerous because they like give Zionism from like a humanitarian point of view.
You
like,
realize
it's
that
like,
you just referred to like probably Loner and definitely myself as being pretty dangerous.
Yeah, he
right?
does. He thinks I'm. Yeah, I think he
well,
probably still thinks.
well,
I'm pink, right?
ideology spread. Yeah, ideology spreads. Like the reason why people, I was sorry to go on about Ethan Klein. The reason why people think Ethan Klein is pro-Israel since October 7th. If you see his stories and you do the percentage of his stories that is sympathetic to Israel and that is sympathetic to Palestinians, and this is the key distinction between him and Bernie. So since October 7th, Bernie, when he talks about this conflict, 90% of the time he talks about this conflict when he uploads on TikTok and think it's condemning Israel and Netanyahu. And now compare it to Ethan Klein. 90% of his Instagram
But
stories.
Bernie Sanders is a United States senator, Teuton. You understand there's a difference between Ethan Klein and Bernie Sanders, right?
I'm saying when they, but I'm saying about when they speak about this topic. When Ethan Klein speaks about this topic, he only speaks about from like the pro-Israel side. He speaks about it, like 90% of his
That's not
Instagram
even
stories
true. There's plenty of clips of Ethan being very supportive of the Palestinian cause, but also it's just wild to put him in the same bucket as a United States senator.
I'm saying that's why I'm very more. That's why, like, because you see Ethan Klein posting about those two stuffers, which I have nothing against, about like how one of the hostages claimed they were tortured by Hamas. You see him posting about those, but he's barely posted about the babies dying in Gaza. He hasn't posted about like when the No Other Land directors.
Ethan Klein doesn't care that babies die in Gaza. Do you think that he's happy when they die?
from I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I
think
think
doesn't care about dead babies.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care as much as he should. Yes, and I think he's much. And I think he like does the doctrine of surrender. I think he, when like talking to Hassan, he says it's a genocide because he knows that if he doesn't say it's a genocide, because his audience are still like those girly pop like nation like TikTok people, like a pretty young audience and mostly pretty young progressive audience. He knows if he says it's a genocide, that he knows that if he says it's not a genocide, that his audience would be pretty pissed. His own audience would be
because he's cucked out. That's why.
So yeah, I personally think he doesn't think it's a genocide from how he talks. I think he just says
that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. You said that you said something about dead babies, and I specifically asked you, do you think Ethan Klein does not care that there are dead children in Gaza?
I don't think he cares as much as he
You know
should.
what? Like that's not even really the question. The question is, well, first of all, to balance out the Bernie thing, Ethan's policy prescriptions are more radical than Bernie's. Ethan supports Ethan supports
From what he says. From
Ethan
what
supports
from
degrees
what
of
he's saying.
BDS. Bernie doesn't. Ethan thinks settlers are military targets.
Yeah.
Bernie doesn't.
So
Like,
you-
Ethan calls it
Ethan
calls it
Klein.
genocide. Bernie doesn't. So
I want to see what Ethan Klein would react when like a settler, like a pregnant woman settler. Well, this is hypothetical. Would he support when like a mother dies in the West Bank? I think he's just saying that. I don't think he would support that.
yeah, I don't think he would.
just
I
says that.
don't know if he would support like a fucking baby settler getting killed. That's kind of insane. But if
So
it's as
then
far
why
as
does he
like,
see all
if it's
settlers
as far
as
as
valid
the
military targets?
the out because just because someone's a valid, like I think Hamas are valid military targets. I don't think I mean like the baby of a Hamas militant is a military target. Like the babies don't have a fucking choice. They're born there. Like what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm saying so. So he shouldn't say all settlers are valid military targets because that's what he says.
You can interpret that as a human being, or you can't. Like, no.
Okay. I think Ethan Klein is lying when he says settlers are valid military. I think he would have a fissy fit if like a full-on grown male settler, like 10 grown males, 10 like male settlers died. I think he wouldn't support that.
Yeah, like even if he went to one of the extremist ones, like even like one of the outposters, you think he would be upset if outposters got killed?
No, like normal people living in settlements. I think he would be upset if those people died. Like even if they were over 18 and male age, he would still be upset.
You might be like again. You can be upset that someone dies, but still think they're valid military targets as well, though. No, like if you can, like if a settler in like fucking quite close to the Green Line died, then like I'd maybe feel sad, but I'd be like I wouldn't really. But I'd also be like, well, what the fuck were you expecting? You know,
he gets angry. He gets angry when Hassan calls settlers inbred. So, like, calling them inbred is much of a smaller crime than fucking calling them.
I mean, I think the issue with inbred is that he's also applied it to people who were not settlers. But I mean,
well, no, he's never called it anybody who was.
There was the guy. There was the. Did you not see the guy? I mean,
he
go back to that
yeah,
as well.
that's
But
him.
there was the guy who.
That guy.
The guy who said that he was getting harassed on campus.
That's not him calling him inbred. That's him laughing at it. And first of all, he has no evidence to his claims. That guy's, you should go on Pro-Israel. He went to fucking Fox News to whine about it. And I guarantee that guy's supporting what the Trump administration is doing.
The guy
right
who was we can just pigeonhole him without any evidence. That doesn't mean that he deserved. So people came up to him and said that he was inbred and that they had no culture.
Well, that's what he claims. He had no evidence.
But why would you laugh at that? Like, how do you know? Just because the guy's, even if the guy's right wing, just because he's right wing, that doesn't mean that someone didn't come up to him saying he has no culture, does it?
Well, I don't believe I don't believe people said that. I think he's just fucking lying about it.
Wow.
Why don't you believe it? Why don't we? No,
That guy, because I looked through that guy's Twitter account.
Steph, why? How do you pick and choose what you believe? Because I've heard you make a couple contradictions here just in this conversation. So, like, I hear you say I don't necessarily believe that a lot, but I've never heard you explain your reason as to why you believe what you believe. So, what is it that makes you think he's lying?
What makes you think he's lying? He's a pro-Israel. I found his Twitter account like 2 weeks ago. I think that guy's like a full-on pro-Netanyahu. I forgot. He was on Fox News. So that guy supports what Trump is doing to universities right now.
So a Twitter account is what is your arbiter of truth.
Yeah, it's on the Fox News YouTube channel. I think they linked his Twitter account.
So Fox News is your arbiter of truth.
I just don't understand why it's so inconceivable that someone would come up to an Israeli on a campus and say you have no culture. Like, that's not even a very uncommon thing. People like fucking Frogan and shit say that about Israelis. No?
I've heard it like say something close to that. Yeah. But like, he has no evidence for his claims, so that's why I don't believe it. If he had like a video, then
it seems like you don't have much evidence for your claims either.
I don't have much evidence for his claims, and yeah, he's like a full-on right-wing dipshit. That and since like and good job to you guys, good job to you liberals and like your community that now you attacked like the biggest progressive streamer. You got him banned. You've put on like full smear campaigns.
I don't think anyone got him banned. He violated Twitch TOS and got banned for 1 day. I mean, come on.
No. I'm talking about like the other stuff, like the harassment campaign. Dan Stockman, by like Dan Stockman saying he's anti-Semitic. He's number 2 anti-Semite because like a crazy.
How do you think we were involved in the Dan Salt? Like, how do you think liberals in general were involved in the Dan Salt?
Like literally, all I do with Hassan is I criticize his takes. I don't call to get him deplatformed or anything. I just criticize his takes. I think he shouldn't be deplatformed.
I saw a clip of Lonabox at when I was watching Hassan Abi production video. He's put a context clip, I think, and you're at Dan Saltman's house, I think it was, but that's where it was. This was from Hassan Abi
Going to his house is enough to be part of.
Going to his house and like Dan Saltman was talking about how he's like monitoring all his Discord, and you said good, like something like that. I remember seeing that, and this
monitoring. Wait, hang on, wait. Dan said
something like that.
Dan said that he was monitoring Discord servers. And I said good.
His Discord server tried to get Hassan the platform. It was something like that.
No, hang on. I've never said that Hassan should be deplatformed. I've never said that. I've never supported that.
There's been claims.
I thought you supported Dan campaign.
That he hasn't been because he does clearly break TOS. So there's hypocrisy there, but that doesn't stating that there's hypocrisy there doesn't translate to wanting him to be banned. It just says we want the rules applied fairly.
Oh, so you think there's hypocrisy? Like what? Okay, so you think that you don't want him banned, but you think that other streamers should get unbanned? So like
I mean, it depends on what they said. If you're going to have a set of rules, then there can't be exceptions for just certain specific people.
I mean, that's always been the complaint, right? Like, because Twitch has a TOS that is very odd in some places, but Hassan gets the free pass for it usually. Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't think he got a free pass because in the Twitch for the terrorist propaganda thing, it says showing a recruitment video. That Hoofy video he watched wasn't a recruitment video. So I think that's why Twitch didn't ban him.
Wait, is this before or after the... Hang on. Twitch, TOS, terrorism...
From the email he got. It says like...
No, not from the email. I'm talking about the written TOS on Twitch, which is about terrorist content, isn't it? It's like terrorism and violent extremism. It does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors or acts. And this is also, they've changed it recently, I think, but before it used to say even for critique. So, I mean, yeah, he does that all the time, and he usually didn't get banned for it. So, and other people did. Other people got banned for reading the Bin Laden fucking manifesto. No, the Bin Laden, Bad Bunny people, I think Dylan Burns got banned for one period for reading a terrorist manifesto. So, obviously he gets special. He obviously gets special treatment because he's friends with fucking because Dan Clancy fucking glazes him.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Dan Clancy didn't say he was like his favorite stream. He said that like he respects that, like he expresses his opinion.
Glazes the
Okay, but
fuck
you
out of him.
also-
That's what he does. Yeah.
2023.
You can admit that there is a double standard there, right?
Well, I think there's a double standard for every big Twitch streamer, not just
but
for
that's not
people
what I
that bring
asked.
in the money.
Okay, so are double standards good things to have?
No, probably not.
No. So we should not be in favor of having a double standard. Even if we like the person who's getting banned, we should want the rules applied fairly.
Okay, yeah. And another excuse was that the video that he watched from Fingers One, the Houthis one, technically a U.S. designated terrorist group. I don't know if that's but then like Sky News like published like Hassan Nasrallah's last speech, like put live. I remember watching
Yeah, because
it.
Sky doesn't
So, like,
Sky doesn't fix themselves to Twitch's TOS. We're talking about Twitch's TOS, and also Twitch.
Yeah, I
I don't
think
think
it's
I don't even
stupid.
know if Twitch says you should be going by the US designated guidelines. But even then, it's like, what were the Houthis redesignated for? For the actions that Hassan was supporting? It's like, yeah, obviously this is like pro-terrorist. Yeah, the fuck.
Okay. I was just saying, like a lot of I was just saying. Okay, yeah, but I can see how it can be perceived as like a double standard. I just feel like it's bad, like because like I feel like you guys and other liberal streamer communities, and Vosh is not a liberal. I don't know Vosh, but I don't know what Vosh is like. Didn't he get exposed for watching lolliporn? I don't
Vosh
even
is his own
fucking-
thing.
So,
He's his own little
yeah.
politics sphere.
Vosh
He's
from
got his own
what I've heard
ideology.
is like
Voshism.
he's a weird. He's a weirdo because like he got exposed. I wasn't even like watching Hassan back in the day where he got exposed for some weird shit. So he might be a pedophile. God knows.
Listen, let's
But
not beat a dead horse. Let's not beat a dead horse on the Vosh stuff. Let's move on.
okay. Yeah, and like when you watch Vosh talk about the ADL, you feel like the ADL is like a respectable group. The ADL compared the Palestinian Kafir to a swastika, like the head of the ADL on CNN compared a Palestinian Kafir to a swastika. And do you remember their statement after Elon Musk's Sig Heil, a guy who was openly believes in neo-Nazi theories? I remember him replying to
Yeah,
True
they said
or
that
something
Elon
like
wasn't
that.
doing the fucking Zeke Heil. I know, yeah. Like
Even though Elon Musk has said promoted the theory that Jews are doing third world migration into like
yeah,
Western
I know.
countries
So,
to
but again,
replace-
the problem is like
So-
we're not pro EDL here. Like this is
So yeah, you're acting like the ADL is not like a dish rag of a Q. That's how I perceived it when Bosch was saying that ADL is just like a pro-Israel, doesn't actually combat doesn't actually like their job, their main job. How do I explain it? Like the ADL's, yeah.
I mean, if I had to guess, Tutan, I would say that ADL was not condemning Elon there because they align more with Trump on his stance on Israel. But I don't think
Yeah,
you're
so
gonna
I'm
find
saying
anybody
that.
here- Yeah, but I
yeah,
don't think you're going to find anybody here that agrees with that position. In fact, I've come on
Yeah.
stream to argue with people about that before.
Like this
that
is the
Trump
problem
is
that I've
not-
communicated with for like over a year now. Is like I've always said that there is a big problem with this like far left positions that I do think very clearly overlap with anti-Semitism, and they excuse anti-Semites in the region. Like very like I could prove that 100%. But I've also said that the left-wing Jews who have sympathy with Israel, they're put in a very difficult place now because like they
You
can't
can't
really
be
get
left-wing and
protection
have sympathies
because
with
they
Israel.
stop. Okay, but you can okay. That's why there's a spectrum in Israel.
can't.
And these are people who don't really have, they can't really find friends on the far left in the Western world, but then they also feel like the only people who will help them are like crazy fucks like the Daily Mail and shit. So that's a problem, yeah. I've always
Well-
said that that's an issue for like liberal or left-leaning Israeli sympathetic
yeah.
people, but you know, fuck.
Yeah, but you know, people not liking you because you're sympathetic to Israel is not anti-Semitism. People on
No, but
campus not liking
saying
you.
that if you have a slight sympathy for Israel, then you should be like fucking actively discriminated against, then yeah, that is going to
But you have
result
no-
in like
no
anti-Semitism.
sympathy
Of course
if
it
they
would, yeah.
lie. Yeah.
Because Jews, because of
Yeah,
like
we-
because
we-
of the entire because of their entire history, are going to have leanings like towards Israel more than the average person because
Also,
that's where half the Jews are.
Tutan, Tutan, what would you need to see or hear to call something anti-Semitic?
He would only be right wing stuff. That's all he would say. He would only be
No,
right-wing.
yeah, so like saying Jews control the media, saying that saying like
So you
Holocaust
just said-
denial,
well,
saying
you
that
just implied that Dan Saltman controls Twitch.
Dan Saltman controls Twitch. What?
You just went on a whole
ne-
thing about how his campaign got Hassan banned.
I'm saying his campaign like it's like a smear campaign. Like the amount of anti-Hassan videos I'm seeing, like getting like 300k views like daily
So
by
who do
like
you
that.
think is
head of-
behind the
by-
anti- do you think who do you think is behind?
Well, it started.
the
Well, it started
anti-Hassan?
after the October 17th, after the whole
Okay, who do you think is
Asmongold
behind it?
ban.
Who do you think is behind the anti-Hassan stuff?
Who do I think is behind like the campaign? The main person like reaching out to advertisers trying to get Hassan banned. I think the main person behind that is Dan Saltman. That's not anti-Semitic. That's just like
So it's a Jewish person.
yeah, he's the main guy trying to get like
reaching out to this guy using groups even crazier than the ADL, like that Stop Anti-Semitism
Well, a
group that
bunch of
tried to get
Jews.
somebody.
So basically, you're
Somebody-
saying a bunch of Jews are controlling the media atmosphere around what happens on Twitch.
Well, no, I'm saying they're trying to pressure Twitch. I'm not saying they're controlling Twitch. If they were controlling Twitch, if they're controlling Twitch, Twitch would be much different. They would ban like everybody, but they'll ban like every left-leaning streamer. Like I'm saying that he's using groups like Stop Anti-Semitism, like that X Twitter account, which is even more psychotic than the ADL, which like tried to get like a Delta employee fired for wearing the pro-Palestinian pin. I'm saying liberals should not be doing this, and that's like a liberal community. That's like that's like a liberal.
You do realize that you're implying that Jews are controlling the media, right?
No, I'm implying that Dan Saltman is doing a mass campaign trying to get Hassan banned. That's all I'm saying. Not that they're controlling the media. They're trying to pull off a full smear campaign. They're reaching out to news outlets and stuff like that. Yes.
Well, the Jewish guy is reaching out to the news outlet to get the news outlet to run a story.
Yes,
that
he's
isn't
openly admitted to
Pakistan.
this.
No, just follow. I just want you to follow that line of logic. Dan and his group of Jewish friends are reaching out to the news
Not all
media.
Jewish. A lot
This
of
is what you just
not
said.
all Jewish.
We're not talking about all Jews. You said Jews control the media as an anti-Semitic trope. Then you said Dan
Yes.
Saltman and a group of other Jews are reaching out to the media to change the perception, to change how Hassan is perceived in the media and or banned off of Twitch. What does that add up?
First of all, it's not other Jews. There's like people in Destiny.
Okay,
so-
that's not the important part there. Like, there's a lot of Jews there. You implied it. So Jews reach out to the media to change how they cover
So, like-
Hassan. What is that?
I'm saying Dan like the Free Press article, for example. That one was like used like that hit
You're
piece
just
saying that
adding
he
more
calls.
media outlets on, which is just making the point stronger.
I don't know.
Not
if this
all
is-
media.
hang on. I'm gonna ask a different question.
Yeah.
Tutan, why do you think it's like it happens to be a lot of like Jewish groups that are leading this kind of like
These are not-
spearheading these like kind of responses to not just Hassan but like to like far left people in general, like the far left.
This is not Jewish groups. These Stop Anti-Semitism is not a combating anti-Semitism group.
Again,
It's a
okay, you
group
can say that. You can say that all you want, and I don't agree with a lot of what they do as well. Same with the ADL, but these
What?
groups are these are
They're
more
even more
these are
crazier
more
than
these
the
are more
ADL.
these are more Jewish groups than JVP, right? They're bigger. They have more Jewish members. Like
Wait,
yeah.
Stop Anti-Semitism is run by
They're more
like this one
typical
crazy
Jewish
lady.
views.
Well, I'm
from
talking
Long
about
Island.
I'm talking about ADL. Okay, like
Okay. Yes, the ADL's invested in defending Israel for some reason. I don't know why. It's Jonathan Greenblatt. I think the former head of the ADL criticized the current head of the ADL for saying that for saying that they're no longer interested in combating anti-Semitism.
so why do
So
why do a lot of these Jewish groups, even if you don't like their methods, like why do a lot of these Jewish groups feel like particularly attacked by the Western left? Because it's not just
Well, Jonathan
ADL, it's not
Greenblatt
just
has
like
gone to Israel. And what other Drew? Wait, let me see. The Western leftists have never been anti-Semitic. Nazis have always used like this Nazi term called Judeo-Bolshevism.
No, but I'm
'Cause they
asking you
fought-
why they feel like they're being attacked by the left.
Because the left criticizes Israel harshly. That's why the left is very critical of Israel. That's
But
why.
these are Western Jews who feel attacked by the left. No. These are not Israeli Jews.
No,
for the most
Jonathan
part.
Greenblatt is just one Jew. It's not a monolith. Jonathan Greenblatt is just one Jew who runs the
Okay, hang on.
organization, and the former head
wasn't the
of the
question,
ADL has
Peter.
criticized him.
Why do Jewish people in America feel like the left is anti-Semitic? Not why do Israelis? Why do Jewish people in America?
I don't know. I need to see a poll if the majority of Jews do the thing, and they would be wrong. I'll say something from my personal experience. I was going into those anti-Semitic theories before Hassan pulled me out of it. I'm not even lying. I was not like
pulled you all the way out of it, bro.
all right guy, but like my dad is a little bit anti-Semitic, so I was going into those anti-Semitic theories, and now I'm fully out of it. So Hassan actually impacted me to not be. I'm not even lying about this. I used to be like right wing. So I never see a thing of anti-Semitism in Hassan's chat. I've never seen him imply that Jews control the media, that Jews have like a powerful control, that even Israel controls America. And these attacks have always been.
Wait, you've never heard Hassan talk about AIPAC?
What's wrong with talking about AIPAC?
AIPAC isn't an anti-Semitic conspiracy. It is the Zog government.
Yeah. But Hassan doesn't say AIPAC controls America. Hassan says that the reason we support Israel is because Israel's an extension of America and an unsinkable aircraft. It says AIPAC has influence.
Can I dissect real quick? What is your ethnicity?
I already said Lebanese. So
Okay, so is your dad Lebanese, or are you full Lebanese, or?
Yeah, I'm full Lebanese.
Lebanese what? Druze, Sunni, Shia,
but not practicing. Obviously.
Also, just so you know, just to remind you of the polls, this is from this year, like a month or two ago, end of March. Yeah, Jewish people in America, 73% of them have a favorable view of Israel versus 27. So this is like a
they're wrong.
large majority.
They're wrong on that. I disagree with them on that.
The question is, okay, let's just go with the question. Okay, why do you think the Jews in particular feel that way?
I would say propaganda from a very young age. That's a lot of reasons. Propaganda from a very young age. Like,
who are they propaganda? Who propagandizes them from a young age?
There was this one Jew who made the Israelism documentary, and she like was saying that from a young age that like they were taught that like it was lies. They were taught that there was no Palestinians there, and then she came to learn the truth about it. And now she's an anti-Zionist.
So they're propagandized. Who are they propagandized by?
I don't know.
Their parents, by school, by what?
I don't know, by a lot of people, not by.
It's not going to be like Western media, so because Western media propagandizes everyone. Clearly, it works on the Jews better than the others. So, who are they propagandized by? Why is that? Is that a difficult question?
I don't know. Sam Cedar said that, like in his Hebrew school that he went to, like 1/3 of it was about Israel. So.
Okay, so Hebrew school. That's one. Anyone else?
I don't know. Okay.
Would we say their parents?
Yeah, maybe sometimes.
Okay, so the point I'm getting at is that they're propagandized in your world by other Jews. Why do those Jews believe that what they do about Israel?
I don't know. There's just.
Why is it really that difficult to figure out why Jews would have a similar?
Well, okay.
Yeah, at least be honest.
Okay. There's a lot of times where a majority of the ethnic group has had horrible views. Like, during the Tamil genocide, I think the majority of the Sri Lankans supported it, or something like I remember the thing. A lot of Italians supported Mussolini.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Germans supported. A majority of Italians supported Mussolini. I think that's established. Like there was I think that at one point there was a majority of Italians supporting Mussolini. A lot of Germans supported Hitler. There's been much more examples. There's been a lot of times, this is not unique, where an ethnic group has had on a certain issue has had horrible positions.
Why
And
did,
I wish I think
if we wanted to answer why Germans supported the Nazis, we would say it was because of like the Nazis exploited. Well, first of all, most of them didn't. Like the best result the Nazis had
well,
was
I was
37%.
talking about Mussolini.
Yeah, so with Mussolini,
A
okay,
lot
so
of-
people feeling, I'll just go with Germany because I know it better, but like people are feeling humiliated by the loss of World War One. There was still the leftovers of monarchy. There was the fact that what replaced the monarchy was very unstable, so they longed for the stability. There was the fear of communism. There was definitely anti-Semitism. There was like a longing for national pride, Great Depression. So I can explain why Germans
Yeah.
supported Germany beyond just like, so why did Jews support Israel?
Yeah, then there's reason why Jews support Israel.
Yeah,
It's
but I
not
want to know
'cause
why
evil,
you think
because-
they do. Because it can't just be propaganda, right? Because propaganda just leads you to
Because
other
a lot
Jews.
of Jews are there. Because a lot of Jews are there, so they use so they will feel like some connection towards it.
Why do the Jews that are there feel that
They
way?
a lot of American Jews like know family there. Like a
Mhm.
lot of American Jews have family there. So there's reasons. I'm saying even with those reasons, it's still wrong. It's still a wrong position to hold. I'm not saying I can't understand. I'm not saying that like they're evil and that they have like a thing in their brain that makes them take this position. I'm saying there's the material, their conditions.
Yeah, but it's just weird because all I asked you is why they sympathize with Israel, the country. But like a lot of these Jews might have no love for what the government does or what the actions of their leaders are. But I'm just wondering why it's like a horrible view. Sympathize with the country. Like if I heard that most Chinese people in America sympathize with China, I don't know if I would necessarily
Well,
jump to
don't
they
compare
support what's
China.
happening to the Uyghurs, right?
Don't. Well, yeah. But last thing on China, like in China, according to Western polls, 90% of them support the Communist Party. But 90%.
Yeah, I wonder how China achieves that result. But anyway, I'm also
Well,
just telling you
because they put people
we're
out
also-
of poverty.
Yeah, we're also just okay. We're also just saying, though, mind you, that China put like over 1 million people into re-education camps, and those people were posing far less of a threat to Chinese fucking safety and sovereignty than Hamas did to Israel on October 7th. So, but again, the problem is if a Chinese person in America said they sympathize with China, I don't think I would automatically assume that they support like everything that Xi Jinping does. But
Okay.
that's-
Yes. And when did I say when somebody sympathizes with Israel, I assume that.
But you're saying it's
support
an abhorrent
Gaza.
view to sympathize with Israel as a country,
Yeah.
not just as a
Yes.
particular government.
Yes, sympathizing. Yes, because the only way Israel's upheld is through an apartheid, through because the people there are not majority Jewish, and the people in the lands that they own are not majority Jewish, and Israel is also an ethno state. It's been more and it's turned more and like especially with the nation state law. So yes, I
So
think
wait. If they got so the nation
China's
state law,
not an
if they got rid of the nation state law and the occupation in the West Bank and Gaza, would it be okay to sympathize with Israel as a country?
I would still disagree with it, but it would be much more acceptable to me. To me, yes. Yes, but I do not think you should sympathize with Israel with what they're doing right now. They're like daily pogroms in the West Bank, and this is not just like thing the government lets this happen. And Israel just overall is just like, sorry to say, Israel just overall is a fascist society. 82%.
Do you think that there's a difference between a government and a nation, like and its?
Well,
state?
no, 82%
Right
of
now,
the population.
I live in
there-
a country that's run by Trump. Do you think that I am?
Let him finish the statistic, please.
Okay, 82% of the population support deporting all
Okay,
Gaza.
82% of the population. That means there's Arabs, like Palestinians in Israel, that agree with that are also fascists.
No, Israeli Jewish. I think that
82% of you said the population. The population includes.
I should have said it.
Separated for Israeli Jews. Also, that I mean that might be true depending on how the question was like in the context the question was asked. But like that, you
I've seen
understand
other
that-
polls say the same thing.
Yeah, but you understand that particular poll that said the 82 was like very, very odd with the way they were asking a lot of those questions.
Wait, are you talking about the one where they
I
support,
remember.
like,
I
not
remember
living with
watching a
Arabs?
stream with that.
Because that one's like
I-
several years old, right?
No, this is a recent
And there's a
one.
Oh, this
and
is
the,
a
and
recent
the,
one.
and there was another poll like a month earlier that said 80% support it. So it's not just that poll saying like vast majority support it.
Then back to my question: do you think that there's a differentiation between supporting a state and supporting its government?
Supporting a state. I think there is a differentiation, but I think supporting the state of Israel right now,
Okay, so
just
if
in
there's a
any way.
differentiation, okay. So for example, I live in the United States. I fucking hate Trump, right? Does
Yep.
that mean that the United States, because we hate Trump, doesn't have a right to exist? Even though we are
No
also a
country,
colonial
no
state.
country has a right to exist. No country, countries exist through force. No country has a right to exist. Countries.
Why shouldn't Palestine?
Right.
Palestine does not exist. Palestine.
No, that's why I said
humans have a right to exist.
why shouldn't it exist through force? It doesn't have that force, so it
No,
shouldn't
it's when
exist. Is
people
that what
talk
you're saying?
about when people talk about states having a right to exist. Like what you're saying is no state has a right to exist, which is kind of true. But that would be like saying it's. But then the contrast to that is like it does exist, and it's. But
No.
in terms of its right to exist, like people talk about right to exist because they're talking about like a right to self-defense and a right to. To be a member state of the UN and things like that. That's what they mean by right to exist.
That's my point. He is saying, what's it called? No state has a right to exist. They exist by sheer force. Then you don't agree with a Palestinian state existing, Teuton, because like we unfortunately do not have the force to exist. Like
people. Yeah, I agree that Palestinian state does not exist right now. But the thing I'm saying people have a right to exist.
But you're
and
saying it
people
shouldn't
have-
exist because they don't have the force to do it themselves. It's not that it doesn't exist or does exist. It's you're saying it shouldn't exist.
No. I'm saying that humans have a right to exist and humans have a right to be treated equally. So no, a Palestinian state does not have a right to exist. Does not have an
But
inherent
sheer
right
force
to exist.
isn't equal. Like when you're saying this,
Inherent right to exist. A Palestinian state does not have an inherent right, but the Palestinians have a right to be treated equally and not live under apartheid conditions.
but even Palestinians don't want to just be treated equally. They want their own state.
Some.
No, it's not some. If
Most
you
of them would
listen to
rather
what
their
they're-
own state than
They would rather their own
sharing the state
state,
equally.
unequal laws to Jews, or that's the most popular option. Just pretty much Palestine with like
Two
demi
states
status
can
for
go up.
Jews. What's up?
Yeah. I don't know how those questions are worded because it seems crazy to
I'll
me.
show you, how it's worded. Hang on, and it's not
Yeah,
actually
but
that
Loner-
crazy at all. If you just remember that these guys are not, that Palestinians are not Western activists.
Yeah,
That's all
they're
you need
not
to
trying-
remember.
They're not trying to appease to a larger crowd.
Where's the
Oh,
fucking
what do
pie
you guys
chart?
want?
Fuck. Hang on, wait. Unequal. There's the pie chart. Yeah, it's when you look here, the examples are pretty clear. No, Palestinians
Yeah, I'm looking.
either choose two-state, one democratic state, one state without equal rights to Jews, and other.
Okay.
Most say other, don't know. Then 33 say two-state. 8% says one democratic state, and then 12 say one state without equal rights to Jews.
Okay. So the most popular option is two-state, which is not bad.
No, it's not two state. It's one state without equal rights to Jews.
No, the two states more
That's-
popular than
that's
both of
red.
those, but like the one
Oh,
without equal
really?
rights to
Is it?
Jews is 12. Yeah, which again,
Among
that-
Palestinians?
yeah, but this is where when you get to the problem is that when you talk to people in the West Bank and all that, it's like, is it two states? Yeah, is it two states with you recognizing Israel, and then the conflict ends, and it's like no. Right?
Well, no,
So, yeah.
hold on. Okay, yeah, no, but understand that like two states again. Two states. If you have a two-state solution, a lot of Palestinians might see that as like a way to actually be able to go back into Israel as well, like visitation. Or,
Yeah,
like,
because
no
like I
longer
think their
get
understand,
tortured.
yeah, or because their understanding of two states is like end the occupation and full right of return, right? Like that's maybe why they.
Well, not necessarily full right of return, because the majority of the Palestinians that live in the West Bank originated in the West Bank. So, like, majority, I would say. The
Wait,
ones
they,
in the-
but
like,
but I imagine most of them still support full right of return, though.
they support it, but they're not the ones returning. It would be a fucking massive minority within the West Bank that would want to return and have a right
Is
to
that
return.
true?
I guess.
How many Palestinians live in the refugee camps in West Bank?
It's not as many as the big cities, but then again, people moving in and out of these refugee camps, so it's hard to get a number on
I
them.
don't actually know how. I'm sure UNRWA would have a
Uh,
number for roughly how many refugees are in the West Bank.
Refugees. Let's see.
Yes.
Registered refugees is 900,000.
Yeah, so that's almost a. Is that almost a
It's-
third of the population? Is it 3 million people
Yeah,
live in the West
third.
Bank? Yeah, it's almost a third of
Yeah,
the population.
a little bit less than a third.
It's a lot of them.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying that you should not sympathize in any way with a fascist state, and I
But-
think we can all agree that Israel's a fascist state. Israel's
Before
like
we
a
continue
full-on-
to
But do you think it's
about
a? You seem to think it's a fascist state because of the military campaign stuff. But is it a fascist state if you?
the society right now is fascist as well.
No,
Okay, what-
this
what
is
are
not
you-
for shit. I would have so much
You're
fucking
fat.
trouble. If,
And what? How do you define fascism, Teuton? Like, what framework do you use to determine whether fascism is happening? What theory do you?
This was one I wish
assign
I
to
was
it?
more. Just like like from what I see from Israel, it just screams full
Okay,
full
but
fascism.
fascism is a specific thing that has specific
Okay,
elements.
First of
So,
all,
like,
Israel.
you
Would
can
you
just
agree that
say
Israel's like
a
an ultra
theory is
nationalist
bad.
society? Would you agree that Israel right now is an ultra nationalist society? Pretty an ultra nationalist.
I would not say
society.
the majority is.
I would probably say they are quite nationalistic, but I don't know if like compared to Palestinians,
Yeah.
they're probably about the same levels of like nationalism, right?
I would say
Also,
they're
like
less
what,
than Palestinians.
like them 82% of them thinking like Palestinians should be forcefully deported. I think that's like that's a reason why I
Okay,
call Israel like a fascist society. Them 80% of them thinking they should have that Arabs should have less right than them. That was a Pew poll from 2012. Probably worse now.
It's weird that you would get a poll saying that in 2012 when like why between 2012 and 2022 didn't they just vote in like Ben Gvir and Smotrich then? Why did these guys only manage to get like
Because
fucking 5%
Netanyahu
of the
doesn't
vote?
want
That's what I'm
unequal.
questioning. Where
Netanyahu
were
wants
these polls
unequal.
like held? Remember, we had this discussion where these polls will have varying results depending on the geographic location where they were held.
Yeah, but this was
Like-
done by Pew. So
It doesn't matter who it's done by. It
Yeah, the
depends
fact
where
is
it
the fact
was
is that
done.
the fact is that they probably did say something like that. Like they think the groups deserve like equal levels of rights. But then, depending on what your interpretation of that is as a Westerner, like if a Lebanese person says that they think Christians, Sunnis, and Shia should have unequal rights, that might be because they support the current power sharing system of the government, right? Like with the president, Shia, and Sunni dividing the prime minister, presidency, and speaker. But that might not. I don't know if that necessarily makes them fascist because these are countries
Also,
that
yeah,
have like very, very difficult like sectarian
Well, I
and
think
ethnic
in
divides.
Israel I think
Do you think that fascism is like more than just ultra nationalism? Is that all it takes in your head to be fascist? Is nationalism?
Well, that's the main component, right? I would say that it's
You tell me. I'm
the
trying
main
to figure out
component.
what your framework for fascism is.
Let me just say why I think Israel's fascist state. Like recently, an Israeli MP came out said that every baby in Gaza is an enemy, and he's in the most popular party in the country. He's a Likud, he's a Likud thing. This was reported by Israeli news channels, and I'm just saying the views that Israelis have towards Palestinians, even though they are the oppressors. So they should not have, even though they are the oppressors, they are the wrong party, and this is horrific. They think they have horrific views towards Gazans and towards Palestinians.
Okay, what is
So,
the excuse? Okay, question is what is the excuse of all these people that have these horrid fucking what's it called views towards
It's only
Israelis
getting
when
worse.
they're not even like oppressed by Israel.
Yeah, they're not oppressed. Yeah,
No.
It's because it's
I'm not talking about
fascist
Israelis
society.
being oppressed. I'm talking about all the people that have horrid views towards Israelis that are not oppressed by Israelis. Is it because
every Palestinian is oppressed? Every single Palestinian living in the West Bank and Gaza is oppressed. So
I'm
they
not
have a
talking
right
about
to have-
Palestinians in the way. I'm saying people
Oh.
that aren't oppressed by Israel.
Like
Oh,
people
so
in
like
Lebanon
people in
who
the West.
support like with people that say like in Lebanon or like Jordan or Egypt when they support things like October 7th.
Yeah, like why do they have these horrid views of Israel or Israelis? Like
No,
I
they have
understand
the horrid
Israel,
views
but
of-
Israelis as like individuals.
Oh, they have a horrid views of Israelis as individuals because they see them supporting deporting all Gazans,
They have these views
see
way
what
before
Israelis
October
think.
7th.
So why don't they hold
see
why don't
what
they hold
Israelis
similar
think.
like levels of fucking hatred for like groups that fight with Israel, like the Axis and people like that who also like fuck
Well,
up people.
people
Like,
in
why did-
Jordan, I think the majority of people in Jordan do hate Assad. So majority of Arabs
Didn't
hate
a really
Assad,
large
right?
number of these people like support different populations in the Middle East? Didn't a lot of them support the Houthis when what they were doing in the Red Sea? Even though like the Houthis
Yes,
are
but the
fucking horrible
Houthis
to their own
do-
people. Like yeah,
Yeah,
actually, 80
this is a cheat
80%
code
of
in the middle.
80% of Palestinians support the Houthis. 80% of Palestinians support
Yeah,
the
which
Houthis,
suggests that it's
according
not
even
really
to
about
Relation.
empathy for other Arabs, because like Palestinians, like they should know how how the Houthis treat Arabs in their own country. So I'm just wondering why the.
Well, they're
By the
not
way,
the major cause of
hold
death
on, Tutan,
in the
Tutan.
Yemen, but yeah.
Titan. They
Yeah.
support, like, approve of what the Houthis are doing. You should ask them if they approve of the Houthis.
Yes, I understand why they approve of the Houthis. The Houthis
No,
are doing
oh
wrong.
my god! I said
Okay.
they approve of what
Sorry, I
the
should listen
Houthis
more.
are doing. You should ask Palestinians if they approve of the Houthis themselves.
Okay.
They would majority say no because they're Shia.
Oh yeah. They approve of what the. I think it was like, what do you feel in the poll? Like the question was like, how satisfied are you with these actors in relation to the war?
By the way, I can give
It
you
was
pretty much a
something like
rundown
that.
of how an interview would go with a Palestinian. If you're asking them, oh, how do you feel about the Houthis, like, attacking ships in the Red Sea that, like, affect
Yeah,
Israel?
majority would support.
And they would say, oh, that's great. Do you support the Houthis? Yeah, of course. Even though they're Shia. Oh, they're Shia? No.
Yeah. I think that's
the
how
conversation that would happen. I have never
Yeah,
seen
I'm talking-
a Palestinian hate a group of people more than Jews, other than Shias. I've seen Palestinians hate Shias more than Jews, like 80% of the fucking time.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised that a lot of Palestinians would hate the Shias. I was just talking about like the PCR people, yeah, and I think they were referring to that. Like even
basically, the idea is because Loner's trying to get this into your head. These polls aren't exactly the best way to determine what that population is thinking, because it depends on the sample group as well. The sample group differs so fucking much within Israel that, like, if you go to Netanya and fucking do the poll, you would get fucking 89% or fucking 90% that want Arabs all dead. Or if you go to fucking, let's say, Tel Aviv, you would get some extremists, but it would be like around 20% that agree with treatment of Arabs being worse or whatever, or less rights for them. It differs massively geographically. It's if you ask Palestinians within Israel, do you think their views of Israel would be as negative as Palestinians in the West Bank?
No.
Why? Because they're Palestinians.
And because
they're not as oppressed. You said they're oppressed.
Here's a question. I've got a question, Tutan. If Israel is like mainly driven by like ethno-nationalist like fascism and racism and all that, like why do they treat their local Palestinian population so different to the ones in the West Bank and Gaza?
Because that population is not a threat to them, because they're still a minority.
What do you mean? They treat us. They think of us as the biggest.
I mean, it's not.
What the fuck?
I mean, they can deal with that amount of Arabs. They can deal with the 2 million because they're still a minority. That's
do you acknowledge how that? Do you acknowledge how that is very different to the way, like, obviously with Nazis, they didn't really think, is this Jew a threat? Is this population a threat? They just, if you were Jewish, you were going to the camps and dying. Like, even if you were German Jewish or like fucking Czech or Finnish, like, they brought them into.
You had German Jews that support the Nazi party that were then just put in camps as well.
Yeah. And even it's not only Jews.
They're not the same as Israel, right?
So it sounds like, because it sounds like
they're the same as Israel, I should be in a camp.
Wasn't there a Slavic genocide during World War II as well? Wait,
no, don't move to something else. So not the same as Israel, right?
In that sense, no. In that sense, yeah.
What do you mean?
But they can. I'm saying they can still be a fascist society, but not the exact same as Nazi
what
Germany.
You think is fascism outside of ultranationalism, but okay.
Yeah, but leaving aside the fascist thing, because that's just about fucking definitions. But if we're talking about, you said earlier that one of the things that you had an issue with was Holocaust denial, right? Like, that's an anti-Semitic thing to do.
Yeah, that's like one of the most anti-Semitic things you can do.
Is Holocaust downplaying anti-Semitic to you?
Yeah. Saying like 200,000 people died.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think it's
271?
Do you think Ethan downplayed the Nakba by saying that there were like 900,000 Jews kicked out of their own countries and putting that side by side?
Yes. He said it, and he implied it was worse. That's like the main thing.
Yeah, like, so even not saying it's worse outright, and maybe even if you asked him, he might have said it's not worse because of the way the means were different, but because he put them side by side to make that comparison, like, to you that's anti-Semitic, right? Or that's
But to be fair,
like Nakba denial. Or
To be fair, it's
that kind of-
easy to know.
Hang on,
it's easy
hang on.
to
I need to get an
do-
answer. Holy shit!
Okay, go on.
Wait.
Like when Ethan said that, like you would call that like a form of like Nakba downplaying, or to put it like side by side with something that was less like militant, right?
Historical revisionism, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So why is constantly comparing Israel to the Third Reich? Why is that not anti-Semitic? Why is that not downplaying the Holocaust? Because Israel doesn't do anything like what the Holocaust was. Not even close.
Okay. Let me answer. First of all, the main thing the main thing that people had issue was even that he implied it's worse. If somebody says to me that Israel's worse than Nazi Germany, I think that would Israel's worse than Nazi Germany. I think that would be anti-Semitic, because I don't think you should.
Well,
say
what if he said
something
it was
like
what if he said it was the same? Would that be downplaying the Nakba?
Huh?
What if he said it was the same? These were like the two, like the Jewish people getting kicked out of the Middle East and the Nakba thing. Like, what if he just said like, yeah, these were the same, but like one just had a slightly higher number? Would that be downplaying the Nakba?
Yes.
Okay, so when
Yes.
people say Zionism is Nazism, is that not anti-Semitic because it's downplaying the Holocaust to elevate the problems of Zionism?
Good question.
He's looking for an answer.
Let me think on that. No, I'm not looking. I'm just thinking about it.
Okay, I can give you
So,
as long as you want to try and find an answer for that, but like, there's a reason that like, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is again like
Well,
why it
America,
includes again
yeah,
like
America.
why
I think the own person that wrote that went back on it. I'm pretty sure the own.
you can say that they went back on bits of it or whatever, but like again, saying that even outside of that definition, then let's just leave that one alone. But there's that part of it that says comparing Israel to the Nazis or their actions to the Holocaust. It seems
Okay,
like you
when
can
you
understand
compare
very
something-
easily why that's anti-Semitic.
When
Saying
you
it's-
compare something, it's not. You're not saying it's the exact same.
Well,
When
why
you're
did you?
saying
Well,
is-
Ethan compared the Jewish Exodus with the Nakba, but you heard a downplaying in that, right?
I heard it downplaying because he said one is worse. If you're saying
He didn't
that
say one is
what's
worse. He suggested the numbers were different.
To be fair,
Yeah,
I'm
and he
pretty sure
implied it was worse.
Hassan
If
was
you
the
imply
one
what
who had-
happening in Gaza is worse than the Holocaust, then yeah, I would kind of take an issue with that.
But making them sound like
I
they're the same, that's not like that doesn't count as a form of like denial or downplaying.
No, comparing them is not denial. No, I don't think comparing them.
What about
'cause
invoking
you
them
can-
constantly? Like you're saying that Israel is doing a final solution right now, like which is what people say. This is not
Yes,
like
yeah, that's you're just saying Israel's doing a genocide. The way they're similar is that they're both genocides.
But
That's
they
the only
how many
only
times
thing-
did these invocations get made? So Israel is enacting the final solution. Zionism is Nazism. Israel proper is the same as the fucking zone of
Zionism is
interest out
fascism.
in Nazi-occupied Poland. How many? Elon Levy is the Israel Goebbels. Like how many of these invocations do people have to make before it sounds like they're trying to make them sound like they're kind of like there's even close to a form of parity here?
You can continue with the comparison of the two diplomats, or not diplomats, like embassy workers.
To the
getting
Nazi
shot,
diplomat who
Nazi
got killed,
officers.
the Kristallnacht, yeah.
Hassan reposted that, and I actually fully Mohammed El Kurd. I think he made that comparison.
Yeah, because Mohammed al-Kurd wants to destroy
You
Israel
don't-
because
you
he's
don't-
like fucking Jew hater.
You don't
Yeah,
need to know.
yeah.
You don't need to know what other people think about this to answer. This is how your logic works. So
Well,
forget what Hassan said. Forget what you read.
I
right?
just
If
saw that on
somebody is
Twitter.
saying-
Yeah, so that's why
if
I want to
somebody is
know. I want to
saying
know
that-
why Zionism equals Nazism is not anti-Semitic according to your
Because
logic.
Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza. Israel's a fascist state. Israel's an apartheid state.
So you think
yes,
it's justified?
very
So it's
similar.
justified to equate. You think it's similar?
Yes. Yes, it is similar. Yes. Yes, it is similar.
So then
Something.
Ethan didn't downplay
Does
the
it?
Nakba.
Does it have more? Okay, so going across an entire continent, deporting and claiming Jewish people from like all over the continent for no other reason than that they are Jewish, and killing like murdering 6 million of them in about less than 4 years. This is
An
comparable. This is
industrial
similar to what
scale.
Israel does.
Let me interrupt. The reason Israel doesn't do that is, first of all, Nazi Germany in itself was a superpower. Nazi Germany in and of itself was a superpower, while Israel relies on other countries. I'm saying if Israel was in a world of itself, Bezalel Smotrich said himself, the only reason we're allowing food into Gaza, not letting them starve out, and like what they did in like the Warsaw Ghetto, is because is to allow international support. I'm saying
Smotrich
Nazi
represents
Germany.
less than 5% of the Israeli population in terms of how many votes he gets. His joint coalition with Ben Gvir got less
No,
than 10
no,
combined.
no, no. They say this openly. They say this openly. Do you think if America said, do you think that if there was no pressure that they would still blockade? They would have still blockaded, and they would have tried to stop every Gaza.
Were there
That's
not
why
already
even-
already ministers in the Israeli government and the chief of staff of the IDF already arguing with the government saying that they wanted aid to go in? There was already a split in the government over that.
Didn't Blinken have like you said himself had a 9-hour call with Netanyahu?
Yes, he did. And are you not aware as well that just recently, about last month or even a bit earlier, you had the chief of staff and even Israel Katz, of all people, saying that they needed aid to get back into Gaza. Again, even then, this is still not the same. This is still not the same
I'm saying
as like
that Nazi
Nazis
Germany
going
did not
in,
rely on other countries. Did not rely on other countries
So you're saying,
as much as
but
Israel.
then you've gone back on something you said earlier, because then I would wonder if it's just because of reliance on other countries, then it seems like they do have like some kind of wish to wipe out this particular population inherently, like regardless of what they're doing or anything. But I thought you said earlier that the reason they treat Palestinians in the West Bank and Israel proper different is because they're less of a threat. So is it because of their
Because of
ethnicity
racism.
at heart or because of them being a threat?
Yes, it's because of racism, because they think Palestinians are a threat. Yes.
But if it's racism, why wouldn't they treat the Palestinians in Israel the same way then? Or why do they see Gaza as more of a threat than Israel proper?
It's I said it because they want to maintain a Jewish majority, even though in the lands they control, still it still would be like half. That's why that they don't give Palestinian in the West Bank.
What does Gaza have to do with like an ethnic majority? Israel was outside of Gaza. There was never a
Talking
threat
about
of
the West
Gaza.
Bank.
Yeah, but no, I'm
Talking
talking
about
about
the West
Gaza.
Bank.
There was never a threat of Gazans becoming part of the Israeli polity. So that's not really why.
Yeah, that's why Ariel Sharon withdrew. I remember there was like
Yeah, because
Dave
he didn't
Smith
want to see them as a
whatnot.
demographic. Yeah, because he didn't want the demographic threat. Yeah. So
yes.
But what's this got to do with why Israel? If Israel just does it because of racism, then why don't they do what to do to the West Bank what they're doing to Gaza, or why don't they do the same in Israel proper?
Okay.
If they can do a genocide in Gaza, why don't they just strip all the Israeli Palestinians of their citizenship and boot them out? Like that's less
Because
violent
the
than what they're doing in
international
Gaza.
community would not allow it. Because the Arab states that they surround about, if they go too far, even the Arab states are in another risk of an Arab
They've killed
Spring.
50,000, but they've already committed genocide according to you.
Yes, I'm saying if they extended to the West Bank, the tensions would increase even more. And I'm saying I'm pretty sure that an Arab state would step up at that, and the US wouldn't allow it. They said on camera that the only reason they're allowing food into Gaza is because the international community is forcing them. I'm saying in a blank world, without any without if Israel itself was a superpower and they had weapons.
So just to be clear, in your world, they're allowed to do a genocide in Gaza, but they can't even do like a Nuremberg laws in Israel because of international pressure.
Yeah, I don't think the world or the Arab states would allow them fully expelling people from the West Bank.
I'm talking about Israel proper. Like they could just and remember before the Nazis committed genocide against the Jews, they stripped their citizenship, right? Like quite a few years earlier. So
Their businesses took their funds, took their money, took everything. So why aren't they doing that?
so if they can get away with a genocide in Gaza, why can't they get away with just doing like a Nuremberg laws, which is less than genocide internally?
If they stripped support, because then the Western powers couldn't call them technically a democracy anymore. And
Anton, why aren't I in?
But they can call them genocide perpetrators. Do you think they care about being if they're already accused of genocide, but what, like not being a democracy? People call them apartheid anyway, even though the Arabs have votes.
I'm just saying this one
But then
thing.
getting upset that somebody says you stole something.
I'm saying something. I'm just saying, in a world where nobody was looking, if the Arab states didn't surround Israel, imagine if Israel and Palestine were alone by itself, the Gaza Strip. Do you think Israel would have fully blockaded if nobody was looking and would have killed all the 2 million Gazans by now? It's the main distinction between them and Nazi Germany.
No, there's a big. Hang on. There's a pretty big difference because again, at first it sounded like you said that they hate but that they treat Palestinians the same way that Nazis treat Jews, but they're just holding back because of international pressure. But then earlier you said it's because they're nicer to their local one. Yeah, you think that's why. You think the only thing that comes between them and doing a Holocaust in Israel, West Bank, and Gaza.
No, in Gaza.
Just
in
Gaza.
I said in-
So what? If the rest of the world wasn't looking, what would they do to the? Would they not Holocaust the Palestinians in Israel? If it's just racism, then why wouldn't they?
I think they would kick out the Palestinians at least.
Okay, so why hadn't
Yes.
they? If they can get
But
away
he's
with
saying
it,
that he's hang on. I'm gonna kick everyone out. Fuck me. Okay. He said, you said that they just do it because of racism, but you're saying that they would only deport the ones in Israel proper, but not kill them. Is that what I'm getting? Remember, the Nazis killed Jews wherever they were from.
I think they would at least deport them. Yes, at least deport them to other Arab countries if they could. Yes. I think that would be.
But why is the international community given them a pass to genocide but not to deport? Genocide is worse than deporting.
If they deport them, I think that other Arab countries would act. That if they deport them, and it also would be a threat to because they would come to the other Arab countries and cause pressure to because then they would be living in that.
But genocide in Gaza hasn't resulted in the rest of the Arab countries acting.
Not yet, at least. But I think that would tip it over the line. Yeah, don't you think that would be significant pressure on the Arab countries if they fucking deported them to Jordan? There would probably be a revolution.
In what sense? Like they're already committing, in your view and in the view of the Arab world, they're committing genocide in Gaza. Like genocide is worse than deporting. Okay. And yet they still have voiced the pressure from the international community.
Loner Box, could you answer my question? Do you think that Israel would have let aid in if it wasn't for the international community?
I think they would have done it later, but they probably would have, yeah, because again,
according to a Channel
the pressure
13 poll, most Israelis, 53% of Israelis is like 32, so they supported not letting humanitarian aid in. And the right-wing parties thing now. So I'm saying, without the world, if it wasn't for the world, Israel
just answering your question. Who came first with pressure to put aid in? Was it the internal Israeli polity, or was it Trump? Who spoke first, Katz and the chief of staff, or was it? Was it Trump? It was internal. Before Trump spoke about shit, it was from the internal people in the government who said that.
Smotrich said that the only reason the government is allowing aid in is because where was it? This was on Channel 4.
Yeah, Smotrich is the most extreme wing of the government. Like, why is it all of a sudden like Smotrich's word is gospel? Even though every other thing that Smotrich says, you would rightly acknowledge as him lying. Why would he lie about what the
Israeli government is doing? He's saying the only reason we're allowing aid in is because the international community is forcing us.
Because Smotrich wants to push his own agenda. Smotrich has an agenda.
What about the majority of the Israeli population?
Smotrich wants Israeli voters to feel like their military effort against Hamas is being hamstrung by the West, because Smotrich wants Israel to basically act as if act on his will without caring about the rest of the world. That's what Smotrich wants. Smotrich wants to defy the rest of the world.
Okay, so what about the fact that the majority of the Israeli population, according to a Channel 13 poll, and it's from that Elad Hassan guy who's like anti-Hamas, posted the majority of the Israeli population did not support putting aid going into Gaza. Majority of the Israeli population, I think this was even including Arabs, did not support aid going into Gaza. So I'm saying,
wait. There's no way a poll said that the majority of Arabs in Israel opposed aid going into Gaza.
Majority of probably Israeli Jew. Where's that Elad Hassan guy? What's his at? That would Christian.
I would just like to add about the Smotrich point, Loner, is that he would probably say that because if he was voting yes on letting aid in, he doesn't want his voters to think he would want his voters to think he was forced to vote yes.
Yeah, he has a million reasons to say that, even though the internal push for aid to go back into Gaza after this current block, first of all, it came from Israel. It didn't come from Trump. It came from people like the chief of staff. It came from Israel Katz. It came from, I think, maybe one other person in the government.
Smotrich wouldn't lie. It's not like he's in the closet or anything.
But it's just the problem I'm getting with you is that you keep saying like, okay, look at these polls, but then I'm wondering again, okay, so why are these polls not the same for Gaza then, like for as they are in Israel proper? Like, why do you think they Because I can tell you why I think a lot of Israelis don't want aid to go into Gaza, but you think it's because they just want to starve out the population like a fucking Holodomor, right?
Well, yes, a lot of Israelis do want
You
to
think
starve
more
out
than
the
half
Palestinians.
of them want it for that reason? If you ask them
Okay,
why,
wait,
they would
wait.
say, like, yeah, we just want them to fucking...
Does
they want
Israel
them
have
dead.
to let humanitarian aid into Gaza? This was the whole Israeli population. Survey Israeli Channel 13 News. You
Do they
can,
have to?
translate.
Is that the question?
Have to let? Does Israel have to let humanitarian aid into Gaza? That's the question.
Okay.
Is there a difference between having to and should?
Having to 53% no, 34% yes, 13% don't know. And I think
and
this
I'm
is
asking you,
including
I'm asking you why they think that way. Like, why do they want to do that? Why do they oppose aid going into
Because
Gaza?
they're fascists, because they want to starve out Gazans.
Okay, so why aren't they polling in favor of starving out people in the West Bank or in Israel proper? Because we're trying to say that their motives are similar to the Nazis. Okay, this is the anchor that we're holding on here. So if it's similar to the Nazis,
I don't
Nazis
want to go
wanted
Nazi. I
Nazis
said
wanted
fascism.
Jews. Nazis want no. You were defending the idea that saying Zionism is Nazism. You were trying to defend the claim that that's not anti-Semitic.
I think Hassan says it's a form of fascism.
No. I'm asking you about the phrase Zionism is Nazism. We're not asking about Hassan. We're just asking about the phrase.
Okay.
Is that phrase anti-Semitic? For comparing Zionism with Nazism. And you think it's not necessarily because they are similar in their motives and their desires?
Yes, similar. Yes.
Right.
Similar.
Why do you... Okay. Do you think it's maybe a coincidence that the polling in Israel is more aggressive towards Gaza? Is there any reason for that right now, do you think? Than they are to say Palestinians in Israel proper that might be outside of racism.
I don't know, if you polled a majority of Israelis and asked, would you want to deport Palestinians from the West Bank if you could? If it didn't mean you get I think the majority would say yes to that as well.
And you think it would be and also starving them out, right?
I don't know about if a majority.
So you're
would
not
say
okay. So even by your logic, you're acknowledging it's different. Why? I don't know why, because I feel like you know why. I feel like you know why. You just don't want to say.
He knows why. He just doesn't want to get trapped in his own argument.
It's because you're struggling to acknowledge any motive other than just like Nazi-esque racism. I don't know. Like the reason Israelis have an issue with aid going into Gaza right now is because they believe, whether rightly or wrongly, they believe that aid is being used by Hamas to finance their war effort, to pay their fighters and to keep their operations going, where they threaten Israeli soldiers and where they threaten to like make it harder for them to get dislodged, and that's why they feel that. And again, you look at the Israeli Supreme Court and even like arguments from the Geneva Convention that can push you to a place where you could even legally inhibit aid if you're worried about it reaching a militant enemy. Again, I don't agree with pursuing it in that way because it's too much, like it's not proportionate. But hang on. I'm just telling you what they believe, whether rightly or wrongly. Okay, we can debate whether it's being done later. But right now, I don't know why you're struggling to acknowledge the fact that they have motives outside of just a generalized racism against Arab Palestinians. Because if they did, they would feel the same about all of them, not just the ones who are in Gaza, right? So it seems to be that there is some kind of that there's some kind of like cause and effect going on with the way that Israelis feel about different parts of the Palestinian population that are not just to do with racism the way it is for Nazis. Because with Nazism, it's unconditional racial hatred. It's regardless of what they're doing or what the conditions are surrounding like their interactions with them.
Okay. First of all, let's argue. Okay, so we're speaking about Nazism. I'd have to. Did Nazis like fall for like excluding Jews? Did Nazis treat Slavs everywhere the same, or I'd have to probably.
The Nazis basically, though they did not necessarily treat all Slavs the same because they had collaborators in the Slavic world who were allowed to live.
Exactly.
They also had. What are you about to say?
But and is this a Nazi theory? But I heard that the Nazis genocided the Slavs as well.
Yeah, they had a hunger plan. Yes, they wanted to starve them. They wanted to starve them out or deport them.
They thought that they were intellectually like inferior.
Well, they thought they were genetically. They were like on a species level. They were inferior. Yes, And they also thought
so,
that
like, all Eastern
Germans basically had a right to that land for their own people, because it was
they
their
did
blood
think
and their
about-
soil, whereas the Slavs didn't
Yeah.
deserve it. Yes.
Yeah.
To say that this is like the average Israeli's position on Palestinians, I think is also still fucked. But okay.
Israelis think Palestinians definitely. Would you not say that average Israelis extremely racist towards Palestinians?
No,
Yes, I think they're quite. Is the average Israeli racist towards Palestinians?
definitely not.
Yes.
I don't know,
Yes.
but let's just say they are. Let's just say they are.
No, this is
those
like-
opinions come
yeah.
from different places that are not the same as how Nazism. Because again, I'm going to keep bringing you back because I know that a bunch of fucking retards in my chat are going to say I'm justifying like Israeli right-wing views. I'm saying it's not the same motivation as for Nazis. That's the anchor that we're holding on. We're seeing whether or not it's similar to Nazism.
I have something to say about the Israeli racism, like the average Israeli being racist. The average Israeli is not racist. They have some sort of like bigoted view towards Palestinians. Some of it is because of the fucking Second Intifada. That is not like necessarily. You can't say necessarily because of racism. Because if it was racism, they would be afraid of me too. They're not.
You can tell this as well because how clear is it that like Zionist public opinion, because like most Israeli Jews are Zionists, will say that most Zionists in Israel, you can even see how their political views change in accordance quite often with Palestinian actions, right? You can see how in the 90s, after the first Intifada, they sympathized a lot with the Palestinians and they actually voted for the peace process. They voted for Rabin, and then the Netanyahu win in the 90s was very, very weak, and then they kicked him out afterwards and brought in fucking Barak. They voted for a two-state solution. They voted for Palestinian sovereignty. And then after the second Intifada, they thought, oh fuck, we voted for sovereignty and that's what we got? Holy shit. So then they went to the right. So it's almost as if like it's not an unconditional hatred that's built out of fucking the same basis as Nazism is. That's why Zionism is not the same as Nazism. Zionism is not unconditional hatred.
I never said it's
Nazism
the
is.
same. I said Zionism is a fascist
It's not
ideology.
even similar. It's not even Zionism is not even similar to Nazism. You understand that, right? It's not even fucking close.
Okay, people, hold on. I
think
just have to add this about Israeli racism to Ton. The issue with Israeli society in regards to racism isn't that the average Israeli is racist, is that racism is normalized. Racists can just like live on their life without ever being ashamed. They can do all this shit. They can be racist out in the street and there's no issue with it. The average Israeli just ignores it. That's the issue within Israeli society. It's not necessarily that the average Israeli is racist. It's that the issue there is the Israeli racists, the Israelis that are racist do not get punished.
Bro, the average
that's the
Israeli
problem.
supports segregation. What are you saying? The average Israeli
That's not
supports
the average
segregation.
Israeli. You don't know the average Israeli, Sultan.
They support They support Jews having better rights than thing. They support what Israel's
What did we
doing.
just
The
explain
Wait,
about these
hang on.
poems?
They support like unequal rights. Okay, is there any elaboration on that out of interest?
And they support what Israel's doing in the West Bank.
No.
They
Wait, we're
support
talking
apartheid.
about one thing at a time. Israel proper, okay? Because we're saying even that, like the Zionists there, are still similar to Nazis to you, right? Even in their treatment of Palestinians, it's just that it's being held back by international opinion, right? No.
Yeah, the reason they don't kill every single Gazan is because of international, and deport the Palestinians that live there is because of international opinion. Deport I think in a
Do you think
realistic
the majority of like countries that surround Israel, like the Arab and Muslim world, do you think these are all like apartheid, like Nazi-esque states? Because in pretty much all these states, down to their constitutions, it's like they prioritize like Islam as the religion of the state. They talk about prioritizing like Sharia law over other ways of like legislation. They talk about even their
just 'cause they're
citizenship
not
laws actually
secular.
exclude quite a lot of non-Muslims. So
Just because they're not secular doesn't mean that they're apartheid states. No, I wouldn't consider Jordan an apartheid state. I wouldn't consider Lebanon
why?
an
And the
apartheid
Palestinian refugees who live in Jordan don't have equal rights, though.
What's the
that's not
difference?
because they want to return to Palestine. That's
what's the difference?
No,
and
wait.
they're
The Palestinians in Jordan, the ones who have Jordanian passports, don't have equal rights.
Yeah, because they're refugees.
Do refugees, when refugees become citizens, do they not get equal rights?
No. Well, first of all, don't those refugees still majority of them? Don't they still want to return to like historic
Even the ones
Palestine?
with Jordanian passports don't have equal rights.
And that's whether they want to return isn't the question. We're asking you why is that not?
You can give someone
I'd have
equal.
to
You can give someone equal. Did you not know that? Okay.
I didn't know this.
I'd have to-
Like,
I'd have-
are
okay, fine.
Palestinians in
It
Jordan
seems
with
wrong,
Jordanian
but-
I'm pretty sure there are
citizenship
like
don't
whole fucking employment positions that you can't get as a Palestinian in Jordan. Like it's
You would have to ask Sundown. I've never heard of this before.
I'd have to look more into the situation.
but
I mean, I believe it.
hypothetically,
I
say you do look
believe
into
it, but
John. Say you do look
I
into it, and
believe
Lunar
it.
is-
And I don't
Too
think
done.
Jordanians are racist
done.
towards Palestinians. I
Oh
don't
my
think
God! Say you do look into it, and you find out Loner is correct. Would there be any difference to you between what
I'll tell you
Israel is
the
doing and
difference.
that?
I don't think Jordanians are racist towards Palestinians. Jordanians are not racist. Like
you
the
don't know
average
much.
Jordanian,
For a Lebanese, you don't know much about like Arabs.
the average Jordanian
free
is extremely sympathetic towards Palestinians. Towards
Okay, so
towards
even
the
if Loner's
Palestinian.
position is correct, then you're saying that there is something unique about Israel, because if all of the circumstances are the same, right, and you're calling Israel apartheid and Jordan not apartheid, then what's the difference? If all
I'll
of
say
the other
the difference is
variables are
the
the same.
difference is the average Jordanian I don't think is racist towards Palestinians and hates Palestinians.
But then
The
why does
average
the?
Israeli
But then why does this? Okay, what about again? We can. I would still ask why the state treats them slightly differently, despite them having citizenship. Like, but we can go to another country. Like, is Lebanon? And the way that they treat like Palestinians, are they like an apartheid fucking racist Nazi state? Or even the way that they distribute power in the government? You in Lebanon, the president has to be a Maronite, right? Prime Minister has to be Sunni. And the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon live way worse than the Palestinians who live in Israel. So
Yeah, well, they keep those refugees as political reasons to keep the Palestinian cause alive. That's why.
So
is that why they live in
that's
slums and they
fine.
can't buy houses and they can't? They could still you could still give them like some kind of like, form of equality without relinquishing their
the
right of
reason
return.
the Lebanese government does this because they want them to return to Palestine. That's the reason.
So they're doing them.
why
So the Lebanese are doing the Palestinian refugees a favor.
Well, God, look.
Yeah.
Why do you even have to hesitate? Do you like? Okay, I don't know.
It's because
You know,
he's
like-
thinking if you're
I'm
doing
not-
a
I'm
gotcha
not
movement and he's trying not to fall
I'm just
into it,
happy that.
but he can't
I'm
think
just
a way
happy that-
out. That's the problem with Teuton here.
You know, like Palestinians
just
who live
happy-
in Lebanon in those refugee camps, like they live in slums, okay? They have very limited access to any state infrastructure. The fucking
Is it
like
done out
law
of
and order
racism?
system is fucking what?
Is it done out as racism? If it's not done out of racism, but like if it's not done,
Is it not
'cause
done out of racism? You tell me.
Does the average maybe some Lebanese Christians hate Palestinians? Lebanese Shias and Lebanese Sunnis don't like
You don't know
Lebanese
that.
Shia. What? But
You
I'm
don't
pretty
know
sure
that.
like
Lebanese Sunnis maybe not, but Lebanese, yeah, there is definitely hatred between them.
really Lebanese Shia.
I don't think you understand the dynamic between Sunnis and Shias, bro. You don't.
Okay, well, I don't live. Yeah, I don't live there. But I'd say a vast majority of Lebanese Shias are extremely sympathetic towards Palestinians.
No,
And,
they're not sympathetic towards Palestinians. They're using Palestinians as pawns to hate
They're
Israel.
sympathetic to the right of return cause, even though it's not going to happen. Yeah, they're sympathetic to like a lost cause. Yeah,
and I don't.
not to the
would
actual
you-
well-being of the
would you
people
say
of the
that they
Palestinian
hate them?
population.
Would you say that Lebanese Shias hate Palestinians? Because weren't they on the like same side during the Civil War and the Palestinians and the
Shias were
on
not
the-
always on the same side, but for part of it, yeah, they.
Yeah, I'm
aligned.
pretty sure we went over this, and like each group at least massacred another group at least once.
Yeah, I know some Christians, some Lebanese Christians would hate Palestinians, but I don't.
Why
Yeah.
you time them out?
But the thing is now, especially with Hezbollah, I don't know if this speaks to the entire population, but when the Lebanese prime minister, the guy who used to be at the ICJ, is advocating for equal rights in or for like improved conditions for Palestinians by giving them some kind of like residency or even path to citizenship, the people who oppose it are still the Shiites, right? They're the ones who oppose that.
Yeah, because Yeah, not because of racism, because they as you said, they're very sympathetic towards.
What? So
the
because
Palestinian
if they do it because they think they're doing them a favor, then that's okay. Even though they basically leaves them languishing in fucking dead end lives in slums.
I'm not saying it's okay. I think they should live in better conditions, but I think since it's not done out of racism, then that wouldn't constitute as apartheid.
I mean, in a way, it is. In a way, it is done out of racism in a roundabout way because they're just using Palestinians as pawns against the Israelis, against the Jews. So yeah, in a way, they kind of do it out of hatred just for another group.
Lebanese Shias sacrificed themselves in the war against Israel. Towards a lot of Lebanese Shias died, or there's mostly them that died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sacrificing yourself is not quite the same as sacrificing other people, though, and the well-being of other people.
Sunnis, I'm pretty sure Palestinians in refugee camps in Lebanon supported Hezbollah. So
you answer my question. What do you think Shias, like Iran, all of them, care about more? Israel being gone or Palestinians having their own state?
Okay, okay. I think that the position that Iran has is more close towards Palestinians. Yes.
All Shias.
Well, Israel being
majority
gone,
of
and that would
Shias.
be Israel
Since we're
being
going
gone.
by the majority, just answer for the majority. Majority of Shias. What do you think they care more about? Israel being gone
and that's
or
what the majority of
Palestinians? But yeah,
Oh,
and
actually-
they use Palestinians as an excuse to further that agenda. It's not helping my people. We know it's not.
Well, if it's not helping your people, then why do majority of Palestinians rate Iran 50%?
Because it's easy to get the approval of Palestinians. Just hate Israel.
Yeah,
They're your oppressor. Oh, these people hate them? Well, they've got my vote.
Yeah,
That's
and
literally
compare
that's unfortunately the premise of like Palestinian politics. Oh, you're a corrupt piece of shit. Oh well, at least you hate Israel. That's why Hamas is more popular than Mahmoud Abbas. Because Hamas, as corrupt as Mahmoud Abbas is, they're also just as corrupt or even more, but they attack Israel. That's the only reason he's more popular. Hamas is more popular.
Mahmoud Abbas is a piece of shit. I heard he went.
Okay,
to
is
Lebanon.
Hamas a piece of shit?
Yeah.
Like are Hamas leaders pieces of shit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
But
so we're
I'm-
getting somewhere here. Like at the end of the day, okay, at least he fucking said Hamas is our pieces of shit.
I don't know. Hang on. I'm still wanting to get back to this whole Zionism is
The
Nazism
Nazi?
thing because you're saying it's
I
similar.
think
If you're
it's
saying
a
that,
dead
like,
horse.
if you're saying international pressure and the lack of international cover is a thing, then why didn't they finish the job in 48? Why did they let 150,000 Arabs stay and give them citizenship?
They tried in
I'm saying that-
56.
I'm saying that Israel is going to increasingly fascist. I'm not saying that at that
No,
time.
before you said Israel was horrific because it was a fascist state. You don't get to keep going back
No,
on
no,
what
no, no,
you
no,
said.
no. I'm not doing that one. I'm doing whether or not it's anti-Semitic or to compare or to say that Zionism is Nazism or that they are similar. I could say the state is becoming increasingly fascist, but that would be against me saying Zionism is Nazism because they were Zionists before they were fascists, right? They were Zionists all the way in the 40s and beforehand, so they were always still Zionists.
I can say it's a little bit historically inaccurate to say, but it's not
It's not a
necessarily
little
done.
bit
They've
historically
done-
inaccurate. It's like fucking intergalactically.
It's historical,
inaccurate.
historical
okay,
recognitions.
Okay, yes, and I'm saying just because you think that doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic. If you truly believe that, if you truly believe that, I'm saying if somebody truly believes that, doesn't necessarily mean they don't do that necessarily because they hate Jews.
But if someone says that the Jewish Exodus was like the same as the Nakba, is that not like an anti-Arab position to have? Isn't that what the implication was?
It's not. It can be that can be done off historical inaccuracy. If you say it's like same or similar, I don't really mind it. But for the way Ethan said it is
Well, I'm just saying though, because realistically, the Jewish Exodus and the Nakba are a lot more similar than anything Zionism has done compared to Nazism. Like Zionism and
Well,
Nazism are
I'm
like
saying-
worlds apart compared to
the reason
the
why
Exodus and the
Zionism
Nakba.
hasn't done the crimes of Nazism is because, first of all, Zionists started from nothing. Nazis started from a full industrialized country. that.
Yeah, but you're
was
basically
what-
saying the motives are the same, but just the means and the capabilities are different. But like you're saying that if Zionists
Okay,
had the
yes.
power, then they would have just been the same as the Nazis.
Okay, let me ask you this,
Uh-huh.
Lobox, yes or no? Do you think Israel would have starved? Israel would have fully starved out Gaza if it was just them and Gaza on the map. Imagine all the countries were gone, and they
What they
had
would have
all
just
the
they would have
power.
just allowed 2 million people to starve to death, and that was the goal. They would have just aimed to do that and got it.
Yes, I think they would have done that if it wasn't for America and wasn't for France and UK starting to pressure them. Yes, I think
No,
they
I
would
don't
have
think
not.
that. Yeah, I don't buy that at all because they already
Well,
had
most
Trump.
Israelis do think that. Most Israelis not even Israel.
Israelis want to stop aid because they think that aid is only going to get
And that
diverted
would
to
starve,
Hamas.
and that
That's
would
what they
starve
think.
out the Gaza. That would starve out the Gazan people.
And you have a different
If stop-
reason.
We're
It's
talking
not
about,
about
again, I'm going to keep on anchoring. We're talking about comparing Zionism to Nazism. We're talking about even if you said that they were willing to allow like a level of starvation to happen because they think it's going to be easier to take out Hamas. I'm asking you then, would that still be the same as Nazism if they're doing it for that reason? I don't. Oh, sorry. Just for chat as well, for the two fucking retards who still don't understand. We're constantly anchoring this to whether or not Zionism is Nazism. We're not saying whether it's good or not, because you know I don't think it's good, Missy Elliott, you fucking asshole. You know I don't think it's good to blockade. I'm talking about whether we compare it to Nazism and Nazism's motives.
I think okay. I will reiterate this again. I think the average Israeli wants Palestinians wouldn't mind if Palestinians starved in Gaza, and some want it. I think average Israelis would want it, and they wouldn't mind if and according to that poll, they would not lay it.
And the thing that would motivate them to do that would just be racism, right? Like they would just do. And again, if the whole world's not watching, then they're going to do the same thing in Israel proper as well and the West Bank.
Yes, I think in Israel proper they would, in West Bank they would deport, but in the Gaza Strip, I think ministers of the government, not even Bezalel Smotrich, people part of Netanyahu's party have said the only reason we're allowing aid in is due to international pressure.
Smotrich saying that, yes.
And other
Smotrich
ministers
saying
as
that,
well.
yeah. Even though there was already internal dissent, even there was already internal dissent over aid going in before. That's because
the European countries were pressuring them.
It was not because of pressure. They were saying this because they didn't want to starve out the population. That's what the chief of staff said. This is what Israel Katz said. They were saying it to avert a humanitarian disaster.
They know that they'll lose support from at least the European countries.
Where's your proof of that? Where's your proof of the chief of staff and of even like Israel Katz saying like believing in this because they want to please international opinion?
Do you think most Israelis? Let me search this up. God, there's so much.
Yeah, I just don't think most Israelis, and you're yet to prove this to me. Most Israelis have an unconditional Nazi-esque hatred for Palestinians that they would want to just see them all fucking dead or like starved, regardless of what they were doing. Let me ask you. If Hamas surrendered on October 9th, gave up all their arms and fucked off, you think Israelis would still support starving out the population, blocking all the aid? No, because you know full fucking well that this is not the same as Nazism. It's not even fucking close, because that's why the Israeli approach to Gaza right now is quite fucking unhinged compared to the way that they treat their own Palestinian population. It's because the complete political and military and everything fucking environment from one place to the other is different. They are responding to a different thing. That's why Israel is doing what they're doing in Gaza now anyway. You can disagree with the methods, you can disagree with like the means and the motives and what they want afterwards, but at the end of the day, they're doing it because Hamas launched an operation into Israel and then went back into all their fucking tunnels and said, yep, basically this entire strip is like also kind of like a military base, so good luck with that. That's why that's happening. If Israel had the choice to fight Hamas out in the field in the middle of the desert and take them out with tanks, would they do that? Yes, because that's what they did when they had the choice to.
Gaza's not. Gaza is not that environment. So why are you like saying like the Hamas didn't like make Gaza like as a fucking urban, as like a fucking
No, he's trying to point out the fact that the visceral Nazi hatred is not the same as what's motivating Israel. You get that? He's saying that if it was that visceral racial hatred that was motivating Israel, then it wouldn't matter about Hamas. Nothing would matter. If the reins were off, they would kill them all regardless. Which is what you're
Well,
saying.
I think since the Hamas attack, racism. I think since the Hamas attack, it's increased significantly, and
But that doesn't. Okay, but that still implies that the Hamas attack had a purpose to it.
And
Like,
that it
there's
also,
something
and that it also,
other than
and that it also,
racial hatred, right?
and that it also impacted the way Israelis view the
Yeah.
conflict, which is different from Nazism. Because with Nazism, it did not matter what Jews were doing; they were seen as a threat that needed to be exterminated, regardless. That's why these two
Okay.
ideologies are not even remotely similar.
Okay, again, the fact that most Israelis think that Palestinians are synonymous with Hamas. Again, I wish I could pull up the text. I should have been more prepared. I'm saying
Do they think the ones in Israel proper are Hamas?
No, in Gaza, I'm saying that they would have starved out every single Gazan, and there's proof of this. The call between 9-hour call, they would have not let any single drop of aid in, as Yoav Gallant said early after the attack. If it wasn't for international pressure, I think 2 million Gazans, I think they would have starved hundreds of thousands
Yeah,
of
but that's
people
why I'm
if they
again.
could.
That's okay. Again, that's this is all speculation, though. It's still all speculation. You can
No,
even
it's
ask.
not speculation. They've said it. Israeli
You can-
politicians have said.
Okay, you can again, but you're not talking about. We're talking about again. We're anchoring back to the Nazis. Okay, we're talking about unconditional hatred and desire for them to die. Okay, that's why I'm asking you if Hamas had if Hamas were capable of amassing some fucking tanks and planes and fighting out in the field away from their civilians. Do you think Israel still would
wish
have?
they had
Do you
tanks
think?
and
Do you think?
planes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah, I know. So if they had done that, do you think Israel would have still supported like starving out the civilian population, even if Hamas had separated themselves from that population? And I know the answer is no, because Israel has fought wars with conventional armies quite a few times in the past, and they have not done the same thing to the civilian population that they're doing in Gaza now. That's the difference.
Why are you talking? Okay.
It's Hamas's choice to make it an urban war surrounded by civilians. If Israel could fight them in the field with fucking tanks in the desert, they would choose that because that's what their military is prepared for, and that's what their military does well.
They're targeting civilians. They have one of the worst combat.
Then why didn't they just again? So why didn't when they defeated the Egyptians in '48, or when they defeated, why didn't they just go and fucking indiscriminately target like fucking Cairo and bomb the shit out of those places?
We're talking about Israel now. Israel's not nearly as Israel's much more fascist than it was fucking back in 1948.
So you said they're still targeting civilians. Okay, so let's go back to that then. So you think that even if Hamas had amassed a bunch of fucking like military infrastructure and fought the IDF out in the field, you think the IDF would still skip past that and just go and target the urban centers anyway?
Yes.
Even if there was no Hamas there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that's fucking mental, and you have nothing to base
Yeah.
that on. But okay, there's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing historical.
Yeah.
Back when they had Menachem Begin, a fucking terrorist in office, they didn't do that. Back when they had Sharon, they didn't do that. Like, but apparently now they would for some.
They are
fucking
targeting
reason.
civilians. We can see it right now. They are targeting civilians.
Oh, fuck you, man! You know full well that everywhere that there are civilians in Gaza, there is also Hamas. You also know that like there are tunnels. According to Hamas and the IDF,
they have targeted civilians.
You know that
not just
Hamas and the IDF both agree with this. That there is an overlap between Hamas and the civilian population. You know that they have tunnels underneath the entire strip. You know that they have IEDs and booby traps in every other fucking building. They've all admitted to this. Everyone agrees on this. The IDF agrees on this. Hamas agrees on this. It's just you that don't. Why would you just say that? Oh, we know they're targeting civilians.
Just for
How do you
killing.
know?
And it's been top down.
How do you
There's
know?
been
How do you
Netanyahu
know?
said it.
How do you know the people that they're targeting are just civilians? Have no military function.
I'm saying in this. No, you're not getting. I'm saying in this war they have purely targeted civilians. They have targeted civilians.
What? Just because of
what
what they said about what they said about the civilian members of Hamas? What Smotrich said? Just because of that quote?
Wasn't there a Ynet article you were reading about Netanyahu like giving explicit orders to target
Netanyahu
civilians?
said, get me more targets, even if they're in the houses. Get the house, which again, We know that Hamas fighters also sometimes exist in houses, okay? I don't know, and you don't know this either, whether or not he was telling them to just go and find random civilians, or whether he was saying, like, increase the tolerance for collateral.
And could I give you a crazy statistic? You know, the siege of Aleppo had a better, which was done by Assad, had a better civilian to combat ratio than the war in Gaza.
Really, a place where people were able to flee, a place where the occupying,
The
where
siege
the
of
government,
Aleppo.
yeah, a place where people were able to,
They-
flee, a place where where the people who were defending the town
You're acting
did not
like
have.
the IDF
The place where the people defending the town did not have like 20 years to build fucking weapons infrastructure and tunnels and control the civilian buildings. Yeah, I'd imagine those wars to be a bit different. Yeah, that's why they're also different from fucking Mosul. Second of all, this is assuming you even know what the civilian combatant ratio is, because
it was like
Hamas
3
haven't
to
told
1.
us.
It was like 3 to
In Gaza, we don't know what it is in Gaza. No one knows.
In Gaza,
we can only
it's
guess.
estimated 4 to 1. It's estimated 4 to 1, and it's probably even higher than that.
So it's okay. So it's 4 to 1 in a place where Hamas have had all the time in the world to build tunnels, 500 kilometers of tunnels underneath all these civilian areas, where they literally tell the civilians, "Don't fucking leave, even if the IDF is telling you to." You still think this is like a comparable military campaign to
They say
Aleppo?
that to reduce panic. They say that they're doing that to reduce panic,
Really?
not to.
How do you know that?
Yeah, that's just what they. That's just what they.
No,
say.
how do you know it? Nope. That just is not an answer to how do you know that. How do you
No,
know
that's
that?
what they said in previous wars. That's their motive for saying not evacuate.
In previous wars, they said it to reduce panic.
Yes.
Which
You
previous
said
war was
that.
this?
The 2014 one, the one in 2014 in the previous when they said to Palestinians that the motive they said was to reduce panic among the civilians. Amnesty International reported this. That's the reason why they said to reduce to not follow orders. And you're acting like the IDF is targeting civilians, they're targeting combatants. Nobody agrees with this. Nobody, like, didn't Air Wars say that? Air Wars, like all these international orgs are saying that they're purposely targeting civilians.
Yeah,
everybody.
And every international org said that about Cast Lead as well. And then a year later, Hamas released their numbers, and it turned out that they were completely fucking wrong. Yeah.
They're all anti-Semitic. The whole world's anti-Semitic.
Excuse me, I never said they were. I never said. Excuse me, don't spurg out. I never said they were anti-Semitic. What are you doing? I can tell you my issues with Air Wars and their reports if you want, because again, I can show you for Cast Lead, because there's a problem with the way that Hamas operates. There's a very big problem with trying to judge civilians and combatant ratios under Hamas's terms, because Hamas deliberately hides those numbers. They did it in Cast Lead. Every fucking human rights organization said or led to the conclusion that Israel was targeting civilians as a matter of policy. And then 1 year later, after all these reports come out, Hamas says, "Oh yeah, like 700 of those guys were actually our own." Sorry. Like, so, I mean, if you want to do it on Hamas's terms as well, do you also acknowledge Air Wars used what, social media posts? That's what they use. They use all the social media posts to try and figure out if there's any militant status of the people killed. You also know that in Protective Edge, Hamas put out fucking PSAs to their population saying, "Do not say a militant died here. Always say that whoever died was the innocent citizen, and don't say when there are rockets being fired from any buildings." They literally said this. They said, "Don't talk about someone's militant status if you know someone who died." So, counting in the middle of a war on Hamas's terms when they have every incentive to hide their combatant deaths. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
So you think the IDF is doing the best? So you think the IDF in this recent?
You're about to do something insanely bad faith. Do you know what I think? What am I going to say? What were you about to say there?
Do you think the IDF in this recent war have not purposely, from top down, have not purposely targeted?
No. Wait. What were you about to say that I was going to say was bad faith? You were going to say something different.
No, that's what I said. I said from the top down.
Okay, you were about to say, do you think the IDF takes every measure they can to protect civilian life? Like, it's an absolute binary, but okay.
No, from the top down. This is a better question. Do you think from the IDF, from the top down, have not targeted civilians in this recent war?
Give me an example of what you mean by from the top down. Maybe I'll see by what example.
Like ordered by Netanyahu, ordered by defense minister or the IDF chief. Okay.
You said that the ratio was what, 1 to 4?
Well, no, that's with the IDF's own number after the recent
Oh yeah, this is after the ceasefire breaking.
Yeah, that's the IDF's own number, so it's probably worse.
What do you think it is?
But yeah, it's probably worse.
What do you think it is? If you're comparing it to Aleppo, you must have a number.
What did Airlords did? Some people.
Answer the question, Titan.
I don't know what it is, but I think it's somewhere probably I would guess for civilians to combatants. Probably I think it's in the range of 9-1.
If it's so bad, why doesn't Hamas tell us what it is? Why don't they just tell us how many people they've lost?
How many people they've
because if they say that we've only lost like 5,000 people, if Hamas says we've only lost 5,000 fighters in this whole thing, and the ratio is 9-1, that would make Israel look fucking horrible. Why aren't they saying?
The international community wouldn't believe them, even if they like.
The international community wouldn't believe Hamas. The international community believes Hamas institutions every fucking day. What are you talking about? We're actually believing Hamas right now when we make estimates about the civilian deaths because we know that we're doing the count on Hamas's terms. Hamas controls how much people in Gaza, and especially the journalists, say about people who died because we know they've done this in the past.
Israel has targeted journalists for the crime, and they said the reason that they targeted one of these top Gaza journalists. Oh God, I'm so poorly messaging. But one of the top Gaza journalists is because on October 7th he took images of the attack. That's the reason. Why?
That was evidence that they published. That's not what they said. They didn't say we did it just because he was there taking pictures.
What was that? What was the name of it? What was the name of that journalist again? That like journalist that got killed, like one of the top.
I don't know, but they claimed that he was a journalist who was also a soldier. That's what they said that he was. Which again, do you deny that Hamas does this out of interest?
No, not necessarily, but they.
You know, if I go to like Protective Edge, where you've got like a list of like 20 people who are under their military media category, like quite a lot of journalists who are.
One reason they gave explicitly was because on October 7th he came out and he took photos of the October 7th attack, and that's what they said the reason was. I remember it's not the same one we're talking about. There's been multiple journalists that died, but that's the reason they get.
October 7th, taking pictures. It's fun.
That's what they claim makes a person a reasonable target. What about like prominent ministers saying every baby in Gaza is like and not even like people in Netanyahu's party, which people made fun of how I pronounced it.
Yeah,
people in his party,
ministers saying things is obviously not the same
in his party.
I was
saying, and there's been multiple leaks of. I can bring the article. Do you admit that Israel has, at least in some part from the top down, targeted civilians in this recent war?
I think in a sense they target civilians with the aid blockages. I think that's the best example. But in terms of like, if you're suggesting that like with the airstrike campaign, that from the top down they've been like, yeah, there's no tunnel here, there's no Hamas members, there's no militants, there's no one we're even pretending is a militant. There's just like 20 civilians go bomb.
Do you
think that's happening? Do you think that's happening?
You know the recent like Gaza aid system person like resigned because I think some of his aid workers died, like just now,
just
like
asking,
2 hours
hang
ago.
on.
Like,
do you think that's happening? Do you think they're literally in the air with the airstrike? So
yes,
they're saying.
So
they're observing a target and they're saying, so what's here? Oh, just like 20 civilians. Okay, go get them.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, and Netanyahu has said, I don't know why this is so hard for you to believe. Yes, I do think they're doing that. Netanyahu said, there's a Times of Israel about it. He's told that it was leaked that he said, like, destroy the homes. So it's
he said
harder.
Destroy the homes, which again, in context, we have no idea what that means. Oh,
in context.
Yeah, does that not matter to know what homes he's talking about? Do you think he's just saying destroy any random fucking home?
To tell MKs, Israel destroying homes in Gaza so Palestinians have nowhere else to go but outside the strip. This is the article of the Times of Israel title. They have full-on from the top down targeted civilians. This is not disputed, and everybody's going to see this.
It is disputed. Of course it's fucking disputed, because again, this came up in Castlet as well, and every fucking org was wrong about it.
We're talking about this recent war. I don't care. I don't care about this one. This.
So you don't care about the fact that we have literally been in the exact same situation where people thought that Israel was targeting civilians by policy, and it turned out that they were wrong.
This war is.
It is. It's basically the exact thing has happened in terms of these claims being made. Huh?
This one has been much worse than.
Just because the war has been worse does not mean. that the targeting policies have been observed in similar ways. Literally, because back in the day, in 2008, Hamas did not list when their militants died. So that led to a bunch of people, B'Tselem, Goldstone, like top UN reports, it led to these people saying, yes, Israel targeted civilians as a matter of policy. And then a year later, after all these reports come out, Hamas finally publishes their lists of people who died, and it turns out that it was like close to 1-to-1.
Yeah, and when you say this list, because I'm worried, like, when you say, I'm worried that, like, when you go on these websites, like, how do you know when Hamas lists somebody, it's not somebody working for, like, their civilian, like, their civilian
Because Al-Qassam Brigades because the Al-Qassam Brigades is a separate institution in Hamas.
And does it have images of them,
Yes,
them, like,
training in combat uniform. They're literally on the Al-Qassam Brigade's website. Every biography says this is when they joined the brigades. Yes. This is what they did, whether or not they were a sniper or a fucking anti-aircraft operator.
So you made sure when documenting this, they did not like mean like supporters or like people who work as like you made sure, right?
Yes, I made very, very sure. We can look at the site right now if you want to. Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, I'm
so I'm just thinking it's very convenient though that like right now it doesn't even make
what about
their
the
target
demographic?
if their goal of this operation was to kill civilians, then why, with Israel's firepower, is the death toll like between 50 and 60,000? Like literally, even when the Hamas, one of the Hamas ministers is saying that's about the same as the number of babies that were born since the war started. Why would it be that few if their goal was to kill civilians?
The population of Gaza has decreased 6% since the start of things. So, just stating that. But do you acknowledge? First of all, do you acknowledge that Netanyahu said? Do you acknowledge that Netanyahu said that they're destroying homes to make it harder for Palestinians to return?
Destroying homes, what, like when they're empty? Yeah, yes, I don't deny they've destroyed empty homes. That's not the same as targeting civilians to kill them.
So do you admit that they're trying to do an ethnic cleansing campaign at least? Okay, good. And do you admit that even if Hamas disarms this second, that Israel would still capture the majority of Gaza, not give it up to a Palestinian, and try to deport the Palestinians? And you're saying Hamas should agree to that? You're saying the Palestinians should agree to that?
Well, that's happening whether Hamas surrenders or not, just so you know.
Well, we'll see. Hamas is a roadblock, and I hope they're a roadblock.
They're not a roadblock. They're not a roadblock. Hamas is literally just sitting there thinking, like, yeah, at least if more civilians die, then we're gonna at least, it's working. It's turning the international community against Israel.
So you're saying
let's keep doing it.
Since they're gonna lose anyways, they should disarm. Since they're gonna that's a very bad log. Bad log.
No, it's absolutely not. What are you talking about? With Hamas gone, at least the pretext is gone from Israel. Like their pretext is finished. And then that means that there's actually opportunity for people who are, first of all, they'll stop getting bombed, so that's nice. And there's opportunity for people to push for an alternative that isn't deporting the masses.
Instead of being bombed, they'll get deported.
They're more likely to get deported if Hamas keeps on fighting, if the war just continues.
Oh, and another reason why they're a fascist society, Times of Israel, right here, tens of thousands attend Jerusalem Day flag march, amid clashes, chants of death to Arabs. This is becoming This is why I say Israel's a fascist society.
I don't know why you keep on jumping your claims. Like if you're talking about the Israeli society becoming more like radically right wing, we're not disagreeing on that. I'm trying to anchor you back into the fact.
Fascist society?
I think it's becoming fascist. I don't know if it's a fascist society. Like.
Okay. Good.
Because I'd be really curious to know why like such a fascist society, particularly with an especially pronounced hatred for Palestinians, is allowing a fifth of its population to remain Palestinian and to remain citizens and everything else. Like that just doesn't make any sense to me. Like why that would be their motives.
Back then when they gave the rights to Palestinians,
stop moving you're moving the goalposts so many times. We're not arguing about whether or not the Israeli society is becoming increasingly right wing or even fascistic. Okay, we are arguing over whether or not Zionism is comparable, is like similar to Nazism.
I don't want to argue that. I can give you that one. I'm saying that Zionism.
That was the entire debate then. Okay, fuck me. Jesus Christ.
I don't want to. I'm not as educated.
But then I just don't get why. But then I guess like so.
If you could get Maureen Rabbani on, would you get him on?
Yeah.
You should. If you. Yeah, I'd love to see that debate because he is. Yeah, he. I think he would debate this much better. Since I'm just a kid. I would go to say Zionism is a form of fascism, and I don't care. It doesn't necessarily. You don't need necessarily to say it's like Nazism, but I would say that it's a form of fascism, and that
Okay, so
What other countries?
okay, but then so if it's a form of fascism, then Zionist societies like Israeli societies have always been fascist, right? Not just recently.
No, Israel society. I'm saying Zionism. Okay, I'm gonna lay this out. Okay, I'm saying even though it didn't start like Israel society wasn't actually even back then. There's a game called Zionism or Nazi, that Hassan played.
Yeah.
So go on Zionism. Go on Zionism. Even back then, prominent Zionist leaders.
I don't. Oh God, you're so fucking dense, man. Come on. Do you know why that works? Do you know why a game like that works? A game like that works because one, there are always going to be people who are very far right in Israel, even if they represent like a minority. And also, you don't understand that. Like you realize that when even Nazis, push their agenda. The difference is that even Nazis framed their acts of aggression as defensive. So if a Nazi leader says something like, yeah, these people have waged war against us, we need to defeat them. Yeah, that could, a quote like that could come out of Ben-Gurion, it could come out of Yitzhak Rabin, or it could also come out of fucking Himmler. Missy Elliott, you are the dumbest fucking cunt in my entire community. Yes, that's the point. Except the one difference is that the Jews did not have fucking standing armies trying to destroy Germany. You fucking retard. Anyway, sorry.
Okay, well, you're talking to me. That was to a chatter, right? Okay, could I read out this question? I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly, wise race, put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Do you think this was said by a Zionist or a Nazi?
It could have probably been a Zionist.
Okay, that doesn't address the.
It was a Zionist. It was who was it?
Okay, listen, hey, so
it was a Zionist.
if you want to ditch the retarded fucking propaganda like games, then we can just talk about the actual things about what these institutions believed and did, rather than looking at quotes. What a childish way to observe anything about fucking history. Jesus Christ. That might work on the sun. That might work on the dumb fucking 30 IQ fucking frat bro cunt. But that's not going to work on me. Sorry. I will raise your, let's compare some quotes from Ben-Gurion to a quote from Himmler. To just looking at what the Nazis did and why they said they were doing it versus what the Zionists did and why they said they were doing it. I can just look at that.
Okay.
Rather than compare, because again, it's just the desperation of people who still think pre-October 7th Gaza was in any way comparable to the Warsaw Ghetto. Yeah, obviously, if you're that much of a fucking window licker, then you're going to be impressed by some two quotes from statesmen saying unhinged shit. Yeah, but that's not me.
Okay.
Sorry, and that shouldn't be you either. You're smarter than that.
Okay, fine. I'm saying that that Zionism, okay, I'm saying that the final result of Zionism would have always led to a fascist society, even if at the start that even if
when they voted for the partition plan, that would have resulted in fascism. When the Jewish state would have been 55% Jewish and 45 Arab, that would have resulted in inevitably fascism.
Well, they would have never agreed to that in any situation.
Wait, what? Say that again. Say what?
I'm saying that the native population, the Arabs, would have never agreed to giving.
Well, we're not talking about what they would have accepted. We're talking about what Zionists accepted because they did accept it.
Okay.
Would that have been fascist?
How can I wish I had words? Fuck me. Fuck. I wish I could formulate my words better. Fuck. Okay. I'm saying that since the natives would have never agreed to Zionism. The natives population there would have never agreed to Zionism. That it would have led to this final society in Israel, in any situation, anywhere. Thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it always would have led to this society, because the natives would have never agreed.
Because you don't think Arabs are real people. You don't think they have minds of their own. You don't think they have agency.
Wait.
You don't think their leaders have fucking like. No, you don't.
Booga.
Because You don't, because you're assuming that everything that's happened now is just the inevitable trajectory of Zionism. Though that means that every decision that Arab leaders made was just completely because of like the inherent qualities of Zionism. That's just not true, though. It's not true at all. Lots of like countries have developed through people settling and moving around and shit like that, and it has not been the same as what's happened with Israel. It would be like saying that like if fucking India and Pakistan refused to give citizenship to their respective Muslim and Hindu refugee populations after the partition, and just saying, yeah, we're not letting these people stay here. They have to go back to their respective land, and we're going to fight a fucking war over it and endlessly. Yeah, then you would have had a different situation. But leaders make decisions.
Could I interrupt? I'm saying that in no case the indigenous people would accept a bunch of white European Jews coming because of the crimes of, this was initial, coming because of the crimes of what Europeans did, coming to their land, settling it, first of all, buying their land and kicking the local Arabs off the population. No native group would, sorry, let me think. No,
to be clear, they also didn't accept them when they were just migrating as refugees. That wasn't accepted either. Like, people got fucking murdered, like, states fought against it. So even before the Balfour Declaration or anything, people still opposed this in historic Palestine.
I'm saying no native group would have agreed to people coming here and saying, hey, now, since what the Europeans did to us, I think that's a major reason why, because we lived on this land 2,000 years ago, we should have a state here now. No native population would have ever...
Wait, Jen, I have a question for you. So if you take the Ashkenazi Jews out of it, and Israel's made up solely of Mizrahi and Sephardic, would you be okay with it?
I'm talking about answer
the question. It's a hypothetical. Obviously, it's a hypothetical. If you took all of the white refugee Jews from Europe out of the picture, would you be okay with Israel?
No.
And Zionism?
Because again, I think when people say because Morocco is not Palestine. Like, Moroccan Jews are not native to Palestine. Iraqi Jews are not native to Palestine.
Then why do you make the point about them being European?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I don't know why.
It's easy. It's easier to like find a crowd that agrees with you when you say European. Well, if they said if you group up all the Mizrahi Jews, you're gonna have to say Middle Eastern Jews, and that is a lot less foreign than saying European Jews.
It's also just like the fact that like if you go far back enough, because these Jews only became equal citizens in like 1870s, and even then it was like a very shaky equality, obviously. So, but that's also because they weren't seen as native to Europe either. They were seen as outsiders who had come there as refugees. Because again, like for the 1.5 or 2,000 years prior to that, they were just shuffling around all over the region as refugees. So if you want to go back to where they originally actually are native, like it would bring you back to roughly somewhere around Palestine for quite a lot of them.
Yeah, but remember the propaganda across Europe. They would tell Jews to go back to Palestine. Like, literally, they would tell Jews to go back to Palestine.
Yes. I emphasize European because, like, I hate the talking about, like, 60% of Jews are Middle Eastern, because they're acting like even though they're Middle Eastern.
Why do you hate that talking point? What's the problem with that?
They're like, because like a lot of Jews in Israel are Moroccan. Morocco is not Palestine. Again, this does not mean they.
What does that matter?
Well, it's used to again. It's because people don't know which point's being made, or they do know and they're being dishonest. The reason people bring that up is because people like to
Israel's
say
not a settler colonial project.
No, it's because people say it to try and suggest that like Israel is like comparable. It belongs in the same umbrella as the settler colonialism of like fucking Canada or Algeria or South Africa. And it doesn't, because Israel, the reason they went there is because they were refugees. That's why they're there. They're not there because they were looking for money. They weren't.
Settler colonialism. The actions on the every settler colonial expert agrees. Every person agrees that Israel is a settler colonial state. People coming in from other parts of the world.
Yeah, well done. Okay. So with you and these experts, do you think they should be treated in the same way as a settler colonial nation, like South Africa or Algeria? Do you think their population should be treated the same way?
Well, now, I would say back then, yes, but now it's no.
Back then, they should. So what? But before the Balfour Declaration, they should have been treated as settler colonialists.
No, what do you mean before the Balfour? No.
Well, here's another question though. Here's the question is when
Israel was established,
if they had gone to historic Palestine and been accepted as equal minorities, do you think the original Zionists would have do you think that would have helped to stop it from being like trying to do one state versus another? Say in like 1880s, if they had just been accepted as equal minorities as refugees. Because America did that. America took them in as equal minorities, and it's not like the Jews who fled to the United States decided that they wanted to form a state there, did they? Because they were accepted as minorities.
They didn't want to be equal minority. They wanted a Jewish majority state.
What, the ones who went there in the 1880s? Like, do you know anything about, like, even fucking
No,
back from
I'm
Herzl?
talking
Do you know anything about, even with Herzl, like, going to historic Palestine? These people were, first of all, they were trying to push for autonomy within the Ottoman Empire in an area. And again, even up till 1920s, most of the land they were buying was mostly empty. It was mostly empty land along the coast.
Okay.
But then in part because of the ideas of people like Herzl, but also because of the fact that the locals were not going to accept them, and they didn't trust the locals to treat them as an equal minority because of the likes of like these Ottoman elites, like the Al-Husseini family and even like the Nashashibis. They felt like they would have been safer in a state than as minorities in the region, because it goes both ways. It's, first of all, you have a refugee population that has a legitimate right to go and seek refuge somewhere, especially if what they're doing is just buying land. But then you also have the alternative, which is that you have a native population that justly feels like they don't want to have a country carved out of their land. But the alternative of having like a state for two people as equals, that was not on the cards. And it wasn't on the cards because these Jews were seen not just as outsiders because they were migrants or even because they were settlers. They were seen as threatening outsiders because they were Jews, because they didn't want to have Jews coalescing into any one particular area.
Okay.
That's why it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that a lot of these old Ottoman elites who became Arab leaders, not just Hajj Amin al-Husseini, but also people alongside him and his family, they were believers in the protocols, okay? Settler colonialism didn't make them believe the protocols.
Okay, I'll say why a lot of Arabs felt threatened by the Jews that came. First of all, they were scared, like, because the prospect of a Jewish majority state was known by like the 1930s. They knew that these people were coming here to try to make a state. And obviously,
over to the 30s, man. What the fuck?
Okay,
we're talking about we're talking about pre-20s, like even including like Balfour. Okay, we're talking about that period.
Okay, well, do you feel like why they would be threatened? Because the British said that they would get a state on the land of mandatory Palestine. The Arabs obviously didn't want that.
Before Balfour, people who were buying land were still attacked. They were still there were murders without prosecution, even before Balfour.
Okay.
Why did that happen?
Okay. Well,
because
the
of settler
Zionist
colonialism?
Yeah, well, they were attempting it from the 1880s. Yes, they were attempting settler colonialism.
When most of them were buying empty land and cultivating it. This was like swampland that no one wanted.
Weren't they kicking the people?
Before the 20s, most of the land was not through evictions. I mean, people did buy land and evict locals, but funny thing is, Arabs did that as well. You know the Sursok purchases? They were bought from a wealthy Lebanese family, but that Lebanese family, what did they do? How did they have the land? Because they bought it and evicted Bedouins.
Yeah, that's wrong.
So, again, the problem wasn't just that people were worried about their land being stolen, okay? There was also just a threat in general because people didn't like fucking Jews migrating to their country because of anti-Semitism.
Okay,
with the Ottomans, the problem that they had with the Jews migrating in the 1880s was because they were Russian. They saw them as like a fifth column. So
yes, obviously they wouldn't like foreign Jews coming into their land. They wouldn't like foreign. First of all, and they were coming on the behest of Zionism at that time. Wouldn't Jews
Zionism did not mean the same thing back then as it does to them now. But this was before it meant the most that they were doing in like early 1900s was like Ben Gurion was learning Turkish because he wanted to advocate for like autonomy. Again, in parts where Arabs didn't even live for the most part. These were places that were mostly empty. And again, you're saying, oh, of course they wouldn't like foreign white Jews coming to their region. Well, we have a word for that. That's called racism. Yeah. But for some reason, like applying the same like politics to Zionism that you apply to them, for some reason you can't do it to the Arab world, even though
I can. Let me. I wasn't listening properly. Sorry. I'm just a little tired. I thought from the 1880s that Jews who migrated to Palestine wanted a Jewish majority state there. Am I wrong in saying this? From the 1880s, wasn't that Herzl's vision that they wanted a
Herzl
Jewish majority
wasn't
state?
writing about this until like 1895 or later. So no, the ones who went from 1880 they were fleeing the Russian pogroms. They weren't going there with the intent to establish a Jewish state. Before World War One, no one even knew that the Ottoman Empire was about to fall. Ben Gurion was learning Turkish to become a lawyer so that he could advocate for autonomy, like Jewish autonomy in the region, because that was a whole thing with like the birth of these new nationalisms. Was you had these groups appealing for like autonomy within the empire, same as like what the Christians wanted. And again, in mostly purchased empty land.
When did they go there on behest? Like, when did they start going there on behest of like wanting a state, wanting a Jewish majority state? Like what point
Probably
did this idea...
1917, but even then, like leaders had different opinions. You know, some people thought that they could have like a shared binational political structure. Some of them thought that they could get some of them thought that they could get it partitioned. Some of them thought that they could actually get enough Jews over there that it would become like all Jewish. Yeah, they had varying opinions on it.
Yeah, I would have to. What is it getting saying for it? I would have to look more into it. Before, because I am a dumbass. I remember
You're probably safe to say that from the Balfour Declaration onwards, it was expected that at least some of that land would become a state. Yes.
Yeah. How were Jews treated in mandatory Palestine before Zionism, before the 1880s? How were they hated there? Just out of curiosity.
Hated in what way?
Were they like they were native how were Jews Jews treated in mandatory Palestine before Zionism? Like were they
treated... there were still massacres before like massive Jewish migration.
In mandatory Palestine?
Yes, in the looting of Safed, the mandatory Palestine. Well, you had the Hebron massacre. Are you talking about the?
No, he's talking about pre-1880, so it would be Safed.
Well, so it's not mandatory Palestine. Then he's Syro-Palestine at that.
Oh, sorry, Ottoman Palestine. Sorry.
Yeah, so the looting of Safed happened then.
What year was that?
1830s, right?
It was 1860s, as far as I'm aware. Was it 1860s?
I thought it was 30s. 1860 was the Christian Druze massacres.
No, you're right. It's in 1834.
Lebanon, yeah.
1834. The looting of Safed.
The old Yishuv.
What do you mean? This isn't this is pre old Yishuv.
Yeah, so the old Yishuv. So the
the old Yishuv is the Jews, right? I thought you were talking about the Yishuv. And was it called old Yishuv? Yeah, no, the old Yishuv Jews were there, and they weren't treated great. I have my own personal opinion about like massacres happening like to different groups of people, not just Jews in the area, but like Jews are known to record tragedies that happen to them. We don't know if another group would.
How bad was the looting of Safed?
Pretty bad. Pretty sure like hundreds were killed.
Hundreds.
Let's see.
It'd be hard to like know to like because I don't know.
It'd be hard to get an actual number, yeah. But you also had the Hebron massacre in 1883, 1834. You had a Safed attack in Safed as well. 4 years later, you had the sacking of Tiberias in 1660. There's a bunch of attacks, but obviously there's a couple of 100 years of party here because there's probably conflicts that happened between these that aren't recorded.
Yeah, I'd have to look. I remember for the Battle of Hebron 1834, it's not as black and white as Egyptian army
defeated rebels.
I mean, they were still like just look for anything about the Ottoman Empire. Like it was under the millet system. They were a minority. They were Ottoman minority, which meant that like if a Muslim attacked them or stole from them, it would be like very, very difficult for them to get a conviction because like for Jews to bring charges against Muslims was either unheard of or very rare, or like there was different like usually they were kind of concentrated into smaller like poorer areas like basically little ghettos. They're probably, I don't know how it was in Palestine, but like if it was like Morocco with Ottoman sultans there, then they would have had restrictions on different places that they were allowed to walk, especially if it was in front of the mosque, or if they did, they had to like take their shoes off and shit. So, but definitely even up until in early Zionism, in like the 1880s and 90s and 1900s, there were murders, and there was like no prosecutions for them, like murders of Jews by Arabs.
Yeah, that's wrong, racist, wrong, atrocious, I guess.
Yeah, but what do you think about what I said, Loner? Do you think there is instances where these attacks probably happen on other groups as well? It's just like Jews are known to
Yeah,
record
Druze and Christians,
tragedy.
like they fought with each other, right? And Turks.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like Palestinians on Palestinians, for example, or like Jews on Jews or Druze on Druze. Like these, like because these like attacks weren't necessarily like an ethnic group against an ethnic group. It was like village versus village, town versus town.
Yeah, there would have been family conflicts as well, but yeah, I think the difference is that if you were like a dhimmi, you just had you had less protections, right? Like that was the main
Of course,
thing.
yeah.
And even when dhimmi status was lifted, like it was still like the courts are still going to be like less fucking kind towards your word than the word of a Muslim. Right?
Well, it's because of like just like societal like pre-notions. Like if they started with dhimmi status and then dhimmi status is later removed, it's like basically Black Americans in America. Even now that they have their full rights and whatnot, you're still gonna have the system that was built that started with that like racism in it. So they are still gonna be treated with more suspicion, more etc. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing for Jews in like a Muslim state.
Yeah,
they're gonna be treated
and this,
with less trust at the very least.
And there's a reason why the Arabs, Jews didn't initially buy into Zionism, right? Because they didn't feel
Arab Jews.
Yeah, they didn't initially buy into Zionism.
It's pretty hard to be supportive of a state
that doesn't exist yet. It's quite pie in the sky.
Yeah.
No, but
yeah.
they didn't migrate. Arab Jews.
They were all supportive of Zionism in one way or shape or sense because in their prayers, literally, is one sentence: "Next year we return to Jerusalem." In their prayers.
But then why does Lonebuck say the majority of Arabs that were kicked out, Jews that were kicked out,
They didn't necessarily support Israel, but they were targeted in pogroms, not necessarily by the state, but people targeted them, and the state didn't protect them. That's the issue from the state.
The fact is that there's again people just try to pick whichever reason suits their narrative, and it's really annoying. One reason that they left after the 48 war was because the 48 war just literally made things worse. It made the Arab leaders clamp down on their Jewish populations much harder. It led to a lot of internal resentment and rioting and persecution. But on the other hand, the other reason that they left then and not earlier was because they could. Why would they take their chances on this thing that no one really even believes is necessarily going to become a state, right? In 1939, the Brits were had been seen as abandoning Zionism. They offered the whole state to the Arabs in 39, and the Arabs said no. So why the fuck would they try to go there? And not to mention all their immigration restrictions. It was hard to move to Palestine. If you were fleeing the Holocaust, you got no choice. But if you're an Arab living in,
can I have a request? Could you when you can, could you react to when you can, obviously never, because this is what the Jews and Muslim lands by kings and generals. That's why when you can, you don't need to need to obviously. This is where how did Jews live in the early caliphates? That's one I would like to see
the early caliphates. Hundreds of years.
The early caliphates and Ottoman Empire, and it also includes Ottoman Empire, I think, and the relationship between Jews and Muslims. I have a lot
different stories there, Tutan. You have a perspective of the Muslim state, and then you're gonna have the perspective of the Jews. Because almost every time I've read something about Islamic history in regards to Jews have a different perspective on it, or at least it's a different story for them.
Yeah. I don't know how biased this video is.
For example, the Battle of Khaybar, it's a completely different story from.
The one where 600 Jews died. Yeah, and I
think it was 100 Jews. It was 10 Muslims and 100 Jews.
The Muslims say that they died because that Muhammad, or I don't know even if this.
There was a Jewish tribe that tried to assassinate Muhammad, and then they took shelter.
Yeah, and they broke a treaty. That's
them breaking the treaty, that they let the Jews that tried to assassinate the Prophet Muhammad reside with them. They took refuge where Khaybar lived. That's them breaking the treaty. That was the
no, I heard
there's a Jewish story where it wasn't true, that these people didn't take reside, and it was just used an excuse to attack Khaybar and take advantage of their resources.
I heard that during the siege, it was during a siege that like these two tribes like signed a treaty, and this was like from what I heard, and then the Jewish
They
tribe
signed the
whatever,
treaty, yes, but I'm telling you that like
broke it and joined.
there wasn't one tribe of Jews back in Saudi Arabia at that time. There wasn't one tribe. There were several tribes. One of the tribes tried to like backstab the Prophet and the Muslims and tried to ambush him and assassinate him. It failed, and then they took refuge in Khaybar. That's the Muslim story. And them taking refuge in Khaybar is them breaking the treaty. The Jewish story is that it is not true. These Jews did not take refuge within Khaybar, and it was used an excuse to have a battle with them so they can get at their resources. Because Khaybar was actually a big, like Khaybar Jewish tribe was actually a big, they were like one of the biggest, what are they fucking called? They had the biggest harvests of wheat and food and plants in that region.
Yeah.
And the deal they had after losing was that they provided food to the Islamic State until I think Prophet Muhammad passed away. And then at the time they backed out of the deal when Umar al-Khattab became the caliphate, and then Umar al-Khattab pretty much banished them from Saudi Arabia, exiled them because they refused to pay jizya.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So you should try to get more. I don't know. You should try to get more pro-Palestine. Have you tried getting more in? No, I shouldn't. Probably.
I mean, every time it gets the pro-Palestinian people on here, I'm gonna say pro-Palestinian in quotations, because I don't actually fucking view them as pro-Palestinian. It's always the same fucking arguments. It's like Israel is Nazi Germany, genocide. It's the same fucking thing. At least when you talk to the Israelis, you have some variation.
Are you saying apartheid and colonial is like wrong? That's like those two.
No, I'm saying that it's all the same arguments.
It's the same exact arguments, and they never have any variation or something new to add. It's
I will say I will say that people who call Israel proper apartheid, that's fucking mental. That's just so ignorant. Like to think that that's like
there's like
that works.
societal racism, but like it's not, or like you know what I mean. There's like some racism or like whatnot, but it's not even close to apartheid.
Okay, I lost track.
And it would just be nice if those people had something more than just those specific words. Like literally, they just say words.
Or the quote mining. God, that's so fucking cringe as well.
Yeah, I would say.
Well,
I wouldn't say 80%, but maybe 60.
I'm just happy that like even in this year, I've just seen such a big shift in public opinion. Like it's happy. Like I go on like TikTok and like all these things. Like even on news, go in the comments and like that. Like it seems like everybody is against Israel, and like I'm happy that that's happening.
Yeah, it's just not going to help Palestinians in the slightest. That's the problem with it.
Yeah,
like, hurting
in the future.
The problem is that the problem with you is that you think that hurting Israel automatically translates to helping Palestine. Like that's how you act. It doesn't. Though.
I think people being against Israel is a good thing in the.
No, hold on, Tutan. I have an issue with your pro-Palestinian advocacy as much as I do with all these people. You guys have been saying Gazans have been starving for so fucking long to the point where now they're actually starving, and you're saying it. They're like, okay, I thought they were starving from the start. You guys lying.
No, they're on the malnutrition.
No, hold on, Tutan. You guys lying about what Israel does actually harms Palestinians, because when Israel actually do it, then people that don't know or don't know much about it are like, wait, haven't they always been doing that? I thought they were starving Palestinians from the start. Why are you saying they're starving?
Yeah, like even with the UN, when that guy was saying like 48 hours before all the fucking kids die, I was like, saw that stat and I was like, wait, that's actually really fucking bad. Maybe something like really fucking quickly needs to change because obviously the situation's not great. But then I was like, yeah, like the UN have just like they've made these predictions about inevitable famine since October 17th. Like that was the first time I ever saw one of those. They've always had famine is impending, and it didn't. The IPC, even when the IPC literally said, yeah, we don't have evidence that famine is occurring here, the UN special rapporteurs went out and made a press statement and still said it was happening anyway. Like they fucking lied. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like it really. But then again, that's the whole thing. Like you can like it's the same with people celebrating Trump. shitting on Netanyahu. It's like Trump can shit on Netanyahu all he wants, but then he can just go and fuck Palestinians 10 times harder. Like hurting Israel doesn't help Palestinians at all. You know this because who hurt Israel more than anyone else has in the last 75 years? It was Hamas. Look what that's done for them, right?
Wait, hold on. Teuton, is harming Israel beneficial to Palestinians?
I'm gonna be honest. Yes.
Okay. What if Iran nukes Israel? Doesn't that harm Israel?
Okay.
Did October
In that
7th
case,
help
no.
Palestinians? Because that hurt Israel harder than probably any
This
other
is like
attack.
the easiest way I can prove it
Palestinians
to you,
support
Teuton.
October 7th. Again,
I did not ask you. Hey, I did not ask you if Palestinians support October 7th. I'm asking you if it helped them.
Okay, I'll give a comparison. Did the operations of the ANC and the FLN during the
You didn't answer the question, Teuton. Answer
during
his
the
question.
FLN, did the FLN during the anti-colonial struggle against France? Did they kill some Algerians?
Yeah, but
Teuton,
their
it's
strategy.
a yes or no.
That's not a good comparison though. This is why again this is why the settler colonial thing. I don't care how many fucking experts you have. Those experts have rotted your fucking brain because the fact that you would invoke those two after everything we've gone over in comparing Israel to these two countries is fucking despicable.
What?
Like you have no. The FLN had.
What about ANC?
The FLN had a civilian French population of settlers who had somewhere else to go, just to cross the fucking water.
Okay, I'm not saying it's the same.
That's why the FLN helped the Algerians. That's why what they did
What
helped
about-
Algerians.
okay, and the
That's why
ANC
the
and the
ANC
ANC
helped
killed
South
black
Africans.
people.
Because with the ANC, I'm not talking about whether or not the ANC had a goal that was feasible. Just because they hurt some black people in their operations doesn't mean that their overall goal did not have a realistic end of apartheid, because it turned the world against fucking the white South Africans. It turned the white South Africans against apartheid. They made that situation ungovernable for the regime. And that's why, what the fuck did Hamas do? What did they achieve that's equivalent to what the ANC or the FLN achieved?
Again, the conditions in South Africa, 96% of the population. This is why Noam Chomsky says.
So if the conditions are different, you should have different tactics. So why did October 7th help Palestinians or not?
Palestinians must have more extreme tactics because they don't have the leverage that black people did. They will not.
What the fuck are you talking about? Again, you've reversed this again because you know this. I told you this. You didn't have an argument against it. Maybe you do now. Palestinians have achieved more in their history with stones than they ever did with guns and bombs. You agree or disagree?
Still violent what they did. Okay,
I'm not saying still violent. We're talking. The question was, did October 7th help Palestinians?
In terms of death count, no, but it's still the majority of Palestinians support it.
So as long as the Palestinians support it, it's like okay. So like again, but I'm not asking you if you think they support it. I'm asking you if it helped Palestinians.
Well, according to them, it did because they support it.
No, not according to that. Do you think
According to the people. Wait, hold on. According to Gazans, it didn't, because Gazans are the ones paying the price for it.
Yeah, Gazans are actually the least likely ones to support it. You would ask them.
Okay.
They're less likely to support it than the West Bankers are.
Okay, fine. Okay, sorry. I just want to go back to the thing. Okay, fine. No. Okay, and if you have more time, could I just go, because I'm more freak on drama, so I can walk, and I hate because I'm disappointing the pro-Palestinian people because I'm just an unknowledgeable like kid that doesn't read as much as like he should. So, but I want to go back to drama involving Ethan. Do you admit that Ahmed Al-Khatib? Do you admit that if he spoke his opinions next to Palestinians, that he would get spit on? And that the vast majority
those
of
opinions all the fucking
what
time.
at the anti? I mean, right now, if he was part of the anti-Hamas protest, they'd probably welcome him. No.
No. The opinions he speaks, the opinion. So for Ahmed Al-Khatib, this is not offensive. I will call him the G word. Actually, no, it's not a G word. It's not a slur.
What G word?
Gusano. Okay.
No.
What does that mean? Wait, hold on. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It's like a
he's a
word.
traitor.
It's a traitor.
He's a traitor. He's a traitor.
Yeah, he is. I agree. I agree. He is a traitor. He's a traitor to Hamas, but not to Palestinians. No.
No. You remember he works for. Okay, you remember? So back like a year ago, he repeated the false claim by the IDF in the Times of Israel article that Hamas was shooting on convoys of people leaving from the north. And his
Okay.
only evidence for that was the IDF claim. Imagine as a Palestinian the shame you should feel that you repeat
No,
an
not
IDF
necessarily.
claim.
What
with
to have like a false bit? Imagine the shame of being
was
like
disproven.
again.
Was disproven that they were shooting.
Sorry, not
shooting
every so not
convoys.
everyone sees it as this ridiculous like team sport mentality. Like, how dare you ever believe something that the IDF might have said? Like, so what, man? What the fuck? In terms of what
He
he
works
supports,
for the Atlantic
sorry,
Council.
yeah,
He
great.
works for-
And just so you know, no one can help Palestinians harder than Hamas fucks them. Right? No one can help Palestinians more than Hamas fucking destroys them. Like, you realize
Again,
that if
Hamas,
you realize that if
the
Hamas
people
and those
destroying
people,
them by Israel,
You
there
realize-
will always be resistance. If there's oppression, there will always be resistance.
did that dictate the form of
No, it
resistance? No, it doesn't. So whose decision was it to turn the entire fucking strip into like a terrorist training camp? That was Hamas. They did that.
Well, the forms of resistance have evolved. There used to
They
be
have
much
not.
more.
Yeah, they have evolved. They're like 15
Evolved.
billion times more retarded than they were in the 80s.
They've evolved, and that's
Tutan,
Okay.
to answer your question about being spat on by other Palestinians, I speak these fucking like opinions similar to what Ahmed says. I'm not Palestinian from the West Bank. Obviously, I don't have the. I've had the pleasure of being in a Gazan once while he was working for my sister. I've spoken these opinions in front of everybody. In front of my family, in front of friends, in front of everybody. And I've never gotten spat at. I mean, I've gotten some pushback on certain points. Never disrespected. I was never viewed as an outsider. I was never told anything you just fucking assumed there. Ahmed would be viewed like that much negatively more is because he's in diaspora.
Like there are
He's
literally
with
like
other
thousands
diaspora-
of. Sorry, go on. I didn't think you were finished.
No,
Okay,
it's
the
like,
people
sorry,
in the
there's, like,
anti-Hamas
sometimes where my
protests
audio
don't
cuts
agree
out.
with Ahmed.
Doesn't
Don't agree with
matter.
Ahmed.
People with people with.
Why did the protesters not agree with Ahmed on what?
Because, okay, listen, still, the majority of Palestinians, 80% of them, support the Houthis.
Wait,
80%
stop. Wait,
of Pal-
whoa, pivot, my fucking
How
dude.
back there?
I'm asking you about. Ow, my neck just got a little. I'm asking you.
No, his
what,
opinion on this whole conflict.
I'm asking you about him and the protesters and the anti-Hamas protesters. Do you
No,
think
I'm
there's like
talking
a-
about his whole stance on this conflict.
Do you think
His
there's
whole
like a? Do you
stance,
think there's like an internal debate right now amongst the protesters about whether or not they like the Houthis? Like, what the fuck?
Well, they should
Hey,
disagree with the
I-
Houthis because they
majority
said
of-
we don't want guns, we want white flags.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And the majority of Gazans still don't want Hamas to disarm. This is just a fact. Majority of Gazans don't want Hamas to disarm.
Yeah, and
majority of Gazans.
it's almost as if it's almost as
even
if Palestinians have a diversity of opinion. Majority of Gazans right now currently also don't support armed confrontations. So what are you talking about? Most of them
Okay.
want negotiation and peaceful resistance.
I
Again,
need
I'm
to
not
ask you
asking
a
you.
question.
We can go through polls all day long. I'm trying to ask you what you think, and it seems like you conceded that October 7th did not help Palestinians, even though it's like pulling teeth, which is a very strange. It should be obvious. Of course, they didn't fucking help Palestinians. What the fuck?
I need to ask him something regarding polling. Tutan, do you think Palestinians in Israel would less likely to answer negatively towards Israel out of fear from Israel?
Yes.
Why do you think that's not true of Palestinians in Gaza from Hamas?
But I don't know how the polling is conducted for the PCR people.
But you fucking use it anyway, so why don't you why do you use it if you don't know how? It doesn't matter how it's conducted. You're still using the polling. Do you think
But I don't know if Hamas would know that, like, if
because
I
Hamas
don't
can
know.
kill them there?
But it's okay. Well, and
Has
you
Hamas killed
I
Palestinians
don't know how.
before? Okay, hold on. Just answer this question. Has Hamas directly killed Palestinians before?
Obviously, they have.
Okay. Does that mean there's a chance, or maybe a significant chance, that Palestinians are afraid to get targeted by Hamas?
Yeah, but I don't think they could get targeted. But okay, yeah. The polls are
Well,
anonymous.
then why the fuck do you think people, Israeli Palestinians, would be afraid of Israel if they're in the polling? It works the same
I
way.
still trust the polling done on the Israeli Palestinians.
But you understand the context behind the polling. Palestinians in Israel are afraid to sometimes talk about this conflict. Loner's Box's personal experience showcase this. Israeli Palestinians are like the least likely to talk about this fucking topic.
The polling,
the
polling is anonymous. Like
It
again,
doesn't matter if it's anonymous. It does not matter. It does not matter. Like again, it's anonymous in Israel as well. People still are afraid to talk about it.
Okay. Well, even going like Al Jazeera Arabic and going to like comments of Hamas statements, which is the most watched media, so it's representative of Hamas statements. All I see in the comments are like praise, saying "all brave leader." Like all I see in
Al
the
Jazeera Arabic
comments
is
are praise.
representative.
Like,
Al Jazeera Arabic is representative of the Arab world, maybe. Like as terms of what, even that, maybe not, but. In terms of the opinion, it's funny that one of the big problems with these protesters, which again, by your polling data, 48% of Gazans support them. What was one of their big complaints? Where's Al Jazeera? Where's Al Sharif? Where's the fucking coverage? They're not covering it.
Yeah, that was one of the. Remember,
Why do you think the comment section is a good place to get information from?
It's just.
But okay,
it's just like
regarding the Al Jazeera point, Tutan, I do want to ask you. Then why the fuck do you take shit from Channel 4T as a representative of Israelis?
I never said it's a representative. I said that video was uploaded on Channel 14.
Come
Channel
on,
14.
you've quoted Channel 14 like at least twice.
You have.
Talking here.
Okay, but Lonerbox, do you think that the majority of Palestinians want Hamas to disarm? Want Hamas to do you think even if they answered without no fear, they would want Hamas to disarm?
I don't know what they would say. Maybe they would. Maybe they would. I don't know. But I think let's just say they would say they don't want Hamas to disarm. That's not going to affect my position. I know full well, like having been with my experiences in the Arab world, like with other Arab people, people don't always like. The hatred for Israel that exists in a lot of the Arab world it's not really particularly logical the way I see it.
Irrational. I say it's irrational.
No, it's not irrational.
Majority of it is irrational.
Very irrational.
Because again, especially with the fucking boomer populations, these are people who would just as well believe the fucking protocols as real, or that the Holocaust numbers are a bit iffy. So it's just
people aren't even Everybody's hating Israel, dog. Israel's probably the most hated
Palestinian hatred for Israel is quite rational, yes. But majority of these Arab countries who are very close when it comes to an anti-Semitic spectrum, I don't know, the rating, they're 96%. I think the most anti-Semitic territory has been the Palestinian territories, but they're 98% anti-Semitic. To be fair, the fucking questioning is kind of fucking stupid sometimes.
Yeah,
they would rate something anti-Semitic because of their negative views of Israel. That's why Palestinians would rank way higher than a lot of other countries. But all these fucking other countries are still very high. 91, 92, 93,
yeah, I'm not
94.
saying they're not anti-Semitic. Okay, imagine Zionism was a Hindu. You replace the Jewish with Hindu. Then the people there would be anti-Hindu. They would hate Hindu people. This is not. It's very rational.
Question: would you compare Hindus to Nazis then?
Huh? If they did what Israel did, yes. I'd say it's a fascist movement. If they did the exact same things as what Israel did, yeah.
Doubt any of you would ever mention Nazism if Hindus.
Yes.
Well, they don't do it right because they don't say it about fucking Alawites or about particular. They don't say it about Muslims, even though a lot of these countries are very fucking authoritarian and are very brutal in their regimes and have been brutal in war. He doesn't say it about them either.
You know that the average Chinese population in China is very pro-Palestine, in mainland China.
So the fuck's that going to do? Yeah, and the government still the government still has diplomatic relations with Israel. So it's just at the end of the day, none of this helps. That's the thing is none of it helps. It's all just a fucking LARP, man. It's so stupid. Fuck.
I'm just saying the whole world. It's not the whole. Israel's the most hated country. It's the most.
Yeah, the whole world is literally the meme of high-fiving the guy who's drowning and then running away. That's what the whole world is to Palestine. Yes. They support all the fucking memes. They support shitting on Israel, calling it apartheid, talking about genocide, ICJ shit, fucking celebrating Houthi attacks, celebrating rocket attacks, saying October 7th, I think that was maybe justified. Yeah, and they're just saying all that shit, but then supporting nothing that would actually reach Palestinian statehood. Yeah.
Question.
Wait, why did you say calling them apartheid? Is calling them apartheid wrong?
You can call if you can call the West Bank apartheid, calling Israel proper apartheid, or saying that like Israel is an apartheid state, like to its core, Zionism equals apartheid.
Israel is an
stupid,
apartheid state. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Israel's an apartheid.
What? But would it be apartheid without the occupation of the West Bank?
No, not necessarily. No, but it's an apartheid.
Then it's not an
Is
apartheid
China an
state.
apartheid?
West Bank is de facto annexed. West Bank is de facto
And you can
annexed.
say they
China's not
commit
apartheid.
apartheid. You can say Israel is. By the way, why are you?
China's
using the
not
word Just say
apartheid.
they occupy
China
the West
had-
Bank. They militarily occupy the West Bank. They
No,
don't
it's an
make use of the word
apartheid.
What the fuck?
China, Uyghurs in China can move. They can go to Beijing. They have freedom of movement now. They have the exact same. They have freedom of movement. They can migrate to
Wait,
Beijing.
do you think
They can
China
migrate-
likes Muslims?
Huh?
I've got a
You think
question.
China likes
Which Muslim population lives under better conditions? The Uyghurs or the Palestinians who live in Israel?
Okay. Huh?
The fact that you're even hesitating to answer that question.
Right now.
Yes, right now, yeah,
the
yeah.
detention camps are over. So I'll take
You
roughly-
fucking
I'll
asshole!
take-
Right now, after their culture just got fucking obliterated, after they just been put through a re-education camp system where they all have to come out learning how to live and cook and dress like fucking Han Chinese people, now they have it better. What? After they finish the job? Holy shit! Answer that question again. Which population lives, and they're also still under fucking surveillance, okay,
Right.
by the government, and they still live under
Okay,
threat.
okay, fine. Probably the
I was gonna.
We got a probably.
in Israel. Okay, but if you ask about the West Bank, if you ask about the West Bank,
the
if you ask
situation
about
in
the West
Xinjiang
Bank,
was still worse than the West Bank. Yeah, 100%.
no, that's wrong. Not
Okay,
right.
Loner,
That is
he gave the
completely
green light
wrong.
for Israel to.
There are
ban
not
Arabic
daily
and just
pogroms in
make us all Jews.
Xinjiang. There are not daily pogroms in Xinjiang. That's completely wrong.
Daily pogroms. Like, how many people are dying in the West Bank, do you think?
Bro,
It's
it
injuries
doesn't need
mostly.
for them
it
to
doesn't-
die. Villagers are getting fucking torched. Molotov cocktails are thing. What's happening in Xinjiang right now? It's not as bad as the West Bank. That is
Listen,
just, and nobody would agree with that. The Palestinians wouldn't agree with that as well.
Palestinians don't
Why
know
are
what's
you so
happening
dug in on
there.
this? Like, I don't understand why you're so dug in on this point, Tutan, with the Chinese.
Because because that means he has to change what has been fundamentally fucking carved into his brain. He has to change that if he wants to answer in a different way. There's no shot of him changing that. That's
Okay,
the
I
fucking
answered it
problem.
honestly.
You're
I answered honestly.
ideologically bought into a fucking idea that you will never change in your head, and that is a fucking.
I
issue.
answered honestly. I think
Your honesty is just bullshit. Or I can't say you're
I'm saying
misinformed because you have someone informing you right now.
Uyghurs in China are
way
being,
worse than Palestinians,
are treated
absolutely.
worse. Are being treated worse than the Palestinians in Israel. This is, but I would not apply that for the West
Yo,
Bank, and definitely
alright.
not for Gaza. Well, obviously not for Gaza.
Okay,
but yeah.
Definitely, I can agree that the Gazans right now have it worse than Uyghurs in China.
They have freedom of movement. Can
Absolutely.
Uyghurs in China go to Beijing? Can they go to Beijing
Can
right
they,
now?
can they, be,
Are they
can
allowed
they practice their own culture?
Huh? They can. Mosques
Can
are
Uyghurs-
open. They can go to mosques.
Doesn't matter, not religion, culture. As a Lebanese Shia, you should know the difference.
Can they practice their culture? I worried out.
You know the answer. No, Tutan, you know the answer. Can Uyghurs in China practice their culture? You know the
I
answer.
don't know
be
how the
honest.
situation is now.
No,
Are you sure
you
they
know
can't?
the answer, Tutan. What is the? You know the answer. Be honest.
I'm sure some of
Despite
them
the
can.
bullet.
Just after like a couple of million of them have been through.
I'm
fucking
saying now they
camps.
probably
No,
can.
no,
But
that's why
yeah,
I'm
but
saying
yeah, because
Well, again, like after a
Culture.
bunch of
Culture.
after like a whole bunch of the mosques have been destroyed and the Muslim centers have been squashed and like leaders have been arrested and
But that's-
fucking
that was
silenced
his
and
cop-out.
like literally having
Yeah,
Han Chinese
I
people
wonder-
move
I
into
wonder
the
all
houses
those
of
leaders-
Uyghurs to teach
I
them how
wonder
to.
if all those leaders were innocent people. I wonder if all those leaders were innocent.
Oh really? Would you ever say that about the West Bank detentions?
Palestinians.
Fuck
Would
me.
you ever buy that shit from
wonder-
Israelis?
No,
about
you said
Palestinians?
leaders.
You would never.
You said leaders. I'm sure they're not part
What
of
would
this
justify
Islamic
that
separation.
treatment? If they're not innocent, Tutan, what would justify that treatment?
What leaders? Like leaders of a group being detained? What if they're part of like the separate, like the separatist party, like the Turkestan
You
Islamic
unironically
Party?
sound like an Israeli justifying the war on Gaza.
If they're part of like the Turkestan Islamist party, yeah, China's justified if they're a leader of that party or like a militant of
Why?
that party.
Why?
China's
I thought.
justified
Sorry,
in
wait. I
everything.
thought like the fact that these guys don't want to live under like the thumb of Beijing and Hanification and everything. I thought resistance was violent. What?
No.
Why are you against resistance in China?
God. Xinjiang is a recognized part of China.
Okay, would you be
There's-
upset if
they have
Palestinians
no-
and Israel rose up violently against the state? Or would it be justified to clamp down on them brutally?
Well, again, it depends how the Turkestan
Or listen to
Islamist Party
Jews.
carried out knife attacks. They killed hundreds of civilians.
Yeah, so
This-
again,
this
you'd have
is
an
not-
issue with
and
civilians
there
as long
is-
as it's resistance, right? Like, so what are you talking about? If we're talking
Well,
about
and they're
fucking people in-
Hamas-like party. They're Al Qaeda, they're Al Qaeda affiliate. They're Al
You said
Qaeda.
Hamas, like, yeah,
the
that's
main-
why but that's why I'm asking you. But according to your principles, if Palestinians and Israel rose up and stabbed people and shit like that, you oppose that or no?
Yes, if they stabbed innocent people, yes, innocent like just.
And that would
big
give the
people.
IDF the justification to clamp down on them harshly, right?
We're gonna
Clamp down on the leaders. No, not the way China did it. Clamp down on like put the leaders in detention, bro. They're a terrorist party. The Turkestan is like. So you're saying you can't arrest the leaders of an Al
It's
Qaeda
ironic that
affiliate?
you're using the word
No,
terrorist.
I'm saying that your justification for these groups is for some reason an Al Qaeda group is no go, but like Islamist fundamentalists and Hamas, like they're fine, or like Houthis are also. You know, just because it's Al Qaeda, right? Like Houthis are Islamic fundamentalists.
They're an Al-Qaeda
Hezbollah
affiliate.
are Islamic fundamentalists. Hamas are Islamic fundamentalists. Why is Al Qaeda the only one that you don't like?
Al Qaeda is more extreme than Hezbollah, just on Islamic law.
Why is it the only one you don't like?
They're more extreme, and Al Qaeda is not an anti.
Well,
first
in
of all,
what way? I know you're
Hamas-
not going to
Hamas
be able
isn't-
to answer this. How? In what way is Al Qaeda more?
China's not
extreme than-
occupying land.
Alright,
China's
hold
occupying
on.
no
Yeah,
land.
that's not the question I asked. The question is, how is Al Qaeda more extreme than Hezbollah, Hamas, or whatever fucking other group that is attacking Israel? All the
Like
Houthis.
first of all, Hamas doesn't kill people for not wearing hijabs. Okay,
They
don't do that.
Before they were Hamas, they beat women for not wearing hijabs. So
But
They also they do
don't
kill you.
people-
They do kill people for being gay, though.
that's true.
Isn't it jail? Isn't that like the official?
No, they
one
kill people.
being-
Hamas kills people for being gay.
Not, are you sure? Not.
It might not be
well,
if you're saying that they have an official law that's just about jailing, then sure, but they do also murder gay people. Like that's why, yeah. Sorry, it's
yeah.
almost as if like
I'm
these
just saying in
authoritarian
Islamic
fucking
law, Al
non-state
Qaeda
actors.
seems to be more extreme. They seem to be more.
So just
That's
because
what I'm
so it's
asking
just
you.
that the problem is that they're more religiously extreme. That's the issue.
Well, that's just one. That's one difference.
Is their
And
flag
the reason
black?
why?
Is that why?
The reason why
Like,
I don't think the reason why I don't think there's a difference because China does not illegally occupy land. First of all, China does not illegally
just
occupy
culturally
land. Before the
genocide people.
crackdowns, before all the land that China has is recognized by the internet, and they didn't get it through settler colonialism. China, and first of all, China did not do settler colonialism.
So you have no
on-
issue
on
with me being
Israel.
rounded into a camp, and then like I have to get rid of my Palestinian culture.
When
and
did I
have to-
say that? I said the
But that's
leaders.
what China's
I said-
doing to the Uyghurs. That's what China's doing. To
I'm
the
not
Uyghurs.
saying
You
what
know-
they're doing to the Muslim population in Xinjiang is justified. Even like
No, shut up. Teuton, they are absolutely illegally occupying land, by the way. They're
Like from the
occupying
Kashmir region,
multiple territories that is actually not recognized by the UN. They're occupying
What, not in
territory of
Xinjiang?
Japan. They're occupying territory of Japan that is not recognized by
Well,
the
we're
UN
talking
or
about
anybody's.
Muslims. We're talking about Muslims. We're not-
No, but they are occupying land that is absolutely illegal, Teuton.
The 9-dash
all of
line. That's
land-
not
Small island.
recognized by the UN, is it?
It's legal.
Does China occupy like a small island with like probably 1,000 people on it?
No,
occupied
they
that-
occupy multiple things. They're not like.
So if it's just
not
a small
legal.
amount of occupation, it's okay.
I don't
for
think
you
that's.
to
I don't think you
Like,
can
depending
compare
on the
that though
square
to what
miles
Israel
of
does.
How is it
I
not
don't think you can compare that.
comparable? How is it not comparable? Imagine you live on an island or some kind of land, and then the Chinese roll around with some fucking war boats and then come onto your island and then occupy it, and nobody does anything about it, and then oppresses you because you live on it. Teuton, are you fucking serious?
Can you send me?
Of course.
Okay, but I don't think it's comparable to the West Bank, where like Israel like has like full-on segregationist. Like, you wouldn't call China apartheid state. You would like nobody.
Why not? No, why not? Why the fuck not? Like literally for Hanification, if that involved putting people into camps, how the fuck is that not apartheid compared to what Israel does?
Maybe not now because they already Hanified
Maybe
them.
not now, but yeah, what they did.
Because they completed the job, Teuton.
Yeah, well,
Not because they don't want to be apartheid, it's because they completed the job.
Israel knows how not to be an apartheid. Just get rid of all the Palestinians in the West Bank.
And first of all, what I was arguing was does Lonabox think it's justifiable to put like the Turkestan Islamist Party, put the leaders of it, just the leaders, not what they did in general. The leaders of there, is it justified for China to crack down on that?
I wasn't
party,
defending the fucking Al Qaeda affiliated people. You can put their leaders in jail if you want to. It's just funny that you thought that every like Muslim community leader, you just immediately assumed that they must be fucking terrorists.
No, I'm not.
If they're arrested by China.
No,
you sound like is you sound like a right wing Israeli. If I say, oh yeah, they blew up fucking mosques and they arrested a bunch of like religious leaders, and you're like, oh, what? You mean the terrorist leaders? I was like, that's like every IDF fucking death and murder, killing in the West Bank.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm saying,
what was the person doing? Were they a terrorist? Were they Hamas? Like that's what you're doing. You're like a right winger for fucking China.
Okay, I think because like when you said Muslim leader, I'm sure like Radio Free Asia or like something classifies like the Western propaganda, the propaganda coming from the West would probably classify it that way because I know.
Yeah, and the fucking pro-Palestinian propaganda says every fucking gun wielder with a fucking iPhone is also a journalist. So I can say that too, right? You know for a fact that not every single one of these journalists was like just a civilian journalist, right? We know that. But you imagine, obviously, if I did that same argument back at... How the fuck do you know that?
Majority of them were.
How do you know that?
Majority of them
How do you know that? You guessing that?
Huh?
You have no fucking idea. It could be 10%, it could be 90%. You have no idea.
Would you consider Al Jazeera propaganda?
Huh? Al Jazeera? Yeah, they do propaganda for the Qatari state, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, why do you believe what they say?
I think on Palestine they're pretty good, but yeah, on Palestine they're one of the more.
They have an incentive to lie about Israel. Why do you believe them about Israel?
And what do you think? And do you think Western news outlets Western news outlets?
Well, they're a lot more reliable than Al Jazeera. I can tell you that much.
Well, it would depend on the news outlet,
Al
right?
Jazeera Arabic is probably wild, but I don't know how it is. But
well, Al Jazeera, you probably don't speak Arabic, right?
No.
Yeah, Al Jazeera Arabic is a lot more wild than the English one. Can you take a reason? Can you think of a reason why?
Because it suits the population. I don't know. It's just,
Because they know who they're broadcasting to.
I will
the
say
English
that
population
fucking
wouldn't buy the shit from the Arabic Al Jazeera would spread. They would immediately think, "Oh, this is insane shit. I can't watch this." So if they had the same fucking broadcasts.
I mean, that Al Jazeera documentary about the rapes on October 7th, that was fucking mental. They literally did the same thing. Like, oh yeah, this girl, she sent a text message, and then 9 minutes later, they said she was killed. Like, there's no way you could rape someone in 9 minutes. Like, holy shit, that was fucking... Yeah. That doesn't make sense.
These disputes... Okay, these like okay. So the thing that like Western media think, they act like China spraying like a Filipino boat is like the biggest crime. Like they make it. Oh my god, China's such a big aggressor. They sprayed a boat. They sprayed a Filipino boat.
You guys cry more about
retarded.
I mean, wait, what's the actual issue? You talk about occupying land and shit. Like the issue with China and the 9-dash line is that they are claiming waters as not theirs. And they're doing it with force. So that's the problem.
Do you think that's comparable to what Israel does in the West Bank? Do you think that's comparable?
No, these are different. Yeah, these are different things. Yeah.
Do you want
I'm
people
saying
to
it's
like
not comparable.
drown in the sea? Is that what you want? Because that's like what's gonna happen if they spray fishing boats with water. The people will fall down and fall into the sea and drown.
Yeah.
Is that so bad if they drown in the sea?
Well, compared to what
Oh,
other countries
compared to
they do,
what? Compared to, I don't know, settlers going into houses and
compared to
lighting them on
America,
fire.
compared to what
Yeah, is
America
it so
does to China,
bad?
China acts
Is
like
it
a
so
saint.
bad? Oh,
Tutan,
are you
the
fucking
point is
serious,
that you
Tutan?
think occupation is bad, so it doesn't. It's like if occupation on its face as a concept is bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
It
Well,
shouldn't
yeah, I
matter.
agree.
Okay, shut up and let me finish. It shouldn't matter on what scale it's occurring. It should be bad. So if it's bad in
Yeah, it's
the
bad.
West Bank, it's also bad in China.
But it's not
even if
comparable
in
to the
whatever you
West Bank.
afford, like a tiny island. But it's still
It doesn't-
bad. It's still not okay.
Yeah,
for China
it's
to
bad,
do
but it's
it.
not comparable.
You're
It
now
doesn't cause the same
holding them
levels.
to the standard of what you would hold Israel to for doing something that is bad.
From their inherent self-oppression.
Yeah, but I'm saying
I
it's
have a
not
question for you,
comparable.
actually.
Wait, Tutan, back when the re-education camps were operating, when the camps were operating, would you say Xinjiang was worse for Muslims than the West Bank was?
Probably, yeah, for that time, yeah. Yeah, I would.
I don't know how that's still a probably. I
So
don't know how
it's-
that's still a probably. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
I would.
It's
I would.
because he's a Jewish
I would, but-
exceptionalist. You know, it just deserves more attention when the Jews do
But
it.
if imagine if Israel only did the camps for like 5 years and stopped, and just put them in camps, then did what China did and stopped, we would give
Well,
them.
Israel hasn't put people in
and
the
then
West
it was-
Bank in concentration camps at all, really. Like, there's a few people who get jailed.
No,
but
no.
it's not like they've never had a concentration.
Well,
The people in the
no,
West Bank
so
are allowed
they
to practice
haven't-
their religion whatever fucking way they want for the most part. Like,
Susan, do you think you would be okay with it if Israel put people in camps? You think that that would be something that you
I'm
would
saying,
look at and
I'm
say,
saying if
"That's-
Israel
that's
did
not
what
as good"?
China did, if Israel did what China did, imagine this whole conflict ended after like putting like if Israel did what China did and like there was like Hamas, and instead of bombing Gaza, instead of like imagine China's reaction to the terror, imagine if Israel's reaction to
I just
yeah,
want to, on the
imagine Israel.
record, you are supporting Israel putting as a harm reduction
No,
argument. You're supporting
no,
Israel putting people in camps.
I'm saying if they did do that, it'd be better, way better, significantly
As a
than
harm
what
reduction
they're doing now.
argument, you would
Than what
want
they're doing
Israel
now.
to put people in camps. Okay.
Imagine if China bombed Xinjiang and like fucking killed 50,000 people.
So you
well, they
support
don't need
getting
because
rid
again,
of
wait, why do you think China doesn't do to Xinjiang what Israel does to Gaza? Why do you think that's the case?
Because China doesn't want to genocide the Muslims in Xinjiang.
No, that's not why. If Israel wanted to genocide the people in Gaza, you would have seen a lot more than 50 or 60,000 dead within 20 months. Sorry. First of all,
Those
second of
separatists-
all, why is there not? It's such a much more easy answer. It's because the conditions in Gaza and the military conflict is different. That's it. It's just a very
Even
different
Xinjiang-
conflict. The
There were
military
groups in Xinjiang
capabilities.
that wanted to separate with China.
Yeah,
There were
do they have the
prominent
same?
groups
Do they
in
have? Do
Xinjiang.
they have comparable military capabilities to fucking Hamas? Is the geography
I mean,
the same? Are
some
the
of them
borders
are
the same?
trained
Are the
by-
populations
some
the
of them
same?
are trained by Turkey and the CIA. But
I can't
yes.
fucking believe you, man. Like,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no.
Where is this like this fucking walled off area in Xinjiang that was like full of fucking tunnels, like 500 kilometers to a
We see
tiny
them in
little
Syria.
space?
We see them in Syria.
What do we see in
some
Syria?
of the fighters in Syria. We see some of the fighters from the Al Qaeda.
So you just completely
affiliate,
dodged my
Turks.
question. Like how? Yeah, sorry. How many fucking Uyghurs were like storming into fucking Beijing and killing like 1,200 people? And how many
I mean,
rockets
there
do
were
they
a lot
have?
of
And how
knife
many...
attacks. Not 1,000, but like.
Why are you
hundreds
trying
of
to
people
compare
died.
knife attacks to October 7th? What's wrong with you?
Hundreds of people did die.
Over
Hundreds.
what? Over what period? In one day?
Like, it was like from 2008 to like 2016. Hundreds of people.
Why
did
would you
die
compare
due
that to
knife
October 7th? Are you fucking mental? Why would you because as soon as you realize that the threat and the capabilities and the geography and the layout of the entire battlefield is different, then you have to be like, oh, actually, yeah, like maybe I'm just treating Israel as a bit of a kind of like a special case where I just look at the results and not look at like what led to those results. What a fucking weird thing to say. Like, why would you try to even suggest that there's like parity?
I'm still stunned by the fact that
Between these two
he
things.
thinks putting me in a camp to re-educate me to be a Jew. It's still like an option.
No,
A better option.
A better option. A better option.
Better option than what's happening in Gaza now. Yes, a better option. Yes, than full-on genocide. Yes.
Yeah, what do you think? Okay, hold on. You seem to care what Palestinians think. Do you think Palestinians would rather die than give up their culture, language, and land? You don't care what Palestinians think anymore?
Okay, but first of all, have the Uyghurs in China, can they not practice?
Okay, no. Step back. We're talking about Palestinians now. Do you think Palestinians would rather die than change their language, their faith, their
If it was forever,
culture?
probably. If it was forever, probably. But
What the
China
fuck do you
only
mean
did it for-
forever? What the? Wait, hold on.
Wait, do you think it's just like back to business as usual for being a Uyghur in China? No, this is after they've done like what
Probably.
they call a
They're not going
satisfactory.
to school. They're not getting a degree.
It probably
What
is
the fuck?
90% back to business. They can
What
go
the
from
what?
us-
Based
Oh
on
my
what?
God.
What? Back to what it was before the
Based-
camps? Like the camps just resulted in nothing.
Bro.
Have you seen what happens to people when they come out of these camps? They dress differently. They fucking
Oh,
like,
there was
eat
a
and live
good
differently.
video. There was a good video on YouTube I got to my recommend. It was talking to Muslim Chinese people in Xinjiang. And they didn't.
That's not-
You should go watch
And they were
that
fine.
video.
Yeah. What, there was a video, and they
Yeah,
saw
we're-
these people, and they were fine. Yeah, I can find you a video of like
Oh,
some
you
Palestinians
can
in
go
Hebron,
to
and they're fucking
Xinjiang.
chill.
Go
too.
ask them. Do investigative journalism.
You want me to? So while there's still surveillance, and while there are still the agents running around looking for this kind of shit, you want me to go to?
It's free. You can go. You can go ask.
You want me to go to fucking Xinjiang and ask them about the
The lawyer's
camps?
gonna get rounded up.
Are you trying to get me
so
killed? What the
fucking
fuck?
You wouldn't get killed. You wouldn't get killed if you asked.
Wait,
If you
hold
asked
on.
how they're living now.
Okay, so you haven't seen these documentaries where
And,
journalists
and
try
from
to ask
that
people
video, they
about the
seemed fine.
situation.
From that YouTube video.
Letterbox,
Wow.
he is literally reversing Israel and China.
You
Literally
are the Bibi Netanyahu of China.
I would,
understand
that
that,
would
right?
be underselling it. He's the Ben Gvir of China.
I just don't buy in all the Western propaganda. China is way less
Well, that's
violent
the
than
only
America.
reason you fucking okay.
Because
As
you just
long as
hate
the
America.
West backs them, you hate them. That is the baseline logic you operate.
No,
on.
I don't buy the Western propaganda.
Yeah,
but
which is
but
basically the same.
I
as
do
saying
hope
you
China.
don't-
I do hope China overtakes the US.
So-
I do.
But you
hope
are
that
convinced by a YouTube video though, of like someone talking to a couple of people, but not the Western propaganda.
And
in China, in Xinjiang, China.
So you think
There's
because
like
you
no-
saw one video? of
No,
how many...
no.
No?
Okay. How do you know right now that Uyghurs in China are really oppressed and are not back to like?
Probably because even that
like,
article that Hassan used to talk about the fucking tourism hour was still talking about how there's still mass surveillance, there's still fear, there's still tension, there's still the fact that when people come out of these camps, they are
That was
changed.
right when it
There's
ended.
still
Now
the fact
it's
that the mosques are
2025.
destroyed. There's still the fact that the cultural sites are destroyed. So that's not changed.
Yeah, but that was like right when it ended. I wonder how it's now. Well, I don't know. I don't have to. We don't know.
Why would
how
you? Yeah, but
Why
yeah, we
don't
don't.
we-
So why would you assume it's
Why
back
do
to
you
business
think-
as usual? Like, it's just the same as it was before the camps.
I just assumed that it's 90% back.
Why do you
It's-
think China would have?
Why?
Why do you think China would have put all of that effort into Hanification of the Uyghurs just to let them out to return to being Uyghurs?
Because they crushed the separatist threat and through unjustified.
They got the degree of being
unjustifiable
Han
means.
Chinese, and now they can be themselves again.
They're not Han Chinese. They don't have the same. Uyghurs in Xinjiang are not living like Han Chinese.
You don't think
right now.
you don't think they were literally putting like Chinese families into Uyghur houses to get them to show them how to live like Han Chinese people?
I heard of that. I saw a video of that. I don't know. I'll have to look. I don't know if it's like a Radio Free Asia like propaganda thing. So I'd have to look more into that. But I don't know.
I heard about certain instances where they took families of Uyghurs and separated the wife and the husband, and they would marry the woman to like a Han Chinese man, and just they would force them to eat pork and shit. It's
No,
like,
but if we just say that's all, like, but we just have to, for some reason, for China, we have to say that this might just be the Radio Free China U.S. State Department.
Radio, yeah, because there are.
They only did
there
that
are
because
like
they were separatists.
Bro, you know how much America did anti-COVID vaccine propaganda just to like that killed
what does
people.
COVID have to do? What?
I'm saying that. I'm saying that.
Okay,
America.
Sultan, I'm gonna theorize on how you choose topics. You have a dartboard and it has paper on it, and you're just throwing the fucking dart with your eyes closed.
No,
and the
I'm saying
lights turned
that
off.
America,
because you just randomly pick a topic after we're talking about something, and we're just completely somewhere else.
No. It's related. It's related. It's related. It's related. I'm saying that America, Reuters reported on this. America did anti-vaccine propaganda in the Philippines to reduce China's power, so they wouldn't take the Chinese vaccine. They literally did that. This is fully
America does
fully
anti-vaccine
confirmed.
propaganda everywhere because America
In
is
America.
are fucking idiots when it comes to fucking science and vaccines. Have you seen?
Well,
the
no,
head of
no,
the
they
agency?
did this specifically so
But
people
what
would
does
so
that
they
have
wouldn't
to
take
do
the
with
Chinese
what we were
vaccine.
talking about? Like that doesn't excuse.
I'm saying, do you find it crazy that America would invest billions of
How-
propaganda
how do you-
to
how
make
do you
it
think
worse
that
than it
excuses
is?
How do you think that excuses what China is doing?
I don't. Hassan said this, and I've said this as well. What
Even
they
why
did
did you
on
bring it
crack-
up? That's not a counterpoint. to what
I'm just
China
saying.
is
I'm
no,
just,
he doesn't.
I
He
brought
doesn't
it up
excuse
on-
it. He just kind of like tries to sow doubt on every single fucking claim. That's basically the.
Well,
the
that I
gist.
don't know about that claim.
And
if
he's
that claim
also
has
he's
been
also
verified.
eager to suggest for
Well-
absolutely no reason that things are just back to how they were before the camps in terms of like cultural and
I
religious
didn't
freedom.
say fully. I think they'll
90%. Even by saying
Two-ton.
90%, like that's fucking insane.
Well, before saying Teuton's an anti-Semite, I would say Teuton is an Islamophobe because he's completely fine with erasing Uyghur culture and their Islamic beliefs.
No, I'm not. It's completely unjustified
I don't
cracking
think
down
that,
on the whole
but
problem.
I just
Well,
think
what
you're
they should have
so
done, in my
illiterate.
opinion, after the
You don't-
Xinjiang
you don't
terror
know how
attacks,
to
is just
follow
crack down on the leaders of the
Okay,
Al
okay.
Qaeda affiliate.
Okay, so
That's
now
not
you
what they
backed
did.
off. So you've backed off that.
Why do you think they
back to
didn't? Why do you
business.
think they went on? Why do you think they just like generalized the entire population almost and they had like 1 million people in camps? Why do you think they did it that way?
It was a horrible policy.
No, why?
Xi Jinping said
Why?
that this is why.
Yeah, if we're ascribing some kind of motive.
Well, Xi Jinping said this is like all 9/11. That's what he said. That's
That
what he
doesn't answer
said.
my question. Israel said that October 7th was their 9/11, so that doesn't explain why they're doing what they're doing in Gaza.
Probably a little bit of racism. I don't know.
Just a little bit. It's only a little bit. When you put them into concentration camps and try to like purge their entire culture and change the names of a bunch of fucking towns and neighborhoods, that's just a little bit of racism.
Racism. Okay, well, yeah, racism. Shouldn't say that.
Fascism.
A little bit.
Maybe a bit of fascism.
I don't. No, China.
Do you think that?
Wait, why is that not fascism? Why would that not be fascism?
It's just don't
They're
know.
not Jewish
Just
enough.
'cause the average Chinese, first of all, it was wrong. It was wrong. The mass event. I would not call China's not an ultra nationalist state. China's China's not an ultra nationalist state. China does not support. Yeah, China did not en masse kill Uyghurs, and but
No,
even
they
though
just
what they did was wrong,
they just radically shifted all of the like they just like forced them to change their culture to the dominant culture in the region. And yes,
Okay,
Xi
how
Jinping
do you know
actually
that they
is
call-
Xi Jinping is actually like an ultra nationalist. I don't know why you would
Why
say
don't
that
you
he's not a
think-
nationalist.
Yeah, why don't you think
The
he's
fuck?
a nationalist?
The whole thing about Hanification is ultra nationalism.
That's nationalism, yeah.
and
It would be
and
like
another-
Judaizing. It would be like if Israel Judaized fucking Sev.
Please don't give. Listen.
I won't give them ideas. Sorry.
Teuton, please never be a part of the Israeli government because I am fucked if you ever join the Israeli government.
I said I wouldn't do what they did. Also,
Yeah, but
Xi
we're asking
Jinping
you
has
to
moved
say
the
why it's not
economic-
fascism. Like, why is it not
No,
fascism?
Xi Jinping has moved. Xi Jinping has moved has moved Chinese policy economically left since he took over. He's increased state control. He's cracked down on private enterprise. He has been a
Why
good
is that?
leader.
Why is that not fascist? To increase state control. I'm asking about the policies towards the Uyghurs.
Well, yeah. Oh, I'm saying Xi Jinping is not an ultra nationalist.
Why
This
not?
is-
Of course he is.
Then
What
what
are you
would
talking
happen
about? Like that's his entire fucking reputation. He's an ultra nationalist. What are you talking about?
Why does he want to? Why does he want to go back into Taiwan? What about Tibet? Why would he want to Hanify the Uyghurs? He's not a
Oh god, I
nationalist.
wish I knew more about. Because Taiwan is a result of an unfinished civil war. That's why.
It's
and
maybe a one
result of an
China
unfinished
policy?
civil war.
Like a Chinese civil war.
But
Like
when
it's
the-
part of a Chinese civil war.
A one, like he wants to make it one
yeah,
China, like a nationalist state.
Okay, I'm not educated to talk about Taiwan. All I know is that Chiang Kai-shek, the ultra nationalists of the Kuomintang Party, who carried out massacres
Are long.
against
They're not in
communists.
charge. They're not in charge in Taiwan. Why are you talking about the 50s again? Like why?
The same party is in charge of Taiwan.
What the party right?
Oh, no,
the people in
no,
charge of Taiwan right now is a democracy. Like they get to vote and shit, and they're a government. What are you talking about? Like you think this is the same as people
Okay,
who massacred their political opponents?
Okay. Do you know what? Do you
Taiwan
know what,
is a more open
do
democracy
you know
than
what,
the mainland China, isn't it?
Well, doesn't. Well, does okay. I don't care if it's an open demand. Actually, do you know what I'd say? If FDR became a dictator and lived longer and he served more terms, I'll be happy with that. I don't care if countries are dictatorships, as long as their leadership are good. Imagine if FDR could serve Imagine if FDR lived longer and he could become a dictator. I would enjoy. I would feel
Another
that.
idea
That's
for the
good.
Israeli government.
Well, this is why,
to,
but this is like a fundamental misunderstanding that you have of dictatorships, because you think that there are just some leaders and some ideologies and some parties out there that have like this kind of right to rule because of their privileges and their because of they're smarter or they're more left wing. The fact is that Roosevelt's achievements were not a result of him as an individual. They were the result of democratic pressure. Roosevelt was initially sworn in as a fucking fiscal conservative. Okay, he needed popular approval to push through the New Deal and all those things that he's actually known and praised for. Like, Roosevelt's legacy is not owed to just Roosevelt. It's owed to largely quite a lot of it came for his wife, but it's also Roosevelt's legacy is a product of democracy, not because of Roosevelt.
I just know that Truman
also,
came in
why
and
is
he made it much worse.
That doesn't even, oh god, you're not even engaging with what I'm saying. It's fine.
Okay, yeah. I'll engage. I'll engage. So you said that Roosevelt, was he really a fiscal conservative when he came in?
He was sworn in as a fiscal conservative, yes.
What the fuck? Okay. Where
did you hear that? Wait, question for you before you continue. Where did you hear that he was not?
Like all of Roosevelt's policies, the New Deal, everything. Like he kind of saved capitalism. Like he saved like
Okay,
like
but
all
you
his,
like him?
yeah.
Because you just said the opposite thing about Xi Jinping. You said that he has moved economically left because somehow economically left is the government just like owning all of the property. But now you're saying that FDR you would be okay with as a dictator for life, and he saved capitalism?
Well, he saved capitalism by doing social.
Okay, so why would you want? So which
democratic
one?
thing.
Do you, but do you see the inherent?
I mean, he was good
contradiction
for
there?
America. If I was American, I'd want him. But okay, he was good for America. He was good for. I thought that Roosevelt was very economically left than himself, but I might just be.
He was, but he was more like his initial fucking pledge was to balance the budget, okay, which was a very like tactical use of language to like basically make it seem like he wasn't going to do what all of the more like actually like fiscal conservative people of the time were expecting. But the New Deal would not have happened, and none of these things would have happened without democratic approval and democratic pressure. That's the difference. Like, if you have a dictator just imposing fucking everything, first of all, dictators are always fallible. There's never been a good dictator necessarily. And also, if you do have a dictator ruling against the wishes of the majority, then the only way they can do it is to like force it. And then if they force it, then you have these like things that might potentially be good in the short term pushed through, but then they're also pushed through basically at like fucking gunpoint. So that's why like wishing for anyone to be a dictator is kind of stupid. Yeah.
Okay, I just said like. Well, even now, I wish that the instead of like letting Trump in power, like if there would, like, because Trump is like a thing that like if there was like the Democratic Party could like not make that happen and somehow make a dictatorship. Like I don't mind what I said and to go on because I really need to bit. But anyway, to go on. Xi Jinping. Do you acknowledge that Xi Jinping is very, very popular, 90%, and the Chinese Communist Party itself is very popular with the party, not just due to propaganda, but just due to what they've done in moving 800
Do you think
people
that
out
those
of
polls are
poverty.
valid and reliable, Titan? Do you feel like
It was done by Harvard.
that those
Harvard
polls are
polled
actually
China.
getting to what the people of China think and feel?
Harvard Gazette.
Yeah, I
This
know
was
that
done-
if
this
you
was a
if
West
you
Point
adequately suppress opposition and have such a like level of control over the education system and over the
Do you
media
think
and
they've
everything
not
else,
have
then
done?
yes, you are
They have
going to
not
see
done
like.
So maybe,
Iran
like,
does
Putin
that.
didn't
Iran does
actually
that.
get
How? Why is
90%
Iran?
votes?
Why is the supreme leader in Iran not popular?
Well, because China's a little bit smarter than the supreme leader in Iran, unfortunately. Like China does do, like China will distribute wealth in some ways that can benefit like people in the population, at least the Han Chinese people mostly. Like they can do those things, which Iran doesn't. Iran devotes themselves to destroying other countries. So Iran's like sanctioned. China is not facing the same level of pressure that China does, but that's not why. Like the popularity of like, China and Iran is different compared to the.
Very, they have done very impressive things. The Chinese Communist Party in the last 20 years.
They have done, they've done impressive things, but they've also done very repressive things. Yeah, what?
In Xinjiang, yeah.
I mean, like bad things can be impressive.
No, but like in terms of like building, like moving millions of people out of poverty and building China to be like a competitor of the United States. They have
yeah, and the fucking Soviets built up the Union to be like a really a great superpower, and they improved living standards as well. It doesn't mean that they were also kind of like a shitty regime. Yeah. Guilty of all kinds of horrible crimes. Yeah.
So what do you think should happen with China?
Didn't Israel do impressive things? Like what the fuck did?
What do you think should happen with China now? What do you think what do you think the West should do with China?
What should the West do with China? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think keeping them the fuck out of the nine dash line is good. You know, letting these other countries the right to fishing and everything else.
Okay.
Maybe not sink the fishing boats.
I'm just saying that the worst thing China does is not like comparable to America. America invades country, kills millions of people, funds genocides. China doesn't do that.
China's doing a genocide. They didn't just fund it; they did it.
Again, I will always say it's mass surveillance. It wasn't a genocide. They did a culture genocide, still wrong, but nowhere near as damaging as the West. Huh?
What about the sterilization?
The sterilization, first of all, there's no proof it's done on a systematic level. The UN report did not.
Denies investigation for it. You're making this.
No, the UN went there. The UN went there. The UN went there.
They were prevented from going there and doing any actual investigation.
Didn't the UN release a report in like 2018?
Yeah, and then you're going to say that they found no proof of that because they were denied any access to the places where they did it.
Again, this whole sterilization thing comes from a fascist far-right think tank.
No,
it's also
people who testified to the BBC.
Yeah, are Uyghur
people who were there in the camps.
Are Uyghur survivors? Are they fascists?
On the systematic level, I'm saying it comes from this fascist think tank called the Anti-Communism Memorial, which said that the Soviets killed 60 million people, counting the Nazis.
Yeah, I'm not sourcing that. I'm sourcing the people who have testified about the sterilization.
That's where Adrian Zen comes from.
Yeah,
Adrian Zen is this Christian.
I care about the people.
Is this Christian anti-Semite? Is this Christian anti-Semite?
Nobody brought up
thinks that God, who said that God told him to take down the Chinese Communist
Party. It's
like
me saying every bad claim about Israel must be from like Al Jazeera or like from Sinwar. It's so stupid.
No, but he's the leading one. He's the one that's always quoted. It's Adrian.
Yeah, he's always the only people I see quoting these people are fucking tankies because they're trying to discredit the entire claim. That's what I say.
No, I'm pretty sure
the claim for sterilization. I'm pretty sure that Pompeo, a Republican. Okay,
I'm not Mike Pompeo.
Trump, like the Western government's quoted him.
He's unironically doing pally.
I mean, he is kind of based, but all good.
He's unironically doing Pallywood on China.
But yeah, I mean, Tucson, if you want to evade on this,
it's a genocide.
You can't. Okay, because they were denied access to investigation.
You can also go from the birth rates, like the birth rates of the Uyghurs plummeted compared to other groups in the region at the time, which is a fairly good indicator.
Yeah, not a definitive indicator. And also you have to establish intent. Was there okay. I'm just saying that amnesty.
So specifically, this is very similar to what happened in ICTY, so that the International Tribunal Court of Yugoslavia. This is very simple because they've imported quite a bit of birth control stuff to Xinjiang. For one specific reason, you can establish intent by the action itself. Here,
no,
because what exactly is going to happen?
You can establish
when you sell birth control to the people you intern.
That they're sterilizing these people to destroy like other quotes.
Yes, they're also raping them.
No, there wasn't mass systematic. Okay, sure.
Yeah, like no, I don't think.
I know that there's.
victims right now. So
Anyway, why do you think Loyalbox? Why do you think Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch? Why do you think none of these have said it's a genocide? They're only like Mike Pompeo and the Western governments. Why do you think none of these like respectable, at least somewhat respectable groups,
Like
none of
most
them are-
cases, I don't really hinge too much on the genocide claims, apart from it seems to be that because of testimony from survivors and because of birth rates plummeting, that's a fairly and because of the denial investigation.
Okay,
That's a
can
good,
we just
to
say
me,
cultural
to me,
genocide?
no, to me that's a good indication that there are forced sterilizations, and forced sterilizations would be one of the acts under the Genocide Convention.
Yep.
Although I'm not really going to be like attach myself too hard to that just because of like precedent and the convention and things and the way that case law works for it. But again, that's not really. If you're saying why does Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch not say, like, again, we can talk about these institutions if you want, but like I think I've got quite good reason to not really trust anything that comes out of these organizations right now in terms of conclusions. But that's a different
Wow,
question.
so they're anti-West. Okay.
I don't know if they're anti-West. I've never ascribed a motive to either of them. You did that. I can just look at the source material and the underlying material of their reports and just say I don't think these are well done. And I can describe why if you want, but that doesn't take away from the claim that the evidence points towards a large scale. The evidence right now points towards at least a large scale sterilization program in Xinjiang because of the birth rates plus the witness testimony.
And China rejects that. China rejects.
I don't
that.
Okay, and the IDF rejects that as well. By that's like the go-to.
Yeah. Okay, and you're lying because people did go to Xinjiang. The UN invited, China invited the UN.
He didn't say they didn't go to Xinjiang. He said that they didn't get access to the places where the sterilizations were alleged to be happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like you can come to Israel to talk about Palestinian prisoners, but we won't let you see any of the prisoners or go into any of the prisons.
I'm just saying Xinjiang. I was just saying that Xinjiang was much more open to people than Gaza, obviously, because it wasn't a war zone. But okay. I'm
also,
just
I would like to
it's
bring up something,
genocide.
Teuton, really quickly. You made the claim that this was like a terrorist attack done by Xinjiang. We don't have conclusive evidence of that.
No,
China
I'm saying there was
said
a lot
specifically that this was
terrorist
Turkestan Independence Party. This was not like definitively proven whatsoever. They did this as a way to like enforce cultural assimilation. Like this was not like.
Okay. We can all agree that it was a cultural genocide. We can all agree at least it was a cultural genocide.
I guess I'm a little bit confused why you seed that it's cultural genocide.
Huh? Because they cracked down on, like, instead of cracking down on the people doing terrorism, they cracked down on the whole ethnic group. They punished the whole ethnic group for a few terrorist attacks by a separatist party. They thought them of unloyal. Because they cracked down the whole thing, and they cracked down on the culture. They obviously converted mosques into like cafe. So yeah, it gives all the hallmarkings of like a cultural genocide.
So you think cultural genocide is okay? That's an okay thing.
No, he's not saying he's supporting it.
When have I said this is a good thing? I said this is bad. This is like America's kind of like America's response to 9/11. It's bad. Bad. It's even Xi Jinping said that. It's like we're doing what America did after 9/11. G. Yeah.
No, it's Xi. You're calling him like 2-inch Jinping. G is 2-inch Jinping.
Paste.
Okay.
I mean, if it fits, right?
His name is Xi.
So why do you think he took the action? Why do you think he took it out? The actions of a few terrorists out on the entire Uyghur population like that? What motivated him to do
maybe
that?
saw them as unloyal. I don't know.
I mean, scholars say that it's because he wants to quote unquote level up the Uyghur population, such as Steve Zhang and Olivia Chung. So they do this specifically because like they're forcing them to get rid of like their beards, their religious clothing, in exchange for poverty relief.
Okay.
They're trying to assimilate. This is the simple fact of life.
Okay, and can I say something? The birth rates in Xinjiang are still like the highest or one of the highest in overall China.
You don't look at what they are compared to other groups. You look at how they've dropped in relation to other groups. The one in Xinjiang dropped far harder than anywhere else in China during the time of the campaign.
And also, China sterilized 300. I stated this before. China sterilized 300 million Han Chinese women.
Yeah, but
during
that's
the
why.
one
Yeah,
child-
because that's because of one child policy. But the question is because of intent.
And it didn't
And the
apply to
intent when it
Xinjiang,
comes
initially.
and the intent when it comes to Xinjiang seems to be that they were just trying to purge a culture.
No, they said the drop in birth rate is because of family planning. That's what they said, which is relating to the one child policy. And the reason why it didn't apply to Uyghurs initially was because they're a minority. It didn't apply to them, but it didn't apply to them. And I don't. Okay.
Can I ask you who's saying this? Is this China saying this?
Yes, China.
Why do I care?
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, okay.
Why do I care what they say?
Okay,
they have every interest in the world to lie about this.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that they're wrong, but yeah. just know that the main source academic on this is Adrian Zenz. The main
it's not.
Everyone. Yes, it is.
You're lying.
Tutan, Israel consistently says they're not genociding the Palestinians. Do you believe?
It's also just straight up not Adrian.
Oh wait, you believe Israel? Okay.
Hang on, let's go back to the Adrian. Let's go back to the Adrian Zen point.
Do you agree that Adrian Zenz is the most quoted person by that
in academia? No.
He's no by the Western governments that they say it's genocide.
I mean, even still, no, really.
That's how Mike Pompeo. That's how all the Canada said it's a genocide by his report, and the AP News report that said there was mass sterilization quoted him.
So do you think that this is like the one source they're going to? Do you think that like genuinely passes the
He's
smell
one of the
test?
biggest sources, and
that's
this
like
guy
the one thing they get. So it's not the one thing.
No, he's like I said he's the most quoted one, and this guy's a fucking.
So what about Steve
German...
Sang and Olivia Chung's study? Or what about Elizabeth Economy's study?
Dude, okay, I'm not saying that he's the only quoted one. I'm saying he's the most quoted. And this guy, by the way, last thing on Adrian Zenz, this guy is a guy who's a Christian nationalist who said that God told me to destroy
Susan Shirk's.
Can you sorry, Tucson, can you repeat the last three names that Gombi just said about other studies?
Like no, that's sorry.
It just seems like why would you? Okay, so I don't. So you didn't even recognize them, right? Like you just wanted to go back to talking about Adrian Zen.
I'm just saying that he's the most quoted. That's all I'm saying.
But is he quoted by? What do you mean quoted? Like he's got the most citations, or like he's brought up by politicians the most? Or you mentioned AP article. Like how do you know he's the most quoted?
AP article and the BBC articles I see, and what Mike Pompeo said. The Mike Pompeo used the Adrian Zenz report.
I feel like if we keep on repeating just Mike Pompeo, I'm already saying it's like the most.
He really does think I am Mike Pompeo, doesn't he?
Who's the what's the Associated Press? Okay, Associated Press.
And Control F, Adrian.
Sterilization, Uyghurs. Okay. Is this called China cuts Uyghur birth with IUDs, abortion sterilization? Is that the article?
Yes, and go in that article and Control F, Adrian.
I'm just curious. I'm just taking one. So let's see, Adrian.
There, isn't it?
This is according to new research obtained by the Associated Press in advance of publication by China scholar Adrian Zenz. This is
yeah.
To birth control.
Yeah.
So this is the majority of people, and then Mike Pompeo. Is this just all one article for you to say that the majority of people quoting?
Even in the BBC one, I just know that he's like I just know that from the articles I read, he's like nearly always quoted, and I don't see any other scholars. And
so
this
the
guy
2 or 3 articles you read compared to like the vast body of scholarship that there is.
Okay, does the vast quality of scholarship say? Well, I know the vast majority of human rights group in the UN say that it's not a genocide. Say that it's just.
Well, I mean, we've covered this already, though.
Okay.
They were denied access to the relevant areas, frankly. Like.
So we don't know then. We don't know. We don't know.
Well, that's why you would. That's why you would try to go with like the facts that you do have and try to see if they can lead you to a more reasonable conclusion. Like, you realize that with Gaza, you do this all the time, right? Because there's not definitive evidence of fuck all, really, that happens in Gaza. All we have are, like, we know that people are dying.
Could I come back in a minute? I really need to do something. Really, really need to do so. I think I'll be back.
Imagine he disconnects again like last time.
So explain to us how you need to prove to us that you're not Mike Pompeo, Gombi.
Yeah, so I'm not an old fart. I am a ripe young 25. I have a magnificent beard in comparison to his strange face.
Wow.
Hello, Mina.
Hi. I have a question.
Yeah.
Why in the world does he, like, come back weekly to just spout the same nonsense over and over and over again? Like, it's like every week we have the same conversation again.
Well, it's kind of volume, right? I mean, in a sense, like, if this is the thing that you hear constantly, I think it kind of just becomes the narrative, right? It's kind of why I felt it was a little bit important to join today.
I mean, yeah. But, like, when does it get, like, tired? when is it done?
I mean, I'm letting you guys in because I'm tired.
Yeah.
No, I guess.
I'm just playing video games, okay? This stream title is very...
I respect that.
Yeah, that's what you've been doing.
I love these
Got
discussions.
my little fucking
I appreciate
sitcom
it.
cast here, yeah. Does that almost like to not feel like you're in an 80s sitcom? You come into the call and you see the chat roll and you feel like you're like Al Bundy from Married with Children. You come in and everyone starts cheering and clapping.
The little laugh track, yeah.
I should, maybe in the future I'll go to Xinjiang and ask people there what they think. Just to
Would that be a good
think.
substitute
Are you, like,
for reading
deliberately
studies?
mispronouncing things?
Yeah.
I'll just go. I guarantee you wouldn't get arrested if you asked. You guys act like Germany's like fucking. China's like Nazi Germany.
Yeah, it's problematic when
No, I
people
don't
do
think
that
that's
for countries
Germany.
that are not like Nazi Germany. Do you think do you think for talking to Palestinians and asking them about the occupation, were you surprised that the IDF didn't just fucking black bag me for exposing the crimes?
Well, don't Palestinians hide their videos on some of like the arse thing? Because the IDF would like some people they're scared of like cellular attacks. Like
they hide their what? What was
they hide their faces? They hide their faces like during like
the ones who
Arse
were most
project.
likely to hide their faces were actually Arabs who live in Israel, not the ones who lived in West Bank. They were the ones in the West Bank will tell you anything. They'll tell you that they want to fucking push all the Jews into the sea if you ask them the right questions. Yeah, they have no fucking fear. I guess if they live in area
Tuton,
A
can I
or
ask you a
B,
question?
then,
Yep.
你会说汉语吗?
Oh, so speak Chinese. Wait,
No, you
what?
just don't know.
So,
Pompeo,
okay,
Mike
do
Pompeo
you
over there.
you don't speak Chinese?
No.
Why are you
I'd love to
trying to
speak
act like you
Chinese.
know so much about this?
I'd love to speak Chinese. It's a very fascinating
So why don't you
country. Maybe in the future. I love China.
Because, like,
Love its
I mean,
people.
you're not doing them a good case, and I think that they would frankly think you were a bit racist for how much you like seem to deliberately mispronounce things.
Okay, you should.
Okay, I don't. Wait. I don't care about mispronunciations. I guess like the disagreements we have here currently are over whether or not China illegally occupies territory, whether or not you could loosely define them as apartheid in any places, whether or not the situation in Xinjiang has returned to normal and it's actually chill now, or I guess whether or not their economic policies are based on behalf of the population.
Yeah, what you saying?
Dealer's choice.
I'm going to the last thing. Do you think that China's like, the economic policies, especially Xi Jinping, has been good?
Okay. What numbers are you going off of here for the economic? Like,
I'm just
what
saying-
makes you think? What makes you think that? Okay. I'll just say something really quickly that I've learned today, actually. Do you know that they had to readjust the demographic like numbers by at least 100 million people because they've just poof up into thin air because they don't actually do proper censuses? Like at least 100 million. That's like, and some people like estimate it's like 500 million that are actually unaccounted for, or like
About like
actually
people
don't
that say, like,
exist.
saying that people like thought that like China like inflates GDP, like
No,
Is that-
they don't have proper numbers for their population.
Is this about Uyghurs in
Like-
particular, or just the general population?
No, the general
What's that,
population, the
1.4
entire
billion?
population of China, like they don't actually count properly, and they won't like. They know about the numbers maybe 25 years after like the last numbers.
I thought they were good at maths, though.
That's
I'm
what-
so sorry, Karen.
Like they don't actually know how many people are in China.
Well, if that's true, then yeah, that's weird.
And you understand that like China is in a very, very bad demographic crisis to the point where it might be already too late for the like Han population. Yeah,
No,
it's
I
like
don't think it's too late. I don't think it's too late. Like I don't think
dude,
it's too late.
I mean, the last 20 years they've been trying
Yeah.
to improve it, and it's not improved. The replacement rate is still
Yeah.
negative.
What are the
it's sad.
what are the labor relations and economic relations like in China? Because I see lots of GDP growth, big buildings. Seems cool, right? What's wrong with that?
Depends on the sector, really.
What do you mean the sector?
Like the industry specifically. So like I guess it depends what you mean by like labor relations. Could you
Yeah, so when the economy grows, that can be amazing, or it can also be shit because it depends on who's getting the fruits of the labor, right? So you can have like Dubai where a bunch of skyscrapers go up, but that's not taken away from the fact there's a bunch of fucking immigrant laborers there who live as second-class citizens or even non-citizens and are effectively fucking slaves.
yes, yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah, I mean the western part of China is quite poor compared to the east.
Is
but that's
Western China like the
intentional.
rural parts? Is that what? 'Cause
Yeah.
Western China's is Western. Which side of China is the one that's less populated? Is it the West?
Yeah.
Okay,
By
like
far.
significantly low population, right?
And that's almost intentional as well. Like back during the Jiang Zemin era, this was like the stated plan for the East to get rich and then the West to wait for the East. And then it would trickle down.
Why does the West have to wait for the East? Why do they want that?
So specifically during the Jiang Zemin era and the Deng Xiaoping era, they were wanting to somewhat liberalize the economy to ensure that they could have some form of economic growth, because after the Mao Zedong era, the country was shit. He fucked up almost everything. And everyone wanted to change it. Like Zhou Enlai, for example, in his final speech before he died of pancreatic cancer that was hidden from him by Mao Zedong, revealed these like set of reforms that he wanted the country to undertake, and that's generally what happened. They believed that the eastern regions would gain more prosperity quicker to enable the West to get prosperity later after that.
Okay. Haven't the eastern regions always been more populated and always been more economic even before the Jiang
Yeah, because they're
Xiaoping era?
coastal. Wouldn't coastal places always be richer? Yeah.
Yeah, much, and the
Oh, you mean
lands
the
there are
east?
much. Yeah, the eastern areas
Yeah,
have always been.
yes.
Yeah, so it's just like
And how does it work in terms of like production and distribution of wealth? Is it like is there some kind of set of population that produces a lot of the wealth that's then funneled to other people, or what?
One more time, sorry.
So in Dubai, the wealth is largely generated by immigrants who don't really see that much of the results. Is China like that? Is there like an immigrant labor population, or is it like a rural urban divide? Or
It's
what?
more of a rural, like rich type of thing. It's generally class, not so much immigration. I mean, the ethnic minorities are generally on the poorer sides just because of where they are, as well as like implicit conditions. So, like Xinjiang is obviously going to be poorer necessarily just because of the like both sinicization as well as like somewhat reservation-esque policies to keep Uyghurs in a specific region, as well as like moving laborers that are skilled out of Xinjiang to specifically move to, or to be employed in the East after they're re-educated.
Whoa. Are the organ harvesting claims, where do they come from? Are they real?
They come from a few separate different places. Primarily, the allegation is through the what is the name? Like this religious movement.
Falun Gong.
Yeah, Falun Gong. Thank you.
Yeah, the cult. Yeah.
Yeah. Primarily, it's in them. After the crackdown, I think essentially what happened was someone self-immolated on Tiananmen, and a crackdown occurred, or a crackdown ensued, and then basically people were getting kidnapped. Apparently, they were in vans getting their organs harvested. I think there's some smell test issues there because I'm not entirely sure how a viable organ would be produced from a van harvesting, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
How would
Wait,
one
could I
of those?
interrupt?
You need
The organ. Sorry, I don't know anything, but just saying, the Falun Gong are like a cult. Like they're anti-miscegenation, they're anti-vaccine. They're
They
like
still deserve to have a happy life, though.
yeah, but I wouldn't mind China cracking down on their leaders. But like, yeah, it's a cult. Like that
But they're
wants
not.
to separate.
They're cracking down on the
Huh?
members too, but they're not.
Yeah, it's a terrorist organization. Even if they
What?
even if they crack down on its members.
Wait, what?
They should crack down on the members. It's a cult. It exists. No, it shouldn't exist.
Wait, you
in
just said it was a
society.
terrorist organization.
Yes, it is a terrorist organization.
What terrorism have they done?
Wait. It's an American-funded cult that lives
Oh my
that has its
goodness.
base in America. It should
What
be
terrorism
cracked
have they
down
done?
on. And every leader should
No, what
renounce
terrorism have
their
they done?
membership. Huh?
What terrorism have they done?
They're trying to fucking overthrow the fucking party, the popular party in China.
That's not terrorism.
Yeah, what are they doing to try and overthrow them?
I don't know.
They're holding up signs in America saying
Assange's trying
bad
to overthrow
treatment.
the U.S. government, like with the.
See a
I'm trying to
terrorist?
overthrow the monarchy. Am I a terrorist?
Yes.
Love to
Well,
overthrow
yeah.
them.
I'm just saying that they're like an extreme, like they're ultra conservative. They're like, they reject modern medicine. They like reject modern medicine.
And?
Is anti-evolution.
Is that terroristic?
I'm saying that like this place should, like, if you had an American funded movement in like your country,
I have many American funded
What, you'd
movements in my
arrest them?
country.
Yes, I would arrest the members of the cult. Yes, and they have
Yes,
to
you would
renounce
put
their
them in camps.
citizenship.
We've already been over this, right?
That's not what
Yeah,
they
and I
did
have
to
many
the
American funded movements in my country.
Yeah, but that's not what they did to the Uyghurs, because they just took random innocent people that weren't part of any cult. But like, yeah, Uyghurs are not joining this organization. I don't think this organization is popular.
So I'm gonna ask one more time. What terrorism has Falun Gong done?
I heard that they committed terror attacks, but I might be wrong about that.
Where'd you hear that?
On Twitter, I think.
Okay.
Oh.
Did it? Yeah, but the Falun Gong.
I'll tell you where you've heard that. That's Chinese propaganda.
Oh no.
But do you
This is a common talking point that they
they're
have.
a bad group? Do you admit that they're bad? They're like bad. Like the ideas they espouse are horrible.
I mean, I don't really care
Like Scientologists.
what they believe. Yeah, like I don't care about Scientology, frankly.
Science-terrorists.
I think yeah. I mean, I just don't
Destroyed.
frankly care. It's not my business. If
But
they
they're-
want
they're
to
like
believe
an
that, they can
enemy
believe that.
within. They're like an enemy within. That's like what I'm saying. They're trying to destroy your country and get it taken over by a fucking cult that believes
So do you
in
think people who
anti-vax.
Like members of
Let's
CPUSA,
say-
Communist Party USA, should they be arrested as like terrorists who are trying to destroy the country?
Yeah.
the Communist Party of USA espousing fucking anti-medicine, fucking anti-miscegenation views? These are not fucking the
Well,
same.
they don't do
This-
anti-medicine or anti-miscegenation, but they do very pro, like, they're very sympathetic towards, like, America's adversaries. They probably have supported, like, terrorist attacks, like, by Hamas and shit like that. They probably have members who have said that, like, 9/11 was justified, so...
was against was like one of the groups against segregation in America. They want good. They want a good life for Americans. They had like posters from the 1930s saying equal right for. I'm not gonna say it, for like the. I don't know if you can say the word for. It's not the N word, but
Don't.
starts
We
with
already know
N.
what you think.
I'm not
of
saying
there.
it. I'm not saying it.
I don't know. Do you think
not
like that's a
saying-
good solution? Is to like treat anti-vaxxers movements in America as like terrorists?
If they're funded by like the Chinese government, yes. If they're funded by like a foreign
So an
government,
American anti-vaxxer who is funded by China should be what, jailed by the United States government?
a group that's trying to destroy your country and trying to yes.
Trying to destroy your country?
So
How?
are the Amish trying to destroy the country because they're
Okay, yeah.
against modern medicine?
Okay. Sorry. I don't know why. I was just trying to troll there. In that situation, I'm just saying the organ harvesting claims are complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. That like there should be no like credibility given to them. China's only if you're as dumb as Ethan Klein. and
there?
fucking watch-
Pretty sure.
I mean,
Ethan
frankly,
Klein's
there is a
contribution to
little
that-
bit of unexplained like sourcing of organs in the market because it's oversupplied and we don't quite know where it comes from.
By the way, the funny thing about that organ harvesting thing is that Ethan literally just asked him if it was a thing. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna ask my political expert: is this true or no? Yeah.
Wait, look, and he include that. Wait, I'm sorry. He included that clip in the content to make seem like Hassan was like fucking pro-China. Him denying like a fact that him denying a false.
Didn't he compare Tibet to the Confederacy? Like, didn't he say Tibet was the equivalent of
Yes,
the American
and he was right in
Confederacy?
doing that. 98% of the population in Tibet before Mao came in were serfs. And guess what? During when
Do you know what the
China
American
liberated
Confederacy was? Do you know?
when China liberated Tibet, the Tibetans were enjoyed.
Can I ask you to source that using a primary source, Tudnon? The surf thing?
I read it in a Guardian article.
You know
98%
how-
of them were
I'm going to tell you exactly why
know
you
how
cannot
the
source
Chinese
that.
mafia is like really embedded with the Chinese Communist Party.
Huh? Sorry?
You know how the Chinese mafia is really embedded in the Chinese Communist Party, or like the other way around? You know
I
how
haven't heard of this, but yeah.
they work together a lot of the time. And you want to know what the Chinese mafia does?
What? I don't know.
I think most recently they have been, I don't know, trafficking women to other countries to be used as egg farms. They've been harvesting eggs from women.
Okay, I need to look more into this before.
Yeah, against their consent. And, this is all, they all do this, obviously, with the consent of the Chinese Communist Party. They've
I
been
need
doing
to-
all kinds of crimes in other countries, as well as in China. It's actually sick. They are probably the most disgusting mafia in the world. Like,
I'd need to look more into that before.
yeah,
those
maybe
sort
you
of-
need to look more into that before you start, like, I don't know, batting for a
but I'm talking
government
about-
that actually is probably horrible. I don't understand why you're dying on this hill whatsoever.
But going back on Tibet,
I want to hear Gombi's claim about So is there contesting about whether or not 98% of Tibetans were serfs?
We just don't know. Because guess who destroyed the historical documents about them? The PLA.
Jews. Israel.
Jews. No, the PLA destroyed it. We don't know. Historians unironically have to compare all neighboring countries to them to understand what it might have been like.
I read.
Yeah, but even if it was like
No
50%,
primary sources,
even if it was
evidence
like,
of this
hang on, wait,
at
even if it was like 50%, or even if it was 20% or 10, it would still be justified to go in there and like set them fucking straight, wouldn't it? Because fuck having serfs, what? And did the Tibetan serfs
the
want
problem
this?
with that is that it's like not exactly what we think of with serfdom. There is a way to get out of serfdom. It's not like chattel slavery anymore. Or it's not like chattel slavery. It's a complicated system. And they aren't being liberated, frankly. The problem with the claim is that PLA came in, started oppressing them.
Okay. Could I say
It's
something?
worse.
There's pictures
No.
of
They started destroying temples. They started destroying the way of life. They prevented movement of monks, and it's just, it's fucked. People claim that the Panchen Lama invited Mao in, but I don't think anyone could have understood what was going to happen.
How popular? Who are the Panchen Lama? Who are they?
It's the second in command of Tibet.
So he actually
the Dalai
invited Mao
Lama
in.
was the first. Yeah, so he wrote a letter to Mao saying that he eagerly awaits the liberation of Tibet, which he had no authority to do.
What did he expect the liberation of Tibet to look like?
We don't quite know, to be honest. The letter is quite vague and quite
You should
short.
probably lay out your
Might not
terms,
even be real.
dipshit. It might not be real.
Mhm.
You think it might have been forged by the PLA? Is that one of the theories?
Perhaps, yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Tibet was brutal. They would gouge your eyes out if the leadership.
Source it?
Huh?
You can't.
Tibetans wrote this themselves. They're witness to this. And
There is
also,
no documentation because the PLA just wrote it.
And also, there's pictures of Tibetans burning their leases after the liberation of Tibet. There's accounts of all Tibetan people saying
How do
they
you think
love
they
Mao.
felt after
And-
the 17-point agreement was violated within the year?
And don't a lot of old Tibetans admire Mao?
No, answer the question.
Huh?
Answer the question.
What was the question again? Yeah.
How do you think the Tibetans felt after the 17-point agreement was violated within the year of its signing? And the fact that the people who signed it didn't have the authority to sign it. How do you think they felt about that?
Probably betrayed, but still, the material conditions in Tibet increased.
How do you know?
Significantly after Mao came in.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because there are accounts of Tibetans from it was in this book, in this scholarly book, of Tibetans saying how much they admire Mao and what he did.
What book?
Okay, I'll source it. I remember reading it.
What? So the Tibetan economy didn't improve after the PLA took over? Surely it did.
I mean,
It's gone from serfdom to industrial.
It
whatever the
did,
fuck.
yeah. But the problem is I just don't think Teuton knows anything about it.
Oh.
To be transparent, it did.
So what's the problem?
The problem for me is that I just think that a lot of these claims that Teuton are making are very, very similar to what Chinese propaganda is, without any form of what actually happened, or what without any evidence to back it up. It's just repeating it.
What was the 17-point agreement? That's a lot of points.
So, yeah, 17-point agreement was essentially what led to Tibet's somewhat incorporation into China. It was supposed to be an autonomous region where essentially they would have their own leadership. They would not have all that much PLA intervention. They wouldn't have all that much CCP intervention, but we all know how that turned out.
Okay. Was an autonomous region... So autonomous region obviously means not an independent state.
Yeah.
So were they an autonomous region of China?
So it was signed in 52, I believe, and from 1910 to 51, they were an independent state.
They were an independent state?
Yeah.
Oh. And they were serfs, and then the second in command might have asked Mao to liberate them from serfdom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm guessing serfdom gets abolished fairly quickly. Yeah? Or no?
Yeah, fairly.
Okay. And then there's a 17-point agreement, and that's signed by Tibetan leaders and the Chinese, right?
Not the Tibetan leaders, no. It was a delegation that essentially was they were not authorized to sign it. I can't remember exactly who signed it. One sec. They didn't have authority from Lhasa, though.
Okay.
Wait, it says in the first point of the 17-point agreement, the Tibetan people shall unite and drive out the imperial forces from Tibet. The Tibetan people shall return to the big family of the motherland, the People's Republic of China.
But apparently it was. But was it signed by Tibetans? Is what I'm asking. Were there any Tibetans who signed it?
Well, it was signed by ethnic Tibetans, but it wasn't signed by people who had the authority. No.
Okay. So. And what part did they violate within the year?
Yeah, one moment. Sorry. Yeah, so specifically it was the it was the remaining of the government in exile, keeping the Dalai Lama out of Tibet and forbidding that from continuing. They put their own leader in, which was against the which is against point 3.
The Chinese put their own leader into Tibet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does that remain? Is that why you've got like the Dalai Lama, but then obviously he's not the one in charge of everything going on in Tibet? Like
Pretty
there's
much,
like an
yeah.
alternative. Okay.
Yeah.
What do the Tibetans want?
Independence.
They want to be a sovereign state, like a
Yeah.
UN member. Okay, separate from China. Do most of them want this?
Pretty hard to get public opinion in a occupied region specifically, but like given this like anonymous lift serving, we can assume so. Yeah.
So is Tibet actually still like? Does the international community recognize it as part of China or no?
Yeah.
They do.
Nobody really wanted to contest it because it was just such a difficult, like, I mean, frankly, there was really nothing to be gained in the moment.
Well, the CIA did fund Tibetan separatists and the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I'm saying the international community, not the CIA.
Well, America.
There's nothing to be gained beyond that.
So does America
America
recognize?
tried and America failed.
Does America recognize Tibet as part of China? Okay.
Shouldn't, but yeah.
Oh. But isn't the fear that if they get independence, they'll just go back to like sucking each other's tongues and doing slavery?
I mean, realistically, the problem with that is like I mean, I guess that's the fear, but like at a certain point, if it's between two consenting adults, I don't really care.
What, slavery?
No, sucking tongues.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about like when sucking tongue is usually talked about like what he did to that kid. So it's not between, but okay.
Yeah, because he did it to a kid who was not consenting, right?
Yeah, then that's obviously against what I was saying.
Why'd he do that?
I don't know. Might have been a pedophile.
I know some parents, even in the West, like they'll kiss their kids in the lips and shit, but I've never understood it.
Yeah, Tom Brady.
I mean, that was a
Yeah, Tom
random kid.
Brady.
Yeah, I can't speak for the guy.
In what ways would you say the Tibetans are oppressed by the Chinese government now? In what ways?
Yeah. I mean, largely it's through like forbiddance of movement or like prevention of movement, denial of freedom of movement. I can't speak.
Okay.
And like the ability to practice their own religion.
They can't
as
practice
well as,
their own
like,
religion?
surveillance, stuff like that. It's very difficult, yeah. Pretty much all throughout China to do most religions.
Why is sulfur molding about the water in chat?
Sulfur will be better spoken on that issue. I'm not really all that red on the water issue.
Oh no.
Oh, you mean, I think she's talking about the dams that they want to set up, and that will...
Oh, are they talking about... yeah, I know somewhat about that,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's a contested region in the Ladakh, I believe, that they're building a super dam bigger than the Three Gorges one that's essentially going to deny a large amount of water to northern India.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucked.
Why do we oppose supporting liberation movements in Tibet?
Tibet is a recognized place of is a recognized as territory of China, and I don't even know if the majority of Tibetans want to separate now.
Okay, so if let's say everybody in the UN recognizes Palestine as Israel, is it gonna be is it gonna be okay then to squash people in the West Bank?
Well, Israel's recognized, right? But I don't think Teuton thinks it should be a legitimate state.
Like, do you think the occupied territories, if they were like recognized by the international community, do you think it would be fine then to fuck around and?
Well, they're not. And first of all, Tibet was never independent.
But what if they were? Is it fine then?
No, it's not.
Is it fine to squash dissent in the Palestinian territories?
No, it's not fine. It's never fine to
so why are you doing this with China? Why do you think it's fine to squash dissent in China? Because they're recognized territories.
Because they're communist.
It's stupid. It's retarded.
And he really likes the aesthetic.
But Tibet was never an independent state. It was autonomous, except under
Of course
national.
it was. What happened in 1910 and 1951?
What are you talking about?
Except under
the Qing dynasty fell. The Qing dynasty fell. And what happened?
Yeah. The nationalist government didn't care about what happened in Tibet.
So then, what happened? What is necessarily true?
Well, yeah, then it was kind of independent, but that's because the.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's. But I'm saying Tibet has historically always been part of China. Historically.
Oh my god! It doesn't matter.
Apart from in 1910, apparently, right?
For more periods.
Yeah, except the only thing that Mao did, what a horrible human, was abolish serfdom.
Is that
no, sorry. What part of China? When? How long exactly has Tibet been a part of China?
Well, it was for like 70. It was 1951 when they went in, right?
You said so thousands of years, Teuton.
Yeah, we're talking before 1910, right?
I'm talking about before, but these Chinese empires, they all had control of Tibet.
When?
Under the Qing dynasty and under all...
The Qing dynasty? The Qing dynasty?
Yes. Okay.
When was the Qing dynasty, Teuton?
It's like from the 1700s to...
Thousands of years! That's not thousands of years!
But then, okay, there have been previous empires, Chinese empires, which had Tibet.
What other ones?
So wait, was Tibet under the Qing dynasty?
Yes. That's the only one they were under.
It wasn't under the Ming dynasty?
No.
Or the Yuan dynasty?
No.
Or the Song dynasty?
No.
What about the Tang dynasty?
No.
What about the Sui dynasty?
No.
What about the Han dynasty?
No.
What about the
No, it was
Zhou
under
dynasty?
the Yuan dynasty.
Are you just reading those off of Wikipedia?
Yeah. It was
Wait,
under the
Tibet
Mongols.
was part of the Yuan dynasty.
Did the Mongols get a bit of Tibet?
Yeah, they did actually.
Okay, don't
they
forget
had
the
a
Mongols.
staging ground in Tibet. Yeah,
Okay,
in
so
the
it's not
Chinese.
thousands of years. It's actually only like what?
It's only
300?
like 400, 500 years, pretty much. Yeah.
No, wait. Why were you wrong? The Yuan dynasty did have control of Tibet. They did. The Yuan dynasty did have control of Tibet.
Did he say the Yuan?
I
Yeah,
asked the Yuan.
learning
Yeah.
books did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wrong then. Yeah. I didn't think.
Yeah,
you
I'm
said
saying
the Yuan.
that Tibet has historically been a part of China.
That was only 80 years, though.
I'm saying if you add up all these dynasties, and there were
No,
other-
it was not thousands of years.
If you add up all the dynasties, it's more like it's spent less time as part of these Chinese dynasties.
Yeah.
Huh?
It has more. It's had way more time independent. The problem with this claim is that fundamentally, like the history of China is pretty much always plagued by Tibet, because the fact is they always dominated their overland trade routes. They always were staging grounds for invasions. Like, this is not a historical trend that's always been there. This is always the fact of the matter is this: they've been more independent, and that's supported by every historian.
Okay. And do most historians agree with the fact that Tibetans were happy initially when the Chinese people came in? Because I remember Hassan reading through
I don't give a shit about Hassan.
No, he's reading through a public through like a scholarly text of accounts of Tibetans. Of accounts of Tibetans when the Chinese people came, when the PLO came in and abolished serfdom.
Okay, could you link that?
Yeah, there are accounts of fucking people in Eastern Europe who are really happy that the Soviets have come in. There are accounts of people in Eastern Europe who are happy that the Nazis have come in, and then all of a sudden they change their minds.
Don't compare. Don't compare. Oh my God, you are comparing.
Don't compare.
So what if there was
I'm
like
sorry,
four
Mister. I don't know if
Gazans?
Zionism equals Nazism is an okay comparison. What the fuck?
So what if 4 Gazans were happy that the Israelis came into Gaza?
Holy crap. Okay.
Would you be okay with that?
Sorry, Huh?
What if 4 Gazans were okay with the Israelis?
No, I'm
were
saying the
happy?
majority of Tibetans supported what Mao did.
How would individual accounts tell you? How would a collection of accounts tell you if the majority of them feel that way? How many people lived in Tibet?
If you ask enough people, you would get you can establish a sample.
Yeah, like a rep. Were these accounts or were these representative samples? Because an account's not a representative sample. An account's just like someone's opinion.
These were asking local Tibetans.
Do you know how many? do you know how many Iraqis were happy when the U.S. helped them get rid of Saddam? Quite a lot of them were actually.
Yeah.
They pulled down a statue and they were stomping on it and cheering and.
Yeah. I think one guy pissed on it.
Not the majority. Anyway.
How do you? Okay, so
anyway,
we know it wasn't the majority for Iraq. How do you know that?
Huh?
How do you know the majority of Iraqis weren't happy initially when they got rid of Saddam?
Hassan told him in a dream.
I mean, it might be. I mean, my instincts tell me it's true, but I don't know if I could say.
There's no way the majority of Iraqis supported the American invasion.
Okay, good. I agree. How do you know though?
Huh?
I agree. How do you know?
How do I know? Because America wasn't coming into fucking Iraq to fucking get rid of such a brutal system of serfdom by the landlords and the nobles.
What were they getting rid of? What was America getting rid of in Iraq?
Saddam, but no, they were saying they were saying
Saddam, please.
They were saying that they were going in because they had nuclear weapons, not even because of Saddam necessarily.
Yeah, but the Iraqis, I'm sure, like if they're just getting rid of Saddam, do you think most Iraqis were happy to see the back of Saddam or not?
I don't know. I would have to.
Really?
So it does get a little bit difficult because Saddam was like a brutal regime, yeah, where they fucking murdered their political opponents
in the
and gassed their own
17th
people.
and 80s, Saddam was quite popular. I don't know if he was popular by 2003. But
Yeah, he was a tired fucking dictator who everyone fucking hated. But okay.
Okay, yeah, this is what Hassan was reading. I'll send it.
Why you think that there is a reliability to popular opinion polls in non-democratic regimes?
I'm just saying. I just view the abolishment of serfdom, which, according to a Guardian article I read,
what happened after?
98. I don't get what happened after is nowhere near as brutal as 98% of the population being under fucking serfdom. It's nowhere near as brutal. Nowhere near as brutal.
So every country that's like got serfdom, it's okay for another country to go and occupy them.
Yeah, and destroy their culture.
If the majority of population initially support it, yes.
Only if
initially support it, and then they start destroying the culture.
Yeah, what did they? Yeah, so Tuzan, what do you think? What do you think
Tibetans
about?
can travel to Beijing. Like Tibetans have freedom of movement. They can go to.
No,
Beijing.
they don't.
Yes, they do.
Interesting.
They can go to Beijing.
There's a dispute here. Do they have freedom of movement? Can they go and visit Beijing, or is it just that they can't go and live
They have to
there?
get papers.
What kind of papers? Like a citizenship
They have
card?
to get a movement paper. Essentially, they have to get permission from the CCP to go to a certain place at a certain time.
How many people get that? How easy is it to
Not
get
a
those?
lot, frankly. Only people who are fairly wealthy and important.
So, Tutan, if the Houthis or Hamas were doing any kind of serfdom, or I don't know, maybe like human trafficking or something, would you be okay with Israel destroying them?
Yeah, what if America goes into Yemen to stop the human trafficking?
Right? Like
It's
they
not
do be
related.
trafficking.
It's not. That's nowhere near
course
as
it is.
similar as 98% of the population being serfs.
But
which
you,
was
okay,
what
but
was
you do
happening
this
in
all the
Tibet.
time. You say like thing bad, and then we give you an example of how you are okay with the bad thing in a different context, and then you fall back on like, well, there it's not as bad. But I don't think anybody's
I'm
saying
just
it's as bad. But by your standards, you should not. You should be okay with somebody going after the Houthis to get them to stop trafficking.
Anyway, no, anyway,
Don't they do
nobody's
slavery
calling
too?
out-
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't have
Yes, they
slavery,
do.
according to
Yes,
these.
they do.
According
It's not
to
just
these
Saudis.
Saudi.
No, it's
okay,
because
you
of
guys
survivors.
would've-
Yeah.
Awesome.
You guys
Fuck
would've-
yeah. Teuton has endorsed it. We have permission to bomb
No,
the
you
shit
guys
out of
would've
them.
Teuton, do you-
fucking
do you-
Hell yeah.
Do you disagree that they? Do you,
You
do
guys
you-
would have
State
quoted
Department.
that during the Holocaust.
Do you disagree
You guys
that?
are quote-
Wait, do you disagree that the Houthis kidnap fucking migrants from Ethiopia and force them to the front lines?
Huh? No, they. Wait. For the kidnapping of migrants. Wait.
And
holy
forcing
shit,
them to the
I
front lines.
remember
Do you
reading-
disagree that they do that?
Don't they get paid for that, and don't they agree to that?
They were
Or
well.
do
They're
they-
sometimes they're promised money when they have literally nothing and they have nowhere to go, and then they're not paid.
They. Okay.
Sometimes they're not. They're just forced. Yeah.
Again, this is not the same as if 98% of the population in Yemen were slaves.
No, but why are you denying
And-
that the Houthis do slavery? Is that not a form of slavery? What do you deny the human trafficking
Well,
that they
I
do?
just
Do you
know
deny them
that
trafficking
even
women
that-
for sex slavery?
Again, I admit that they do trafficking, but they do not do chattel slavery, which is what.
Well,
they claim
serfdom's
it
not
is.
child
They do-
slavery either. These are different.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fine. On 98% of the population in Yemen
So what
are
if the
fucking
Houthis
serfs.
did 97% of it?
Still, it's not comparable, man.
96?
98, nowhere near, like, not even
64.
1% of the. Not even 1% of Yemen's population is fucking trafficked or fucking thing.
I think
This is
any
not-
population being a slave is fucking ridiculous and deserves to be. and you
no-
should too, because you're applying this on something that's not slavery, and you're saying that the destruction of their culture is justified because they were slaves.
No. I said
in your
them
eyes.
going in was justified.
No,
not everything
that's
they did
not what
after.
you said. You said, and I quote, "It doesn't matter if they destroy the culture after."
No, I don't say that. I feel. I
Okay.
say,
Would you
I
like
think
to say
that's
that?
wrong.
Would you like to say that you don't support that statement?
No, I don't. I don't support this
Okay,
statement,
thank
but
you,
I do
thank you.
support what they
Also,
did
you likened them
initially.
to the Confederacy, and the Confederacy was actual chattel slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just said that like those aren't the same.
Well, yeah, child slavery is obviously more brutal, but
Okay, so Tibet
still,
isn't
so-
like the Confederacy,
Mhm.
right? It's better than the Confederacy.
Yeah.
When you make comparisons, it doesn't have to be 1-to-1.
And why do you get so offended by me using the Nazi comparison?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be because
I'm not making the comparison. You were making the comparison. I'm saying, like you. I can't even remember what I'm saying. My
Wait,
brain
that's
is
okay.
fried.
Also, I don't even get this
It's not-
Confederacy comparison because the Confederates, like the South, was part of the United States of America. Tibet was an independent part. It wasn't part of China at that time.
And Tibet was a part of China.
It wasn't part of
Qing
China. It
dynasty,
wasn't.
and
Wait, it wasn't part of. This is like saying it wasn't part of China when the PLA went in, was it? It was separate from
No,
China.
it wasn't. It was separate.
Yeah, so that's not like that's like saying Russia can go into Ukraine to liberate the fucking Russians who are suffering under Ukrainian rule because it used to be part of the Soviet Union. Like what the fuck? Yeah, it used to be part of the
And
Russian
also,
Empire.
the Confederates started the war. They started the war.
Yeah.
America didn't just invade the Confederacy. They started it.
God, it's a really bad comparison, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I think most historians would agree with that.
Are there any that do? Oh wait, are there any that do? Are there any historians that do agree with it? Are there any historians on China who agree with that?
But Chinese. Oh, if you go on Bilibili, and this is the Chinese YouTube. If you go on Bilibili, and there's a video of Hassan talking about Tibet, and it got like 300,000 views, and all the comments were agree with him. So Chinese citizens do agree with Hassan's narrative.
Oh, I'm sure the citizens do. We're not asking about the.
Like, unless
I'm
you
not asking about like Han
perfect,
Chinese
holy shit.
citizens. I'm asking about historians. Which historian would say that Tibet was like the South and the Confederacy?
Some Chinese historians have made that comparison.
Which ones?
Why are you sure that plenty of historians have made that comparison?
Well, I'm saying his throne's in mainland China because that's the narrative.
Yeah, which ones?
That's the narrative that's taught there. I don't know. I don't know the name.
Can you name
of
any?
any.
So
No,
why are you
no.
making this claim?
I'm just assuming.
Not the and you cannot use you can't keep using comment sections. That's
Okay.
not
Yeah. I'm just saying that the majority of Chinese citizens agree with this comparison.
Yeah, propaganda works.
Yeah, why do we care about
But
what
do
the
you-
population of a nation that's doing the occupying and doing the that did the occupying? Why do we care about what they say?
I'm sure that Israelis are really fucking chill with it.
Yeah.
Okay, but you yourself admitted that the second in command invited Mao in. Do you think that there was
actually?
Huh?
Did you listen to what I said?
Oh, you said it might have been fabricated. Whatever.
Yeah.
But do you admit that there was do you think there was popular support for what Mao did initially during the Tibetans? Do you think it would be over?
Yeah, I'm sure there was
50%?
popular support for the land reforms too, but he lied about that too.
So initially there was popular
Just as he always did.
support. Huh? Didn't
The
he
problem
do-
is that he promises things. This is a historical trend with Mao. He promises things, and then
Mao's
he
still
takes it
popular.
back.
Mao's still
Almost
popular
like
among
every
Chinese
dictator?
people.
Is he popular in Tibet?
Probably not.
Initially.
Yeah, but no one
And
cares
then
about
what happens?
initially. If a leader gives a false promise and then it turns out to be wrong, and it turns out to be wrong within the year, how valuable is this promise? Like, what the fuck?
Like, a large reason why Mao became popular in the first place was because he promised such insane land reform. And
You
then he
realize how
didn't do
the
it.
coalition in Iraq had more support at the beginning than they did later on. You realize how in Afghanistan, quite a lot of the locals appreciated the West for getting the Taliban out, and obviously their love for the West decreased over time as well because the promises of the occupation were not fulfilled.
Having portraits of Mao in their house. I sent that in the video of what Hassan.
You can find people in Afghanistan who are really sad that America's gone.
Okay, okay.
I'm sure there's
We
a really
don't
big
know the
Israel
public
simp in Gaza too.
Hell yeah.
We don't know the public.
There's just
His
one
name's
guy.
Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib, right? Like this.
Anyways, wait, this is an unrelated question. During the Chinese Civil War, Mao was more popular than the nationalists, right? That's what I've heard. Among the Chinese.
In certain regions, yeah.
Yeah, because he promised land reforms, and I'm very happy that
which
Mao
he lied
won.
about.
I'm very happy that Mao won. Very, very happy instead of the nationalists.
Why is that?
Huh? Why
Why's
is that? He established a socialist state, a communist state, a socialist state. That's why.
Do you think that is accurate to what happened after he took power in '49?
Well, what's a socialist state, Teuton? Like, what parts of a socialist state are you happy about?
First of all,
Great Leap
he
Forward is a failure.
completely abolished the private sector.
Okay, so that's something he destroyed. I'm talking about what he did that was positive.
I heard that he did do the land reforms among the peasants, among the Chinese peasants. Did he
Yeah, he
not?
did a very different thing than he originally promised.
What did he originally promise?
But still, that's good.
It's quite complicated, but it's a way more generous thing than he actually gave.
So what did he? Yeah, so just make it into a dumbfuck version. What did he promise? And then what happened?
Essentially, is a lot more land would actually go to specifically people, in which they would have more authority over it. When in reality, they were forced to put specific industries into their backyards. There's really famous pictures of steel furnaces in people's backyards because the government was forcing them to put them there.
So they offered people control over the means of production in a sense, and then they just forced them to have steel production facilities in their gardens.
Yeah.
Why? Okay. So isn't that good though? You own a steel. I wouldn't mind having steel production in my backyard. What?
They didn't actually own
They
it.
don't.
Oh.
Yeah, they didn't own it. The government.
Oh, is it okay?
Right?
Okay. So this is okay. You need to get better at talking to idiots. Okay. So they offered to distribute the means of production, but it's kind of like they just took it away from the owners, but then it just ended up with the government, not with the people.
Yeah, exactly.
And the people didn't
Yeah,
really
they
have
put
any
it
say
on-
over what the state did. Okay, there you go. Yes. Okay. See, Teuton, the other thing it's interesting that someone
Which
asked
was also
you,
a failure.
The other thing I think it's interesting that someone asked you what do you think was good that Mao did, and you pointed not to something he did to help people, but something he did that hurt people. You pointed out to him, well, he abolished private property. Well, okay, that's a negative, but it's like, what did they do that was good? It's kind of like saying like, oh yeah, I support what Hamas did like on this attack. It's like, oh yeah, why? Oh, because they killed like 70 Israelis. It's like, oh, well, what happened after? Oh, like they just did a bunch of airstrikes, a bunch of fucking Palestinians died. It's like, that's not really a good thing. Like, do you see how, like, this is my problem as well with very far left people, is that they are so much more obsessed with breaking than they are with fixing. Like, they think breaking is the fixing. It's weird, yeah.
And just to mention this really quickly, because this is super important, the thing that he's saying is good, 15 to 55 million people died.
What, in the Great Leap Forward?
Yeah.
15 to 55 million?
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
Okay.
Because a lot of people were round up and shot, starvation, the Great Chinese Famine, etc. Like the, yeah.
But weren't the people they shot just like grubby landlords who wanted to keep their steel facilities out of people's houses?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, good. Kill those fucking greedy landlords.
So you think that's an okay thing? You think that's a good thing? 15 million people dead. You think that's a good thing?
Well, no, not the 15 million. No. Wait. And it said that outcomes.
That's not to mention the sparrows.
I searched thing. The outcome of the Mao's reforms is that 200 to 300 million peasants received land. Between and the 1 to 2 million. Yeah, so that's a good thing. And 1 to 2 million landlords died, and that's because of them being greedy. Based landlord genocide.
I think that's true.
Tutan, do you support Palestinian right of return?
Huh?
You support Palestinian right of return, right? How do we know which Palestinian belongs to which piece of land?
Records? I don't know.
Yeah, what kind of records? Yeah, you're right. What kind of records? Because they have them.
Records.
What?
Like keys, they brought their keys. So
well, the keys ain't working. The houses are destroyed. Okay, you can't just put your key in the door.
You're gonna go try every lock in Israel.
No, I don't know. Through fucking land ownership documents.
Yeah, that's really the only people realistically who would be able to get the land that was actually theirs would be landlords, right? Because most of these people who were forced out in the 48 war, they weren't landowners; they were tenants. So really, right of return, we see those pictures of people with the documents. Those are owners. Those are landlords.
Yeah. Okay.
So is right of return it's just like a fucking landlord's property rights movement? It's just like we want Ottoman property deeds instead of Israeli ones.
I don't think it's comparable. Like.
Why is it not comparable? No. Why is that not comparable?
Of course it is.
Explain to us why that is comparable.
Wait, what Mao? Okay, sorry. I just want to say something before that. Do you acknowledge that Mao is very popular among even current day Chinese people, that they admire him?
I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't care, but okay.
No.
Yeah, Brits love Churchill. Like, so?
Yeah, I think Mao is a tried and true fucking moron psychopath. Yeah.
But without Mao, China wouldn't be what it is today, which is a
no. I think without Deng, China wouldn't be without what it is today.
Right.
And do you think that Xi Jinping,
it wouldn't be like
Xi Jinping has been a move to a left with move to
it depends on specifically where you're talking about, as I told you in the last conversation.
Economic.
It also depends on where you're talking about, as I said in our last conversation.
Okay. Well,
specifically, he has made things more private in certain sectors, such as technology, and he's also brought things more into the government sector, such as property. Yeah. I would say that's a leftward movement, sure.
Did you say smart? Do you think his reforms
in certain things, yeah. I also think he's quite I think that he has created a system in which the country is quite prone to overreach internationally. Because generally speaking, when we talked about things like a personalistic dictator, there's nobody question them. And what we see with countries that are not very prone to overreach, they have a lot of voices questioning it. And right now, there's not many voices questioning Xi Jinping.
Okay.
So sometimes he makes really stupid decisions, such as
not very often. Not very often.
Why do you think there aren't many voices? Tutan, why do you think there aren't many voices questioning him?
Well, first of all, I think why is because the majority of the population do support what he's doing.
No, it's because he he prosecuted everyone who would question him.
Yeah.
No, he got rid of corruption. He got rid of corruption. Those people.
Okay, so why
he got
have
rid of corruption.
almost none of the prosecutions targeted Xi Jinping
Oh
loyalists?
Huh?
Why have almost none of them targeted Xi Jinping loyalists?
Because they're not corrupt. They're base.
No, wait. They have.
You can only
They
be
have.
corrupt
One
if you
was.
don't-
What they?
Yeah,
okay,
very
you're-
recently, the general.
Exactly. So that
I said almost
and there was
none.
another guy.
I said almost none
Okay,
because when our conversation happened last time,
Okay.
he began very slowly because he realized that
You know,
Do you think
now
Xi
you're
Jinping is
just sound like
invested?
Elon Musk.
Do you think Xi
You realize
Jinping
that,
wants
right?
to make
It's
China
Xi.
good? Wants to. Okay, G. I'm sorry, I can't speak. It's better. Yeah, I just my story about him living in cave, reading Marx. It's just like such an inspiring story, man. What a great leader he is.
But, no, that's-
like,
You're in a cave reading a book.
he ate some iron,
Reading Marx,
really got his minerals.
meeting
Then he killed
Marx
50
and Lenin.
million people.
What? G did not kill 50 million.
Oh,
What are
I'm
you
sorry. I thought you were
talking
talking about Mom. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You've broken my brain. I don't
And
even know.
Also, why do you count people die to famines as like the leader killing them? Like it's not. I hate
Well, it's
when
the
people
policies
do
that
that.
result in the famine, though, isn't it?
Yeah, so like what exactly
Why
was
don't
the
we ever
pest
do that
movement?
with
What was the pest
famines
movement?
in like
Tutu?
capitalist regimes? Why don't we ever
was
like?
We
pest
why
do.
don't
We do hold people accountable. So for the Great Indian Famine, we hold Brits accountable. We hold Churchill's administration accountable for at least parts of the Bengal famine, don't we? Like, yeah, of course we do. The potato famine,
What
we
was the
hold
forecast?
British fucking free market nutcases accountable for that. Yeah, we do. Of course you do.
So what about the
You're
Holodomor?
a lot of blame on the British there. Maybe you guys should do some introspection.
But we
Tutu,
also
can I ask
we
you,
also
what
just
do you think
recognize
the
that.
Four Pest campaign was?
Huh?
What do you think the Four Pest campaign was?
Full pest campaign.
You don't know about this?
I've heard. I've
What, the
heard
buzzards, the
something-
birds, the sparrows?
Yeah,
they
like-
targeted rats,
I
flies,
thought that was
mosquitoes, and
fake.
sparrows for
I thought that was
No, it's real.
fake.
It's real.
Oh, okay.
It's from
So I
1958
just
to
saw it through
1962,
TikTok.
and it was Mao's idea.
Yeah.
They like
Which led to it was one of the causes of the Great Chinese Famine. This was Mao's doing. This is why he's known as like one of the biggest causes of the Chinese famine. Like it is his fault.
Yeah.
What
well-
did he do? He
well-
just killed a
well,
bunch of
well,
birds, sparrows, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it disrupted the ecosystem and resulted in like a severe ecological imbalance.
Why did he kill so many
What do you have
sparrows?
against sparrows?
Because they're
Because
rats.
they're
They're evil.
running the crops. Because they're running the
evil.
crops.
But
No, you-
apparently,
they're
if you-
running
the food web is a bit more
They're
complicated.
They're
than-
capitalists.
Anyways, I'm just happy that China has a good leader. That's all I'm happy about. That they have a leader
Don't
that.
I mean,
actually even believe that. I
They're
think
bringing
you're only
themselves
saying
closer and
that
closer and closer to
because
war with the United States. I don't think that's a very good idea, frankly.
Let's not.
China's
It's
the
too
one
dumb. Let's
bringing-
not pretend that you actually believe that he's a good leader. There is zero part of me that
Yes.
thinks
How much
that
people has he put? How much
Forced-
millions of people has he
Forrest
put out of
Gump
poverty?
campism would still believe that he's a good leader. You like him solely because you don't like the West.
Yeah.
That is
No.
like,
How
the
much
sole
millions of
motivation
people has
for,
he
like-
put out of poverty? How much hundreds of millions of people has he
I
dragged
don't
out
think
of
you
poverty?
care.
And how-
I think
how
all
has he
you
done
care
that?
about is hurting the West.
How much lives has he improved?
How many people
no,
does
no, no.
capitalism
How-
take
how-
out,
how do you
out
do
of
that, Teuton? How do you do
poverty?
that?
Like, what
How
the
do you
fuck?
do
Okay.
No, in this short amount of time, it's incredible what China has done, bringing hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. In like,
How do you do it?
what,
How do you do
20
it?
years? I don't fucking know how he did it.
He did it through cash subsidies that ran out this year that now they're going to go back into poverty.
Okay, bro. Like we've all been hearing China's collapsing for like the last 5 years.
It's not about them collapsing. They can still hold up as a nation. It's just whether or not there are more
Yeah.
people going into or out of poverty.
Do you know what the Jiandong Lika system is?
No.
Oh my god.
And all the banks in China are state owned. Oh, it's just beautiful. All the banks are state owned.
Yeah, but why? If it doesn't produce the right
no.
results, then why do you care about that?
No filthy private owned banks.
Okay, so
Also,
Tutan,
that's not true, by the
I
way.
just want to go to the line of questioning about one policy. Okay, say like
There are
housing.
private banks in China.
Okay, well, but I'm guessing if the central government tells
No,
them to
all
go
the
in a
major
particular
banks.
direction,
All the major banks. All the
Bank
major
of China
banks.
isn't a major bank.
Huh? No, all the major banks. The five major
I just
banks.
tricked you,
are
by
all
the way.
state-owned.
That was a state-owned Chinese multinational banking firm, which is the
Okay,
top
well,
four.
okay.
You don't
Okay,
know what
well,
any
still-
of this is.
Still, all the major banks in China are state.
You don't know what the major banks are, as I just proved.
Okay, sure, whatever. I don't know the names. Would you say Xi Jinping is economically smart? Oh, I already asked this question.
On some areas, sure. Some areas, no. I think driving China closer to a war with the United States is ultimately like
Yep,
economically
he's the one
ruinous.
driving them close to the wall by spraying Filipino boats. Great.
Spraying them with like
No,
hoses, right?
he's
Not
preparing
just
for
with
war.
Okay.
Oh, so dangerous! He's spraying them with hoses.
Okay, Teuton,
not-
Teuton, do you want to like? Can I just like put you on a fucking boat and let someone spray you with a hose in the middle of the fucking sea and see how you get on?
It's also not.
Can I? Sorry, can I see a
Oh,
video of this hose? I need to see what this hose looks like. I want to see what Teuton's actually doing here.
They're spraying Filipino boats. God.
Hang
It's
on.
also just a misdirection. This isn't what I'm talking about. Like with
It's
bringing
not
us
a
closer
fucking
to
water
war.
gun. It's a fucking water cannon that can sink the goddamn boat.
America's the one who wants to bring China into war because they know China
No.
will overtake
Bro, this is
them.
in
They
the
know-
fucking sea. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? They're blasting it with a cannon.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What the fuck? Is this
And this
safe?
is also not like exact. This is not what I'm talking about either.
They're not
Like,
lobbing water balloons at them. Jesus.
like
Dude,
if you look, the fact of the matter is they're preparing for war.
I just want to see some like
The
like
reason
for the
they're looking
pro-Palestine.
forward because they're
Imagine,
preparing for it.
imagine
They're
seeing like
making these
pro-Palestine
invasion boats.
protesters. Imagine seeing like pro-Palestine protesters
Marco
getting hit with
Rubio
fucking skunk
is the
water. And you're
one-
like, oh no, they're just spraying them with water. Like, yeah, fucking hell.
Okay, Marco Rubio.
You're afraid
is
to
the
get
one
wet.
who went to war with China.
You're like fucking Davy
America's
Jones.
towards war with China, not
Can I ask
the
you a
other
question?
way around. That's why they're doing tariffs. America's
ask
the
you a
one
question,
who
Tito?
wants war with China because they know China will overtake them because the Chinese way is superior.
Can I ask you a question, Teuton?
And
I want to have you look
By
at
the way,
something.
the person in chat, I would love to be sent to China and study there. I'd love to.
I don't think you would.
Oh.
I don't.
Can I send you
I
a
would
picture?
love to.
It's like this
only
from
care
is it
about
Pirates of the
China
Caribbean?
because
Is it Davy Jones? Hang on.
Teuton, I'm gonna send something in stream chat. I want you to look at it. Oh, I'll send you maybe I want you to ask what you think this is, or I want you to answer what you think this is. What is
Actual
this?
footage of China right there.
What the fuck? I don't know.
You don't know. This is a roll-on, roll-off invasion boat. Specifically designed to transport armor onto Taiwan. They're making these in the global shipping industry's Longxue shipyard.
Okay, so they have some.
They
how
are
do you know
preparing
it's
for war.
for Taiwan.
They are preparing to invade
How do you know it's for Taiwan? And I hope they do. I hope
because
they
this
do.
is specifically designed lengthwise.
Why do you want them to invade Taiwan?
Taiwan is the
Wait, okay, wait.
for
You just
war.
said they're not driving closer to war, and you just pivoted
Okay,
against that.
listen.
They
I
are
should've-
preparing.
okay. America's the one that's arming Taiwan. That's using
No.
using an unfinished civil war against.
That's not what's called. That's not what's leading us to war.
It's national. It's ultra
People
nationalism.
who are
That's what you want.
invading are the people who are causing the war, Teuton.
It's unfinished civil war. Which imagine
It's
imagine. Okay, Taiwan is like the South as well.
They're not even the ruling party.
Taiwan is like the
imagine if
South. How many?
KMTs
If the South was a
The
democracy.
KMT got fucking 20% of the vote.
Okay, democracies are not always good. Okay, listen. Taiwan was
What do you-
established by a fascist dictator who
Yeah,
went on
and the
the
student
island.
revolution caused it to be one of the most open and free democracies in the world.
Okay, who went on the island, and the island still had communist support. So do you know what they did? They carried out fucking terror. They killed 20,000
Yeah,
people.
it's bad. No shit, that
killed
doesn't mean it's
20,000
okay today to
people.
fucking
They
invade them.
illegally got it without the people's will there.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so I mean, you just justified Israel's invasion into Gaza.
Wait, what? No, I'm saying what the.
You just justified it.
Kuomintang
Yeah,
did.
of course they were. What happened on October 7th? You justified that.
No, I'm saying the Kuomintang retreated onto Taiwan with the help of the U.S. By the way, with the help of the U.S.
Yeah, no shit.
logistically. U.S. logistically, so they got involved in the civil war, Chinese civil war, and then they got up there, and since they weren't popular in Taiwan. They weren't even popular in Taiwan. They carried out a fucking mass terror campaign, killing 20,000 people.
Okay, but what about the people who live in Taiwan right now? Why
Now,
does it not matter
yeah.
what they want?
Okay, imagine if America.
Because I mean, he's a Marlian right now. He unironically is like the brutal crimes of Paradis. He's a Marlian.
Why
Okay,
do
okay.
the people? Why does the will of the people in Taiwan right now not matter?
Okay. Yeah, I don't think China should invade Taiwan. I think China should just
But you
demand.
just said they
Taiwan
want you
be-
should.
Okay, sorry. I think China should demand at least Taiwan be demilitarized and not funded by
Why?
the US.
Okay,
and
but
then-
again,
They're
why
gonna
does the
invade if
will
they
of the people in
demilitarize.
Taiwan don't?
Because
why
I
doesn't their
understand
will
why they would want to invade if it's a country funded by the US in the backyard.
They
Yes,
aren't
I
invading
fully-
for that reason, though.
Why does the will of the people in Taiwan not matter right now?
Okay, yeah, I agree. Yeah, the most Taiwanese people want to stay independent. They should, even though I think they're wrong. They should. But yeah, you're right. I was too being. I don't know if they're pushing towards war. If they're actually going to invade Taiwan. People keep saying that. I don't think
They're going to.
I
I don't know why they're making these fucking boats if they aren't.
Oh, do other countries not have invasion boats? Like boats that are meant to like carry on and off things?
Yeah, none of them are. Yeah, no other militaries are saying that they need to be ready by 2027 to fucking invade.
Okay, yeah, that's what US fucking Marshall's saying.
No, that's what Xi Jinping said in Tuxi. In the theoretical journal of the party.
Okay, last thing. Do you admit that Xi Jinping is like is ideologically a Marxist? Do you think he wants to like China to achieve communism in the end?
He's a Leninist.
No.
Oh, is it okay? Sick.
I don't think he means Leninist in the same way you do, by the way, Tuton.
That's because I remember there's a book called The Guidance of China on the Xi Jinping, and he speaks he seems to me like he's an
He
ideology.
uses Marx
like,
specifically as a form of political legitimacy. He very rarely follows it.
has he moved? At least has he moved China? Yeah.
That's not the question we're litigating right now.
Okay. Do you think China will? Okay. I don't know what do people mean when like achieve communism? Like I don't think the Chinese Communist Party said they want to achieve communism.
Yeah, I'm saying that he doesn't even try to like be a Marxist. He just tries to like say stuff about it to seem like he's a Marxist because it's the dominant ideology in China.
Okay. And it's
He's
still
unlike
taught in
Hu
schools,
Jintao.
right?
He's unlike Jiang Zemin. He's
Marxism
unlike
is still
Deng
taught in
Xiaoping.
schools, right? It's taught in
What?
schools, right? In Marxism.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. I'm saying that
Thanks,
Xi Jinping
thanks,
himself
thanks.
is not like.
Yes.
Okay.
So you know what's my problem with China? They be copying our shit, bro. Like cheap Chinese versions of like U.S. military gear, dude.
And
Like, oh
who's
my
the
god.
one who aggressed between China in like this recent period with the tariffs? Who's the aggressor there?
I don't think
It
anybody
doesn't
here
matter.
is defending Trump tariffs.
It doesn't matter that like
And do
terror
you not
shit,
agree
like,
that
they're
the
copying our
Republican
shit.
Party, at least like people like Marco Rubio, want war with China as well?
I don't
the-
care.
like-
Why do you think anybody here would?
I don't
think
know
that
if
the
Marco Rubio
tariffs
wants to
are
war with
like-
China, actually,
Nobody
no.
cares about the terror, dude.
Do you not think that like America is at least the Republican Party feel like China's a threat and they
I think China's a threat.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good.
they
I want
probably
them.
do. But why do you think that we care what the Republican Party thinks?
Because they're the fucking lead. They're the party in power and fucking the strongest
Okay,
country in
but do
the
you
world.
think that the people in this call and even in this
In the
chat
world.
are defend or support them in any way, shape, or form? Do you think you're talking to MAGA people right now?
No, I'm not saying I'm talking to.
Hell yeah, bro.
I am Mike Pompeo after all.
I'm talking to libtards, but yeah, I'm talking to liberals.
If I was in charge to invade China, I'll probably
like,
I'll probably
the
nuke
problem
like
is that,
all
like-
Chinese ports.
I think it is. I don't really think people want war. I think you would be stupid to want war. War is fucking horrendous. Like, but the problem is, I think war is fucking eventual. They're going to.
Okay, we'll see. We've seen who's the aggressor, like, at least in this time. You're just predicting. We've seen who the aggressor is.
Well, just to be
in
clear,
terms of-
tariffs are not a pretext
But
for
it-
war. Tariffs are not a
I know,
casus
but
belli.
it is an aggressive action. It is an aggressive action. And
Yeah, but
I'm
you
just-
realize that if China responds to tariffs with military action against Taiwan, Who would you say started the war?
No,
China
no,
or
I'm
America?
not saying that. I'm just saying America's been under the Trump administration.
Yeah.
has
So
been
just to be clear, so if what Trump's doing now is tariffs and China responds by militarily attacking Taiwan, you would say that China started the war, not the
I'm
US,
just saying,
right?
I'm saying the person
I'm
that
just
looks like the aggressor right now.
I'm just trying
right
to
now
confirm,
is China.
just to confirm what you believe. So you would say if China responds to this
No. I'm
Do you
saying
see
the
why
person
they
that
think
looks
it's a threat, though?
likes the aggressor right now is America. That's the person who, and I think people see it that way as well.
I mean,
from what I've
okay,
been.
hold on. This is also just like a dumb argument in and of itself in the first place, because why do you think America is trying to? I'm going to use a more like complicated term, but why do you think America is trying to decouple?
Because in case of war in China and also the fact
Because
that
our products being used to kill Americans and Taiwanese is fucking unacceptable.
they're not being used to kill American and Taiwan.
They're going to be.
They're going to. That's his point.
You don't fucking
That's
know.
my argument.
You're just...
I do know.
No.
They're preparing every day for this. Like, I mean, they're
and
not
it's also
making
like-
it easy to say that it's not coming.
Who was that guy? Steven Niran? Was he?
I don't give a shit about him.
He's the guy who. It's not.
I don't give a shit about
The
him.
reason why he says that he wants to do tariffs is because
I don't give a fuck about tariffs, man.
He wants America to be like not a deficit in trade country while still keeping the dollar as
Who gives a
the
shit?
main currency.
Yeah.
So that's what the Trump
also never
administration
answered Lauren's
wants. It's not because
question.
of things. So to me
Never
right
answered
now,
Lauren's question. If
Okay.
America tariffs China and then China invades Taiwan, who started the war?
China, but they haven't invaded Taiwan. I'm just saying right now, right in the second, America looks like the aggressor, and you could even see it when I was watching CNN videos about China and tariffs. It was like saying people are in support of China. People seem
So
like.
what about Made in China 2025? Was that not an aggressive action?
No, that's them. The fucking
How is
developing.
okay? So how is a tariff an aggressive
developing? Are you really comparing them fucking
Yes.
developing their country to
No,
America?
that's not
fucking on
what's
tariffs
happening.
on
They're
every-
trying to make products that they initially import
And do you know why?
to be made in
China's-
China.
No, they yes, and they
Yes, that is the
Canadian
plan.
China-
Yes.
That's not aggressive. That's not the same as tariff.
Okay, so why is a
That's the
tariff
thing.
aggressive?
Yeah, how are tariffs
If they're
aggressive?
going to stop, if they're going to stop importing
It's not a
something,
fucking trade
why is
war.
a tariff any
They're
different?
the ones starting a trade war. They're the
Because
ones
it's
starting
called
the trade war.
That's what's aggressive about it.
Also, you do realize
Yes.
that in
And
that
the- and the
trade
fact
war,
they
that
want
the
to have their
American
cake and
people
eat
are
it
going
too.
to pay, right? That the
America-
American people are going to feel the effects as much, if not
Yeah.
more, than
Well,
China.
What Trump wants is to be like a majority export country, have more exports and imports while keeping the
Okay, but
dollar,
that
which is
doesn't-
impossible.
So what is China doing in Made in China 2025? That's exactly what they're doing.
Same.
It
no,
is!
they're not. It doesn't start a
What is
trade
okay,
war.
what is Made in China
Developing
2025?
electric.
Can you explain that plan to me, please?
I remember it's
What your perspective
it's them developing their technology and them becoming like a technology.
Wrong.
Okay.
It is specifically making it so they have 3 to 4
Into
Chinese
global
made
manufacturing and technology
Okay. This specifically to make it so there are 3 to 4 products made in China able to be used if people abroad threaten them.
That's not
Naturally, this means that they're going to stop importing things.
That's not what it says. It says here.
It is.
Well, it says on thing. It says it's to transform China into global manufacturing and technology.
Yeah, no shit they would say it like that. But what is the fucking policy, Teuton? What is the policy? No shit. They're saying we're
It
developing.
just shows me that It shows me that everything you are said is wrong because you're comparing China developing its own country to America fucking
saying a
starting a
speech.
trade war because they've been
You're saying a
shook,
speech is what Made in China 2025 is.
America for 30 years ago said that Bretton Woods agreements said they're being a sook because of what the standards they set during World War II is not benefiting them anymore. So they're trying to fucking have their cake and eat it too by making the US dollar still the global currency while still being like a major export power, not having a deficit. which can't happen.
What does
Which
that
can't
have to do with
happen.
an act of,
China's
what does that have to do with that?
happening
What does
if
that have to do with an
China
act of
starts
aggression
exporting
that would lead to
domestic
war?
things?
Yeah, what does that have to do with an act of aggression that would lead to war?
Yeah. It has nothing to
So
do
you
with
don't
it.
agree
He's just
that you don't not war, but do you mean that it's at least an act of aggression?
Well, you just
like
said it. Well,
stepping on
okay, so
tariffs?
let's say I want to understand why you see it that way. So if America tariffs China 100% on goods imported from China to the United States, who pays the tariff?
The American companies.
Okay.
Okay, so me paying more for a washing machine is an act of aggression on China.
Yeah, of course it is.
The American companies are paying it, but it started a trade war. You would not agree.
What is
Every
it? Holy
country
shit.
called this
It's
an act
actually,
of aggression.
unironically, because it's called a war.
In Australia, Australia called this an act of aggression.
Yeah, but how does
European
that?
countries
How does a
called
trade war over? How does a trade war be the like a foot in the door for military action to respond? That's why I'm trying to ask you.
I'm not saying. I'm
yeah,
not
okay,
saying
that's
that.
why
I'm
I just
saying
need to make sure I know the answer to this because I don't think I got it earlier.
No.
If China
No, it
responds,
doesn't.
yeah. So if China responds to the tariffs by attacking Taiwan, would the aggressor be America or China?
In that case, China.
Okay,
In that case,
that's
but
all I
I'm
need.
saying
Okay,
right now. I'm saying right now to the world, America looks like the aggressor with what they're doing with tariffs. With what they're doing with tariffs, everybody called it an act of aggression. Even the EU called it an act of aggression. Like this is not something even like America's allies.
Aggression, disputing the fact that it's based.
Yeah, but if I call someone a name, if I call someone a cunt, you can call that aggression, right? But if one person starts swinging, then you're gonna ask, okay, well, who was the first person to
Well,
physically?
China
aggress?
hasn't swinged yet, and China hasn't swinged.
China's
and
winding up right now. China's winding their
the worst
fist.
thing that
Swinging
China's
around
done is
town.
is fucking spray some Filipino boats. That's the worst thing I've seen. Yeah,
Tutan,
right
what's
now.
the problem with spraying a boat? Tutan, what's the problem with spraying a boat?
And also, why are they spraying?
Like if Israel took those fucking freedom flotillas and just sprayed them, what would the issue be? Rather than like boarded them or
Well, they didn't
struck
spray them. They killed them. They
well,
killed them.
the recent one. Well, okay. First of all, the recent one, no one died actually. But if they had sprayed
Well,
them,
they
what
drone
would
struck them.
What would the issue
They
be if they?
drone
Had,
struck
what would the issue be if they had sprayed them? Would you be okay with that? Would that be nothing? No big deal.
If they sprayed them.
What would the point be in spraying
no,
them?
I'm not saying spraying is good. I'm saying that's the worst thing China done compared to America. That's like fucking.
They're not sprayed. They're not getting shot with a water gun. They're
Just to
they're
be clear,
being
this is
cannoned.
also missing the point
They're
of
being-
like what
they're
exactly
trying
they're
to
spraying.
sink them.
The reason they're spraying them is to take territory from them. Like they're seizing islands through this campaign. Like they're making it so they can't be in a region by spraying. They're taking territory.
I should listen to
Doing
the.
this since the late.
I should finish listening to the
Have you seen the video
blowback
of
pod.
what it actually looks like?
You
Tutan?
guys should all listen to the
Watch
blowback
the
pod.
video.
Blowback.
I don't give a
No,
shit
no.
about a podcast.
Have you watched the video, Tutan, of what it actually looks like?
No, I haven't watched it, but it doesn't.
You haven't
kill
even watched the
people.
video? Oh my god, it's the Davy Jones.
No, I've seen it. I've seen it on Instagram. Never mind. I've seen it on Instagram. I was saying thing, but
What
like
does
it
look
doesn't
like?
kill
Explain,
people.
explain to us if you really
If
saw
it doesn't,
explain
it
to us
could
what
kill people, couldn't it?
I don't think that. But anyway, that's nothing compared to what America does. America funds genocide. America invades countries,
China does
kills millions of
genocide.
people.
I
America sanctions countries that cause famine, kills 1 million kids.
What happened with,
This
what
is
happened
no
with
way.
Australian iron?
What American sanction killed 1 million kids? That is completely made
The
up. What the
sanctions
fuck?
on Iraq. Well, not millions, hundreds of thousands.
Did American
The
sanctions
sanctions
kill?
on
Hang
Iraq.
on.
transactions. I don't
Not
know.
millions, hundreds
How
of
does that make
thousands.
what China is doing okay? I don't think
I'm
anybody
saying-
here is
I'm
going
saying-
to defend.
I'm not
that,
saying it's
but
okay.
why
I'm
does
saying
make
that-
what China
I'm
is
saying
doing
that
okay?
compared-
Why do you keep bringing it up? Why are you using it
I'm
as a
saying compared to
counter?
America. Compared to America, they're fucking angels.
Why? Why? If it doesn't matter, if it doesn't
So if
make
they're
what
committing
China is doing okay, why do you keep bringing it up?
So they're committing a cultural genocide in your eyes, and they're angels in your mind.
America, huh? America.
They're
does
committing a
much more
cultural
worse
genocide,
than-
and they're angels in.
Well, not anymore. The cultural genocide's ended.
No,
but
it's actually still going. They expanded the camps according to geospatial intelligence.
What?
It's a lie.
Yeah. Okay, dog. I don't think you can go there. You can travel to Xinjiang. You can go there. I don't think the camps are. What? Everybody said the camps are closed. Like in
Because they're
saying the
lying.
camps haven't expanded.
They've also been
What, the
moving
AP is
prisoners
lying?
into proper prison systems.
AP
rather
is
than
lying.
like the
AP is
re-education
lying.
camps.
AP
Yeah.
News is lying?
Yeah,
AP
they're wrong.
News. American.
I'm not afraid to say that they're wrong. Yeah.
What? Okay, so AP News is pro-China. Is doing China is
No.
Could it be
No,
that they
of
just
course
have
not. They're
bad
just wrong.
information, or they're working on incomplete information, Tutan?
Okay, so you.
Someone can just be wrong.
Why would an American news outlet? What incentive would they have to lie?
They don't. They're wrong.
American owned.
They're not lying. They're just wrong.
Okay. Well, okay.
Hang on. The sanctions on Iraq after the invasion of Kuwait.
Yeah, caused starvation of hundreds of thousands of people.
Who decided to do those sanctions after the invasion of Kuwait? Whose decision was it?
Whose
He doesn't
decision? George
Yeah, who-
Senior.
He was about to say Xi
So
Jinping.
it was just so the American government unilaterally sanctioned Iraq for the invasion of Kuwait. Is that what you're saying, Tutan?
Are you gonna say it was a UN sanction?
It was a Security
Oh,
Council
yeah.
sanction.
Yeah, of
Do
course
you know
it
what the
was.
votes were? Do you know how many Security Council members voted against it?
How many?
None.
Did
That
China
means-
abstain?
Did they?
Which is,
What do you think?
I hope so.
They didn't.
They said
Saddam
yes?
was kind of on his own for that decision.
Did they say yes?
Yes,
So
they
did
voted
they
yes.
vote yes?
Yes, the permanent members, actually all the permanent members voted yes. China, France,
but-
Soviet Union, United Kingdom, United States.
Wow.
Yeah, they all voted for their sanctions.
Would okay? Were the additional sanctions held on by like unilaterally?
The UN sanctions didn't end until 2010, I believe.
This was also by and
Okay,
large
but-
due to Jiang Zemin not being a fucking insane person.
What was the international coalition for that invasion? It was like, how many countries
China
were against?
did not vote.
What?
China was against.
China was against what?
The invasion of Iraq in 2003.
We're not talking about 2003. We're talking about the first
Nine-
Gulf
nine-
War.
99.
Those sanctions were in place since 1990.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also think. I don't know if those are the sanctions, but I'm pretty sure the US
Those are the
did
ones
put-
where people say that, like, because if there were like a couple of 100,000 excess deaths because people were going hungry. Yeah, that's what people blame. That's why people owe it to the United States. Because that's why Chomsky will say that it was the United States that did a fucking famine in Iraq, even though like everyone in the Security Council
Okay,
voted for these sanctions.
okay,
And
okay,
also, those
okay.
sanctions were not like that. Sanctions are one thing.
Yeah.
Distribution of resources that you have available is a different thing. Obviously, Saddam was not a very good leader. So
Nobody,
that's why it
nobody says he
happened.
was. He was strongly anti-communist as well.
Wait, but you
Yeah,
you did say he was actually. Earlier on in this conversation, you said he was quite popular justifiably.
No, in the 1970s, 1980s, I never said he was. I said he was quite popular, but I never said he was a good leader.
No, you
What
said
the fuck?
justifiably.
Not
he said he was
justifiably.
popular in the
I
70s and 80s. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
said- Which he was. He was popular in the 70s and 80s among Iraqis.
I know he had popularity
Well-
quite a lot in the Arab world because he kept on making idle threats towards Israel. But
Yeah, he fucking gassed Kurds. He gassed Iranians. He just invaded Iran. Like he trying to get land from them because a revolution just happened. Trying to get like this oil-rich land. So yeah, he was a fucking dictator. Arif was fucking very anti-communist as well, and anti-socialist. So,
No, what we
yeah.
should have done was had him fuck up the Iranians.
What we did?
I'm kidding.
What?
I'm kidding.
I was gonna say, oh, this guy goes further than AP News. That's like crazy. Like, I would never hear somebody say that AP News is like doing like propaganda on.
he's
the
not saying they're
behalf of-
doing propaganda. He's saying that he thinks that they're not.
Why would they be wrong? Like they have every incentive not
Because
to
they
be
could
wrong.
have incomplete information, or they could have inaccurate information.
It's just also
China
hard
isn't
to
exactly
know.
forthcoming or transparent with what
But
they're
okay,
doing.
but isn't it open to travel? So why don't people?
Not
Why
really.
don't? Yes, I
Do you
could go
think
to
that they
Xinjiang.
that
if I
American
paid.
journalists just have like unfettered access to everything in China, or
But I'm
perhaps
saying-
like if they go over there, they have somebody called a handler that maybe
Yeah.
leads them around and shows them what they want to see.
I don't think they have a handler. They probably do get surveyed, but I don't think they like. I don't think they can. Right now, I think you can go to Xinjiang freely. Like if you just pay for a flight, and then to fuck it.
Okay, then go yourself then.
Yeah,
Don't
like,
go.
I probably
Don't,
could.
No, don't,
Okay.
don't do that.
And yeah, but compared to what like America does, okay? Compare this to America funding Saudi Arabia. Doing
Why?
doing the.
Why are we comparing it to America? It doesn't.
I'm just saying why I say China compared to America is saints.
If you want to talk about all of the problems with America, Tutan, I will have that conversation with you. but
Tutan,
that
are you
is a
also
totally
Tutan, are you aware that like Saudi has had issues with America because Americans will sell them arms and then they'll say, now make sure that these arms are used for domestic and for international humanitarian law compliant means, right? And the Saudis actually get quite annoyed by that. So recently, the Saudis have gotten very annoyed by those Americans putting like the finger wagging humanitarian conditions on their weapon sales. So they've moved elsewhere. Do you know which country the Saudis moved to get arms from?
That's a good point. Yeah.
You did say China before.
Yeah, they quadrupled, I think, their arms sales from China quite recently, yeah. Because China doesn't doesn't worry about humanitarian concerns when they give them weapons.
Was this during the blockade?
This was since about 2017, so yes.
And guess who's like trying to do a lot of their internet? Their 5G internet.
Yeah, I disapprove of
It's
China
Huawei.
trading with Israel as well. They do a lot of wrong things. They do. I wish they like cut. All
But they do a lot of what like makes the
Wait.
Western tankies happy, right? Because they don't really care about the material effects of what China does.
Yeah.
They just, as long as they signal the right thing. That's why when he said he thinks that Xi Jinping is a Leninist, you just said base. You didn't even stop to think, wait, what do you mean by Leninist? Like, what does that even entail? Just it's an aesthetic. It just sounds nice. The same way that China can like push anti-Israel propaganda, and people like that, even though China is quite helpful to Israel. Yeah.
Chinese state TV is very anti-China. Israel's complained about it. And the Chinese.
You're saying Chinese state
citizens
TV
are
is anti-Israel. You're saying.
very anti-Israel.
Yeah, it is. But again,
Yeah,
who do they materially give more support to?
What they do. Well, yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong.
You know
They
what?
do
You know what they
some
give
aid
them
towards
support to
Palestinians.
the PA
They
for
do give some
in
aid
exchange
towards
for?
Palestinians.
What do you
Huh?
think that they give the PA support in exchange for, Teuton?
And they
This is
do-
a really
and they
good
do
point,
the-
actually.
And they do veto some of like the American.
No, they give them
resolutions.
support, so the PA will say that they support their Xinjiang policy.
Yeah, and didn't the Organization of Islamic Cooperation go to Xinjiang and support it? And they wrote a letter supporting it. And that's Iran supports what they're doing in Xinjiang. Iraq does. Saudi Arabia does. Qatar does.
It's almost as if the people who want to destroy Israel don't give a fuck about Muslims. Yeah.
So all these Islamic countries support what they're doing in fucking Xinjiang.
Yes, because you know what? You know who kills the
Yes.
most Muslims? Other Muslims. Yes.
Yes.
This is a very fucking
No,
chaotic,
no,
split
also-
fucking region.
And also,
Guys, can you
also
hear
the
me?
people.
Can I speak for a fucking second? Okay, Lonar, what was your verdict on the sanctions on Iraq?
That
Again,
resolution 661 was voted on unanimously by the Security Council. It was only two
I'm not asking
temporary
about
members.
661. I'm talking about the subsequent resolutions because honestly, I don't give a fuck if they were voted on by anyone. They were clearly and evidently an excess way beyond any mandate the UN or the United States had. They were very controversial among basically every member state of the UN and practically all of the Arab leagues, including the states that were anti-Iraq, such as the UAE and Jordan. And like the fact that you had some shit called food for oil is like sufficient to tell you what it was all about, and the excessive deaths at the time also are sufficient. Like, I don't want to dive into it. I don't really want to stay here long, but just research this shit. It's one of the most horrendous and shameful parts that international communities ever did in its entire history. Like, there is nothing, I think, that the UN voted for that comes even close.
So
You know,
is your
Jordan,
claim
like-
that the UN gave a mandate for sanctions, but but like the United States exceeded the mandate? Is that what you're saying, or was it all countries or
Not
multiple
the-
ones?
Multiple countries, but like there were countries that were more sympathetic, like Jordan, the UAE, and India actually took part in attempting to alleviate it. In Jordan, there was like a smuggling network that tried to funnel aid into Iraq, which is why the United States eventually threatened to sanction Jordan unless we stationed some observers, but we still allowed the smugglers to go in because it was really fucked up. India made the oil for food program, which you definitely should look up. Like, I don't want to defend Saddam or debate this or the legality of it, because like there's a discussion about the legality and the pressure the United States was having at the time at the United States Security, at the United Nations Security Council and everything. But I don't want to dive into it. I don't care who voted for it. It was the most fucked up thing the United Nations ever did. By far. Bar none. Nothing even comes close. See you later.
Okay.
Yeah, so but you you do agree that you do agree that the sanctions on Iraq will that caused like a wide scale, like hundreds of thousands of
Yeah, I think the
people
death toll
dying
was
in
like
Iraq,
between
right?
a 250,000 and 500,000, and even like, but
Yes,
there were
no.
even inquiries like from the like Chilcot in the UK even said that like this was gonna cause like some obscene fucking ratio of people under 5 were gonna die. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very disappointed. China. I don't know. Were there regional? Damn. Doesn't Iran have UN sanctions on it? No, I think China vetoes that.
Does Iran have
China
UN
vetoes
sanctions on what?
on like just in general. I'm pretty sure I've heard like China vetoes resolutions to put UN sanctions on it.
On Iraq.
On Iran.
On Iran. Okay. Yeah, because China and Iran, they get along fairly well, I guess. They've got reasonable relations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
I think there's been several.
Aren't they like building a bridge to like a big ass like shipping bridge, some shit to Taiwan?
God, I forgot what book it was. It's like all of G. How do you say it again?
G. Is it G or G?
G. All of Xi's speeches and like his guidance of China. What was the name of that book? Do you know that book?
Governance of China.
Oh. Yeah, by Xi Jinping or something like
It's pretty
that.
terribly written.
If you read that, you'd seem like he's
read it.
ideologically a Marxist and like he believes
not.
in. Okay.
I don't think you've read it, if you think he is.
I watched a
Damn.
video on it. I watched a video on it.
Okay, cool. I'm right then.
Damn, 220 gonna take that?
We'll
I read it in full in Chinese.
Well, you're kind of an anti-China hawk, but yeah.
Damn.
No, I don't want war with China.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
just think Taiwan should be defended at all costs. If that means war with China, I'm fucking for it.
Like, Tuchin, do you
I
realize
mean,
that
that
like
if
there's
China
no
invades-
happening legal- like, do you understand that like it's all or nothing with you? Like, you're just assuming that we all think everything America does is good and everything China does is bad, but that's not how we think.
Yeah, I agree that if China invades Taiwan, it will make them aggressor. In that sense.
Okay, but you understand that the people you're talking to and the people you interact with, us saying like, "Oh, hey, China is bad," that isn't us endorsing all of the shit that you bring up by America. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but like, I don't know. You guys acknowledge that China's pushing for war, but I haven't heard you guys like acknowledge like the aggressive actions by like this Trump administration.
Because it doesn't really
Okay,
matter
but
to the
because
context of the
nobody here-
conversation.
Yeah, and also
Like,
nobody here
and
supports
Marco
it.
Rubio.
This was just the point I made. Nobody here is a Marco Rubio stan. Nobody here supports Trump.
Just looking, yeah. I'm just saying that I think America will want war with China because China's like a big threat to them, but
If they invade Taiwan, I want war with them.
no, even without them invading Taiwan.
Well,
I
you're
think-
why
I
are you
think
very
that
you're
they'll-
very quiet, project person.
You're so quiet.
You talk again?
Sorry, I muted myself.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Dude, I can give you two very, very good reasons why they don't want war with China. Number one, the amount of treasury bonds that they hold. And number two, just the sheer number of casualties that would bring on. You know how many people die when a ship sinks in naval warfare? You know where most of that casualty base is going to come from? Both navies.
And would they even be like successful in it? Like 1.4 billion people with nukes and like a relatively good military. Like I don't.
Well, I'll tell you a doomsday scenario for China.
Yep.
Basically, Taiwan feels like, okay, we're screwed. We're gonna fall. We're gonna be enslaved by these people. Take out the Three Gorges Dam.
The dam.
Yeah, I've heard people say that. Yeah, that's genocidal. Like fucking taking out that dam, killing 300 people.
Well, if you're gonna genocide me, I'm gonna genocide you. That's the point. That's what the Palestinians seem to think with the Israelis. They think they're gonna kill each other off, at least according to you.
Okay. Okay, but Lonabox, can you admit now? We don't know if China's going to move to one, but can you admit now that from how it seems that America is the aggressor, so especially in the second Trump term,
nope.
with them initiating a trade war
against Taiwan. No, not against Taiwan. Again, he's not even like against Taiwan.
Against
No.
China. Against China right now. Against China. Not we don't know if China has invaded Taiwan.
Yeah, what he
right
did
now,
with what he did with the
initiating-
tariffs was kind of aggressive, but it's nothing to do with military aggression. These are separate acts. These are
Okay.
separate spheres.
Yeah, yeah.
of
I'm just
aggression.
saying.
I just wanted you to admit that America seems like the more aggressive party.
The reason
right
that
now.
people talk about aggression, though, is that aggression is like in international law they talk about the crime of aggression, which is like military aggression against another country.
Yep.
But tariffs are not involved in that. They have nothing to do with that. So Trump
Well,
can
it's
be like
still, yeah, it's
economically.
still a form of aggression. But yeah.
But also, I'm only saying that because I don't know what kind of militarily aggressive stuff China's been doing around Taiwan in the last year. So if they've been doing a whole bunch of military exercises like right along the border, then that might be that China's the more aggressive one. I don't know. I haven't
I
seen
can
that
answer
China's
that
doing.
America-
right now.
They've
Yeah,
been doing it
they have
almost
that.
Because
like every
China's
few
building
months,
up their military, which they have every right to do. America's sucking because that's happening, but they have every right to build up their own military, and they
Wait,
can
America's
do. And
what
they can
because of that?
sucking because they're spending
Sucking?
military.
Like sulking.
Yeah, sucking because
Oh, sulking.
yes.
Okay.
No, and we say.
I mean, the problem is that it's very specific developments for like one specific conflict.
And also the fact that they're using the I remember that like China and Taiwan share some airspace, so like even if they're doing like air drills, that's in their own international. Yes,
That's not
I
true.
remember
According to
seeing that.
China, Taiwan is not a country, so they don't have any
Yeah.
airspace to violate. Is that not correct, Teuton?
Well, yeah, obviously the Chinese, but the Chinese.
Yeah, would you
government doesn't
consider
recognize-
Israel doing that over Gaza to be legitimate?
What, air drill? If they just
That's a good point. Yeah.
Not just air drills, but
I
air superiority, blockades. They don't let anything in from
they're
Taiwan.
not block.
That's
Is
what
China
they're-
blockading Taiwan? No, China's not blockading
In terms of
Taiwan
travel,
right
you cannot travel between the two countries anymore, as far as I know.
Also, by the way,
don't
Teuton,
know.
the shared airspace is over mainland China, not over Taiwan.
I've heard sub. I've heard.
I can give you a
What
map
makes
if you'd like.
Okay, China airspace. But anyways, I've been here. I should fucking.
It's over mainland Taiwan.
just-
It's not over, or it's over mainland China. Sorry.
Okay. Well, we'll see. If China invades Taiwan, I'm not gonna get. I will refuse to be drafted. So I ain't dying for that shit. And yeah, we'll
Are the
probably.
Brits
There
gonna have a
probably would
draft?
be a
What the
draft.
fuck?
There probably would. No, sorry.
I'm
See,
just
Australia.
wondering, like, why every character in this fucking game that I've been trying to kill is dead already. Like, I'm just running around chasing these like uncatchable for the entire 8 hours straight. All right,
Kind of
that's
feels
all
like a metaphor for the
Okay,
Yo, Tuto, I got a question.
Loner Box, last question. So do you admit that like America wants to have their cake and eat it too with like the tariffs, that they want to remain like the global currency while being like not like a import economy but like being an export economy?
Trump definitely
Like,
wants
that's
that.
what
Yeah.
the-
Yeah.
Yeah, which is impossible to like have them be the global currency. So under
Did you
the
think
Trump
that
administration,
anybody here was gonna say no to that?
I'm just talking about America in general. So since Trump's second term, we can all admit that America has been the more aggressive party.
Yeah, I don't think anybody
No.
here is a big fan of what America's doing right now.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Hey,
I would
that's-
contest
hey.
that America's quote unquote being the more aggressive party. Frankly,
Yeah, because they're not
But
happy
you're not,
with the
you're not
stand.
a fan of
like China is seizing territory in sovereign countries.
Holy crap!
Yeah, America's just
Yeah,
been
like
loud.
Vietnam, Philippines.
If China was aggressive,
Anyway.
they would fund the Maoist groups in the Philippines that had
Okay, so what is
hundreds
happening
of
in
thousands
the?
of-
So what happened on April 27th, 2025?
Huh?
What happened on
China
April
worked with
27th,
the-
2025?
What happened?
They seized a tiny sandbank in the South China Sea.
Oh,
That belonged to
what
another
sand-
sovereign nation,
Oh!
the Philippines.
Why do you always listen to like China's actual like real military aggression? That's not just towers, but actually seizing places, and you're just like, ooh, big deal. Like, why?
Sandbank? What do you mean by sandbank? What do you mean by what?
It's an island. You know what an island gives? It gives a territorial sea, Teuton.
I can't find this article.
And you know what? I can link it to you. It's the BBC.
They're stealing their fish, bro.
Ooh,
It gives a territorial sea that steals the resources from sovereign countries. It steals the fish from sovereign countries. Like, I mean, if you have a problem
Bro,
with
why,
why
is
Teuton,
why is stealing the fish like why is that trivial? But like settlers burning down olive trees, that's not trivial.
That's not comparable.
Oh, they're burning a tree. Oh no, a little tree. Where's that come from?
No, they're burning houses. They're burning houses.
No, I'm talking about settlers. Quite a lot of what they do is they burn olive trees so that people can't get their fucking income. But would you just be like, could you imagine if someone came in and went, oh, they're burning the trees, oh no, little tree.
That's not the main issue. The trees are not the main issue.
Oh, so it would be okay. It would be okay for a Zionist to come in here and start making fun of people for.
It wouldn't be okay, but this is like the main aggressive action. America takes 10 times
seizing
more
territory.
Action. Seizing tiny little fucking sandbags.
Seizing territory that gives.
Tiny little sandbags.
Oh my god! It gives a territorial sea, Teuton. It's not just
also, I haven't gotten the article yet. And also, there were Maoist groups. Okay. There were fucking Maoist groups with hundreds of thousands of people in it, ready for armed revolution.
How big is this? How big is this sandbank if you include the maritime territory? Can I say what's the sandbank called, or just what's an article about it? BBC China sees sandbank.
Sandy K. It is. I linked in Gay Baby Joe.
Okay. Nice. Gay Baby Joe.
Oh yeah, they got a little flag.
Yeah.
They took a little flag. Okay.
And these are military actions. Like these are soldiers.
Okay. This is wrong, but this is not a
They are taking military action to seize territory.
And how? Wait. Let's see. Wait, the Chinese Coast Guard has seized a tiny. In a regional dispute with Philippines, state upon CCTV released images for all this.
If we started breaking chunks of territory off of Baja and California, bro, just admit it.
Yeah.
It's unclear whether one of these sandbags the Philippines landed on was also the sand and clay.
Sandy K.
Like
Sandy Key.
Yep.
Wait, Teuton, why do you glaze China so much? Is Xi Jinping's
China compared to America is a much lesser evil. China hasn't
actively conquering territory.
He just let Xi Jinping
not compared to what America did in Iraq or in Afghanistan. Or how America fucking sanctions countries to ruin their fucking economy, and that kills millions of people. Not even in fucking
but we're talking
Venezuela,
about who's being
Iraq.
aggressive right now. We're not talking about who's the better angel right now.
You don't like America. He's asking why you do like China. We know why you don't like America. We're asking why you do like China. Those are two different things.
I disapprove of them approving this tiny sandbank. That has nothing. That is not. You're acting like you're overestimating. Like you're acting
Wait,
like
how much territory is like the 9-dash line? Like when you take to what China actually has. Yeah, how much territory is that? Like in terms of what China claims versus what China actually has. Like what's the difference in size there?
2 million square kilometers, I think it is.
So how many Gazas is that, out of interest? Probably quite a lot.
Gaza size.
An absolute shitload.
41 kilometers.
It's an absolute shit ton of Gazas that China encroaches on all the fucking time. And pushes people out of their fishing waters and shit like that.
48,780 Gazas.
Okay.
Sounds like Israel.
This is not land.
It is land.
Again. No, it's a fucking ocean. What are you? Oh yeah.
No,
some land as well.
Generates a border. That's why this is important.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. But I'm
why do you
saying
think the U.S. has parts of Micronesia, bro? Why do you think we have some of those tiny islands in the Pacific? They're extra bases and they're extra economic zone.
It's wrong.
China's doing the same shit. You're rooting for the second side of the same coin, brother.
Okay, it's
and the problem here is that you're saying that this quote-unquote trade war is more aggressive than them seizing territory.
No.
Yes, you do, because you say that America is the aggressor in this situation.
America's more imperialist. America's more aggressive. They invade countries. Okay,
How are
they
terrorists
invaded
more
Afghanistan. They
Right now?
invaded Iraq.
Right now.
Huh?
Right now. You're saying right
no,
now.
right now they're
they are
funding
more
a
of the
genocide.
aggressor.
Right now they're funding a genocide, which
China
is
is
far
doing-
worse than. No, they're not. They're not doing a genocide.
Also,
Nobody
do you
agrees
think
with
that
that.
Israel doesn't pay for
I do.
anything themselves? Do you think that America just gives?
Wait,
bags
yeah,
of
yeah.
gold
This is a
to
point that I
Israel
wanted
every
to
week?
go on. Yeah, this is a point that I wanted to go on. First of all, I think 80% of the weapons in Gaza are by American bombs. 80 or something like that were American, dropped in Gaza.
cares
We're American
right
bombs.
now? We're not
We're
talking
American bombs. America supplies us and gives some for free. Gives some for free in form of military aid, which they ramped up. So they
Giving
are
bombs to a military that we are allies with is not the same thing as sterilizing people.
Well, military that's fucking genociding people. Shut. You'll never
They're
excuse it.
sterilizing people.
China gives
Yeah,
support
sure
to the
they are,
Myanmar
but-
government.
Yeah.
They give a lot of support to the Myanmar
Rohingya
government.
genocide.
And Sudan, doesn't it?
Yep.
No, Sudan's mostly the UAE.
Well, does China support
No.
the RSF or the?
No, I don't think China supports the RSF. These guys are just.
And we're not even
But they do
talking
support
about
the
China's
Myanmar
invasion of
government, so they do
Vietnam.
support the people in Myanmar who are killing the Rohingyas.
Yeah,
Right,
like
Have you read
Teuton,
about any
you
of those? Have you
disregard
read
the
about any
Uyghur-
of those clearance operations in Myanmar, Teuton? Like what they do?
Of course he has.
I know what. Like, there's been like.
But America
Buddhist
invaded
government in-
Iraq 20 years ago.
There's been a Buddhist government in there that's committing genocide on the
Rohingyas,
right? Yeah, Rohingya Muslims. Yeah, oh wow,
The
they do give
Rohingya.
support.
Now
Jesus
sorry,
Christ.
they do give
The
support.
Rohingya.
Shut up, dude. Okay, that's wrong. But still, it's not compared to what Israel's doing. They
I mean,
killed
these
far less
these
people.
clearance operations, like, how do you know it's not comparable if you can't even describe them? Like, what
I
did they
think
what did they do?
15,000 people died. 15,000 people died in this genocide. Like,
Okay, do you
over-
think? Wait, do you
over-
think? Do you think that the way you find out if an act is worse than the other is just look at the death toll and that's it? Is that how you do that?
Oh, no, not necessarily.
Do you know what a ratio?
Not necessarily.
What,
Like,
2-to-1 ratio all the time? Yeah.
The fact that Israel
No,
is
well, no,
literally, like, and
yeah.
you don't want to admit this, but again, like, because I just don't think you believe Hamas is even a legitimate target as a military. But the fact is that in Gaza, these airstrikes are happening where there are 500 kilometers of tunnels underneath this fucking strip. That's like what 40
No,
square
they're
kilometers.
happening- There was one airstrike Sky News reported where it just killed like a doctor, and it's like 9 children. And those were and it's 9 children.
Yeah,
in one
how many
strike.
fucking airstrikes have happened in Gaza? I didn't say every Israeli airstrike in Gaza is justified. I'm saying that these airstrikes are generally taking place when there is fucking where there's military installations all over the strip, where there are booby traps in like almost every other building, where there's tunnels almost everywhere, and like Hamas and the IDF both agree with this. Okay. And you're comparing that to the actions of like the clearance operations in Myanmar, where they would go to these fucking villages and they would take people, and again, people who were completely defenseless, and they would like force entire families into these like wooden or like straw based houses, and then just fucking set them on fire and kill them. And this is after there's like zero threat being posed.
Cool. Did they give weapons, or did they just give like how much was the support that China
What?
gave?
Why does it matter?
Wait, you
Why
just
does
said
it matter?
just give weapons?
Wait, did they give? No, I'm saying if they gave weapons, it's far
They
worse.
supported
Did they
it,
give-
right?
Did they
They
give like
supported
Not
it.
only
Why
did they
does it matter how
support
they
it, they
support
ran
it?
cover for them internationally in the UN.
No, they did give weapons to them during the genocide. Damn, that's bad.
Tucson,
Yeah.
I just want to say one last thing, brother.
'Cause that's
I
not-
know you're a lefty. I'm a lefty too. Just do yourself a favor. Watch a couple of Anarchy videos. He is a anarcho-socialist. At least that's somewhat more reasonable than this ML bullshit that you own. I'm out.
Later.
Is he from the South?
Okay. Yeah.
Of course, he's from the fucking south. What are you talking about?
You know, little box. Little box. I'm tired of your fucking Scottish ass. All right, you're never an American.
well-
All right. So step off,
You know
all right,
what?
little bro.
Better,
off.
that would be so
Okay.
much more impactful if we could.
Okay,
understand
well,
what you're
I'll say this
Oh,
when I'll leave.
Mercy.
Both,
Okay,
both China and
Too far.
America are aggressive. There's no point in like I would have to look more into it until I see which one's more aggressive.
We're on
Yeah.
your side,
both,
Andy, now.
both are funding genocides. One against.
Wait,
both
Tutum, what's your
against-
thoughts on China? What's your thoughts on China invading the Vietnam after like what 4 years after the Vietnam War?
Oh yeah, what they did in Vietnam was fuck. They're on the wrong side. They supported. Didn't they
You know-
support the Kemal? Didn't they support fuck?
Khmer
'Cause
Rouge?
at that time they broke at that time they broke with the Soviets. Yeah, they supported the Khmer Rouge, which was
So it was bad, right? It was bad.
yeah, obviously.
That
what
would
the
be
fuck,
bad.
yes.
Okay.
Unequivocally bad.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But that was yeah. I think, and that was due to them splitting with the Soviets. This, but yeah, obviously no. Yeah.
Yeah, the Vietnam War was
Justification.
sometime long ago, so
Yeah, they did support it, which is kind of fucked. Anyways, yeah.
Kind of
They
fucked.
supported it. Yeah, it was fucked. Yeah.
Okay.
And the Soviet Union was against them, right? Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Who, China?
No, against yeah. They were against China in the.
Are they like both
In
communists and
Vietnam.
shit? Like, don't they go into like
Vietnam.
communism and shit?
No, there was
Yeah,
a
but they
big
split. They had a split. The
You
Sino
say,
Soviet
aren't
split.
Yeah,
But they
dude,
did both
yeah,
go
I
to
don't like-
communism, yes.
Is it gooning to communism?
Yes, they did
Yeah,
both
like
go to
don't
communism.
sound like oh my god, communism.
A lot of people didn't like Nikita. Oh fuck, I can't pronounce names, man. I'm so.
Nikita Khrushchev.
Yeah, because he's a revisionist. A lot of current day Marxists hate him because he's considered as a revisionist, and also he supported Stalin initially, and then he came out and spoke out against it. So he's a fucking coward as well.
Did the
Wait, do you think Stalin was a good guy?
No.
I was gonna ask in the Marxist spheres, do they tend to prefer Stalin or Khrushchev or?
I think they prefer Stalin.
Was there a guy named Zionism, like Zionist guy? Was there a guy named Zionist?
What,
No,
the
no.
VC? I
That
don't know.
Zionist girl?
No, like just in general, like because like there's there's like Stalinism, Stalin, Marxism, the Marxist guy, right? Like, is there a guy named like Zionist guy?
Well, Zionism kind of developed in a more
Not Zion.
organic way from like different groups.
Yeah.
There was Herzl, but no, Zionists were. But he was even kind of he was even moving or like building upon previous actions as well, because people were already moving to Israel.
Yeah,
There's a
The only thing
Palestinian
I'd
clan
like-
called Zion, Sundowner says. Cool.
Wasn't the first like Zionist guy like wasn't in like wasn't in like Hungary, right?
He was
Some shit.
German, wasn't he?
What?
Herzl.
No, like in
No, he's
because there's like a
French.
massacre or some shit, like a Jewish massacre, and like he became Zionist and shit.
No, he says it was
Romo
because he
Zionist.
says he became a Zionist because of the Dreyfus
Goldstein?
affair, although that's not entirely true. He didn't. He just said that because
Wasn't he French?
Herzl was German, I think.
Oh,
I'm going to my Google Docs. I was actually taking
Or was
notes.
he? Oh, he was Austrian. Okay, Austrians are basically German. Okay, I don't give a fuck. That's what back then.
What the
Let's see.
fuck? Okay.
You know who else thought that, Loner Box?
What? All the
What?
Germans thought that? Yes, not just Hitler. Fuck me.
Mercy, are you German?
They don't still think that, don't they?
No, because well, it's just. I think it's really just because Austrians don't want to fucking own the Holocaust. I don't know. Like I think they were they were both seen as Germanic people for a really long fucking time, and they weren't allowed to unify because of the Treaty of Versailles, and they were big butt mad about it, and everyone supported the Anschluss, like in Austria.
Really?
I mean, apart from the
Majority?
Jews. Like it was
Really?
pretty much all of them, I think, wasn't it? Apart from the Jews and the like a few
Even
minorities.
though like the official elections were sham, like the 99, but it's still a majority. you would say?
Yeah, I think it was mostly supported because even in interwar you could tell it was really popular in Austria, and I don't think there was that much opposition. But okay, then.
Wait, so the first Zionist guy was the Theodor Herzl, and like the second Jewish guy was Zev Jablonski.
Jabotinsky. He
Jabotinsky.
wasn't like the
That
second
guy
big
was-
Zionist. He was like an alternative because he was the revisionist.
That guy was another, wasn't he? That
Did
guy
he
was
lead-
a
did he-
Russian, wasn't he?
He was a what?
Jabotinsky. He was like a full-on like right winger, like.
Yeah, he was a revisionist. Yeah, he believed.
Yeah, I
he was all,
think he
like,
I think he led. I could be wrong, but I think he led the Arab Dragoon, right? Some shit.
No, his followers did. He believed that in what's called the Iron Wall, and it was this idea that Jews in historic Palestine would only ever be accepted as a presence if they were to assert themselves with force. He said that the Arab world would only ever like respect Israeli sovereignty in the region if they were forced into it, like militarily. So if they showed strength, then they'd be good. I think he was also part of the revisionist movement, which thought that Israel was entitled to a lot more land than they were. But yeah, he was a big fucking.
You think it was bad for Israel to integrate the Irgun into the IDF?
Probably not. It was better that they pushed them to go with the regular rules, right?
Really?
When the Irgun were outside of the IDF, they had no control over them, right? That's why a lot of the early bombings, like they were, the Haganah didn't like it. They opposed it. The Deir Yassin massacre, the Haganah condemned that, and like all their fighters, like the ones in the Palmach who saw it happen, were fucking like horrified by what the Irgun had done. So when they were integrated into the IDF, it was like by force. A lot of them were killed. They were hunted down by the Haganah as well. So integrating them actually, I'm pretty sure just like meant it was easier to control them. It's like the Azov battalion, you know, like when they were integrated into the Ukrainian military, they, a lot of the Nazi shit, they dropped it.
But they're probably like a political party, though, compared to like the Irgun. Like the Irgun's like
the Azov battalion's not a party, are they?
Weren't they before, like 2014 around there? They're like a far right political party.
No, Right Sector and what's the other one called? Svoboda. But that's not. They would have overlapped, but the Azov battalion were actually they're just a battalion. Yeah.
Maybe you're talking about the National Corps.
The National
Corps.
I
think it's got National Corps. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So let me see. Azov battalion formed in 2014 as a volunteer paramilitary group to fight against Russian-backed separatists in East Ukraine. The Azov battalion was later integrated into the National Guard of Ukraine. Okay. You get 1 point, Little Box. All right.
Thanks.
You get 1 point.
Hell yeah.
I was gonna say I respect Stalin for killing a bunch of Nazis. That's the only thing. Nazi killer. And also I looked more to the thing that like you guys claim that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. I looked into it and he was trying to secure alliances with French and Germany before he signed that, and French and Germany did not respond. They sent like low-level delegates. So he was trying to combat.
Do you know? Wait. Do you know why? Do you know why that Stalin's offers to the British and the French were not being taken all that seriously? Like, what did Stalin want that was unacceptable, that the Brits and the French didn't really want to give up?
I just heard that they didn't want to ally with the Soviet Union because.
Why though? Does it not matter why?
Because they hated communism. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Communism.
No, it's because Stalin wanted Poland. He wanted to have Soviet access to Poland. And he knew that because of what had happened in World War I and with the Russian Empire, that the Poles would never accept it. So it was kind of like a non-starter with him asking for something that the Poles would never concede. And Poland wasn't really for the British and the French to offer.
But
like the British and the French can't just be like, yeah, we'll give you Poland, you know? Like.
Okay.
Would
the British and French allow the Soviet Union to invade Poland if, like, the Nazi Germany would they ever agree to? Because they shouldn't let the second half go to Poland. But
wait,
actually,
what?
no, at that time, then there would have been a too far.
Wait, do you think that Britain would have let the US? You think that Britain would have let the Soviets take Poland?
No, never mind. Those are really, that was a dumb question.
And you do know that Stalin was buddies with Hitler until it no longer suited him to be buddies with Hitler.
No, he was not buddies.
Right?
He was buying time because the Red Army was fucked.
Why was the Red Army fucked?
A lot due to his purges and him being a little bit paranoid. I don't know. He claims that they did it because they were German spies. I don't know if that's all if that testament on the torture.
Well, one of the KPD guys who was executed as a German spy or whatever was their evidence that they used against him was that he was friends with Rosa Luxemburg, and Rosa wrote a pamphlet criticizing Lenin, so that's why that guy died.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, he was definitely paranoid, but he was not buddies with Hitler. Everybody historian realizes that he signed that pact.
Do you think that Stalin was? Do you think Stalin just? You think he was
diametrically opposed to Hitler, like on like an
Yes.
ethical, moral basis.
Yes.
You think he?
Hitler's
You think
Hitler's like
you
no,
think he gave
Hitler
Hitler
in
not what
Mein Kampf.
Hitler-
I haven't Hitler Mein Kampf. I haven't read it, but according to what I read on Wikipedia, he identified two main enemies, and it was Jews and Judeo-Bolshevism. Like they are like he is he knew that there was going to be a war. He needed to buy time because the Soviet army was not ready at all. 1939 especially, they would have gone.
So the Soviet, so your position is partly the Soviet Union wasn't ready because of Stalin's purges, so kind of did it themselves, but yeah, wasn't ready. So then they allied with the Nazis to buy time. Is
Buy
that what
time,
you're-
buy
yeah?
time,
Okay.
and also get Poland.
So the Soviets they were expecting the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. I think it was supposed to last 10 years. Were the Soviets expecting to get 10 years before the Nazis came and invaded?
No, Stalin wanted to wait until 1942.
He wanted to wait until 42.
For the German invasion.
You're saying he wanted to wait until 42. He believed it was coming.
Well, he wanted to wait. He wanted to make sure prolonged invasion of the Soviet Union until 1942. That's what they did. Because he knew Hitler would invade.
You're roboting a little bit. You're roboting a little bit.
Discord is having issues.
Oh god.
Yeah, they all sound like a robot.
Can you read? Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So Stalin
Yeah,
does the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact because he's worried about he's worried that he's not ready for a
which
Nazi
they were
invasion.
not ready.
Okay, well that's kind of disputable because the Nazis would have been fighting on two fronts. So, well, that's the question actually.
Well, you can get insurances then, but
so
he did not get the insurances.
here's the question: What was Hitler's position at the time? What was Hitler's position about invading Poland before he had the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact? Did he feel ready?
But probably not. No, I don't
No,
know what
people
you're
were quite apprehensive about the Nazis going into Poland, and they were terrified about fighting on two fronts. Something that secured their resolve to actually go and do it was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. When Stalin fired his Jewish minister, his Jewish foreign minister, the Nazis saw that as like this is a sign. We're going to go and secure our alliance with Russia, with the Soviets, so that we can feel safer going into Poland, which they did because they obviously agreed to split Poland. They drew maps and everything.
So and at that time, France had not been taken out since they got humiliated in 6 weeks.
Which no one expected to happen, right? Because the French were the strongest army at the time. They had the reputation of being the strongest force at the time.
Stalin did it. I don't know. But that's what.
So do you think it's possible that Stalin also was hoping that Britain and Germany would beat the shit out of each other and make it easier for them?
You got my attention.
I feel like he did want the. I don't know. I feel like he was very paranoid. That's something. Obviously, we all know that. I think that's why he signed it, because he wasn't sure. He was paranoid that like the Britain and the West would want to direct Germany eastwards, since he didn't get like a confirmed pact with them. I think that's
why was he so unparanoid about Hitler then?
Huh?
Why
he was not paranoid. He says historians agreed that he knew that he was going to invade.
So why when there were literally Soviet intel reports of columns of Nazi columns, like tanks and thousands of people moving towards the border to the Soviet border, why did he ignore the warnings?
Because he thought Hitler wouldn't start a two-front war.
So he wasn't that paranoid. He actually, and what did he do when he found out that the Nazis were moving? Because he knew that it was happening. He knew the Nazis were moving insane amounts of troops and material up to the border. Why? And what did he do instead? He increased Soviet supplies to the Third Reich. He increased supplies of nickel, iron.
He thought that would buy time. But
yeah, why did he think that would buy time? If he's also reading that Hitler's got this ideological attachment to seizing Soviet territory, why is he?
Well, yeah, he did.
So why is he giving them more materials? Why is he giving them like a third of their oil?
In exchange for the materials he got, Germany gave significant industrial reports. I read it somewhere. I knew you would ask this.
Yes,
before
they
because you
exchanged goods,
put it out
yes,
there.
but the Soviets unilaterally increased their shipments to the Nazis when Stalin found out that Nazi columns were approaching towards the border, were amassing on the
I
border,
don't know.
right?
I think he did that to attempt to try to make Hitler not invade. That's probably.
Do you know why he thought that would stop Hitler from invading?
Make him Nazi?
Why?
Raw materials, yes. Do you know, yeah, because he thought that the Nazis were driven by like capitalist interests, that like by giving them this material,
He
but these raw
viewed them no
materials.
different.
Yes, because he thought that
He viewed-
because he's a materialist, right? He thought that like they were always going to be driven by capitalist interests, and that they would take that and be appeased by it. So he appeased the Nazis harder than anyone in the UK or France did, right? I don't recall British appeasement to the Nazis involving like increasing your supply of raw materials to
But,
them
like-
that they can use to invade you.
Yeah, but and also okay, that's a factor. But also the things that they got from the exchange will help the Soviets industrialize much faster, which helped.
Well, they were already
Stalin-
industrialized. But in any case, you're talking about them arming up. But when they saw that Nazi columns were moving up to the border, they increased their shipments to the Nazis, like for nothing.
Well, they did that because he. Well, and another reason because you would agree that the Soviet army, which could not, to my knowledge, could not even beat Finland, was unsuccessful against Finland.
Well,
was
if
not
they
ready.
were,
So
that's
he
what
needed-
that's why I'm wondering to your next point though, because if the Soviets were unprepared to fight with the Nazis and they needed to build up their army, why did they try to invade Finland?
Yeah. Huh?
And Poland.
No.
Didn't they invade Poland with the Nazis?
They invaded Poland 3 weeks after the Nazis went in, so they went into Poland like after
Yeah,
the Poles were already fucked. Yeah.
Well, first of all, Finland's military is no comparison with the Nazi
I
military.
mean, it clearly was. I mean, first of all, if you're preparing to get invaded and you want to dig in, the last thing you do is waste your fucking army on like mountains
know
of
what is-
snow.
Yeah, I don't know what his motives were for invading Finland. Didn't
wonder
Stalin say
if
that
they could have
social
passed
democracy? Didn't he? Isn't this one of his quotes that social democracy is like the moderate wing of fascism?
Yes,
Isn't
probably.
that
Well,
what-
I don't know if he said that, but that's
Retarded?
definitely a sentiment of
That's-
these people. Yeah.
That's funny. That's funny.
It's kind of retarded, but you know, I don't really expect
Terminally
much from.
Yeah, because he viewed like social democrats like kind of like kept capitalism alive. Cause,
Yeah,
like,
and
they gave, like,
he
more
appeased
concessions.
Nazis harder than any of his allies did. But yeah, it's like
okay.
That's why I'm
okay,
saying
if
it
they
doesn't
don't
make
demolish
sense though.
it-
Like, the theory of buying time doesn't necessarily like just self-preservation alone does not make sense, because if it was just self-preservation, you need to dig into the fucking trenches and
Okay.
make sure that you're uninvadable. Why would you waste military supplies on trying to invade Finland?
Yeah, and Latvia. And all
yeah,
of the other
yeah.
stuff.
I need to look more into.
Well, the answer is
into
that they
the-
thought that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact would last longer than it did, and they thought that they had successfully appeased Hitler to the point where they could just grab their own territory and build up their own empire. Because the Soviets, it wasn't just self-preservation. That's not their only
Stalin did always
motivation.
know, but Stalin did always know that Hitler would come for him, right?
Yeah,
always
he knew he
that
would come. He knew he would come, but he didn't know when, and he also thought that he could get away around it. He thought that he could appease him with oil exports, and he also thought that he thought he could try to join the Axis. He tried to join the Axis in November 1940. He sent a request, and obviously Hitler
Yeah.
didn't respond. So
Yeah. But I remember reading something like that. That's after he failed to get agreement with the Allies. That's after he
because his terms of
he-
agreement with the Allies was he asked the Allies to give them something.
Would the
that
Allies
they
have
couldn't-
ever accepted?
What?
Would the Allies have ever
It's not.
accepted?
It's not their acceptance to make. The French and the British could not like force Poland to accept Soviet troops in their territory.
Right? It wasn't ours to give away.
And the Poles were obviously very correct to
No, I'm
fear
saying
Soviet troops in their
would
territory.
they have
because-
ever accepted an alliance with Soviet Union, even if they gave away like even because like they viewed communism, even those UK and the France, they viewed communism as an enemy.
Well, as far as I know,
Would
the
they
UK and France were not in full dismissal of an alliance with the Soviet Union. Like those talks didn't complete. There wasn't like a blanket rejection of those talks. The talks just kind of like froze, and they froze, and that kind of freezing was complete when when Stalin fired his foreign minister and went over to the Nazis.
And also, Titan, what do you think he would be saying if America was like, oh yeah, okay, go ahead, take Poland?
Yeah, Yeah, I can't really. Let me stick on to this. But would you agree that Sam was right that the Soviet army was like? Do you agree that if they did not accept the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, even though after it got rejected, that Germany would have invaded the Soviet Union and probably have won?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that, and you don't either. Like, so if Germany is fighting, so an already apprehensive Germany and an already apprehensive Hitler is trying to invade Poland, and then has to end up in a war with France, the UK, their allies, and the Soviet Union at the same time on two fronts. I have no idea how that would have gone. Do you? I don't think anyone claims to know how that would have gone.
All the military generals were purged. Not all, like a lot of the major ones. A lot of the major ones were purged. To my knowledge, Stalin didn't even start like building up his military like until way later.
I mean, he had enough of a military to capture like all the Baltic states, like Eastern Europe, and to try an invasion in Finland.
Barely had a military. Barely had a fucking military. So like, it's kind of different compared to fucking Nazi Germany. They're fucking small countries.
Yeah, and dealing with the Nazis when you've got the French, who are seen as the strongest army at the time, and the British all at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me, because if you're talking about historians all agreeing that this is why this happened, whatever, they don't, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. Which historian would say that like the Soviets would have definitely been smoked had they gone to war with the Nazis right away alongside the Allies?
I don't know, definitely. I don't know how they. I think they would have, because like all the military. You say all the military generals were gone. All of them were gone. They didn't start building up their military at all. Not even at all. Which they did. Yeah. So I feel like in the 1930s, if Hitler invaded in 1939, late 1939, I feel like I don't know. I'm probably wrong, but based
also,
on my
occupation is bad, right?
Wait, not occupation. Sorry, hang on. What do you think the Red Army was? You keep saying they didn't have a military. What do you think the Red Army was in 1939?
I'm not saying they didn't. I'm saying that the military was in fucking dismay. And like, I'm not saying that they
how was the German army doing in 1939 before they went into Poland?
I always heard the German army was fucking. The German generals, Germany did not purge its generals like recently. Like I heard that, yeah, and they had pretty good military like geniuses. So I don't know. I'd say it's probably good, even 1939, like yeah.
You can correct this if you want, if you go and look through whatever these every historians you've been reading are, but like if you can find out if there's any opinion or any consensus on whether or not the Soviets and along with the French and the British would have defeated the Nazis had they all fought against them at the same time, rather than with this 2-year gap in 39. Or do we even know? Hang on, first of all, also, that situation would have been different as well, because if they're fighting on two fronts, then the divisions moving through the forests in the Ardennes would have been different as well.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
And also, not to mention the fact that we don't even know if the Nazis would have invaded in 39, because Hitler was apprehensive about it. People across, like up and down the ranks were apprehensive about it, especially. The big reason they were apprehensive about it was the fear of fighting on two fronts against the Soviets and against the Allies. But with that gone, obviously, that's why they chose to do it eventually. But
so you think they made the wrong decision?
Also, how much easier do you think it was to take Poland if the Soviets were coming in from the other end?
You think Stalin made the wrong decision?
With Molotov-Ribbentrop?
He should have. Yes, because end goal. Because like if Germany invaded the Soviets and won.
Well, if all I want to do is stop Nazis, then yeah, I probably wouldn't have gone with Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. But if I'm the Soviet Union and I also want to build an empire and I want to split up Europe with the Nazis, and then I plan on keeping all those countries for the next 50 years after the war's ended, then I would do what Stalin did. But that's
they didn't keep the countries. They were puppet states. Well, technically.
How do you keep a puppet state? Like what?
They weren't annexed. What
happened to the Prague
Well, the Baltics were annexed, weren't they?
Yeah, the Baltics were, but not.
Yeah, and they weren't given up until 1991. So that wasn't self-preservation, that decision. So obviously it was expansion of territory. Like that's a pretty important motivation. That's why they got out of it.
Okay, I was just saying. But also, is it true that Hitler said in Mein Kampf? I don't know if you know this. That Hitler said in Mein Kampf, like the two main enemies are Judea.
Yeah, he also
Bolshevism
said
and
that
Bolshevism.
the Eastern Europe and Russia and like parts of Russia were the Lebensraum. Yeah, that's where he wanted. That was his big.
Yeah, so
that was his big prize.
viewed communism as the main ideology enemy. He didn't view as liberalism as it. He hated communism the most. Like he had a disdain for communism.
Yeah, he was a bit nicer about the. He had nicer thoughts about the British than he did about the Soviets. Yeah. But he was still an enemy of liberalism. You know, that's why liberals dropped nukes on fascists. Like, that's what they did.
Because you just love yapping, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gone. This is too much. I fucking you guys are all tired of me. Yeah. See you, Learner Box. See you guys. This is at least a little productive.
All right, Habibi. Shabbat shalom.
Peace.
Okay. Wow, that
That
was
was
actually
fun.
the entire
Oh.
stream. Holy shit. 8 hours.
It was. It's. Wait, he was talking since like what the start of the stream?
Yeah,
like
it was a
maybe in the
journey.
second hour.
Bro,
It was a
mashallah,
marathon.
inshallah. Oh my god.
I just want to play
bro.
video games, man. That's the fuck.
What's your thoughts on Hassan getting banned? You think?
Well, he's unbanned.
He got banned.
He got banned on his fucking day off.
Okay,
What the fuck?
Okay. Okay, what's your thoughts on of him getting unbanned?
What do
It's
you get banned
whatever.
for?
I mean, I don't think I think the TOS is dumb. I don't think you should be getting banned just for reading a terrorist manifesto.
Yeah, I think the majority of like streamers agreed that like if he's just reading a manifesto and not glazing it, then it's not that bad. Because he
even
read.
glazing it. Like I feel like there's a free speech right on these like platforms. I don't know if you should be banned necessarily for that. If I had to look for Hassan behavior that deserves a ban, like even on YouTube, I'd probably have to look quite hard for it. I don't know. I feel like in terms of YouTube TOS, he probably seems to stay within it most of the time.
He did it before. He read manifestos before. I don't know about this one. I don't know why this one specifically got a ban. Or on his day off.
They probably just did it on his day off as a fucking gesture. I don't know.
They have to at least try to appear like they're fair.
On his day off though.
Yeah, that's the gesture, right? It makes them look like they did something. Makes them look like they care about their TOS.
An empty gesture. Yeah.
It was quite funny that he had to emotes only his chat because he knew what the fuck they'd be saying in response to that manifesto, and they'd be fucking slurping it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, are you use that the should I sent you the link?
The what?
In DMs.
Hang on, I might die.
Health warning.
Health warning.
Hey, did you even use the Mike PA shit? Cause I can't at you because I don't got
I'll do
Nitro
that
on the
tomorrow.
Discord
I'll
shit.
do a more, slightly more planned stream tomorrow. I'm probably about to go. I'm fucking starving. I've been sitting here for 8 hours, mostly just
You
looking
sound
around for
like-
mobs that I can't even find. What a slow day. Shit.
Jesus Christ, 220. Yeah, like you gotta like make it like at least like a 30-minute combo.
That
at
was
least.
an
It is
epic-
insane how long he can go.
Yeah.
I respect the fuck out of him for that. I'll be honest.
Fucking right.
I mean, his ability to pivot is truly artwork.
I need a butler. I do need a butler. I also need donos, dickheads. Today was okay. Today was okay. You know,
I think anybody who was on that call for more than an hour also needs donuts.
True. Hello, Sofiar.
Who's that? Oh, Sofiar.
New person. No, not
Don't worry
Sofiar.
about it,
Sofiar.
Wilson.
Sofiar. Oh.
Deafened.
Oh my god, I forgot I was here.
Yeah,
I
you're
was
here.
in the
Quick,
waiting room.
before it's too late.
I was here for 6 hours.
Sorry,
I'm not
dude.
kidding. No.
Oh my
I forgot.
God.
I forgot. I was like, I was back then when he was making the talking. I didn't know what he was talking about Pluton, and I was like triggered, and I wanted to come in, but then you moved on to China, and it was so.
Yeah, he said so many things.
It was a fever dream, honestly, but it was cinema.
Yeah. I'm glad some
I
people
was
thought so.
I was entertained. I'm not gonna lie. It was crazy. Like
I feel like yeah.
I honestly feel like sometimes he's talking in bad faith and he's just trying to come up with arguments to like, unironically, I don't know what he grew up with, like what people told him about like Israel and or whatever, but he kind of reminds me of like Israelis that refuse to acknowledge anything that goes against what they grew up being told. Obviously, not everything is a lie, but like it's like he reminds me of that, honestly. Like refusing to.
Yeah, his whole
teenager type.
all of his points are just solely based on America being bad. Like, I don't even think that he's bad faith. Like, I think he honestly thinks America is bad, and he'll say whatever he has to like show the world that he thinks America is bad.
I'll tell you what
Like,
I
I don't think he really likes China. I think he just hates America.
Yeah, that's it. But thing is, he backtracked so many points after realizing he was like being insane, which is why I think like he goes in with the assumption, or at least with a mindset. Yeah, he grew up. He watched Hassan, and like it is a. He even says himself like, I'm trying to be a radicalizing force, trying to like convince people to become radicalized on through propaganda and lies, which is kind of crazy that he just openly says that and people don't. And then he says that, and then at the same time says to his audience that you are more politically savvy and you are immune to propaganda, Western propaganda.
I will give it, like.
Hang on, wait. I don't know if I want to do like a 2-ton struggle session. So if anyone else has anything else to talk about, then we can do that.
Also, at least the kid has the guts to come on stream. That's more than he can say on.
Yeah, what are the topics? Let me see, because one of us gotta go. Let me see. When's the kick? What the fuck? When's the kick migration? The dual kick stream?
I don't know. Once I level this character, okay, we're gonna make all the new decisions. Okay, life changing shit. Look, this character's we're level 52. Okay, only 8 more to
I don't
go.
even know what that means. I have zero faith in you.
I'm on 52 out of 60. Okay, I did 2 levels today. We might do a third one. We definitely won't do a third one, but.
Oh my god. Fetch quit 52 out of 60.
Okay, when Lornbach
Hell
it's 60 subs. He should make a kick account.
Look, I need to kill so many things now. I need to kill 20 of these spiders. Jeez.
Oh fuck, bro.
It's okay. I'm on 2. No problem.
Wait, what location is this in WoW?
This is Searing Gorge.
Firewatch.
It's not in Hearthstone, so I don't know that one. I played Hearthstone.
Well, do you know what Blackrock Mountain is? That in?
Yeah.
So Blackrock
What
Mountain
was
is
it?
just over there ahead of me, like that big fucker.
Oh damn! I know Ragnar. The expansion is like Ragnaros.
Yeah, he's in there. Yeah, he's in the bottom. He's in the core.
The Major Domo.
Yeah, the Major Dome was in there. Yeah.
He's such
Wait,
a
Mercy. You can drag people
probably the worst card in Hearthstone ever printed, like a Major Domo.
Spider.
I got 2 questions. I got 1 question for Mercy, and I got 1 question for Lornbach. Okay, Lornbach, what's your thoughts on like BE making a hit piece on Westside Tyler?
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Video.
That's funny.
Yeah, pretty is. And Westside Tyler's like crashing out on the stream, so it's pretty funny.
Was he crashing out right now?
I mean, when I say crash, I mean like, what? I did not say that. What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lamo.
Where's the key? You can drag people in.
I can drag people in? Yeah, I should be able to.
Oh, you should drag the Lion of Zion, the liberal Zionist. Bro, I don't think David's a liberal, bro. Like, come on.
No, I don't think David's
Come on. like, come on, Lion of Zion, David. Come on.
I mean,
liberal name David.
Box
Come
is
on.
here. If he wants to bring David on, he can bring David.
That's debatable, bro.
What is he here?
He's in the waiting room.
Okay.
David, I don't think you're liberal, bro. Come on. You give some BB Netanyahu vibes, okay?
You guys say I'm not a liberal?
Nah,
No, I don't. I'm starting
it's
to.
that vibe, bro.
You are kind of a right winger on some issues when it comes to IP. Not everything, but on some
Thank
issues.
you, James. Thank you, James. I'm
You're
pretty
welcome,
smart,
my
see?
Californian brother.
Wait, what? Who's in here? Why can't I see whoever's talking? Who was that?
On the screen? It's Chase.
Oh, it says you're gay baby, I think.
David.
Okay.
David, I don't think you and I have ever talked on VC before, David. So that's probably why you're not used to my voice.
Yeah, probably. But also, you're. This is Chase James, but I only see 6 people in here, and Chase James isn't one of them. So it's weird. I think my Discord is crashing out. Yeah.
Probably Discord.
But anyways, I've described myself as a liberal hawk, so my foreign policy is always going to lean towards interventionism. But besides that, I guess for like Israeli politics, I'd probably be right wing on Israeli politics. But in terms of like American, I'm liberal as can be.
Doesn't Haviv Retty Gur guy identify as a liberal hawk?
Yes, he does. Yes.
Yeah, that's the base guy.
A lefty hawk.
He's a little spooky sometimes. Yeah. I would describe my politics as Haviv adjacent.
On what points in Israeli politics would you consider yourself right wing? Curious.
I don't know.
Everything,
not everything. No, just like, continuing the war to get a deal that ends up with Hamas being completely dismantled and no like settlement on settlement on like anything less than that.
I don't know who was here for it, but on October 8th, 2023, the first time I ever talked to David, I jumped on stream to yell at him because he was talking about an ethical ethnic cleansing and how, maybe Egypt should just open their borders and take them. Have we moved away from that?
I was there.
I think Loaderbox has had that opinion at times as well.
When have I ever had that opinion? What the fuck are you talking about? The most I said is that they should allow them in as like refugees temporarily before the war, and then send them back when the war is
I never
finished.
said they should stay there. I just didn't. I was just
Let me
actually, if they can go to Egypt, then
so
like,
if Trump did the whole Libya shit, right?
If they can go to
Libya,
hang on. If
they can temporary
hang on.
refugee. Stay there and they can go back to Palestine.
If they can go to
holy
bad, right?
fuck!
If they can go to Egypt, if they can go to Egypt as temporary refugees, why can't they also go to the Negev? They can go to Israel. Israel can set up a place. Like,
yeah, actually, I agree though. I think that is a possibility. But
so how's that a bad plan? Come on.
I saw a quirky reply to someone that said if they're willing to give them this little spot in the Trump plan, then why not have that spot in the Negev as a temporary refugee place.
Yeah.
Okay. What about
skipping over to Libya? The fuck?
They're not gonna. You got Israelis. Okay. They're not gonna like let some like brown people stay in fucking like Jerusalem. Okay. Like it's not.
Most Israelis are brown.
Yo.
Yeah, they're not going to fucking Jerusalem. They're going to the Negev. That's not Jerusalem.
What's the Negev? Like
the desert.
It's like hills and shit, right?
It's the Bedouin Jerusalem. It's the Bedouin in Jerusalem.
Isn't there like settlers there too?
No.
No.
It's Israel.
It's Israel
only Bedouin settlers that are expanding their huts.
Based.
Those are the Giga Chad settlers. No one
Loner, I don't know if you heard, but apparently the guy who was supposed to handle the aid operation to Gaza resigned yesterday.
Yeah. Is it because he didn't believe in the fucking mad security contractor mercenary hub plan?
Probably. I didn't look into all the details, but they were talking about it on Discord. Apparently, he said they would need to like abide by like humanitarian law or something.
Oh no.
He said that it doesn't apply to the strict principles of humanitarianism that he is
Do you agree with that?
He's held himself up to. I mean,
Do you agree with it?
I don't know. He probably knows much more about the plan than I do, and I'm gonna assume that there's some sort of something that he believed was going to happen is no longer being held up to that standard for him to want to back out of. So something very wrong is happening for that to happen.
Wait, is this the head of Kogat? Is that what you mean?
No, the head of what was going to be the Gaza Health Foundation, or I don't know, not that, I don't know the name, but whatever the new thing for aid distribution system for aid was going to be.
Oh, the new
yeah, VHF.
Okay, yeah, the new mechanism.
Humanitarian Foundation. Yeah.
Damn.
I mean,
Well,
how much?
But another thing is that Hamas has put a warning to not take any food from this plan and to to leave them all on the floor.
Good
How
stuff.
much aid has even gotten into Gaza at this point recently? Like not much, I don't think.
I think it's
Like 400 trucks this week or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well,
Are-
that was like a day or two ago. It was 400 trucks. I don't know if they stopped putting in.
Are we past the point? Are we past the point of what's it called? Acute.
I think it's less than. I think it's about 200, not 400.
Are we at the
That's
point of
about
acute? Are we at the point of like acutive malnutrition or whatever it's called?
There's a few thousand people who have that. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus. And that's like when you're so bad, you basically have like even if you survive, you have like permanent, lifelong injuries.
It's either for acute or severe acute. I think severe acute is permanent injuries. 70,000 children have acute malnutrition. Are you sure that's? Last time I saw from the UN, it was like 2,000 or 3,000. Acute malnutrition, is that like who says 70,000? That's not the. I know the media office might have said that, but hang on.
Yeah. Also, to confirm,
Am I just
it
being
was.
retarded, or would acute? I might be just retarded, but wouldn't acute mean like a single? Like it wouldn't be. That's the opposite of chronic, right? So they wouldn't have lasting consequences.
Yeah, it would be severe acute. That's like permanent damage, I think. Yeah.
Also,
Who
also
said
to
that?
confirm
So
it
I
was-
see in 13th of May, I see 57 children reported dead from malnutrition. I don't know where I'm seeing 70,000.
Oh, also Spider.
Oh.
Not to change the subject, but go ahead. Go ahead.
70,000. That was the World Food Program warned that they are suffering. Warned that more of them are suffering. Okay.
Was Spider just to
They're
remind you something
facing-
earlier? Go ahead.
The way that they're wording this is like they're facing it like it might happen in the future, or it's already happening right now. I don't know. Fuck. They're saying to avert famine, and yeah, it sounds like a prediction. I don't think they're saying that they've got, because as far as I saw with recorded cases by the UN, there was. Yeah, I'm just reading the article now. I'm pretty sure this is them saying risk. I don't think this is them saying it's actually happening right now. Because I think for
Oh, it's
confirmed
Spider.
cases by the UN, it was like a few thousand, like maybe 2,000 or 3,000.
Spider. Earlier, you said that you thought Jabotinsky founded Irgun. I think you're confusing that with Betar. B-E-T-A-R. That was Jabotinsky's little paramilitary group.
Wait, who the fuck is the Avram Stern guy? Who's that?
That's Lehi.
Yeah, that's Lehi.
That's
Lona
Lona
was not
doing the Hebrew.
Named after Abraham Stern, because he was their leader and he was executed for crimes against the British, I think.
It's funny that no one knows them as the Stern Gang. 'Cause that's like what they're usually like. That used to be like the understood English name of calling them the Stern Gang instead of Lehi. But it sounds like everyone recently has been calling them Lehi.
Because Stern doesn't sound Jewish though. Come on, sounds like
It was the British. It's how the British called them. It was
The Stern Gang sounds like a fucking like Nazi brown shirt unit. I don't know. The Stern
Yeah,
Gang.
the hell? I don't
know about that.
Well, they did try to reach out to Nazis.
They
Of course,
Their leaders.
That's a
right?
little. Yeah.
David, you
It was-
condone
they
that?
Try to reach out to Nazis in order to get them to refugees to Israel.
Well, but they also offered they also want support to launch an uprising against the British in Palestine, if I remember correctly.
Because they hated they thought they.
But yeah,
thought the
but
British
that's because
would
they
be-
anyways wanted to do an uprising against the British because of the state of them all having control over the mandatory Palestine.
not only that, they also legitimately saw the British as a bigger enemy of the Jew than the Nazis. That was their viewpoint.
Wow,
Because
that's a.
they saw them as the occupier of the whole of the ancestral land of the Jews. It was before the Nazis started the Holocaust. I think that changed when. But yeah, initially they saw the British as the bigger enemy.
Bro, I hate the fucking Promised Land shit. That shit's hella annoying. Today we have to go back 3,000 years ago. The Promised Land. That's hella. That shit's so fuck retarded.
Is that your Jewish accent?
Yeah, but it's a fucking Bibi Netanyahu one. Or it's the Israeli spokesperson who was talking about like tunnels and shit.
I'm sorry, not his voice. You can feel
Yeah,
a lot about her.
the one that
person.
Lornebugs
His voice
does.
is fucking scary.
Well, look, if you want to do an accurate Israeli voice, you have to throw in a bunch of
It sounds like French though, no?
Or just
Spider,
try to do a German accent.
What was your answer about if the Palestinians should get over the Nakba? What did you say to that answer?
What, me?
I was like,
oh, Spider.
so So the RT chick, all that, she's like Jewish, but she's not Israeli. So like, you know, this is, yeah, you know, right? I was like, you know, the Nakba, the Nakba was after the Holocaust, so like, you know, I feel like Palestinians can like, you know, be really tight about the Nakba. A couple years later than the Holocaust. Okay, it's like what, a few years after the Holocaust, so it's not that bad, right?
Well, Spire, didn't you say Jews should get over the Holocaust too? Or am I
Yeah,
confusing
he
that with
said
something
that they're all crashing out about the Holocaust. Yeah.
Yeah, but then he said the Nakba totally justified to crash out about. Yeah, I could make a pretty convincing argument that the flight, the exodus of Jews from the Middle East was worse morally than the Nakba, not necessarily in terms of harm, but just
I just want
based
to
on
take
the
a
fact that
minute
there
and
was no.
appreciate the fact that Sundowner is not the craziest person I've talked to today.
Mercy, you're fucking crazy. I don't know you're from like, I don't know, it's that Maryland DNA shit, but you're fucking crazy. I don't know.
She's from Detroit.
You spoke to Tucson
I
for
mean-
8 hours.
I know. That's. I'm just thinking that like Sundowner is not the craziest person.
Sundowner, the same guy when the fucking Iranian rockets went over Israel, he went outside like, oh my god, guys, it's happening. Like, come on, bro, that's crazy.
I mean,
Sundowner is
Sundowners
a legend. No Sundowner shade is allowed here.
When the Iranian bombs came, it was a huge surprise for us. I was honestly shocked that it happened.
The what
Were you
bombs?
dead?
The Iranian
Sundowners
rockets, and it was a weird alert in my phone. Just my phone, it looked like someone hacked my phone. There was a message: "Go to the bunker now."
Did you go to the bunker?
Yeah, obviously, I didn't know what the fuck to. It was really.
Bro, you should
weird.
like you should stay in your bed, but like, you know, fuck it, bro. Like, fuck it.
It wasn't that. It was It wasn't that late. It was, I think, evening, like early evening. It wasn't that late. I wasn't. It was just. The first time it happened, the rockets were like. It took 8 hours for them to reach Israel. Like, so we knew they were coming. The second time was really like. Then you had like the weird message like, "Go to the bunker." Yeah, it was like 7 p.m. It wasn't like, yeah, we stayed for, I think I stayed for like 40 minutes, not enough, but it was like, it broke, the first time Iran actually directly attacked Israel from its own territory. That was the first time it ever happened.
Hell yeah.
And yeah,
They're so goofy.
that's-
Oh, I wanted to correct one thing. Someone
What
said
up?
that I was wrong about there being 400 trucks. I'm specifically citing Kogat saying that there was 400 trucks into Gaza for that week 2 days ago, and then 107 trucks on yesterday on May 25th. So that'd be about 500 trucks altogether. So
David,
actually,
you could
388 plus 107, so slightly under 500.
Do you condemn the Nakba, David?
I do condemn the Nakba.
Okay. Wait, why am I asking the Jewish
Wait,
person
you
from
condemn the
the United
Holocaust,
States?
Spider?
Do I condemn the Holocaust?
I'm not sure.
I'm not
Do you
German.
condemn the
but,
Palatinate?
you know,
Holy shit,
you know what? To get David Benefeld out, I condemn it. You know, it's bad. It's bad that 6 million
Yeah,
Jews.
the Holocaust
like,
was bad, guys.
ethically-
Have you considered that Trump is tariffing China?
Oh my god, bro.
Man, I stepped away for 1 sec. I stepped away for
I
1
feel like-
second. And all of a sudden, we're asking if they condemn the Holocaust.
I feel like Marushi's like
I mean,
a type.
it's a valid question. It's a valid question these days. You
I feel like,
never know.
I feel like Marushi is like a type of person, but like, you know what? The Holocaust is bad, but like, look at Trump. Look at what Trump is doing right now. He's hella fascist right now, dude.
Shut up.
That is
Spider.
Maruti. That is Maruti.
Look, guys. In the words of Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker, the Holocaust was very stupid for German nationalism.
You know what? It's 50-50, Spider.
All right, bro. Okay, all right. Wait,
Is this
Wait, Silver
asshole
said
just
they need-
walking?
what is it?
Silver said that they need 300 trucks a day minimum to keep Gaza alive.
Yeah,
Aren't there like a billion? Aren't there like a million people in Gaza though?
Yeah,
2
that's
million.
that's some cap numbers there. They're because like Gaza has never had that much. The highest food truck count that they had a day was 75 before the war. So if you double that, triple that, like I don't buy that it needs to be quadrupled because there wasn't that much stock. That is what the American fucking say.
I mean, so for I don't think 700 trucks is gonna feed like the whole population in Gaza, bro. Like,
I
Man,
want to
so-
point out the fact that this asshole just got up and walked away to take like a bathroom break.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
You got free
Hey, we're here
content right
together.
now.
Oh wait,
Also, by the way,
Sulfur.
Sulfur has been like
Most
has
of
been
Gaza was
absolutely
already
wilding
dependent on
me.
aid before the war, just to be clear.
Listen, as somebody who often wilds in chat, I understand Sulfur's all caps posting, rage posting.
Bro,
It
she was
happens.
like when Tuto
Sometimes
was talking about
we
China.
stupid.
When Tuto was talking about
David, you
China,
just loved. David, you just love dead kids. That's her message.
I don't
she
think
was,
so.
she was like spamming like all the Asian countries, bro. What the hell?
Chat, do we fuck with the 30
I do
years
not
war?
love dead kids.
What's the 30 years
The
war?
30 Years War?
Yeah, we fuck
I
with
look
it.
it up. 30
Oh, I
years
can't even
war.
remember
What was that
when
about?
was.
It was
Okay.
like the Palatinate and after like Sweden, France. It's like
Oh.
1630.
Damn, bro.
David,
You fuck with it?
David,
Someone
David,
box
don't
type
bother.
shit, bro.
David, don't
think Mono
bother
Box is there?
fighting it. Don't bother fighting her in chat. You won't win.
Who's Sulfur? Nah,
Yeah.
I think Sulfur probably just
Sulfur,
mandated. So
Sulfur knows like 200 ways to kill you. That
Yeah.
she will always win.
The only way I can
Loner's
win is
back.
if I get timed out. That means I win the argument.
You won't even see her coming.
Oh, Loner, I got a quick question actually.
He's
I
still
know
on
there's
his break face. He's
I'm
not
here.
here.
No, he's
I'm here.
Okay.
We
I
didn't
saw
get
my
a Hassan
screen.
react.
But I know in World War II there's this brief period. I think they call it like the 200 Days of Dread or something, when Rommel and the Germans were close to approaching Palestine. And I know they never got there, but weren't there like 2 German spies at one point that were caught like trying to sabotage British infrastructure there or something?
Don't know.
I could have sworn I
Damn it.
remember hearing that. Because I remember hearing that from you, because I know the Germans did get fairly close, like Rommel. I know that the British were getting ready to make a final stand at Haifa. I think it's also what inspired Haganah. That's also what inspired Haganah to create the special force, the Palmach. Yeah. And
Kate, do you condemn the Irgun? Just looking at your bio really quickly. I see Jabotinsky was based.
What?
We have-
Wow, James, really? That's crazy.
Wait, what? Jabotinsky, the guy who was like,
You condemn gooning?
who hated
Gooning?
Hitler.
Of course, I condemn gooning. I'm not a DGGer.
Aren't you a Bosch fan though?
Yeah, I'm taking a bit of a break from him right now because he's been having some moments.
Hey,
Where's
that file.
moments?
Hey, that file did not help him.
Wait,
Do you
who's
want me-
having moments?
The Horse Lord.
The Bosch.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the
He's
way, I think that there's a clear and convincing misunderstanding of the fact that anyone who didn't think that Bosch was going to have this take. This was like 100% going to happen. This was going to be 100% the Bosch
What's the
take on
problem?
it.
Is he horsing around too much or something?
No, he's
No,
just
it's
trying to keep
He's definitely horsing around a bit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I saw a clip of him. I saw a clip of him talking about the Israeli embassy shooting, or not the embassy shooting, but the shooting of those 2 people. And he didn't justify, he didn't defend it, but he did the whole, well, this is a whole consequence of like Israel's actions in the Middle East, and where it's like,
So like, so
yeah.
Loner,
I mean,
what's that?
I've always known that Vosh was very anti-Israel. I mean, heck, I know why he got banned from Twitch, so that was never a surprise to me. But some of his positions, he loves comparing Israel to Rhodesia, which is just not true at all. If you know anything about the history between the 2 countries.
You know
But
what
then
they
again-
say. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Oh my god, so you said they have like a barbarian culture or something?
I can do this. I have so many of these. I can do this all day.
Okay. Okay, picture this, guys. Here's a choice. You'll be locked for eternity in a room with one streamer. You have to pick either Hassan or Vosh.
Damn.
Vosh, easy.
Who's harder? Who's harder though? Probably Hassan though.
But what if what if the folders aren't deleted yet?
What?
Still Vosh.
What?
Damn,
Speedy
you guys are
Thomas.
Fred fans, I see. No trip.
Did you say that Israel has like a barbarian culture or something?
Well, Vosh
No,
said
I think
that.
Vosh.
Probably.
I don't
Oh,
think
yeah, I thought we were talking about Vosh.
Barbarian culture.
I don't think he's
It's
ever
crazy
said
they
they have
can
a.
say the exact same things that they
But,
would find
I would
like
be so
to be the
bold
most
if
morally
Hassan is so
racist
fucking
thing to an Arab.
stupid. At least
I don't
Vosh
think-
can have like a somewhat intelligent conversation. Hassan is just fucking retarded. I would be bored out of my mind if I was stuck.
Yeah,
in a room with
exactly.
Hassan.
Hassan also
He just does word vomit. He just does intellectual word vomit until like he gets you to think that he's saying something like intellectual and academic.
You're saying this about
Wait,
Vosh?
David.
No, Hassan, not Vosh.
Oh.
Wait, David, I have a question. Okay, so when Lornabox asked me what's unique about Israelis, and I said, I don't know, this is like Arab, pretty much, right? That's not a crazy take, right?
That's not a crazy take. They are just like Arab.
See,
You also
Lornabox?
said you also said you like their women.
That's a crazy take.
I can
Actually, it's not a
confirm
crazy
nor
take.
deny about the confirmation. I
It's a
never
crazy
said.
take that you said that. It's not a crazy take though.
I never said that. What are you talking about?
By the way, did you see that that Hamas is fighting Hamas?
Yeah.
But what?
Fighting, but
What are they fighting
they're
over?
splitting. They're getting divorced over the outside Hamas and the inside Hamas are getting divorced over releasing the American hostage.
Wait, are you sure? What do you mean, like Mishal or what? Just the entire fucking? Huh?
Well, the report is. Hold on, let me.
No, I'm
the
saying like,
report.
what do you mean by the outside Hamas? Like just all of them, all the ones in Qatar, or like or do you mean like Khalid Mashal
Yeah,
is
the
splitting with them, or?
I'm pretty sure it's just like the entire like senior leadership outside of Hamas versus the military leadership that's inside Hamas.
Oh, they're in
inside of
Turkey
Gaza.
now. Sorry, yeah. So the Politburo is going to split from Hamas in Gaza.
Well, I don't know if they're splitting. They're just they're in a fight, or like they're the military version is just not is in a fight with them at the very least. Let me get a full article. I just got it from Amit Segal, who's like
Wait, David. But they released Idan before Mohammed Sinwar was killed.
Yeah, they're mad. They consider that him being released is what allowed Mohammed Sinwar to get killed. Which
How
is
would they
true.
know?
Because they used to use Idan. Idan used to be Mohammed Sinwar's human shield that he would carry along with him everywhere.
Are you talking about Eden Alexander?
Where did you get that information?
Yeah,
bro, they was part of Masada, bro. Like, what the fuck you talking about?
Did he say that? Did Idan would
This
be
is
the source.
this is from Amit Segal. Hold on, I'm looking for like, from my understanding, is a pretty well. And this from Amit Segal said this is from Ashrak al.
This is a Saudi paper, right?
I think so. Let me get back to the original tweet. I sent you the tweet. It's in. It's
I have
3
a
hours ago.
question. Who's the guy with the mask? The Hamas guy.
What? Fuck. What's his name?
Abu Ubaidah.
Abu
yeah.
Ubaidah. Yeah.
Didn't bro die already?
I don't know if he's dead. I think he survived the strike, didn't he?
No, he's not even considered as a likely person that was in the blast radius, let alone
Yeah.
killed.
So he's fucking
I don't-
shitposting. Nice.
He's basically like the last
He's last
like,
one?
big name. He's really like the last big name that anyone like knew,
Abu.
like knows by name and face.
And is Mohammed
by
Sinwar
name.
definitely dead yet, or is it still speculation?
I mean, there's been so many sources saying he's dead, but I don't think Israel itself has done like the big "he's dead" announcement, which is interesting.
There was no announcement, but they said because they are not. They said they are not 100% certain. So there are. Hamas never claimed he died, but they didn't do the same thing with Mohammed Deif, you know. So like, but they eventually they did say that Deif died, as far as I know. Maybe I'm wrong. I remember that they did confirm that Mohammed Deif died.
Yeah, I would be better at finding quick sources for stuff, but I'm on the phone, so that's
I
why.
wonder.
Are you still on vacation, David? Wait, stop. Are you still on vacation? Are you still on vacation?
Oh no, I'm back. Now I'm at my girlfriend's for the weekend, and I went.
Next time you go on
to a break
vacation,
from her.
don't ever fucking get on Discord again.
What now happened?
That was such a good chill. I had just was tanning, and I had nothing else to do, and I was there by myself.
You're on video and
What
like
else to do than debate?
you're on video debating while you're tanning at the same time.
Yeah, when he was
No,
at vacation,
on voice
like lying by a pool.
Yeah, it was great. And then after I took a nice dip. I went to go take a
Wait.
shower. Went to go eat some good
You
dinner.
have to rethink how you're living your life if you're lying by a pool on vacation and feel the need to hop on Discord
Wait, he was at video like videotaping like a video safety in a pool.
No, I was not taking a video. I just was at the pool. That's it. I just at the pool tanning,
Yeah,
and
bro.
I was in the call.
You're so close.
Man.
Your brain is
Man.
fried.
I
Wait,
gotta
hold on,
say,
Marusi, don't hit on my fellow
I'm devoted to
Jewish
the cause.
minority. Come on, the hell? Aren't you like Irish or something?
Sorry. I won't hate on anybody who goes on vacation and is lying by a pool and decides to hop on Discord VC.
Yeah,
Okay, that's a Chad move. Okay, that's a.
That is
That's
not
peak-
well-adjusted
No, that's
behavior.
the opposite of a Chad move.
That's,
That's peak
min
mo- that's
maxing.
like-
What are you talking about?
They talk, that's like peak aura, bro.
I'm
What you
literally
talking about?
political min maxing. That is true.
Man.
That is true and real.
I
peak
gotta
aura, bro.
say, speaking of Discord, that reminds me, what the
What up?
fuck is going on with Teuton? That guy has not improved at all. It seems like every time he
Whoa,
calls back,
whoa, whoa, whoa! What is this slander of people that are not in the chat? Whoa, whoa,
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
The only thing that we can is Sundowner slander. That shit is off the table.
No,
Actually,
yeah,
I don't
you're
think he would
working
hop on these calls if he didn't actually want to. Maybe I'm optimistic. I don't.
Yeah, he
The
wants to
only
engage.
the only acceptable thing is to
He
bait
wants to
someone else
engage.
to get into the
Yeah,
call.
he wants to engage. I think that's a good sign.
he's
and he
brave.
does
He's
say
brave.
like, "Oh, well, I don't know." Yeah, like he'll say some
He is-
stupid shit, but then he realizes he's saying stupid shit. He does acknowledge.
Yeah, he's a teenager. Like he doesn't really.
I will say though, if the Israeli government wasn't so fucking unhinged, it would have been much easier to have those conversations. Like when I'm sitting there thinking, like, I don't think that Israel would really allow a fucking like Holodomor to happen in Gaza, even without international fucking pressure and everything. But it's like, God, the way that these guys talk, I'm like, I mean, I'm not like 100% sure that they wouldn't do that. You know, fuck.
The fact that it can
Also,
even
this
go to
is
95 or
super
90 is like terrifying. The fact that you can't say 100 is absolutely
Yeah.
like disturbing beyond belief.
I mean, who was that crazy guy on Channel 14 who talked about babies being enemies or something? Who is that
I mean,
guy?
Pretty sure he's a
that's-
is he a
that's a
Likud
weird.
Knesset member or what? What is he?
I don't know.
I
who
think
is-
he's a commentator. But like, I don't think that that like countries should be held to the standard of like the most mental case person on media that's saying unhinged things, because then you would have to say that Alex Jones represents what the American public is thinking.
Alex
kinda
Jones
does.
is not in the government. Alex Jones
Oh,
is not in the
whoa, whoa.
government.
Alex Jones is not in our government.
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, but no, neither is the guy in Channel 14. He was saying like the Channel
I
14
thought
commentator
the
said
guy,
something
you
mental
said
about
that
killing
guy
babies.
was. No,
Oh,
you
I
said he
think
was a
that-
member of the food.
I think
No, I don't
Sulfur
think he
did that. His name was Moishe Feiglin. Oh, like the guy from Downfall.
No.
Feiglin, Feiglin.
He is in the government. I think he's in.
Oh,
he's
Moshe
far
Feiglin. Okay, so then don't say Channel 14. Just say Moshe Feiglin, or say someone like a Likud member. That's a whole different story. But I've generally heard people talk about like Channel 14 commentators and like look at Israeli society. It's like
He's a former Knesset member, not current. They're saying, okay,
Oh no. Oh, former.
and not
okay,
Likud.
sorry.
Wait, he's not Likud.
Oh, no,
And-
I don't.
But also, it wouldn't be totally inaccurate to say that Alex Jones doesn't represent the United States right now. You understand?
That's
Like
also
he
true.
does.
He's correct. Yeah, he does. He does. Actually. In the
I mean, look
cultural
what they currently
landscape,
have. They currently got like RFK and Pete Hegseth and all these people. So yeah.
I do think that the Candace Owens and Alex Jones are representing the current shift in American culture. Like it's not the government's policy to be like insanely anti-Semitic, but it is the right wing of the cultural right wing narrative right now is anti-Semitic, like old school.
Well,
That's what
that
it
actually reminds me. Apparently, Hegseth for Trump appointed a lady to the Department of Defense. I think I told you this, Maruzzi, in DM'd. He appointed this lady this has been chosen into DOD, and she has a history of making anti-Semitic comments like about Leo Frank and stuff.
Based.
Oh God, I remember
Marjorie-
talking about
wait,
her
wait,
when she
was
wasn't
it-
in a head of a department of something.
Was it Marjorie
She was like
Taylor
a
Greene who
deputy.
said that the Jewish space lasers were coming?
No, it's someone
Yeah.
else.
Wasn't her?
But again,
No,
it's-
Marjorie
that was-
agreed with the Jewish
Is
space
that actually a real
laser.
thing?
Yeah.
It is. I actually sent a picture of
Space
the
lasers are not
space
real.
lasers before.
Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that Jewish space lasers was real, but they don't
I thought
actually exist.
when she said
Excuse me, who's
lasers.
the one in the alumni cabal here? Don't tell me which space lasers are fake and real. Thank you.
When she said lasers, I thought she meant like the Death Star. Like they made a Death Star.
All I'm
look like-
saying is that those crazy people are representative of America right now. They are in the majority in all
Right.
areas of
Wait,
government.
to be
and in the
clear,
popular vote.
they're not in the
So
majority.
you can't come on here and be like, "Oh, it's like saying Alex Jones is representative of America." He is, motherfucker. He is.
Oh, no, he not. No, he not. What the hell?
Okay.
Not the entire.
We-
I don't
we gotta-
think the
we gotta take
entirety.
a second and think
A
of
significant
what.
enough portion. A significant enough portion of America is represented by people like Candace. She gets millions of views on her YouTube.
Yeah, but we need to differentiate what we say when we mean representative. You don't usually mean like representative of 10% of the country or representative
Yeah,
of 20%
I
of the
agree.
country. You mean
I'm doing-
representative
I
of the
agree.
majority. It's
Yeah,
like
I
it's
agree
a
with
whole
that.
They
colloquially
are. But David,
represented
they're
by
in the majority.
majority.
Why don't you understand that? They're in the majority. They're in the
I'm not-
majority.
Okay,
not
then
just
I
in all
understand the
three
conservatives
branches,
in the
but
majority.
they're
That
also
doesn't
in
mean
the majority amongst the popular voters. They're
Lucy
in the
got
majority.
polls.
They're
You got
representative
polls
of
the back of your claim. You
If
got
you
polls
don't
the back
like
of your
that
claim.
they're representative of us, then we need to do
You should say
something
they're.
about
You
it.
should say the representative
Right now,
of the Republican
they're
Party.
representative of us.
I
They're
think
representative of the Republican Party.
like young
to be fair.
right wing
No.
boomer,
Oh.
right? Yeah, right.
David,
Like the,
who won the popular vote, David? Who won the popular vote, David?
They Trump did. Trump won the popular vote. That
Okay.
doesn't mean that his policies are representative.
I actually don't think that the
What is this mental gymnastics?
What I'm
I do
trying to
think-
say is that we need to be smart for a second and realize that there's a bunch of retarded Trump voters that aren't actually like ideologically aligned with him and just think that ooh yay better for economy even though actually
It
change
doesn't
for
matter if
economy.
they're ideologically. It doesn't matter if they can think through the fact that they're ideologically aligned.
Yeah, but you're
with him.
saying Alex
Well,
Jones is
in their
representative.
feelings, in their guts, in their feelings, which was all that fucking matters to Americans, apparently, in their
Yeah.
feelings, they are aligned with him.
I mean,
Okay.
and the whole reason I brought that up is because appointing that lady, I think, proves that the Trump administration doesn't really care about fighting anti-Semitism.
Of course they don't.
No, they don't.
They don't give a fuck.
actually, I think there was I saw a joke about Trump, like people they made fun of people saying, yeah, Trump's daughter is Jewish, he's gonna be good for Israel, and then someone said, yeah, Netanyahu's daughter is also Jewish. Like,
True.
Base the fuck.
Also, Trump has very recently been kind of turning on Israel, not completely, but kind of, probably because he felt slighted over the whole Mike Waltz talking to
I'm not
Netanyahu.
sure what's happening because every time that something feels like a
What's
back
happening is that
a backflip,
exactly what
it's not
exactly
really.
happened.
Well, I have a question.
He was Israel's friend until Israel either hurt his feelings or somebody could be a better friend. That's exactly what I
Qatar
said.
gave him a plane. Qatar gave him a plane.
I have a question for
It's
the
funny how
Israeli.
the
Okay.
Qataris. Okay.
What's the thing? What's with the thing kissing on the wall? What's that about?
Well, why? I didn't hear.
The kissing wall thing? Like the president, like Donald Trump, he kissed like a wall or something.
Oh, Mike
The
Waltz?
Western Wall.
Mike Waltz?
It's a
No, not Mike
to the wall
Waltz.
and you bonk
You
your
go to
head
wall,
off it.
like, yeah, you kiss it and shit.
The Western Wall. It's like it was. You really want the ancient history?
Yeah, he does.
Okay,
Get
dumb-
on to it.
dumb-
Okay,
dumb-
tell him
okay,
start to
no,
finish.
okay.
Okay, tell him it all started 3,000 years ago. Go.
Yeah. 3,000 years ago, there was a certain King David. He's decided, yeah, Jerusalem's my capital, bitch. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna build a wall. It's gonna be an amazing wall. Mexico's gonna pay
Wait, you have
for
to
it.
start. You have to start further back. You have to start by the first temple.
No, mom, I swear, bruh.
Yeah, it's 2,000. It's one of the walls. It was the closest wall that protected the. It was the closest wall to the what's called Holy of Holies. That is essentially like where the Dome of the Rock, like the Golden Dome.
Al-Aqsa Mosque. You know that one, Spider?
That's not, no, that's not the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's
Yeah, I
actually
know,
an
but
interesting-
that's what people call it, right? That area.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Loner knows everything.
Mount, the Temple Mount. Just say
And
Temple
then I
Mount for the
remember
whole
that.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say him out. Okay, say that.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Ben Gvir.
The golden
Ben
domed
Gvir-
building.
Okay, it was the closest thing there was to the Temple Mount, and that was a holy place, so they want to kiss it because it's like getting close, the closest thing they're allowed to do to get to the Temple Mount. It was holy.
Why are you
to them.
ruining?
Wait,
Why are you ruining
wait.
the fun?
Bro, because you
Let
were
me-
on a
let
yap
me-
session that was not gonna.
Let me get it straight. Let me get it straight. So
No,
like
actually going to
Israeli.
say, like Ben Gvir actually ascended to the mount. I think he's actually trying to like cause like inflammation because of the.
They always do that. They always ascend.
No, it was Jerusalem Day yesterday.
Yeah.
That's why.
Of course, they always do it on Jerusalem Day. That's their favorite thing to do. Is to
Let
do
me
the
get
Mount.
let me get it straight. So was King David a Jew, like was he like What the fuck? What was his religion?
It was my great great grandfather.
Actually,
He was
technically,
Mexican, actually. No, he was
Yeah.
Jewish. Come on. What do you think, dude?
No, no, no,
Is
no,
it-
no.
is it-
dude, Actually, you want to be actually, if you want to be historically accurate, people say that David was more of a mythological figure, and I'm gonna yap because I am a yapper.
I'm
a-
also more of a mythological figure to this community, especially with all the things that are said I do that are not true.
Okay, King David 2.0.
But like,
relax.
actually, an interesting fact is that there wasn't really a name for the religion that the Judeans at the time actually practiced. It was called Yahwism. But the Jews is actually a reference to like a nationality, ethnicity. It wasn't like a referencing their religion. It's only started like referencing Jews as Jews after the Babylonian exile. But that's like again history.
Well, yeah,
Like,
Yeah, because the kingdom was split in half, and Northern Kingdom became Israel, and the Southern Kingdom became Judea.
Yeah.
So,
another
I don't know if
interesting-
anyone finds this interesting. I'm sorry, chat. If you're
Wait,
bored,
so
please tell me.
to dumb it down for me, right? So the only reason why Israelis kissed the wall is some bullshit, because like some King David guy from like 3,000 years ago from Promised Land bullshit built the wall, and like some
It's like
Jews
it's
like
the same reason why you know Muslims like go walk around like the Kaaba for like 7. It's a religious thing, you know. They consider it really the holiest place in Judaism.
The Kaaba's the cube, Spider. Yeah, when the Muslims they dance around the big cube.
I know
the big
that. I know that
box.
Lorno box. Okay, I know
Yeah.
that Lorno box. Okay.
Okay.
So
I know,
it's like-
it's in fucking Saudi Arabia. Okay, relax.
Yeah.
Okay, I know the box. Okay.
Yeah, you
Wait, did
know the
Muhammad
box,
build the
yeah.
box or what?
It's the same reason, like why why Tutan would say why Tibetans kiss the Dalai Lama. You know, it's a
Suck
holy
the
thing.
ton.
Of what, the goat or some
They wanna
shit?
be sure
That was a
to
dark
get
joke. Sorry,
circle
I'm sorry.
stickers.
I'm sorry that was dark. But yeah, it's a holy.
Okay, my ears in chat. Who built the cube? Was it Muhammad or some shit or what?
No. Actually, it was there before Muhammad. His grandfather was It was a pagan altar. I'm sorry if like it offends like religious Muslims. It's just like the history of. It used to be like a pagan altar and I think Muhammad's grandfather was like a high priest of that cube. It's old. It's really old. And, you know, before Muhammad, like the Arabs were pagans, like a lot of people.
So it was like pre-Islam, right? Basically, he's saying.
Yeah, it predates Islam.
Oh.
In the 20s, there's actually a British diplomat who tried to find it by sneaking in among the Arabs, but then he was disappeared, and it's believed he was probably killed.
High priest.
Or maybe Allah took care of him. How do you know that it was the
Mashallah.
Muslim of Allah himself?
But back to my point about the Republicans, I'm sorry if it sounds like I keep bouncing around topics,
Go for
but
it.
we've seen this big shift in the Republican Party regarding Israel, where a lot of the older traditional Republicans, like the neocons, the evangelicals, all of them, they've always been pretty pro-Israel. But we've also seen a shift with younger Republicans, and younger Republicans are insanely anti-Semitic, or at least a lot of them are.
Yeah, the young Zoomer
It's
right
called the
wingers,
TikTok
the
generation.
anti-woke. The anti-woke
TikTok
crowd.
and Instagram real
really-
generation.
They're like the best case scenario is I don't give a fuck about the Middle East. We should stop engaging there. The worst case is like Israel is controlling the government, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, the younger Republicans, they're the ones that have like ties to neo-Nazis. They're the ones like the Groypers. You know, they're the ones that are
Yeah,
becoming the
they're such
future.
like the American
By the
right
way-
wing is so dense in terms of shit like that. Like and just about all of them have some strain of anti-Semitism in them. Like,
By the way, that
to deny
Qatari
that
plane
is-
was literally the greatest gift to Jewish people in all of history. This fucking stop the Zog
Also-
allegation, because you can't really say Zog out loud while looking at that $400 million plane. Like that shit's crazy.
I mean, also like I think Joe Rogan is a big reason why right wingers are becoming increasingly more Nazis. Because Douglas
Well, he-
Murray called him out on this, and I think he was right in that instance. He is
Yeah.
platforming Nazis.
By
Yeah,
the way,
they-
if you want to see Douglas Murray be like completely spineless and to lose any opinion you had of him at any point in history, even when he does like good debates, watch him versus Sam Harris and how cowardly he is to call out his side. It just is embarrassing. Like, the
In
most
what-
embarrassing
in what-
It's with him and
like,
Sam
what
Harris,
way?
right?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
pretty quick
it's
one. I
really
think it's like less than a half hour.
Who's Sam Harris though?
Wasn't Sam Harris palling around the right for a bit too, or has he kind of stopped that?
Yeah, he used to
I mean,
overlap
he-
with him in his fucking
Or he-
anti-Islam shit, but he's a lot more liberal now. I think he's a lot more anti-Trump anyway.
I want to
He's
ask chat something.
still crashing out about Islam though. He will never stop that.
Okay,
but
chat.
he's British, so if someone goes after Churchill, you know he's gonna be there. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Douglas to the rescue.
Douglas
Also,
Murray.
Joe Rogan's was literally promoting that guy Daryl Cooper, who's a full-on Holocaust denier.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Base?
I
The fuck?
maintain that Joe Rogan is the Goebbels of MAGA. There would be no Trump without Joe Rogan.
I mean, Trump has his own Goebbels. That guy, is it Stephen Miller? I think that's his own Goebbels. He has his own government.
No, he's the Himmler.
Himmler.
I wonder who Trump's Heydrich is. Who's that? Nah.
Can I fight these guys? I definitely can't. This guy's not gonna help me.
Fighters?
Alright, let me ask chat. Okay, type in
So
one.
if you die, are we gonna get like 4 more months of like non-stop?
I'm not doing
outplay?
this one more time. I'm not doing it again.
Alright, match chat. Okay, type 1 if Americans are dumb, and type 2 if Americans are not dumb.
It's just going to be an endless line of ones, isn't it?
Americans are not dumb; they're ignorant because they don't have access to education. I don't know if they're dumb. I don't think saying like the population is
it's
dumb.
not even that. No, it's not even that. Americans I don't know what it is about Americans, but there is no
Look at
clear
this
statement.
patriot.
Do not think they feel. The only thing that matters for Americans is how they feel. It doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter what they know. It only matters what they feel. If you can
Wait, one guy was just so mad he spammed 2 100 times in chat. Like he was the only person. I can't stop laughing at that. This red
Alright.
2 guy just spammed
Okay.
10 2.
Another poll.
Patriot.
Okay, another poll is
This was fact
put
checked by a
one.
real true patriot American.
Put 1 if Lunarbox is dumb, and put 2 if Lunarbox is pretty smart.
Jesus.
Okay, chat. Ready? Go.
Wonder what's gonna happen here.
Hey, chat, type 50-50 if you think this is a stupid thing to be doing.
Wow.
Mercy, you're like 40. Okay, like relax. Okay, relax. Okay, like I'm trying to like engage with chat. Okay, like
I got younger this time. Last time you said I was 52.
did you crash
getting
out?
younger?
Don't you? Isn't there like a
Cares
bit
going
or
hard.
meme that
Yes,
Can't
look at
care
them
going
go,
hard,
Spider. Look at these yes men. You thought they would fucking troll me. Hell yeah.
they're saying? They're saying like 28, 50, 50 a dick text thing. I don't know what the fuck that. They say 52, 420. What?
420.
I don't know what 420 means.
Bro, who wrote
All right.
1950?
You don't know what 420 is? You don't know what 420 is, Spider?
Nah, I'm American.
That's
It's a lot
Weed
of
Day.
things.
That's
It's also
Weed
that's
Day.
an American code for weed. It's like the police code for weed. 420.
Man, that's some like Maruti, Maryland bullshit. That's some
It's also-
like communist. That's some communist propaganda.
Maryland bullshit. It's literally across the country. Oh my
It's also
Propaganda.
It's also Hitler's birthday.
Bro,
Cute.
April
But
20th.
today?
April
Yeah,
20th.
I don't think that's real. I don't think that's real lore. But is it?
I guess
God.
so.
You don't know what
It
Hitler's
might be.
birthday is?
It is. It
No,
is
I
his birthday.
haven't done the research on Hitler's birthday at the moment.
No, no,
Yeah,
I-
it was,
it is. It is.
it was April 20th, 1889.
Which it
Okay,
actually was.
let me ask chat something. Okay, chat. Okay, I want to see who's like pro Zionist or pro Palestine. Okay, type 1 for Israel and type 2 for Palestine. Okay, we'll see.
Oh,
Let me see the
I'm gonna
battle.
be that one guy.
Okay,
I'm gonna be like that one guy in chat before.
Flaming
We
chat.
know, David.
Oh, no.
You didn't have to type it.
looks
okay, 1 for Israel, 2
Stop
for
saying
Palestine.
4.
Okay?
Holy shit.
It looks like Patrick wants to come back in.
Ooh, Patrick Bateman.
No, Project Pat. Oh, also 420 is the anniversary of Columbine too. Someone in chat pointed that out. So yeah, 420 is a lot of things.
Has anyone
Yeah.
noticed Sulfur slowly but surely becoming like more deranged with their foreign policy takes?
I don't think you want to go there with sulfur.
I think David wants to
That
smoke.
is not a battle I would encourage you to pick.
So are you gonna take that
I mean,
from
you
a?
send me like 900-page document to tell me the answer is somewhere in there and why I'm wrong.
Then she'll poison your
It's
drink.
the undefeatable tactic.
Wake up and sit down.
I think.
Oh god!
I,
Oh god! Sulfur's writing
think-
all.
I
I need
think
to run.
I-
I need to run.
I feel like Sulfur. I feel like she's like a debate, bro. I'm not gonna you like respectfully Sulfur, but like I could ask you like. I could ask you about like, oh yo, what's 1 + 2, and then like she sends me like 100-page document like why 1 + 2.
Now Red Shoe is screaming at the mean of
And there's like
amongst-
one line that's related to it.
Wow.
I have no fucking foreign policy take.
Oh, wait, chat. Spam who is more unhinged? Mina, 1 for Mina, 2 for Sulfur.
You know what?
Okay, enough hating in this chat.
Totally different flavors of unhinged. Sulfur is the kind of unhinged that will like pop something in your drink and then you'll be black bagged and wake up like in a rendition
fuck?
somewhere, like a dark
But
site, a black
doesn't
site
that-
in like a Stan country. Mina
Guys,
will
by the
just
way,
be-
this is a trap. Everyone who's writing 1 or 2 is getting banned for misogyny.
Doesn't that boost like pro media's thing though? Because like you said, like if Sulfur like probably black bag usually and shit. So like isn't that pros? You know.
Mina hates
No,
you if you don't.
yeah, like you'll never see Sulfur coming. You'll see Mina coming. They'll do the same amount of
Bro,
damage.
Mina, she's not gonna do shit. All she go to yap about is the fucking new German tank that like nobody goes to fuck. Okay, she gonna yap about the fucking KF Panther 2 fucking German dog shit tank. Okay, they're still cucked by Russian gas. Okay, let me know when they. Okay, like what the fuck.
Hey, Germany's been pulling. I think Germany is now considering. Germany's also has been making some critical statements towards Israel recently.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah?
because they see.
Hey,
maybe
it would
because
be
they
the
see
Germans. Hey, it would be the Germans. Huh?
What could possibly
Might be
go
to-
wrong with that?
I think. Well, I mean, hey, Austria beat Israel. Austria beat Israel at Eurovision. So hey.
David,
Bro, why
what's
is
your
Sulfur
what's your
crashing
least
Adam?
favorite Sulfur foreign policy take?
I think it's for some Jesus Christ. Foreign policy take is her insistence that what's it called? Well, I don't know if this is foreign policy per se, but the insistence that that hospitals are absolutely protected.
Oh
or
Jesus,
that,
here we go.
Do you think
or
Sulfur
that,
believes
worse, the combat zone. The combat zone means that Hamas is able to use civilian infrastructure to fight.
When has Sulfur ever made
I don't think he's ever said that.
That part, no, she did say that. She did say that about the Hamas.
In Discord or what?
The warehouse that had aid that Hamas was fighting in and set a booby trap in. She said that. Well, Israel said it's a combat zone, so it's kosher.
Also, yeah, how is
Also,
that
yeah,
foreign
it's not a
policy?
foreign
That would be a military take, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
That's
it's a
international
rules
law.
of
Whatever,
war.
her international
It's
law
IHL
takes,
shit.
whatever. IHL take.
Yeah, that's not foreign policy.
I changed my statement.
Okay, chat.
Oh, David's flirting. What?
David's flirting.
What? What is that comment?
What's that comment?
No shipping, chat. That's weird and
what the
gross and it
fuck?
makes everyone feel awkward.
That's banned. Okay, don't. Okay.
Fuck.
But yeah, I think Western Europe is starting to see at the writings on the wall. Now I see that America's kind of turning on Israel a little bit. They might be trying to follow suit, or maybe
Wait, is
not.
that-
We'll see.
I don't
Is that
think
a
America is
golem?
because Steve Witkoff just put out a statement basically saying that Israel has agreed to Witkoff's like outline and that he's waiting for Hamas to, and that the statement today that they agreed to something was BS.
What, the new
Yeah, yeah.
Witkoff statement? The new one? The 70-day ceasefire?
Yeah, he said that 70 thing is a scam.
It's a scam.
Like,
So
then
what's the
why
thing
not
that Israel's
accepting?
accepted?
Israel accepted the original Witkoff proposal. Is what he's trying to say. Israel's
Oh,
already
the one that
accepted it,
they've
and that
said yes
Hamas
to for
is
fucking months now. That one.
Yeah. He's basically reaffirming that Israel is the one that's accepting it, and that Hamas needs to just take that shit.
Wow.
I also,
Big
I mean,
Witkoff.
you know, I wasn't implying that I thought America was going to like drop Israel completely. I don't think that's ever on the cards. But there is like some tension brewing, and I'm sure y'all talked about this. Apparently, Israel was threatening to strike Iran if there's a deal reached or something like that. I don't remember the exact details.
Yeah, to be clear,
No, what happened, bro?
No. That's what they said. They said that if I don't also, maybe they did say that, but the quote that I saw is that if there's going to be unilateral recognition, or European countries will announce that they recognize the Palestinian state, that Israel will annex the West Bank or parts of it. That's what the
That's a
quote
whole
that
different
I-
story, but that's a whole
Yeah,
different story.
that's
That's
what-
also true.
But I don't think they said there's something about attacking Iran.
No,
That's
there
not-
was something about Iran.
Yeah,
it was about
I
basically that if they're preparing for strikes in case the deal falls apart, or
I
there
don't
was
think it
also
was a
things that if they don't like that the deal is like terrible, that to the point
That's
where
not a
it's a
state-
disaster.
Yeah, but
Man,
he
I
said
got
that Israel threatened that they would attack Iran. I don't. That's not what they said.
Okay,
That,
look,
that
this-
would be crazy.
This is going to be where my American jingoism comes in. So foreigners, get ready. it's America. If we make a deal with Iran, Israel has no right to fuck it up. And if it does, then oh boy, nuh-uh. I'm not
I
playing.
want to ask that, like,
That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that saying something like that would be crazy. That I don't think anyone.
It
or
was
at least
leaked.
some-
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
also one thing I want to say is that apparently Europe thinks that Trump is being played by Iran right now, and that like they're trying to stall out the
He's being
the,
played by
uh,
Putin. He was
the
played
UN
by
sanctions.
Putin. He was played by Putin.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
He gets played by everyone
But
because
Putin, we
he's
already
easy to
knew what
manipulate.
he likes to get played by. Like Iran is, it's like a crazy amount of time that he's been letting the ship basically stall the fuck out and saying, "Great things are happening here. Great things are happening," and it's just like
almost like
I'm not
Trump
sure.
is super fucking easy to manipulate.
Trump is
It
really
is
like he's so confident in his own like negotiation ability and business savvy that he thinks that he can just like, yeah, let's make
He's
a
like
deal.
me, bro,
let's
like-
make a deal.
I wonder who
All
are
you
the
have to do
actors
is
behind him
compliment
that are telling him to
All
keep
you have to do
stalling
is
out with
compliment
Iran, though.
I mean,
I don't know.
All
who-
you have to do is compliment them.
I will
And
say
that's
that
all-
Trump
I
is
did
now
hear.
being
I did hear a rumor that I think gives Trump too much benefit of the doubt of being intelligent. That he's like pretending to make a deal with Iran to be like, hey, look,
He's
we tried to
not,
make a deal,
yeah.
so we're gonna attack because we tried to make a deal and they refused.
That's
To
cool.
give like.
Well, we know that like one of the lines that Trump has is he wants like, or he potentially wants no uranium enrichment at all, and Iran would never say yes to that. So that's basically like saying, like I'm gonna make a deal with this fucking Jack down the road, but like he needs to give me one of his toes. It's like he's gonna say no, and then I'm gonna do the
What?
next thing. You know, that's like it's just like it's an
Oh.
obvious. It's a thing that Iran's obviously gonna say no to.
Let me
It's like
ask
saying
Shasta
Israel
real
will
quick, okay?
negotiate with you, but just like unilaterally like pull out like 250,000 settlers or some shit, right?
Mm.
It's like asking for something that you know they'll say no to because you want to say, "Oh, we tried," you know.
And that's why I don't completely like disregard this,
Oh,
but
yeah,
I do
but I-
think it's like it's. I don't fully believe that's what can. It could be true, maybe. But
Wow.
maybe. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I just on some current event stuff. So
What up?
Trump is continuously fucking stalling out with Iran. That's something that you could say is like not in Israel's favor and a huge like point of disagreement between them. In terms of the ceasefire stuff, there's like words that Trump wants the war to end fast, but also like Witkoff has been pretty lockstep with Israel. And has been basically making announcements, including like talking to hostages and saying that Israel needs unity because it looks better to have a unified front against Hamas and it gives better deals. While it looks like there's like some sort of unity, like so
Definitely.
it seems that he's there's not a lot of like disalignment on that, despite Trump's lack of patience.
It's
The
not
stuff
lack
with
of patience.
Qatar,
I don't
the Eden Alexander like release at first seemed kind of spooky. It's like what was sold in order for Eden Alexander to get out for free, but it seems like it, especially with the fight between Hamas, that it was just a bad decision from Hamas to release him, and it didn't get them much favor.
Okay, David.
you-
Sulfur is still
Wait,
waiting for you to
yeah,
clarify.
Can you do me a favor, David, and either admit that you don't know what foreign policy is, or admit that you lied about self?
What's going on? What? Wait, I'm okay. I just got back to the chat, bro. Why is
Sulfur-
there walls of add David? What is foreign policy? Holy.
Okay, yeah,
Wait.
yeah. Just answer either admit you don't know what foreign policy is, or admit you lied about.
Well, she's
sulfur.
saying that you spoke about Israel and Hamas using zones that are cleared for the military to use. Is that right?
Yeah,
Is it
but
about
just
Hamas
because
using a
the-
place that both groups have, that it's only Israel and Hamas in
Yeah,
them?
just because there's a place is a combat zone does not mean that Hamas is able to fight amongst
Okay, but
like.
that's not foreign policy. That's not foreign policy. That's her
yeah,
point.
I
That's
didn't
what
mean
she's crazy.
foreign
That's not
policy. I meant to
policy.
say arguments about like what's the word I'm trying to think of?
IHL?
Applications of international law or interpretations of IHL.
Okay, so for
That
the
would be
record,
definition?
you don't have a problem with any of Sulfur's foreign policy takes.
I'm not sure if that was the right. Yeah, that wasn't the right thing I was saying. I'm
Wait,
not.
hold on,
Well,
let
I
me-
don't know if
Isn't
I
it?
have a problem.
That's not what I asked.
That wasn't what I
That's
was
not what I
thinking
asked.
of.
That's not what I asked. Do you have a problem with Sulfur's foreign policy takes?
I would need to think about them. No, I don't think so at the moment.
Let me see. Let me read the definition real quick. A government strategy in dealing with other nations.
Googling what
We got
foreign
the
policy
definition.
is.
That's the definition. A
I have a question,
government.
Spider. If you Google, if you want to know some information, do you use Google or ChatGPT?
I think for I say 50-50 because like Google, I say Google because like no, actually no, I feel like ChatGPT because not less biased, it's not like really biased compared to like Google, you know, because like you know.
Isn't it like super biased on Wikipedia?
But David, going back to your point
Yeah.
about lack of patience, I don't think Trump is pushing to end the war in Gaza because of lack of patience. It's very obvious that it was because the Qatari and Saudi investments came with a big caveat: stop the war in Gaza. That I think.
Yeah, to finalize a lot of deals, they want that shit over. Like that.
Wait,
that
Sapphire-
but the lack of patience because he wants those deals to go through. Like,
Well, I also think that-
I don't think they're going to be stalled until the war's over. So it
Well, I
makes
also
sense
think-
why he has the lack of patience.
I also think that Trump, being such a narcissist and wanting to have a reputation as a deal maker, he might have realized that Netanyahu and Israel was messing up his grand plan for the Middle East, and he might have also felt personally slighted by Mike Waltz secretly talking to Netanyahu behind his back. So again, it's not like Trump suddenly cares about Palestinians. He doesn't, but like his ego is driving him to move.
Yeah, I mean, look at
Trump
the.
doesn't care
he-
about
he went
anything
from the
except Trump.
like he went from the Trump Riviera to like completely changed.
Yeah,
how
he
talks
doesn't
about
care
Gaza
about anything
completely.
but Trump.
He's also like.
I mean,
did you see that? Like, when Putin, the meme that people like posted on Twitter, where Putin bombed Ukraine a few days ago, right? I think it was 2 days.
Vladimir, stop.
Yeah, and then Trump posted like a picture of his friend getting bit in the nuts by a swan.
What? What?
I swear-
What?
Yeah.
Back up. You
It's
put
like
Trump
everyone
on
is waiting
the
for
list
Trump's
and you get bit in the
response to
nuts?
the attack. Yeah, it's like everyone is waiting for Trump's response to the biggest attack on Kiev since one of the biggest attacks since the war began. And he posts on Truth Social a picture of his friend in a golf course getting bit in the nuts by a swan.
Who was biting his friend in the nuts?
A swan.
A swan.
The bird. The swan.
Listen, it happens.
Well,
But
I saw Trump.
I actually wanted to ask a question to Lonerbach. I'm genuinely curious if you have any like thoughts or predictions. Is the movement that Netanyahu's like switching towards? Do you think that it's genuinely something he thinks he's going to be able to achieve, or do you think that this is like him trying to push the line in order to try to get concessions out of Hamas?
What, to kick
Like,
out
I
the
genuinely
Gazans
don't know
from
what it is.
Egypt? To kick them out
Yeah,
of
basically,
Gaza, sorry.
he thinks that the number one like threat to them is basically losing land and territory, and basically being that the threat of which is, to be clear, none of this is okay at all. Just in case
Yeah.
anyone thinks I'm trying to justify, but I'm curious what you think his motivations are, because I truly
I don't think he
don't
sincerely
genuine.
believes he could get anyone to go to Libya, but Egypt, yeah, I think he thinks that's possible.
I mean, Trump
Wait,
was
has
considering.
Egypt said something about accepting anyone?
No, but I think Netanyahu thinks it's possible that they could be pushed to. Yeah, like
I mean,
if you got
Trump-
2 million Gazans like who are going to get forced into the south, then like how much would it take before you literally have them just like banging against the fucking wall, like literally? So yeah, I don't know.
But
I think,
I don't know if Egypt would ever let them in. I don't think there's a line where Egypt would be like, okay, fine, now we'll let them all go in. I think it's like an absolute no, like the highest red line.
I mean, Trump has considered sending.
And I
migrants
don't even think Netanyahu is stupid enough to believe that. I mean, maybe he could be.
I don't know. He believes some pretty mad shit. Yeah, no, I think he
I
still
guess
believes
so.
it is possible. Either that, or he
you know
thinks
what?
America might just have like fucking boats lined up at the strip to bring people to Libya. Like,
Why did he choose Libya? That's interesting to me. Why
because
Libya?
Libya is the only, because the GNA are the only government that actually said they would do it. It seems, if that's what happened.
I am Martin.
Did Europe
why
say
do you
that
think-
would never accept?
Because mostly an
I
Arab
think
country
Europe-
would say they'd never accept it, right? Because they don't want to. But yeah, the GNA in Libya is like insanely corrupt, and they obviously in Libya there's a big slave economy, so you know.
Oh, that's promising. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's.
But
so,
they've
I
started
also-
fighting again. I think the fighting is kicked off again between them and Haftar, right?
Yeah, Haftar.
Is it because they heard there might be Palestinians coming? They're trying to figure out which side to take them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also saw Trump was recently being interviewed, and he said, Vladimir Putin has gone crazy. I don't know what's wrong with him. I've known him for a very long time. He's bombing these people. He's killing these people.
Wait, didn't we just say this?
Yeah, no, but he, like, I don't know. If,
Oh, we
I don't know if
switched
he-
topic. No, no.
Yeah, I don't know if you brought up the specific quote though, because I saw him say it on TV the other day, earlier today. Yeah, he's like completely shocked by the idea that Putin's actually a bad actor, even though he's been told that for he's known it for like over a decade.
Yeah.
Okay, David, I got a question. Okay.
Yeah,
If
this
you
final
ever-
one, I
if you-
gotta go after this.
All right, if we're I don't know when the fuck we're having the debate, but I feel like the debate between me and you we're gonna have in the future is probably gonna be like what massacres that like both the Israelis and the Palestinians did on both sides. So it's probably gonna be like a what ism debate, but you know.
Which one? Which one's better? Which one was a better massacre? What do you mean?
No,
What?
no, the one in DMs where you said the fucking
Which
fuck,
side
then
is
I gotta
done
get the
more
quote.
peace?
Yeah.
Oh, which side? Which side is more justified? Is that what it was?
Let's see, where is it?
I mean, Spider got a whole document together that I helped. That me and a few boys helped Spider put the document together. It's got everything on it. It starts with it's got like the proto-Zionists, it's got like the early Zionists, it's got Jabotinsky, it's got the 48 War, it's got the Irgun, it's got everything.
What's this about?
Yeah, I'm
Like,
not doing
what's
all that. I'm just gonna raw dog whatever Spider sends.
What's this document
just-
about? What?
No, it's my Google Docs, bro.
Spider's trying to do a takedown of me. He's trying to become a historian in order to take me down for once and for all.
Yeah, I'm trying to be like the better Lorna Box, okay? To actually use sources that's not pro-Israeli bias, okay?
That's crazy.
To actually use the
Also,
sources
I'm
in
sorry,
arguments,
chat,
okay?
birds are fucking terrifying. If you don't think birds are terrifying, you don't understand that they're dinosaurs. They're
Wait,
Swans
Mercy.
are
Wait, what?
swans are dangerous. Swans are very strong and aggressive.
they're-
They are-
Yeah, swans are mad
they're
fuckers.
fucking
Right?
and they have viruses. They're horrible. They're horrifying.
Mercy, so let me get it straight. You're scared of Big Bird? Come on, what the fuck?
Yes, like that's nightmare fuel.
The yellow Big Bird. You're actually scared. You got like bird phobia or some shit.
Yes, birds are nightmare fuel. Yes.
Hey, Patrick is back. Yo, hello, man.
Cry me, whatever.
Okay, guys, I gotta go.
All this bird
alright,
slander is
later.
disappointing me, man. Come on now.
It's not
You ever seen a
slander.
burrowing owl up close? They're so cute. They're like 6 inches tall, and they got those big eyes, and they got those long, weird, ugly legs, and they run around after lizards. It's so cute. Anyway.
Wait, Project from the south?
What?
That's
From
not
the
southern.
you're from the south?
He's from Arizona.
My accent is weird because
Allegedly.
my mom's side of the family, the black side of the family, is from Georgia. My dad's side of the family is from Missouri, the Midwest. I grew up out in Phoenix, and nobody's from here, so you get a lot of Texas and like Chicago and California. So my accent's just all that combined, basically.
Phoenix is in Arizona, right? Or did I hear you?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
yeah,
The
there's
dog
no
shit
Arizona.
state. That shit's kind of ass.
Yeah.
That shit kind of ass.
I'm gonna be. I don't really know a What the lot fuck is about America? What is this? the states.
Basically, the only reason this city exists is because a bunch of Native Americans built a canal network that the white people copied.
Hell yeah.
Like Israelis, basically. It's like every Israeli.
Missouri is not
Kinda.
basically
I
the
mean,
south. Nerd. Missouri is the Midwest.
Don't tell some
I'm
people
sorry.
that. Did
Wait,
Missouri?
well,
actually,
is
that's
it?
Did Missouri join the Confederacy though?
Missouri was a union
Yeah,
state that allowed slavery.
Wait, Americans in chat in the call. I have an American in my university in Israel that he's from Texas, and he told me that Texas is not technically a part of the South. Is that true?
What?
Not.
Wait,
Technically, it's
Texans consider themselves
thing,
their
but
own
it's
country.
What,
Is
what
he-
could be
is he
the
lying?
other South? What?
Well, it depends. Like some
no, 'cause
Texas.
it's not we do it like in quadrants almost. So like when people say the American South, they think like the Sun Belt Confederate states like Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, South Carolina. But then like we also have the Southwest, which Texas is big enough that it is a little bit of the Southeast Sun Belt if you're on the east side, but if you're on the west side, it's more like
West side?
Arizona.
I think he said that Texas. He said he
You might-
based it on the fact that Texas wasn't a part of the U.S. during the Civil War. I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know.
That's not true. However,
They joined-
Texas was its own territory. There was a Republic of Texas, as well as a Republic of California that people forget about.
And Vermont too.
Bro, I could have had my own country, bro. Like, damn.
Yeah, the Bear Republic was a real thing. because there was almost as few Spaniards and Mexicans that were in Texas. There were even fewer in California. So it was some colonel. Oh God, what was his name? It was some rogue U.S. Army guy that just took California over by himself.
Because the last person shot in the Civil War was shot in a battle in Texas, weren't they?
Yeah, it was near the Mexican border, I think.
I think the last Confederate general to surrender was a Cherokee tribal leader.
Base Cherokees.
Base Indian.
Where are
Bro.
the Cherokees? Where are the Cherokees located in the U.S.?
In the southeast. In the southeast.
Well, right now,
originally,
at least.
And originally they're from the southeast near where I live, because I live in Georgia. If y'all can't tell by my accent, so they live.
Didn't ask.
Yep.
James, you got the most American accent, bro. Like I'm not gonna tell you, like you got the most like Hassan accent, bro. Like
they sound like nowadays.
But anyway, a lot of Cherokees also live out west in like Oklahoma, because that's where a lot of them they live on the plantations out there.
Yeah, that's where the reservation is in Tulsa.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's also a reservation. There's a reservation.
Indiana is not in the South, Van Loven. You can't just say states are in the South because you don't like them. Like, I fucking like Ohio, but Ohio is still in the Midwest.
Southern Ohio is a different animal. My best friend lives
fuck
there
Ohio,
now.
bro.
Yeah. It's a different animal.
No.
Southern Ohio is like Kentucky.
Isn't there a place called Palestine, Ohio, or some shit?
Yeah,
There's also Palestine, Missouri.
Yeah, there's also Lebanon, Missouri.
Did that shit get bombed or something?
Yeah.
Lebanon.
My
right.
aunt's one-time fiance was from Lebanon, Missouri, actually.
Kid.
I know it's all white people there too.
Wait, is the James?
Such a
If
horror.
everyone,
Oh my
is
God!
the Caucasus
Y'all
considered
ever
white?
heard of Branson?
Is what Spider?
Is the Caucasus considered white?
The Caucasus Mountains.
Caucasian, yeah.
I mean, yeah,
I mean,
basically.
some of them are white, but not all of them.
That's where mountain Jews are from. The mountain Jews.
The mountain.
The mountain Jews is crazy. That's
Chase is on
crazy.
12 million
That's
strikes
the
right
real
now.
name. We don't call them that in Hebrew though. They're just called the Caucasians, like the Kafkazim. That's what we call them. It's like
Kaukazi? Kazakhstan. Oh shit.
No,
I mean, look,
yeah, they were Soviets. They were. No, I mean, they were under the Soviet rule. They speak Russian, like Georgians as well.
Wow.
Not American Georgia. You know, the Stalin Georgia, the original
Yeah,
one.
the cringe one, the virgin one.
Yeah, Kafkazim. Yeah, the Eli. He wrote that. That's how we. That's the pronunciation.
I live in the Georgia that has like people that can't get over the fact that the Confederacy lost the war 160 years ago and are still throwing fits about it.
My boyfriend's stepdad still calls it the War of Northern Aggression.
Wait, Marissa, you got a question. Then your boyfriend said the N-word?
What?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
He has in the
Kostyak, is that? Are they actually?
Man, y'all don't even know. I still remember when Obama got elected here. I had friends, like people I considered friends at the pool hall, that were telling me Obama Christmas ornament jokes, and I bet you could put two together.
That's it. I never heard anyone use the frame.
I also,
Mountain Dew.
but I do find it very telling that people have known that about my boyfriend, but not one of you has asked if he is black or white. So why are you just assuming that? he's white?
Mercy, okay, based off your Aryan, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, fucking Maryland. Okay, I'm assuming that you
In
have a
what
white
world do I
boyfriend.
I have
You have a
blue
white-
eyes, but in what world do I have blonde hair?
You have the white boyfriend. I think you have a white boyfriend. Okay, is that
I'm
confirmed?
just saying. I think it's pretty telling that all of you just
Wait.
assumed the white lady was also dating a white.
Isn't that his
I mean,
neck
I
in the
can't
picture?
talk, dude. I've got.
Yeah,
I've got
isn't that bro's neck in the picture? Like,
Oh my god. Never mind.
Can you tell what
He's
color he
got
is?
My dad looks like Jerry Springer, for fuck's sake.
Oh my. Is that Sundowner? What the hell?
What?
I mean,
Wait,
also, by the way, Maruzzi is not Aryan. She's Sicilian. She's Mediterranean. That's more accurate.
wait, what the fuck is the? What's what country's Sicilian? What's that? What country is that?
Italy.
Island up.
Bro, she's white then. What the fuck?
What the hell?
No,
is
dude,
Sicilian?
the Sicilians are like, because they've got some
Only
Arab blood
in America
in them.
would
They
I
got,
be considered
like,
white.
yeah,
I'm
they're- it's a
Sicilian and
crossroads.
Polish, like straight down.
I'm
half and half.
Sicilian
Like,
Polish. I'm
nowhere else
Italian
in
Polish. Okay, Mercy. Okay, not to like piss off your buttons and shit. When people say European, okay, or in the Caucasus, okay, European, The majority of people go say, "Hey, you're white." Okay. When people say Africa, and Northern Africa too, you're African. Okay. When people say that Middle East, you're probably Arab. Okay.
I mean, I'm
Mamma
technically I'm
mia.
half, like Spider. I'm half Tunisian Jew. I'm technically African, I guess.
I mean, you're. Yeah, just
Drop
because you're
it.
Tunisian
Drop it right
Jewish,
now.
no?
I'm not even getting to
Yeah,
me.
I
We'll be
mean-
here all day if I get into me. We will be here.
Isn't
all
isn't
fucking day.
Tunisian like North Africa, right? Northern Africa.
Yeah, it borders Morocco and Algeria.
Yeah, but if you're also Israeli, doesn't that make you an African American?
True.
Sure.
Actually, I think
Welcome
Tunisia
to the
might.
club.
I think Tunisia might actually be between Algeria and Libya, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're correct.
Wait.
Yeah.
It's across. It's across from Italy and it's next to Algeria and Libya.
Speaking
Also,
of
the
Tunisia,
Sicilian-
shout out to my boy Amin wherever you are if you're listening to this. Anyway.
Face. Also,
Jesus knows my
He just shout out
knows
his
my
mom.
history better than I do.
Nah, dude.
No,
That,
he
it's
was,
just
So
he-
Mercy,
he-
basically, you're white, bro. I'm gonna tell you, you're white. Okay.
Van Open, you can't just say Sicily is a southern state.
Julius
now.
Caesar, Julius Caesar, bro was white. I'm gonna tell you, Julius Caesar was white. The Holy Roman Empire was white. Like, I'm gonna tell you.
You know who
What
settled
was
Sicily?
Holy Rome? The HRE
But
is in
you know
Europe.
who
The
settled
HRE
Sicily?
is in
You know,
Europe.
you know how many times Sicily was invaded and who they were invaded by?
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, the
Like,
Arabs.
the fucking the Arabs, okay? Like
The fucking
caliphate,
Arabs,
like,
yeah.
Fucking air. The fucking
Besides,
air.
Everybody but white people, basically.
Carthaginians.
Besides Spider, they're gangsters.
And
as
as the other
motherfuckers.
half being
Kill
Polish,
Island,
in
dog.
what
Is it-
world other than the United
Wait,
States would
Mercy,
a
hold on,
black
hold on.
person be considered white?
Didn't Rome like attack?
At this point in time, I am more of a POS. I'm more of a person of color than you are at this point in time, Spider.
Why is people always
That's
doing
debatable. Okay, relax. That's too far. Okay, you're fucking
Yeah.
Italian. Your Italian leader was Mussolini. Okay, remember that.
A
Okay.
person of color is
Right.
talking, and you need to listen to me.
Mussolini.
Bro, why do people always want to be like, I'm actually Italian and that's Mediterranean and I eat rice sometimes.
Also, and
Listen
I'm not
here,
one of
man.
those Americans whose families have been here for like 500 generations. Literally, my parents were the first generation born here. So,
Crime yo, wherever it is, you're white, bro. I don't know, tell you, like, you know, like, dude, you're like Europeans and like the countries, dude. Like, you're part of Europe, okay? Like, there's no, like, you're white, okay? It's okay. You're
I'm
white.
just saying you're disagreeing with what the rest of the world
Do you
thinks.
speak Italiano? Do you speak Italian?
No, my mom.
Italiano?
Well, they speak Sicilian, which is a bit.
Or even
Is that a pasta? What is Italian?
So basically, you don't speak Alfredo, Mamma Mia, you don't speak like that?
Alfredo.
What are we gonna start calling Spider Susanusum phone or whatever after that King of the Hill?
Italian. Gorlami.
Sicily.
Oh my god!
Sicily was also
I got down to 8 HP there.
Wait, Mercy, is your boyfriend
God.
black or what?
Health warning.
I'm not telling you anything else about.
Okay, basing off the profile pic.
10 years, and I'm not
Based off
saying
the
anything.
based off the profile pic, he kind of looks Arab. Okay, I want to give him the N-word pass. Okay.
Bro, Spider. That's clearly a Bedouin, bro. That's clearly a Bedouin.
For all you know, he's fucking in the chat right now or in the Discord.
Hey, listen,
That's
man.
really
What's
lame.
the rapper's name? Vinny Paz. He uses the N word all the time, and he's Sicilian. So there you go.
Boom.
Sicilians are really dark skinned. Like
Wait,
most of
actually, hold on. Guys, Nick
No,
Fuentes
no.
is Italian too, so boom.
No, he's
He just
Spanish.
solved
He's
everything.
Mexican.
Funky
Fuentes
Doodles,
likes
I don't know what to
They
do.
don't count.
The Americans, we're becoming the 51st state. They're taking over us. Please.
Also, the Sicily was also conquered by the Phoenicians, so Maruzzi and Lorbok be related.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
We're
Tunisians,
cousins.
the ancient Tunisians
You guys
and
don't know that
Nigerians.
Loner and I we're cousins.
What does that mean
Wait.
for you and Motorbox's dad then?
Oh,
Yeah, isn't
Lebanon is
that
not-
like Lebanon, right?
Yeah, Phoenicia was Lebanon.
We're not.
Wait, Tunisia?
Correct.
Wait,
And
Tunisia
fucking
invaded
Sam.
Sicily?
No, Sicily's bigger than Tunisia.
What? No, it isn't.
No,
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 it's pretty small.
It's bigger than Tunisia.
Tunisia is small, but it's not that small.
Yeah, it's not that
Yeah,
small.
it's like
Tunisia is like double the size of Sicily. What?
It's
Yeah.
bigger than
Well,
it's
triple
bigger than
probably.
Israel. Like Tunisia is bigger than Israel. Like it's bigger. Than
Yeah, Israel, get cucked, bro. Get cucked by a northern African country, dude. Holy shit.
Based.
True.
Fucking.
I
I mean,
mean,
North Africa is not exactly a small place.
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Algeria is actually. I think Algeria is actually the biggest country in Africa, like in terms of land.
Yeah. But
What?
it has like 2 million people. Like 3 people live there.
Well, I think the most populated country in Africa is Nigeria.
Okay, James, I got a question. What Northern African country would you nuke?
Would I
If you
do?
had a chance?
What?
Yeah.
What's
Only
you
Northern
even say
African
that?
countries.
Only
Just a
Northern
northern
African?
Just a Northern African one.
Yeah, the top.
Does
Wow,
Western
this is
Power
this
count as
is
North
an easy
African?
answer, by the way. It's not
It
even.
could be like any, meeny, miny, mo. You could be like that.
Yeah, Algeria
Probably.
is desert. It's like the entirety.
Yeah,
of it.
no. Hold
We
on,
have
hold
so
on.
Oh,
much
they have
oil.
oil?
I got
Wait a
it.
minute,
I
what's
got it.
that area in
So
between
much oil.
Egypt and Sudan that nobody claims? Nuke that place.
Darfur.
Chad?
Health warning.
No, it's not Darfur. It's like the
Sudan?
It's like
Is that far
some
up north?
territory that like
Project,
nobody wants.
Project, you know your
Yeah,
voice
it's
sounds
okay.
like Mudahar? Your voice sounds exactly
Who?
like Mudahar. Mudahar.
Who, me?
Like the guy that is suing Noah with Ethan.
Wait,
Yeah,
who sounds
I
like
know
Mudar?
Health
The Indian
warning.
guy.
Who sounds like Mudar though?
Fucking die!
Project.
Jesus Christ.
Health warning.
Who sounds like
Project Pat.
Who sounds like Mudahar? Me?
No, Project Pat. I said.
Oh, Patrick.
Okay.
Oh, Patrick.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
my
didn't
voice
know your
does not
name. I'm
match my
sorry.
body at all.
Okay,
Or
bro, does
maybe
not
you sound like
sound.
no. You
Okay.
sound like Nick Diorio. Sorry, Nick
Okay.
Diorio.
Okay, can I answer Spire's question? If I had to nuke a
Alright, go ahead.
country, I'd probably
Northern
just-
Africa?
It'd probably be Egypt. I don't know.
Damn.
Why did you
Why are we gonna
come
destroy
back
the
to the
pyramids?
topic just to talk about how you
Well,
wanted to nuke
no,
Egypt?
he's got a point because there's a lot of Egypt that is completely uninhabitable and there's nobody there. Like 90-something% of the people are along the river. You got a bunch
True.
of empty desert. If you can find a
Okay,
place where the
ironic you
winds are
took that.
changed
Most of
and
North
blow
Africa is
apart,
like
why
that,
not?
by the way. Like
Yeah, why
most of
would you
North
just pick
Africa is
Algeria
uninhabited.
or
Oh, Spider.
Okay, Northern.
Health
Spider.
warning.
Spider. If you could nuke it, Spider. If you could nuke a European country, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a good one.
If you don't say France, you're
The
lost.
French.
This is the easiest. This is the
Obviously,
easiest.
Hey,
answer.
I'm gonna nuke multiple though. I'm gonna say France because they're fucking mean as hell. I'm gonna say Italy because they
Yeah.
have Mussolini. I'm gonna say Germany because they had Hitler.
You only get to pick one. You can't use the whole goddamn continent. You get to
I'm a
pick
okay,
one.
okay, relax. Okay, I'm Saddam Hussein, so like I'm a dictator, so like relax, okay. Before
We
you
haven't
get-
killed a single Slav yet. What's going on?
France, Germany,
Oh, he's afraid of that.
Italy.
Austria. Wait, Austria.
Let's see, Austria. I'll probably nuke Lithuania,
What about-
Latvia,
what about-
Estonia. So basically all the Baltic seas. Okay, where the fuck is the dog shit
What
country?
is the stream devolved to exactly?
Um,
Right?
this
I'll
is like
nuke-
Putin's list of
It's like a
targets,
0.4
basically.
stream now. What the
I'll
fuck is going
nuke.
on?
I'll nuke
I
Romania.
love that.
Bro,
Serbia.
all right, bro. All right, chill. They're dead already. Just it's all right.
Refuge.
Honestly,
okay. It's okay.
everyone talks about how much they hate the French or the British, but no one talks about the Dutch.
What are the
That's
Dutch
right.
do?
We talk about the Belgians.
They're too tiny
Oh
to do
my
anything.
Leopold.
Why do we hate the Belgians? Are great. They make fantastic beer.
The Belgians like
But you
fucking
have,
ruined
like,
Congo,
they
didn't they? What the
Congo?
fuck?
Yeah, they had the worst colony in all of Africa.
No,
and they
nuke
destroyed,
Scotland. Oh no.
Bro, is this
No,
a
not
bad
Scotland.
mouse
We need the
game?
No, no, no.
Scotland.
Yeah.
Whale game in chat. It's like nuke Scotland.
The
Wait,
Scots are the holy unicorn.
wait,
They're
Brucey, have you ever go to Italy or no?
Yes, I've been.
You see Mussolini?
very-
How was it? How was he?
Did you
No,
see
Mussolini
Mussolini?
died a long time, way before I was born. I know you'd like to say I'm like 70, but I actually
That's
have never
debatable.
been alive at the same time that Mussolini was.
That's debatable.
Fun fact: the place where Mussolini was hung is now a McDonald's.
That's funny.
Really?
What
Yeah,
place is
that's
that?
That's American
Do they have like
hegemony.
a little plaque so you can get your Happy Meal and see this is where Mussolini was lynched?
That's insane, dog. That's crazy. Wasn't he beaten to
Well,
death and then hanged?
Well, actually, he wasn't hanged. He was already dead because he'd been shot, but he hung his body
Yeah,
there.
and then they hung him upside
Jesus
down by
Christ.
his feet.
I mean,
Yeah,
like Gaddafi got the worst death than that. I think.
Oh yeah, they tortured him on like
Chipotle.
Didn't they just rip him limb from limb in the streets? Like, geez.
they stabbed him a bunch of times, and then I think one person shot him in the head.
Who's that?
Basically, if you remember what happened to
Gaddafi?
Gaddafi, that's what happened to Mussolini.
Yeah, basically.
Damn.
You know, I was
New version of Fuck, Marry, Kill. Nuke, invade,
I
hack.
feel like Saddam had it like the easiest, no? Because he just found like a ditch hole and like, oh.
well, he was
He
hung.
was insane.
He was just like
The person who had the best way out. Honestly, the worst part is the person who had the easiest way out was Hitler. He just shot himself.
I thought it was a pill, no?
No, he shot himself.
Well, he took
No,
a
no,
pill.
no. At least
He
that's
did
his
both.
one.
He wanted to make
Yeah.
sure he wasn't caught. Which I mean, after you do all that, it kind of, you know, yeah, you don't want to get caught.
Do you know that Goebbels Goebbels actually killed all of his like children?
He did, yeah.
And they
Kill his whole
Gobble? Who's
family.
that?
Him and he was the minister of propaganda. Joseph
Of what?
Goebbels.
Iraq?
He just killed him and his wife killed all of their children, like 5 kids, and then killed himself.
Well, I know. Himmler, I think Himmler tried to run, but then they caught him, and then he committed suicide too. And they never actually found Himmler's body, by the way. They just buried him somewhere.
Bro, you know who had the worst, bro? The Czars, bro. Holy shit.
Yeah.
The Tsars?
The Tsar's family, right?
Bro, they got... What the fuck? They
There
got
was like
shot up
one
in-
left in New York City after the whole thing was done.
What was that bit? And it,
The Tsars, I think, got reigns of Castamere. Like,
yeah.
I think they're shot up now. And like one of them was still alive and shit. And then like she got shot.
Yeah, they're being held captive by the Bolsheviks at a safe house in Siberia, and they moved them into a basement because they told them that the loyalists of the White Army were coming. But then a death squad entered and just shot them all.
Jesus Christ. Wasn't it like a revolution in Russia, but it failed? Like it was like the monarchy shit?
Yeah, there were two. There was the first revolution that failed, and then there was a second one where the Soviets ended up winning eventually.
There's
Oh,
also
wasn't the
Russian-
first one where they got rid of the monarchy, and the second one was when the Bolsheviks defeated the interim government? Was that not it? Like
Yeah.
Kerensky or some shit?
You had the Russian Civil War, and in the Russian Civil War, a bunch of allied European countries tried to support the White Armies. They sent a bunch of troops there.
They
I
did. The
think that
Brits sent people as well. Like 20 armies or something came in.
They're the U.S.
Yeah, even the Americans. The Americans actually arrived in Vladivostok and fought the Soviets in Siberia.
Damn. Wait, was the White Army, they're part of the monarchy, right, basically?
Yeah, they were the pro-monarchist ones.
So basically like Vietnam a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Here and there.
But the whites
Right,
were
right.
also, but the whites were also extremely anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
which
bad dudes.
Hey, I'll go on.
I think that's a common take. I think for most people, they were somehow.
This quest is
it
gonna
always
fucking
goes
kill
like-
me though. Oh my god. Fuck.
I mean, you
Lorna.
had the
Lorna, remember a few streams ago, like you made a comment about tying yourself to a missile. I think you stole that line.
From who? What? Is that normal?
I'll send you the meme.
I was gonna say, no, the
I'll-
concept is from
I'll DM it to you. Wait.
yeah,
I'll
it's
DM
from
it
an
to
old
the-
movie.
Doesn't
The
Vosh
cowboy
make that
riding
joke?
the new.
What, the horse joke?
Is it Doctor Strangelove? Is that what you're when he's riding
That's
the
the movie
nuclear
I'm
warhead?
thinking of.
No. It's even better. I'm sending you DMing. It's amazing.
Okay, Mercy, you got a choice.
I don't know
What-
if it's
what-
real, but it's. I don't know if it's real, obviously, but maybe it is. I hope.
What
it is.
country
want,
would you nuke?
Spider?
What country would you nuke?
What country would I move to if I could move to
Nuke.
any country?
Okay, move and nuke.
No.
Oh, what
Nuke.
country could I nuke? Would I nuke? Russia.
Yeah.
Easy.
The whole thing?
Hey! Oh my god.
The whole thing?
I mean, it's a country. You said country. You didn't say region. You said country. You didn't even have to think.
Oh, damn, Mercy's pro genocide. What happened? It's crazy.
That might be the most spaced answer.
Well,
God.
listen,
Russia, all of Russia? That shit's pretty big, though.
Spider.
Okay.
You haven't talked to me
I
yet.
DM'd you on Discord, Loner.
All right, James, what country would you nuke?
Yeah, I know this one. Yeah, this guy.
All right, James, what country would you nuke?
Who is this? Is this I don't know who this guy's with. Who's he affiliated with? Is this
I think Hezbollah or Hamas. I think
He looks
one
like
of the two.
Hezbollah just because of the uniform, but I don't know. It could be that or Houthis. I would have thought.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, dude.
You said that this picture immediately popped to my mind. I was like, I have to send that to.
So Spider, you asking what country would I nuke?
Hold on. This fucking dumbass and like stream chat call me pro Russian. I'm not pro Russian, man. Jesus Christ.
Kremlin,
Anyway, what
Kremlin.
country?
Retard. Okay, what country would you nuke?
You're a Russian.
Probably Luxembourg.
What the fuck? Wait a minute, Luxembourg. He'll just destroy it completely.
Is it Luxembourg in Germany?
It's an independent city.
It's between like Germany, Belgium, and France.
Look.
Why is everyone
One thing-
choosing Belgium? What did the Belgians do?
Weren't Luxembourg neutral though?
King Leopold, motherfucker.
I don't get like what has Luxembourg ever done to anyone?
Because
Yeah,
I
I'm
like
like-
being I like being contrarian.
It's all the tax
Weren't they
money, isn't
neutral?
it? All those
I mean,
tax
Luxembourg
bonds.
holds like 600 billion US bonds. So if you want to get rid of that debt, you should make
Yeah, you know what?
Luxembourg.
Nuke them.
Also, no
Honestly-
Estonia. Where's Estonia mentioned?
If you nuked Luxembourg, the
yeah.
rest of Europe would just be showered in like falling dollar bills, right?
Pretty much.
Like a
Also,
pinata.
somebody needs to Photoshop. Somebody needs to
that's switching.
Photoshop Loner's face on that.
I think I don't know.
Okay,
I said,
won't
I,
press Estonia.
I think I nuked Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, Sweden, and
You already
Norway.
did. You chose
All
Europe.
right.
You chose-
You just
Might
realized
actually
you
pro Russia.
You literally just went the Animaniac song. I'm gonna nuke.
You straight up want Attack on Titan on these motherfuckers, man.
Wait, you want me to go full pro Russian?
Spider, Spider.
It sounds like he already are. He's like, oh, I want to nuke the Baltics. Yeah. all right.
Listen, Spider. Spider,
I said Serbia too. Like, what the hell?
Spider,
Relax.
you literally want to nuke. You literally want to nuke most of Slavic countries. That's like Hitler's wet.
Aren't they white though?
Right? You listed everyone but Russia. And here you are trying to tell us you're not pro-Russian, but you literally listed every.
Okay, what pro Russian did I say? Like, what the hell? Like, what?
Yeah.
Wait,
No, all I say was just Finland, Sweden, Norway, and like the Baltics. Like, what?
Spider, do you think Ukraine should hold elections, Spider?
Wait a
He
minute.
went for
What do you mean? Oh,
Like, do you think they should
okay,
have
repeat
elections?
again. Repeat again.
Oh gosh.
You say so? You
Do you
asking
think
if
Crimea
Ukraine should?
is part of- do you think Crimea
Okay,
is
yeah,
part of
yes,
Russia,
no,
or do
no,
you
they should
think-
not, because during the war. Okay.
I think everybody knows the real answer to this
You passed
question.
the test. You passed the test.
Korea.
Why has nobody named Serbia yet?
I did. I said
North
North
Korea,
Korea.
baby.
Spider, you went from like let's nuke all the Slavs to let's nuke all of the Aryan Scandinavians, like from Hitler's wet dream to his nightmare.
And he named a lot of Slavs too.
I mean, it's not
He
that
said the
much. Like,
Baltics.
sure, like, it's like a couple billion.
Slavs are just
Just
Slavs.
forcefully reunify the Korean Peninsula, and then we won't have to worry about China anymore.
You think we should bring back Yugoslavia or what?
Oh God, no.
I think that is not.
still
You can't
not
put that back in the bottle there.
Speaking of Yugoslavia, man, I don't know. Nobody seems to talk much about what the Ustaše was doing in Croatia during World War II. Those guys, thing.
Listen, we don't talk about that, all right?
Yeah, the Ustasha were.
Bro, I'm not
the
pro
SS
Russian.
stuff,
Jesus
they were fucking
Christ.
crazy. That's how bad the Ustasha were.
Everybody call
I
him pro
swear, bro.
Russian
Let
chat.
these
in chat
cannot take
call him
jokes.
pro-Russian.
Spider,
I'm not
who
pro
should
Russian
Crimea belong
retard. I'm not pro Russian retard.
Chat, call him
Who should
pro-Russian.
Crimea belong
He
to,
hates it.
Spider?
Yeah, the Ustaše. I think
Okay,
the
you wanna-
Ustaše.
Huh?
The Ustaše were so bad.
Who should Crimea belong to? Let me see. The people that live in Crimea, okay? And some of the
Tatars.
Tatars, okay? Some of the Crimean Tatars that still live in Crimea, currently
They all
live in
got deported
Crimea,
into
okay?
Russia,
Even
so
though they're
Russia-
currently occupied by the Russian government, okay? And they had to fucking like votes like forced by the Russian government in 2014, okay?
But you've been reading about fucking Crimea now that you.
No, I know it's hella easy. The fucking Ukrainian history is hella easy compared to fucking dog shit Israel Palestine. It's hella easy. So it's like so goddamn top. It's like so goddamn like ABC compared to fucking Israel Palestine.
That's a fair
Ukrainian
take.
history does kind of
that's-
remind me
yeah.
of American West history in a way, especially the Cossack era. It just did.
Yeah,
very
like the
familiar.
fucking
What's
fucking
the
like
Cossack-
Ukraine.
Wait, what's the Cossack era?
Basically,
Cossacks.
Slavic cowboys.
They're big horse. They're big horse
That's almost
riders.
as cool as something as Mountain Jews. I don't know.
Yeah, you know
I think
the weird.
the Cossacks had a reputation. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you,
Health
but
warning.
go ahead.
No. It's okay. Go.
Okay. The Cossacks had a reputation for being very
Health
loyal to the
warning.
Tsars. For being very loyal to the Tsars, I think. They also a few of them also did a lot of pogroms back in the day. During the Russian Civil War, a lot of them fought with the White Army, but also during World War II, some of them, not all of them, but some of them collaborated with the Nazis, and they tried to run away, but the British ended up betraying them and handing them over to the Soviets. So there's a whole history there.
That's one view.
Actually,
What the fuck was my Crimean take? Oh shit.
It was that
It was 50-50,
Crimea,
right? Where the
Ukrainians
50-50
should
was
be allowed to vote in
50-50.
Crimean elections. That was your
No,
take.
oh yeah. So my take was like people in Crimea should have the right to vote, whether Crimea should like join
I literally
Ukraine.
think that was
the
in
Ukrainian
Crimea.
government,
Loner
the
asked
Russian
me
government,
if
and then
Ukrainians
he
should
said
vote.
Loner Box Scottish has asked me like, do the people of Ukraine that left Crimea because due to the war have the right to vote, right? And then I said 50-50, and then like Loner Box and like half his like retard chat called me for Russian, okay, based off
Yeah,
the
we
take.
did. yeah.
Honestly,
retarded
my
because you answered 50-50 to a binary question.
I knew it.
And then fucking Lauren Box Sky says like it's not a question, it's not an answer, zero. Like 50-50 isn't zero, and then like that was like the whole mean.
honestly, I'm in favor of dividing Crimea into 3 sections. One for Tatars, one for Jews, because there used to be a lot of Crimean Jews there, and the other for Greek people.
Oh, when James said he's gonna split up Crimea, chat doesn't crash out. Okay, I said this. All right, okay.
I want a partition. I want a partition plan for Crimea, and no Russians at all.
50-50 per Russian. 50-50 per Russian.
comes
You know
along
what?
with this partition plan. Here we go.
And you know what? I'll even cut Russia a deal. You don't have to pay reparations. Just get the hell out of the country.
Honestly, let's just say that honestly, I think of Russian settlers in Crimea the way he thinks of West Bank settlers.
Okay, James, I got a question. If Russia held Crimea like I don't know, fucking like 50 years later or 100 years later, does it give the right for Ukraine to like retake Crimea?
At that point, you might as well accept it being Russia. Unfortunately, yeah.
Even at this point, I think like Crimea, like I think like Crimea is gone. Like even at this point, I think like it's bad, but I think like it's a reality that needs to be acknowledged. I think that Crimea is probably just gonna stay Russian.
Yeah,
But you also can't recognize it
where-
staying Russian because that's rewarding aggression. That's a setting horrible precedent.
I know, but like
it just has to be a frozen
but, like-
territory for fucking 10 years.
Well, and it's also against the Ukrainian constitution, so that point's moot. Moot until that's fixed. There's nothing they can.
I know that's against the Ukrainian constitution, but like let's say like 100 years later, like I mean it's still not regained by Ukraine. Like
I mean, honestly, who knows?
I mean you're gonna recognize it, but like it's I don't know.
The problem
what
with Crimea, the problem with Crimea is that a lot of Russian military is stored there. It's like a fortress, I think is what they call it. Like a lot of military, a lot of hard weaponry, a lot of bases there. It's not like some pithy.
It's terrain as well. It's like it's really difficult to cross into Crimea from Ukraine.
Well, and there's a third aspect too. It's basically their Riviera. It is where they send all their retirees, all their rich
Yep.
people to vacation. Putin's palace
Oh,
is
it's
on
their
the
Florida.
Russian side of the sea. I knew somebody that was from that city, Krasnodar.
I don't actually know that much. I can't remember many cities in Crimea. I don't remember their city name.
Well, Krasnodar is a Russian city, but yeah, same. It's
You
same
think
area.
like you think like later down the line that like if Russia like keeps Crimea, like they might like station nukes there.
Fuck this fucking quest. I just need one item and it's not dropping. Why? How many do I
they
need to
might
kill?
They might move nukes there already. Who knows? I mean, I don't.
What
I don't
item do
know.
you need?
The symbol of Ragnaros.
Wait.
Kill them all.
I am
You're
killing the
gonna
right
go
guys. Yeah, these are the guys that drop it. It's just taking so long. Ugh.
Z chat, I'm not pro Russian. Z chat, I'm
You
not
need to
pro
do
Russian.
a boss raid, I think.
No.
At some point.
You know, I think that
No?
there's actually.
Well, this
there's-
isn't a boss raid. No, this is just.
there-
No, no,
there's
I'm saying you should probably like we want to see you do a boss raid, like killing
Oh,
Ragnarok.
like a raid. Yeah. Well, I need to get 60 first.
I think there's actually 2 different Jewish groups in Crimea.
Oh.
There's 2 Jewish groups there. One is called the Kairats, the Kairais, I don't know how you say your name. And the other one was called the Kymchaks, Kymchaks. There's like two different Jewish groups there.
Really? I didn't know that.
Syntax I've heard of. The first one I'm not so familiar with.
Yeah, Karaits, Karaites. I think they actually practice their own different form of Judaism too. That's not the same as the others.
It's not Orthodox. Okay, that's probably why we don't know them. They probably not recognized as Jews by the Israeli state.
Okay, well now
Jesus,
my
so
pro
why
Russian,
are
my
you not so much
anti-Russian
about
takes.
Nazis?
Wait, what are you saying,
my-
Insolo? What'd you say, Insolo, about me?
You know way too much about both the Nazis and Jews for me to be comfortable. I don't understand.
Is he American?
That's all. Listen, we want to
He's
DC for
just
2
one of
hours.
those.
That's all
He's
we
one of
talk
those
about.
guys who's one of those kids that watched the History Channel all the time as a kid when it was nothing but like Nazi history.
Look, look,
Sure.
Now it's just aliens built everything.
Yeah.
Right? Ancient
So bad.
That shit, that
Jewish
shit's
space
tough.
lasers.
Don't just ancient alien.
Those
Astronaut
those-
theorists.
Those,
Okay,
those,
my anti-Russian take is all the fucking yappers and fucking goofy ass show when they fucking call me pro Russian. Okay, the invasion in Chechnya was bad. Okay, the fucking invasion in Georgia. Okay, the incursion in Georgia was bad. The invasion of
I'll
Ukraine
take-
was bad in 2014. Okay,
I'll take-
the Black September crisis or Black October crisis was
You're
pretty
so
bad.
brave.
Get
I'll
him.
take- Black September
take-
was in someplace else. It wasn't in Ukraine.
That was
No, it was
Jordan.
in Russia.
That
No,
was Jordan. Yeah, yeah.
He was.
There are a lot of black ones, I think.
wasn't Black September when it was in Moscow? No.
No, it's Jordan.
Why is it always
might
got to
be-
be black?
Are you thinking of black? Wait,
Oh no! The what the fuck was it? It was like the Russian. It was like the.
Wait,
It was
wait,
like the
Red
Russian.
Wait, Spider. Are you thinking of the Black Hundreds?
Nah, it was a word where like Yeltsin like he
Wasn't Black
shot.
September like a
He got like
terrorist
tanks to like
thing?
shoot up like a Russian parliament building.
It
or
was a
some shit.
terrorist group as well. It was also just the PLO coup in Jordan, but then it was the group that did the Munich Olympic massacre of like the Israeli soldiers is also called Black September, I think.
Yeah,
It's not the Black Hand. That was the Serbians.
Oh no! I think I know what it is. It was the 1993 Russian
I don't think-
constitutional crisis. It was that one.
Okay. I don't think there's a Black October.
Health
Is there a
warning.
Black October?
I've heard of a Black September, never Black October.
Yeah, Black September is in Jordan.
It was in October 1993. I'm talking about that one. Okay, it was bad. Okay, pretty bad.
Health warning.
Pretty bad
That
for
was-
Yeltsin like to get his tanks to shoot out the fucking constitutional fucking building. Okay, pretty bad.
Health
Okay?
warning.
Oh no! I just remembered why I joined the waiting room to talk up to
Health
Tutan.
warning.
When he was when it was the comparison between like the Nazis and Zionism, and I
warning.
wanted to ask him like, or maybe like raise the point that like is
Health
Israel
warning.
like showing plans to go after Palestinians all over the world to just
Health
eliminate them,
warning.
because that's what the Nazis did. Like my grandma in Tunisia, her father was in a concentration camp, in a working like in the labor camp in Tunisia. The Nazis got to Tunisia. They had plans to go to every country that had Jews in it to eliminate all of them.
Yeah.
So, like,
And he would
and,
say,
like-
yeah, but again, it's like he would just say, oh, but yeah, they would do that if only the international community would like not be on their ass. It's like you can't really. It's like non-falsifiable, you know.
Yeah, it's like trying to like, can't you prove to me that God doesn't exist? Like, okay.
Even if their
I
intention
can't
is the
look
same,
in the
they
mirror.
still can't be.
Okay.
Bro, I can. No, it's crazy. I can cook anyone on the Carmian take in chat. Okay, like I can win the debate. Okay,
Right.
anytime, anywhere. Okay.
I mean, also the Nazis conquered like what, half of Europe in like a couple years. How much land has Israel
I know the
conquered?
disappearing Palestine map is like just this tiny fucking stretch. Oh my god!
So
Why,
like
they,
3
why,
hours.
why don't they just like cut it in
No.
half? Like pause. Like there's something like this. Like get Israel and Gaza and like split it in half.
What?
Because it was based on where people lived. It wasn't like that.
Oh, like
easy.
the majority where like
Yeah, it
if the
wasn't-
majority of Arabs live. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it
gotcha,
wasn't like let's split the land and you go there. That was what Pakistan and India did essentially. I
They
think.
should have done
Just
that,
like,
bro.
We're splitting the land and we're doing population swaps, but then the UN
It
tried-
could be vertically, don't matter, or horizontal.
Oh,
It could be like a north. It could be like a north and south.
Horizontal. I mean, if it was vertical,
so
then one side would get
badly.
like the coastal area,
Millions
and the other
upon
side just
millions
wouldn't get
of
anything.
Yeah, you also need to keep in mind that 55% of the land is desert. Like it's the Negev. Kind of no one lives there besides like the Bedouin tribes. Like it's the part that is kind of like where people actually live and historically lived for all.
What if
4,000
they
years. It's
essentially
the north.
what if they
It's
made
like the-
essentially
What?
what if they cut up the place and like turn to like a slant,
A slant?
I mean,
like a slant. Half the
So
water.
both sides would have coastline and both sides would
Angle?
have
A
access
slant?
to Jerusalem.
Yeah, both sides will have access to water and like the beach and shit.
What do you mean? How do you?
Let me get MSP. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, like if you slash cut the
Slant?
country instead of doing the whole West Bank and Gaza
Oh,
thing. you
slash.
could contiguous
Is he
territory.
saying
No,
slash
please.
or slant?
He said slant. He wants to divide it like a slant, like
Like a
have the border
diagonal
be a
across
slant.
the region. That's no problem. What's wrong with that?
All right,
Oh.
Mercy, you
I-
see my
I-
screen
I
now?
don't really understand what he's thinking of.
You see
I
my
didn't know
screen?
what
See my
the word-
screen?
I didn't know
You see
what
my
the
screen,
word
Mercy? Here.
slant means.
Alright, watch my screen. Okay, look.
This guy's gonna kill me.
Wait, I have to get in.
Yo,
okay.
that's not how. Okay, that's not okay.
High school Israel.
This
Oh,
is
shit.
a great map.
Okay,
Right.
it is real.
You don't have
Okay.
to spell it. We know what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Nah, Mercy, you kind of on like the history. So like, okay. This is water.
No, I'm
Or,
kind of on what you
Water-
were saying
wat-
because
water,
Get your
water,
word.
and like this is like the beach area, right? Beach, right?
Yeah, we get it. Just draw what you
And
think
then
will
like
line would be.
cut it like this, cut it like this. Boom.
One side gets the. Bro,
Oh
are you
shit! Oh shit!
serious? One side will get the area.
I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix
No,
it.
What the
that's
hell
not
am I
a
looking at?
slant. That's a diagonal.
Wait. I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix it. I can fix it. I
A
can fix it. Hold
slant,
up.
a slant implies some sort of like incline or decline. You drew a diagonal. No
Hold on.
wonder
I can fix it. I can fix it. Like that. Wait.
Oh, you realize the country on the left
Neither of
would
those
get
things.
the country on the
I
left
feel
would get all
uncomfortably
the
British
coastal
right now
area,
trying to
and the
divide
country on
up
the
this
right gets
country.
nothing. This is the same
Wait,
problem.
Spider.
What do you mean?
What about the villages and towns and cities that are along that line? Do you split those
Fucking
towns
like
in half?
honestly don't care. Like honestly, fucking like this fucking Israel Palestine shit. Like respectfully, like
Yeah.
So okay, split it up, but that both of them have to get access to water and like go to fucking
Bro,
ports
the
and shit.
map
Okay?
you drew gives one of them access to water and the other one doesn't get anything. You understand that, right? Like
You know
you
what?
just
Like
drew a-
I sure, bro. Israelis, they're like so like you know, like they're so like.
You know, actually, a lot of the water comes from like a lot of the water that is used, at least in Israel, comes from like salination.
Yeah.
Oh look! See, I thought about Israel here.
Okay,
Palestine here.
Spider is Loner Box's concept of an American, and he just got really good at ventriloquism.
Look, this is Lebanon. Okay.
Wait. But Spider, the one that you drew as Palestine is literally where the vast majority of Israelis live. Like,
They got. I don't know. They got to convert. They got to speak Arabic. I don't care. Like they got to speak Arabic. or some
It's
shit,
not
I
a
don't care.
slant; it's a diagonal. So
Make 'em
it's a
speak it.
diagonal.
A little bit, like 50.
Man,
It's like a curve.
Spider.
It's like a curve.
Spider, I think.
Spider, it looks like the outline of a Jewish
Oh,
caricature.
thank God! I got the
Is
thing.
this Spider's
Not bad,
napkin?
though, look.
Is this Spider's napkin map?
I got the thing.
Look,
But I always had a different idea.
No public surprise.
I would
Big
say
surprise.
Jerusalem belongs to neither side. Make that the UN
Yeah,
capital
make
city.
that,
so that
yeah.
everybody has to
You
station
also
troops
placed
there.
Egypt in the wrong place.
Honestly,
Israel-
And then
Israel-
make
Israel-
Israel as a rectangle.
Palestinian state at
She
the
drew the
bottom of
country in
Israel.
a
Then
Yeah,
rectangle.
Israel.
wait.
There you go.
Is the blue supposed to be the ocean?
Yeah,
Yes.
water and
Yes.
like the yellow supposed to be the sand and shit. Like, see?
honestly, you should make Jerusalem an independent city-state like New Vegas.
Nah, it's too
That's
cringe.
what I've always said. Too. It should be
Like
an
New
international,
Vegas.
independent city-state with protection from the entire planet. That's where the UN headquarters
Yeah,
should be.
make
Basically, everybody's
Jerusalem.
got to stay keeping the shit
Jerusalem
out
is-
of everybody else's hands there because y'all can't be fucking trusted. No offense.
Jerusalem is gonna be Novigrad.
Okay,
This
okay,
is
Jerusalem. It'll be a DMZ, demilitarized zone. Okay, Jerusalem.
That was
Honestly,
the original plan.
a lot of churches in Jerusalem actually belong to foreign countries, like the Russian churches belong to Russia. There's a French church there that Israel is recently threatening to seize. It caused a diplomatic row. So there's already like an
and both government structure. Okay, you know how like Lebanon has like one Muslim guy, like one Christian guy, like one like Jewish, like one other religion guy in the government, right?
It's
Like, do, like-
Maronite, Sunni, and Shia.
Yeah, do like that, but like on both
Andrews,
sides,
Andrews.
on the
Yeah,
Palestinian
Andrews.
government and the Israeli government. Okay.
Oh, that'll go
Right.
very well. So have like a prime minister be a Jew, a president be a Palestinian, and the prime
God.
and a
No.
speaker
On both
of the House-
sides.
Is
and
it
a speaker of the House.
And an AI Supreme Court.
Well, the
Hell
Speaker
yeah.
of the House can be a Druze act. The Speaker of the House can actually be a Samaritan.
And
What about the
Baha'i.
Bedouin, bro?
Maybe an Armenian. The
Okay, make
Armenians-
them like the I don't know, like the fucking the spokesperson for this shit, like the Hungary
Right.
the
Well,
guy.
I am Nina. I love you all. Some of you I
Right,
love
but
more than
then-
others. I love you all.
What?
Okay.
That's not
Alright.
a crazy take. Like, look at my MS Paint. Like, it's crazy. Like, I got like one. That's not that bad. Look at this shit.
Obviously, one of the
He's
good
like, I
ones.
can't do this anymore. I'm tapping out.
Look, they got both. They got both water and shit, sand and shit. Like, come on.
Alright,
Van
so
Loven-
can I
Van
ask-
Loven-
Sand, a really important natural resource, you know.
But-
What do you can they make glass bottles for beer?
Yeah, even though even though somehow they don't have oil for some reason. That's crazy.
Van is saying
we
that those
don't-
countries
we
have
don't
claims
have
those
oil.
churches. Van Loven is
Okay.
saying those countries have claims to those churches because of histories beforehand. Yes, I know because of the Crusades. I'm not an idiot. I know how.
Damn.
But hey,
Damn,
Find boom. Find
James.
boom sound.
Loner, you should play Crusader Kings 3.
Nope.
On
He's
Why
busy.
no?
I'm busy.
Deus
Sound like
Vult.
right
The
now.
original Assassin's Creed. I want to see Altair Loner Box. Let's go.
What was my 3-stage solution? Oh yeah, something like.
Oh no.
Shit. Bro, I think what about 3-stage solution was like give the West Bank to Jordan and shit. Oh shit.
Give the
Yeah,
West
Sundowner
Bank
can
to
rule.
Jordan.
Sundowner can be in
Yeah,
charge of it.
Yeah, it was not bad though. Like, come on, it was not bad.
Vanaloven, I'm not. Vanaloven, I'm not defending the Crusades. I'm just saying that's what happened. Those churches now belong to those countries. So hands off.
Didn't the Caliphate did the same thing to, basically did the same thing as the Crusades, no? Or am I tripping?
Validating
Yeah,
imperialism.
Jordan
It
technically has
depends on the
Very
caliphate
not based, my dude.
and the
On the rock.
leaders. Like there were caliphates that were like really brutal, and there were some that were nicer. It depends.
I wasn't saying they're base. I said I'm just asking if they did the same thing as the Crusaders. Okay, thank you for the confirmation.
Yeah, you can say that they
It
occasionally did.
Yeah, I'm not defending the Crusades, guy. Oh, yeah, I know you're trolling Vanaloven. I know. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We talk.
Bro, this is like top tier like geography, bro. Holy shit, it's crazy.
Bro, you didn't even draw the outline of the country, right? You didn't even draw the
Bro,
border.
shut the who, bro. Okay, are you like Israeli or are you Israeli or Jewish?
Oh, I'm just saying you drew the wrong shape. You drew the wrong shape.
You know, you're probably like Israeli or Jewish some shit. Like this is a problem like with Israelis, bro. Like this is so like
Bro,
uptight
what
for
the
some
fucking-
shit. They can't take jokes. Like relax.
Are you Jewish?
This does
Like,
look like
okay, bro.
something-
Okay, like I don't know why you so butthurt. Like the Palestinians are never gonna like retake fucking Jerusalem. Okay, like holy shit.
Bro, I'm not Israeli.
Like, are you American?
No, I'm neither.
Canadian.
He's from Canada, probably.
Canadian?
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you where I'm from.
You're fucking Canadian, dude. You're fucking. Oh,
The
dude.
accent
After I
is
heard your Premier
giving
takes, I'm not telling you where I'm
You're
from.
Canadian, bro. You're Canadian, bro. It's okay.
I'm really not.
Tell you
Are
what,
you European? Are you European?
we'll just go
I'm
with.
Crimean.
he's
I'm
Dutch.
Crimean.
We'll go with Dutch.
You're Crimean?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a problem with my Crimean take or what?
Nah, I thought it was based.
It was base.
Are you
Wasn't that bad?
Yeah, it was based.
Wait. You're Crimean. Are you a
Are
Tatar?
you joking? Are you
Oh, I'm
like joking or
man.
not
I'm not
joking?
Crimean.
Better go to Tahiti, Dutch.
Alright, honestly, you're not Crimean. You're just joking.
Oh,
Yeah,
baby.
I was joking.
That's amazing.
Okay, you're just probably like American or fuck. Or...
Sure.
We
Spider.
are going to sail to Tahiti.
What?
What the fuck is this map, bro? What is going on?
Dude. Jesus Christ, man! I'm gonna crash out.
Look,
Okay, dude,
look,
this
there's
is
too many
Side of
colors.
Frankenstein's head.
It looks
Bro,
like something
this
with
is Israel,
75
bro.
IQ drew this. I
No,
don't
it
know what's
looks
going on.
like a modern art piece. You can hang.
Dog,
in.
I'm on MS Paint. I'm on fucking like
This
Photoshop,
looks
dude. I'm
like-
drawing like the map of Israel. What
It's
are you
just
talking about?
Sundown with a John. I don't know what's going on. Alright, this is
It's
a
a
very
square.
bad card.
Dude, this is my hypothetical like split up Palestine
He's
and Israel.
doing
What are
the
you
best
talking
he
about?
can.
I can't
I'm
even
not
tell
even-
what's what.
I'm not
Okay,
even.
What
when
happens to-
we
what
like
happens to
label it.
Golan?
Okay,
What
the
happens
red
to
thing.
Golan
Okay, the
here?
red thing. This is Jerusalem.
Is this
okay,
written
the
in
blue-
Latin? What's going on, bro?
It's written in fucking Hebrew. Okay, happen now. Jesus Christ. All right.
Someone-
This is
someone in
Jerusalem.
chat-
You're black. What?
Someone in-
What? What are you talking about? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for the argument, bro. A little, bro.
He's half black. He's half black,
Wait.
half Laotian.
Wait,
Yeah.
what's the blue thing? What's the blue thing? The new
Okay,
blue thing.
blue is Israel because like the Star of David and shit. I don't know why, but
And red is
okay.
red is and green is
Jews-
Palestine.
okay. I'll do brown for Egypt because they're brown, right? I'll just do green for Palestine.
Wouldn't it be green for Palestine?
Oh shit, that fuck up. Hey, this is Palestine.
Alright, it's Democrats
All
versus
right, this,
Republicans.
okay, this is Jerusalem. This is Jerusalem. Okay. Egypt, Israel, Palestine. This is like Lebanon because London box is there, right? Okay.
Wait, where's
Jerusalem.
the map? I can't see
What?
it.
Wait, where's
That's my-
Lebanon?
He's sharing a screen.
I'm
You need
sharing
to
my screen.
erase the
okay?
other blue thing. It's confusing people.
Oh my god, bro! Israelis cannot like.
Wait.
They're just so like uptight,
Wait,
bro.
Spider.
Why
Where is
not?
Lebanon on this map?
Okay, Lebanon's right here. Okay, I can't write it.
It's not
You
even
forgot
on the
about
map.
Golan. You forgot about Golan.
How much? I can't spell it out, bro.
This is the worst drawing I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, you can draw them out. You fucking
It is.
American. Fuck you, dude.
Wait. For Lebanon, just
We're
draw.
from the-
Wait, for Lebanon.
I mean, to
Wait,
be
for
fair,
Lebanon, just-
Microsoft Paint is definitely not a
for-
computer-aided drawing program. That's for damn.
Yeah, I'm on MS Paint, dog. What are you talking about, you retard?
Wait, listen, for
Oh
Lebanon,
my
just
God.
draw a cedar tree. For Lebanon, just draw a cedar tree.
Oh, he can't even
Yeah,
draw.
I'm
Like,
on
he can't even
MS
draw
I'm on
the
MS
borders
Paint.
of Israel, and you want him to
LA
draw
is in
cedar tree?
shambles right now.
Just do three
Fucking
green
dude, I
triangles
swear,
and a
bro.
brown stick, and you got your cedar tree. It's just a pine tree with a fancier name.
Whoa.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, you gotta do it now. Okay,
Yeah.
this is Lebanon. The red thing's Lebanon. This is Palestine. This is Jerusalem.
Why is
Jerusalem's the
Peter
DMZ.
Tree-
Okay.
Bro, you keep forgetting about the Golan Heights.
I'm gonna fuck the okay. They're fucking like
Doesn't know what that is.
Syria, where is
Okay, I'll cut it up. I'll cut it up. I'll cut it up right here. Okay.
That's
Cut it
that
up
is
right here.
not. That is okay. That is not okay.
It's supposed to go
Dude, you
upward,
know
not
what?
inward.
Where are we at? I don't know what's going on. Why is it all a square?
Wait, what? Wait. Did someone just say N-word? What?
No, no one said that word.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay.
You mean nuclear?
Yes.
What? No. Okay, so the Golan Heights, they can like grab the.
you didn't
they
see
can have
what
the-
Trump we didn't
As long
see
as you
what
don't say
Trump said.
nuclear or nuclear, I'm fine. I can't stand that shit.
Okay,
Not
the
if
Golan
I
Heights have their own
said
state.
Nuclear,
Okay, somewhere
nuclear.
fucking Israel, Palestine. Okay, so.
Not if I have anything to say
Has
about it.
been
And I
bogus.
do.
Said it.
I'm gonna say the N-word. Just kidding.
I'm
That's what
saying
Trump said,
it right
literally, and then
now.
that's literally what Trump
Honestly, coming from you with that accent, it would sound
No,
so
no,
funny. that most-
James, like,
We're not
I'm
that
not even gonna
big,
lie.
are we?
we're not that bitch.
Mrs. Obama, get down.
We're not that bitch. We're not that.
This is the most confusing thing I've ever seen. Like,
That's
I
what I'm
think
trying to
if-
say. I don't
Dude,
know.
it's okay. You're fucking dude. I sure did. I'm gonna be like
If you show this
anti-Israel.
to if you show this to Arafat, he would just accept out of confusion.
It's not that bad. Like, look at my label. Like,
Loader, I feel like the people need to see this. I
you can
don't
share it
know.
on screen. People,
I'm showing it.
You can share it on
This is
screen. People will
horrible.
like probably agree with my take. Like, what the fuck?
It's like the most unappetizing Pop Tart I've ever seen in my life.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. All right, look. Chat. Look at this. Okay, chat. Look, see this? You see this? Look. This is like a 1.0. Okay, this is like the Declaration in the what's called. All right. Okay, this is Israel. Okay, this is Palestine. Okay, the whole square. The whole square is the.
Yo, Spider. If only you were at the UN in 1947, so much trouble would have been solved.
Yeah, it was.
Spider,
It would be.
how many
People
states
just
do we
left
have
out of
right now?
confusion.
Spider,
Okay,
how many states?
the Golan. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you mean? Like
What the fuck are we? All right, bro. We're doing.
Okay. Let me dumb it down for chat because you're fucking retarded. Okay, this is the Golan Heights because the Israeli guy, whatever the fuck, was like, what about the Golan Heights? What about the Golan Heights?
I
Right,
didn't
so
say that. I didn't talk about the Golan Heights.
okay, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Okay, that's a DMZ. Okay, nobody can have Jerusalem. Okay, the green thing, Palestine. Okay, the bottom thing, the blue thing, Israel.
Wait.
What's
When
the
you say
Temple
the
Mount?
green thing is Palestine,
wait.
you mean
Who
just that
controls the
spot,
Temple?
or
That's important.
What? No, the whole dude, the whole fucking curve shit. Look.
Think about this
This-
way.
Okay,
Think about this
boom.
way. Green is the color.
so they get
of
wait.
Green is the color.
Palestine gets Tel Aviv.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I guess I don't care. You can have it.
Palestine gets Tel Aviv. Okay.
Why not? Why not? You like pro Israel? You like pro fucking 3,000 land or some bullshit or what?
Silicon
Dude,
Valley.
look at my profile picture. What are you on about, bruv?
Look,
I don't give a fuck, honestly,
the
but you know, give Palestine Tel Aviv because they're fucking quiet and yap about it.
Yeah, the
Alright.
Palestinians deserve good beaches.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Wait.
Israel.
Put the map back
Wait.
up. Van Loven's
Spider.
dying for it.
Who's gonna control Jerusalem?
It's
No, it's DMZ.
It was a DMZ.
It's a
Yeah, like,
DMZ.
who's the head
DMZ.
of it?
The UN. Okay,
It
the
should be
UN.
like
It
the
can be anybody.
It'll be an independent city-state with UN peacekeepers there in case of an attack.
I think they should
Well, in
just
other words,
I think they
they
should
will be
move
a
the
famous
Vatican
R&B
to
singer.
Jerusalem. Like get rid of the Vatican in Italy and move it to Jerusalem.
You give it to.
Someone needs to send this
my-
to Sev.
Oh yeah,
It's not
Seth is
that
going to
bad. Like,
Sev's gonna be like, oh God, yes, give it to me all.
yeah, the Palestinians can get the Tel Aviv. You know what I'm saying? Israel, they have like some land and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And
it's
you
not that
know,
bad.
And you should give Jerusalem to my Reform Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton.
Nah, it's a DMZ, bro. You can't. You're religious. People like religious fanatics. They can't take it. Okay, DMZ. If you walk in DMZ, crash like yapping about religion, you get like you get thrown in jail. Okay.
Wait.
That would unironically solve
Yeah,
so many
okay,
problems.
Jerusalem is the anti-religion zone. Okay, I don't want your fucking far right religion bullshit. Okay.
What are you gonna do to the mosque? What are you gonna do to the
Guys,
mosque?
Google the Reform
Jerusalem-
Orthodox Rabbi meme. You're not gamers. You don't know the meme. You need to Google.
Wait, Jerusalem's literally like the most religious city on earth. How are you going to secular regime on?
It's
on
not the most
Hey,
religious.
okay, I'm
This is
Saddam, okay?
fundamental.
I'm Saddam 2.0. I'll control the fucking Jerusalem, okay? This is an anti-religion zone. I don't give a fuck, okay? This is like a this is a safe zone between Palestine. This is a safe zone between Palestinians and Jews, okay? All right.
Are you going to turn all the churches and mosques and synagogues into schools like the Soviets did?
Maybe.
He's gonna turn into
No, I
Loner
also
Box
heard
HQ.
China. I think China also like took down mosques and built public bathrooms or toilets. I think I read that somewhere.
And guess what? And I'm backed by the U.S. forces too, okay? U.S. forces are there, okay? They're in Jerusalem, okay?
I ain't backing you up, bro. I gotta be honest.
I thought you said it was a demilitarized zone. What?
They need protect. Hey, they need protection though, eh?
DMZ has troops in it.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hell yeah.
Also, wait. No one's asked the important question. What about Kfar Qasim?
No. I think
Castle.
you drew it in Israel. I think. No. It's in Palestine. Yeah, it's in Palestine.
No. Just to make the Israelis happy, I'll just do like this. Like that.
You get Kfar. You get Sev. We get Sev. Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Like this. Mm.
Wait, Chris Blessing says everyone forgets the Christians do not underestimate their investment in that region. Yeah, they have the churches. The churches are Christian territory, but the state of Jerusalem is a sovereign.
Fuck.
Should I just get a better map or what?
I've got a pie in the sky idea. How about we take all of these separate road infrastructures for Israelis and Palestinians and switch it into tourists and non-tourists, make it its own state, and have the shitty roads belong to the tourists and the good ones belong to the locals. There
So
you
like
go.
Las Vegas.
Exactly, like Las Vegas.
Again, make it.
A religious Las Vegas.
It's literally New Vegas. The NCR is the IDF, and the Legion is the Arabs.
I don't think this is gonna work out, guys.
It's not
Just
that
a
bad,
hot
bro.
take.
Oh, I got another map. Hold up. Let's see.
The
hold up.
Arabs are the Burning Legion. You just say that.
He ended stream because of how bad his map was.
Shut the fuck
Nah,
up.
the
You make
Arabs are
you make a
like-
map. You fucking American. Shut the
The
fuck
Jews
up. I'm
are
from
like
fucking
the
Arizona.
NCR.
I'm from fucking dog shit,
and
Arizona. Okay, nobody goes to. Okay.
Listen, you know what is my map. Alright.
I want the smoke. You want to get the smoke? I'm from the fourth largest economy in the world. Okay, California. Okay, fourth largest economy in the world. Okay, run that shit.
Dante,
Dante,
but you're unemployed.
Dante, it's a
I'm
joke.
unemployed. Hey, we're so rich, bitch. Richest state. Okay, imagine that.
Sundowner is Caesar. Sundowner
Shut
can
the
be
fuck up.
Caesar.
No, shut the fuck. I'm tired of fucking bullshit. Okay?
70%
Fuck you,
taxes for no healthcare.
Okay, it's not a bad map. Okay, look at this shit. It's not a bad one. Right?
What the fuck is this? Is this a Sundowner map? Why is so much of it belong to Jordan?
It's mine. Okay, this is my other alternative. Okay, basically two-state solution.
This map is funny, Loner Box. You should see this.
Two-state solution. Gaza go bye-bye. Jordan takes over. Okay, make Israel a little bit smaller.
I'm not looking. I'm focusing. I'm in huge focus.
I'm locking right now.
Basically, it has Jordan. Basically, Jordan is at the very bottom and in the middle, and Gaza is completely
Yeah,
non-existent.
this is like the Peel Commission map, except with Jordan replaces Palestine. Yeah.
Not even.
See? Yeah, it's not that bad.
So Sundowner, how would you handle the West Bank settlers who don't want to leave their settlement?
You just leave them there? What do you mean?
Based.
What the fuck? What do you want me to do? To
Well, I mean, they can adapt or go. I mean, yeah, give them the option. You can either adapt by leave.
By based, I mean let the Arabs have them.
Whoa.
I mean, I don't support that, but like,
I support
you know,
that,
whatever
but
happens,
you know.
And by let the Arabs have them, I mean let them do stuff that breaks TOS to settlers.
Never
Alright,
nuke it. What the fuck?
Jesus Christ. This is a
I don't
boss
know,
train out
man.
here.
Like, I don't know how the West Bank Palestinians and the Israeli citizen Palestinians would interact if those two populations fused. I'm actually just hearing Sev talk. I know he's probably not the average guy, but if there's enough of people like him there, it could be very dicey. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Palestinians in Israel tend to be less radical, I think, than ones that live in West Bank or definitely Gaza. So yeah, there is a bit of a difference there.
Alright, there's some other alternative, okay? Not that bad, right?
3-state solution.
I wonder what we should do to Afghanistan to get Sulfur's attention.
Oh my god.
And she like Pashtan or some shit, or the fuck is that called?
Did you just call
She's
it
like-
Palestine?
No,
Call it
Pashtun.
Hassan Abi.
Yeah, no, I was joking. I was joking.
I also, I mean, I think she might. Isn't she actually like Balok? Balokach. I don't know how you
Those are
pronounce her
like
name.
completely
Baloch,
different
like from Balochistan.
ethnicities and
Yeah.
completely different regions.
Balochistan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the region that's trying to break off from Pakistan right now.
Yeah.
Is that
Sulfur
actually
knows a
going
lot.
anywhere?
Yeah, shocking. Surprise, surprise, the British did not respect the tribal boundaries.
What?
No
Never heard
way,
of it.
dude.
Balochistan split down the middle between Afghanistan and Pakistan. That was
Hell
the
yeah.
British who drew that map up.
Bro, really?
Fucked
Dude,
up,
next
man.
thing
No, it's not Afghanistan. It's Iran and Pakistan.
Dude, next thing you know, you're going to tell me the British were actually racist.
No way.
What? Chase knowing about racism? What?
Wait, didn't you play Nazi or Zionist? Like literally, like shows how racist Churchill was.
Look, I know. Look, I know. Look. I'm the Nazi expert here. I know all about Nazi ideology and not.
Yeah.
Are you saying
None.
Churchill wasn't Nazi?
He was racist, but he wasn't a Nazi.
Yeah, I know. It's just there's a game Hassan played called the Teuton mentioned like Zionist or
yeah.
Nazi.
Teuton talked about it.
So
Yeah,
fucking dumb, man.
It's absolute.
That was
I
a
played
3-hour
I
conversation, by
wanted
the
to
way.
see the more.
My
more
best-
than like 5 hours or something.
I wonder if
Crazy.
Teuton even knows what his name actually means.
His name
Or if it's
Teuton,
just
like Teuton bombs.
Well, no, the Teuton, the Führer Teutonicus, they were the people that stood up to the Roman Empire in the Teutoburg Forest.
Oh
The
yeah,
Teutons.
yeah. The Teutonic Knights.
I wonder if he even knows that or if he just heard it and liked it.
I don't know.
How do you know these random facts?
Hmm. Well,
Family history, probably.
I can
That's
appreciate
why.
it. Yeah, I know. Wait, do you have a degree in history or it's just like general knowledge?
No, my father's side of the family is white, and most of that's Germanic, mostly the Munich area.
Oh, so you're a mix. So you're a mix.
How often do you think about the Roman
I
Empire?
told you, man, I'm a half-breed prince.
Fascinating. Fascinating. That's why me and you. That's why we were talking about the Rhineland Passage.
Yeah, no, like my parents are so different. The only thing that's in common, and that's because of how the slave trade worked in the U.S., is both have a small sliver of Irish in them.
Paste?
Damn. Well, I can talk. I know a lot of random things about like prehistoric animals.
Oh, wait, they're there.
I'm studying biology, biochemistry, so I know. So
My
I'm not
best-
one to talk.
My best
It's-
guess
it's
is
funny.
my best guess is a Nazi or Zionist thing's probably like some play, sort of. It's probably some sort of play on Dan Saltman's game Twitch or Terrorist.
Yeah, that's what they do.
What a terrorist.
Yeah, it's also like I saw the quotes. They put like a Lehigh leader. They put like Eglin quotes. They put, and they also put some quotes that were directed at Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
And like the Sons of Light and Sons of Darkness was in there.
It's so stupid, man.
Yeah, I know. And there's another quote by
Like quotes that are used to describe Hamas in a unhinged like war rhetoric way is the same as quotes to describe all of the Jews. Like fuck off.
yeah, it's exactly like Yoav Kish is the Minister of Education. Education is it? Never mind. But he said that they don't have a right to exist. They should be exterminated, and he was directly talking about Hamas. I remember that. I remember that speech, and I was like, "Oh my God, are they saying he's talking about Palestine?" Like,
Fucked
and
up,
that's
man. What's
yeah, and that's the game.
I think I was talking to Rick Kahn. Me and Patrick were talking to Rick Kahn and Wayne earlier. I think people in the West genuinely don't know anything about the Holocaust. It's like they aren't taught anything that's other than Nazis
No
were bad
special
and killed
details
people.
anyway.
I don't.
Yeah, I think there's a cutoff. I think the
genuinely
older
don't think-
generations know enough, but the younger generations don't seem to know a damn thing, and it's really weird.
Hassan doesn't
Mm-hmm.
know anything except like 6 million Jews died. Like I genuinely think that I doubt he knows that I'm half Iraqi Jew, half Tunisian Jew. Both sides of my family receive reparations from Germany. I doubt he knows.
Well, I
that.
think he went to high school in Turkey, didn't he?
Yes.
And
I think so.
Yeah, they ain't gonna teach you about that in Turkey. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, even if you just know 6 million Jews, even if that's all you know, you should know damn well that Zionist
That's al-
doesn't equal
that's also
Nazi.
true.
That doesn't make any sense. Like you could
Yeah, but-
literally just know 6 million, no more, no less, nothing else, and that should just be enough for you that obviously, yes, Nazis are worse than the IDF.
I mean, you
I know,
think
and,
so?
and he also the funniest thing, he also uploaded the video of him playing the game to YouTube, Hassan, and it's like a picture of Hitler next to Benjamin Netanyahu and him going like with a pog face or something. I don't know.
Paste.
He's literally doing, but that's what's crazy.
He loves
literally
that pog face thumbnail.
Yeah, he makes that a game. Like he genuinely like treats Palestine and Israel like the Greens versus the Blacks in House of the Dragon. That's what this is. That's what he's doing.
it's all team sports for them. It's all just a game for them. It's just memes. It's just pick your favorite side and see who wins. It's not
Yeah,
real. It's not real to them.
People. It's not real people.
The
It's
funniest
not
thing
lives
about the
being
whole Hassan
destroyed.
discourse is I've watched all the Al Jazeera documentaries on the Israel-Palestinian conflict that are in English, that are AJ English posts. They're less tough on the Israelis than fucking Hassan is. They'll at least make concessions. It's pathetic.
Yeah, all these Western commentators like Hassan, Majority Report, Noah Sampson, even Vosh to an extent. If you watch these people, you'll just think that a bunch of Jews from Europe out of nowhere decided to colonize a part of the Middle East and just murder and oppress a bunch of Arabs. But again, that's not what happened.
There's no context of like the anti-Semitism in Europe and the Holocaust and why Zionism even emerged as an ideology. Why did Jews feel the need that they need Zionism? And the funniest thing about the opposition to Herzl by Jews when he started Zionism was mainly from assimilationists. Like I think
Yeah,
Wagner talked
they were
about
all
it.
wrong, right? Yeah.
And they were all wrong. They which is why it's so funny, right? So he was right.
Like, I mean, if you watch the documentaries, they all admit to the expulsion of the Jews. They all admit to all the stuff that people constantly deny nowadays. I'm like, this is from the source. These people are having to be translated. These are people that lived through it, and you still don't fucking believe them?
I also think it's kind of. I was really surprised by how Sam Cedar his debate with Ethan Klein. It was so bad. Like he talked about the ANC, and he was so wrong about everything he said. It was honestly like Sam Cedar is like really respected and as a big debater, like the leftist like biggest debater, and it's honestly it was embarrassing that the drama comedian had more knowledge about the ANC than he did. Like it's crazy.
Well, I think the problem with Sam is I think Sam has been kind of corrupted by people around him, because he's
yeah, but he's a fucking adult, man. He's like in his, is he not like pushing? He's almost 50. Like, come on.
Yeah,
he's almost 50 years old. Yeah, but...
He is, but he also knows that his time in terms of being in the spotlight and making money as a media character is kind of limited. Like if Bob Burger stops being a thing, he's done.
Well, I never understood.
Oh, okay, I thought he was 40 something. Oh man, how is he 58? God, he looks so
He
good
does
for his
look really
age.
good. Yeah,
it's that
that's
Jewish
crazy.
blood.
I never understood because you can still make the pro-Palestinian case without saying, "Oh, the Jews only left because of Zionism and they just came
exactly
in and
the
expelled them for no reason." Like, but you can still say Palestinians deserve a state. What's going on in Gaza right now is fucking horrific.
That's the
You don't have to
craziest thing, like-
make all these weird historical excuses about the ANC and about how.
Whoa, Killer, thanks for the £5. Have you seen the new video game by some guy who claims that he revealed your greatest secret? Yeah, Westside Tyler. I think he's got my name or some shit. Or he does. Bottomless Pit, thanks for $10. Mr. Box, have you ever thought of becoming a Hollywood screenwriter? You certainly have the look. I don't know if that's a compliment or a criticism, but thank you. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. I love the veganism debate. Should we milk the disabled? No. Valera Sanguinar, thanks for €5. Playing Night Elf Loner based. I'm undead. What? Huh? OB, thanks for the 15 shekels. Are there examples from the war of Israel specifically targeting civilian employees of non-military arm of Hamas with no intel to the contrary? Not that I know. It's just like broad terms, so I don't think we're going to get detailed intel on any of that. Lemmings Galore, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Corey Capitillo, thanks for the $5. Tuton has no evidence of his claims. Wow. Barabbas, thanks for that $5. And the other 5. It's quite simple, Tuton. Hassan should stop having dumb takes. Then Dan will probably go away. I don't know. Dustin Gray, thanks for the two sub. It's really generous of you. Barabbas Dantiok, thanks for the $5. Lara, thanks for the £5. Educate us, please. I hope that was to me. Obi, thanks for 30 shekels. Tutan, what's your opinion on critically acclaimed TV show Tomorrow's Pioneers? Have you watched it? You seem like a big fan of it. Okay. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. My point here ain't about criticizing your vote. Wow. Cap'n Brappen, thanks for the $10. Is that okay? Read China Apartheid. Check out the Yi Slave Society Museum in Sichuan province, which tells the story of how Han communists liberated the Yi minority from their inherent self-oppression. Wild stuff. Okay, Barabbas Dantiok, thanks for the $5. Praise be to Tutan, the Bibi Netanyahu of China. Wow. Lawson, thanks for the $5. Sevi, if Homie was in charge of Israel, you'd be married off to a nice Jewish girl with 4 kosher kids right now. Okay. Totally funny dude, thanks for $20. Barbas, thanks for $5. What's up, Beijing? Thank you. Vistobinski, thanks for the 2 Canadian. What does Mr. Tutan think of the Holodomor? We're not going into that one. Eli, thanks for the $4.99. Is he going to be okay with Turkey pushing Israel from the West Bank and making it part of Turkey? It was part of the Ottoman Empire for centuries. Well, good one. Conady, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Can we get a never talk to Tutan again dono goal? Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we should. Wait, what? What happened to the group? Huh? What? What'd they do? Did they abandon me? Okay, no. Fuck me. Jesus. Dwayne, thanks for the £5. $5, sorry, huh? It feels like he's trying to stress test everything you say so he can say he won. I don't know. Fuck knows. Barabbas, thanks for $5. All mods are clinically insane. This is the only correct response. Kind of true. Dwayne, thanks for $5. They got churches, but who's going to get the KFC? Hey, nice one. Good, well done. Well done. Okay.
I couldn't remember if they gave him part of that or not.
No. I mean, Eilat, the port of Eilat that Hassan likes to talk about being bankrupt, which it has problems right now because of the Houthis. But I think it's starting to recover since the Trump started bombing Houthis and they stopped attacking ships. I think
They stopped attacking them. They stopped attacking American ships, but they're still attacking his ships.
Yeah, but I still think like the port of Eilat is like slowly. That's what I heard. I'm not sure about that. I don't want to say, but
I think it's a wait and see sort of thing.
But
Because I'm not entirely sure that Houthis have all their weapon stockpiles up to where they would like them to be. I'm pretty sure they're worried at this point about Saudi Arabia coming back in to attack them, so they're kind of being conservative about their weapons usage.
Trump literally called the Houthis brave.
Yeah, he's you know, he whenever someone like he likes to think he's a businessman. So you know, when you're a businessman, you need to like glaze the one you're doing business with to like to flatten it. It's literally like the art of the deal. I think it's India. Maybe it is. That's what I think he's doing. Like.
I wonder, is Loner back?
Yep.
Hey.
Loner, when you read that intelligence document on stream, didn't they call them the Houthis? Or did I misremember this entirely?
It's pronounced Houthis, like that's how it's.
No, but I think they spelled it Houthis. If I remember this.
Yes, right. It's the Houthis.
The Israelis call them Houthim, I think, or Houthim. Yeah, that's what we call them, like in the Israeli accent. But it's Al Houthi.
This reminds me, Loner. We were talking about this earlier. How when Emma Vigeland called the two-state solution apart, didn't she say it was because they wouldn't have access to the sea or some crap?
Yeah, some stupid shit like that. Even though God would have sea access, but I don't know.
That's why I think Sam Cedars like brain IQ is dropping because of the people he surrounds himself with. Like.
Yeah, but again, he's an adult though. He should. Honestly, I wouldn't.
Why does he even? She's so fucking. I'm sorry.
It's because she's dogmatic, so she draws in all the hardcore, hard left ideologues. Like her and what's the other guy's name? Matt Leck, who I think is honestly even worse than her. Like they're like the big ideological ones. They're the ones that pull in all the hard left viewers that helps his audience. So
Well, they had to replace the girl that they fired.
So she's basically his Hassan.
I can't remember what her name was, but it was the dark haired girl, the black haired girl that was
Jamie.
basically a self-professed Marxist. Yeah, Jamie. Yeah, they had to replace her eventually. Otherwise, we're going to leave that section of the audience hanging.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and maybe Emma Vageland is to Sam Cedar what Bad Empanada is to Hassan at this point.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, she's
yeah.
not as crazy as he is. He's like fucking insane. He's unhinged. But and there
Is the-
actually today was a day without any unhinged Bad Empanada harassers in chat that I think is good.
There were,
Well,
there
no,
were
there
like
were-
2 that came in right at the beginning.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah?
some people there's some people, and they always say the same thing. They're always like, Loner, why don't you Empanada? You should be able to beat him. Why do you not talk to Bad Empanada? And then one of the guys, I asked him point blank if he supports killing Israeli civilians, and he said, well, they support the occupation, so they're not innocent.
Yeah, fucking stupid.
Which sounds kind of genocidal if you ask me. But hey, no one asked them.
Yeah, I'm not
They
actually
are-
a Nazi. I just want to like kill 6 million Jews and put the rest in camp.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Not
wanna
really a
put-
Nazi though. I just anti.
Yeah.
Isn't there
Yeah,
7 million
50%.
Jews live in Israel now?
7.2.
But 6 million sounded better, Loner. Okay.
I think that's the
I
most
wouldn't-
recent.
I wouldn't be
estimate.
surprised if it's grown. I wouldn't be surprised if it's grown a lot recently over the past 2 years.
I don't know. I mean, if how does conscription work? If you're young and you move there to try to become an Israeli citizen, do they conscript you?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know.
It might happen for some. Like I know Van Aloven, the guy who was talking in chat, he's from America and he moved to Israel, and he was in the IDF. So I don't know if they conscripted him like mandatorily or whatever.
Maybe it's a volunteer. I think, but I don't know. Honestly, I don't want to say. I don't know. I think it does
Also,
depend
it's-
on the age. But I don't want to say if I don't know.
Yeah.
That's an interesting question, though.
I mean, military
I
service is an
wasn't a
easy way to get
citizen.
citizenship in a lot of places, so it wouldn't surprise me.
He said he wasn't even a citizen. I don't know if
Oh.
that's the person we're talking about.
Well, also, this mandatory service is also for Jewish Israelis, not Arab Israelis.
No, it's also for Druze. I think it's mandatory for them as well.
Yeah, Druze.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
Druze and
I
Jews, but
wonder
not
if
Arabs.
Arab Israelis had to serve in the IDF too. Would that make the force less, problematic?
Probably
I mean,
not.
there are Palestinian Israelis, Arab Israelis.
No,
I
they
don't
probably
know.
just say like,
But
oh,
this
they're
wasn't
making Arabs
done.
kill other Arabs, and yeah.
It would be. It's not like
Yeah,
it's very small numbers of Arabs who join up to the IDF. It's like less than. It's like less than 500 or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, but if
Yeah,
they made it
I mean-
mandatory, it would be like crazy, yeah.
I don't
It's-
think that.
it's-
I don't think that fixed many problems. I mean, Turkey has Kurds in their army, but does that mean that Turkey doesn't still bomb Kurds? Like, come on.
Turkey also
I
has
just kind of know
mandatory
from family
conscription.
experience that military service with a minority does kind of temper attitudes a lot.
I mean, a lot of
Wonder
people
if they
say
would-
that, I think, but I don't think the Israeli government would ever do it.
I mean, South Africa and Rhodesia, they had black people in their army, but again, they're.
I don't know. They might have to if they keep the Haredim laws in, where if you're studying Torah, you don't have to serve, and those are the fastest growing segment of the population. You might have to incorporate the Arabs.
I mean, this thing with the Haredi Jews comes from like when Israel first started as a country. That was a way to draw support from the Haredi community. It was exemption from the military. That was that was the main reason, I think, why the law existed. So they would support the creation of the state. They are a significant number that live in Israel because, like, Zionism existed as a concept before Herzl even started. Then, but it was more of a. It was a
I would
movement
say
to have
Sulfur touched
Jews.
on that, didn't he? Or not Sulfur? Sev touched on that, didn't he? As part of the prayer, right? We'll be in Jerusalem tomorrow.
Well,
yeah.
You had the proto-Zionist movement that was before.
It was mainly about presence of Jews in the Holy Land, but they didn't support a state. Like today's Haredi Jews, they don't really recognize Israel fully. They say they obviously I don't think they want it destroyed, but they can't officially support the state because they believe that the Jewish state has to follow the halakha law. halakha, which is like the Jewish law, and it has to be after the Messiah comes. That's why they can't formally like recognize it. And they don't
You're not
really
thinking
consider
of
themselves.
you're not thinking of the Naturi Karta, are you?
What do you mean? I don't.
Is it you're not thinking of the Natari Karta, those crazy
Oh,
anti-Zionist?
Yeah. There are Haredi Jews in Israel that Mesharim, that in Jerusalem they are very anti-Zionist. They do not recognize Israel. But it's not because of care for Palestinians. It's just for the religious reasons exclusively.
They think that when the Messiah comes, the Goyim and the Gentiles will be their slave.
Yeah,
It's something about the why.
Yes.
Why are we doing this? Waiting for God to do this, right? Like, which I kind of makes sense.
They also believe that Al-Aqsa will be destroyed and the third temple will just fall from the sky.
Yeah.
It's you know.
I mean,
Can you imagine being there to watch that happen?
I mean, Zionism got started as a largely secular ideology. The whole
Yes,
the modern
Herzl's ideology is nationalist. Yeah, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Yeah, it's a nationalist movement, but you're right.
Well, yeah, well,
It
I
was a
honestly,
secular-
honestly, I probably do more interrupting than you do, and that's my fault. But
No.
but yeah,
I yap a lot. I'm aware of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But
yeah,
I mean,
it's actually there was
You got my attention.
Wait, who's interrupting who? Yeah, we're interrupting each other. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
well, yeah, I mean, that's why like the modern Zionism, the modern really the modern.
Your mic is cutting off a lot, so I just can't hear you completely. I'm sorry.
The modern like religious Zionism that we now know of, that's largely like a post 1967 war thing. Prior to that, Zionism was largely a secular thing. Like it was in response to like it was more of like a humanist kind of we need to save our people from all this persecution, and less of a it's land because God gave it to us or whatever.
This is the religious Zionism, but it's not exactly that. They are specifically called the Tilumi, which is like nationalist religious Zionism, which is different from the religious Zionism, which is just about presence in the Holy Land. That's what it was mainly about, and it was like in the 1880s and even before that. The new religious Zionism, like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, they believe that the state of Israel, as it exists right now, is God's intention, and they do, like Smotrich even said one time that Jerusalem is said to will eventually in the Talmud it says that Jerusalem will extend to Damascus. So he has plans for the Middle East. He has plans for the Middle East. It's crazy, but they do exist.
Well, yeah, those guys are Kahanists.
Yes. That's what Hassan does all the time. Like he conflates Kahanists with all Zionists. Like if, and honestly, Kahanists are like Kahana was a Nazi. Like full stop. He literally called himself a Nazi. He literally said, I think something like, the Nazis were correct in what they did. They just targeted the wrong people. Like something like that. It's crazy. Like he was.
We have our version of these people too.
Yeah, Kahanists actually unironically are like Jewish, like not even hyperbole. Yeah.
No. They are Jewish Nazis. They are. Just they're not Nazis against Jews. They're Nazis against. Yeah, specifically, they're not Nazis. They don't believe they believe that anyone. It's mostly about their own superiority, specifically not against like. It's really fucking weird, but they do believe.
You could almost say they are. Not the Nazis. Anyway.
Wow.
What?
But yeah, a lot of people on the far left genuinely do think that Zionism is all just or they think that it's all like revisionism, or that it was always like racist, it was always going to be genocidal, like
I mean,
that.
there were many Zion, like Ehad Ha'am, if you know about him, like he was a Zionist thinker. And he was very far left. The Ehad Ha'am, you should look him up. He was very, very left wing, and he was very pro. He was a binationalist, I think. As far as I'm aware, I think he was.
Well, a lot of early Zionists were actually like socialist leaning, I think.
Yeah, that was. I mean, the kibbutzim, they are communes. To this day, they basically act like commune, like little communists.
There were two movements, weren't there? There was like a socialist one, and there was like the Moshavot. Those were like more like capitalist Zionists, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't Jabotinsky like part of the capitalist camp?
He was a revisionist.
I don't know if he was. Yeah, I don't know.
He started revisionist Zionism. He was the founder of it.
Mm-hmm.
Slightly off topic. Lorna, do you still call yourself a socialist?
Probably not.
Okay.
Social
Still
Democrat
ruin
just seems more.
on the one token.
I just need to,
I
cleanse that part of the community. So yeah, it's also just like people. The expectations that people have of you when you call yourself a socialist is just like it's not worth it.
Not all the socialists are a lost cause. You can filter out the bad ones. I have faith in you.
No, I don't think they are. But like at the end of the day, like advocating for what worker co-ops gradually being supported by governments, like that's not really incompatible with a capitalist society. So
there's plenty of examples. Like, you can give them examples. You can convince them. I believe in you, as they say.
Nah, I'd rather be a surprisingly left-wing liberal than like a right-wing socialist.
Come on, man. Yeah. You're putting up with Teuton.
I mean, honestly, like
ancestors with his goddamn name.
I mean, there's definitely some parts of socialist and even Marxist philosophy that I kind of agree with, but given how tarnished that whole label has become over the past few years, I don't think I'd ever identify as one, unfortunately. Because again,
I will say that
nowadays,
I'm interrupting again. Sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Oh. Sorry, I'm just hopping around.
I guess I would be like the right-wing socialist for whatever that means. But then I just see when like Teuton comes on stream and it's like, oh yes, the CCP was actually socialist, and that's why I support them. And you know, Xi Jinping was actually based because he was reading Lenin in a cave, like an anime character or something. That just pisses me off.
Wait, so far was trying to say something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, right-leaning socialist like Asmongold, you know.
No, like
Or like the Chinese Communist Party.
Or the Strasser.
No, like right wing compared to other socialists, not right wing in general.
Yeah, true right wing socialist like
Isn't
Strasser.
that just a social democrat? Like, what is a right wing socialist?
Yeah, I also say isn't that just like a
Like
capitalist?
right wing socialist sounds like authoritarian socialism, which is just
Well, I was using it in the context that Loner was using it, which is like just left of social democrat, but still, you know, workplace democracy, blah blah
I mean,
blah.
people on the far right can be anti-capitalist too, like the stress right third positionists. So it's not entirely any.
I will say that. Like, I think that I agree with what you said about Marxist ideas being very like you can see that they come from a place that you want to improve people's lives and like correct, like it's a thing that a lot of people can kind. The thing is, how realistic is it to implement?
Mm-hmm.
At least in a
Marx wasn't an idiot.
In a large scale.
It's just how people interpret his writings,
context.
how people interpret what he said. It's kind of like, well, so they get this absolutist perspective, and it doesn't take into account human nature. That's the biggest problem.
Well, I mean,
human nature is it depends. That's why I think communism worked in like the context of, I don't know, like Native American tribes, because when you know everyone in your community, you are a lot less likely to want to fuck them over and give into your, I don't know, like human nature, like greed or corruption, because it's your family and friends and people who are close to you. And it works in this context of a very small community. It can work, but in the scale of like a country with like hundreds of millions of people, like America, like 332 million people are gonna just go ahead and be like, yeah, we're all gonna get right ahead with this. Yeah,
like you said.
Well, I mean, for clarity, I'm not a communist, but mainly because I think statelessness is kind of stupid in 2025. That doesn't mean you can't be a dim sock and just support the promotion of labor unions, workplace democracy, and if you're right, then people would do it on their own anyways. You don't gotta fucking revolt and kill 50 million people.
I would
Alright,
probably
guys, I'm gonna
up,
jump
Mel.
off now. Okay, I'm just gonna do some little stream stuff. Take
Alright.
care.
Yeah,
okay.
I'd probably.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright. They can stay in there. That's fine. Okay. I'm tired. I'm all fucking video gamed out. Actually, I'm not. I'm just Discorded out. Look, we almost did 3 levels in one day. Okay, that's good. That's good big progress. Come on. Only 7 to go after this. Fuck. React to something, bud. Yeah, like what? How are there 500 people still watching this stream? That's fucking wild. To just watch a video game stream. It's titled a video game stream. Watch some Hassan trash. No, it's late. This is actually a good part of the game as well, yeah. But I mostly just want to get to a place where I can log out and get rested XP. That's the main thing. Fucking ogres. What am I doing up here? Ugh. Be careful of the brutes, because they can kick you off the mountain. Fuck that, man. Talk to... Ooh, a rare. Give me that. Yeah, this guy. Big fucking rare dude. Never seen this before. Okay, let's see a thing to watch. Oh, Trump, the largest air attack. Putin did a massive...
Ukraine with the highest number of drones and missiles launched in a single night yet. At one point, the whole of Ukraine was under... Russia has intensified its strikes on Ukraine with the highest number of drones and missiles launched in a single night yet. At one point, the whole of Ukraine was under an air alert as missiles were fired from the Black Sea and strategic bombers in Russia. Officials in the Ukrainian capital said around a dozen enemy drones had reached Kiev's airspace, which forced thousands to take shelter in metro stations and basements. It comes as the biggest prisoner of war exchange so far between Russia and Ukraine is now complete. These are the latest pictures we've received from Ukraine's capital. 12 people are reported to have been killed in...
React to Aberdeen winning the Scottish Cup. No, I was going to do that tomorrow because I forgot to do it today. I need a big audience for that one. That's huge news. Big fat news. Dark Iron. I go jump in this cave. This person is in the edge, okay.
Kiev. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's warned that America's silence and the silence of others in the world only encourages Vladimir Putin. Our correspondent in Kiev, James Waterhouse, says the impact of the overnight strikes are far-reaching.
This was a night where, according to Ukraine's Air Force, you've got more than 360 missiles and drones. That is the highest number yet since Russia started launching these huge air assaults in late 2022. In the time since, Moscow has been able to manufacture these drones at a much faster rate. There's also an arms race when it comes to drones between Ukraine and Russia. Both are being fitted with more sophisticated technology and packed with more explosives. And I think that is now translating into, in the case of this weekend, for cities like Kiev, 48 hours of pretty sustained bombardment. I mean, last night, the sirens went at midnight and there were explosions right all the way through until sunrise. I mean, the skies were lit up with searchlights and you could hear air defenses going off. You could see the occasional drone intercepted. You could hear their motors, and several regions in central, northern, southern Ukraine were targeted in this way. And that is why President Zelensky is again urging his allies to put more pressure on Russia to not just stop fighting, stop these aerial assaults, but also to engage in a ceasefire. But at the moment, his calls are falling on deaf ears.
James Waterhouse.
Whoa. That is pretty disgusting, bro. Not good. Pretty cooked. And why did he do this? Why did he think this was a good idea? I guess there's probably no reason, is there? It's just mad shit.
President Trump says he's furious at Russia's continued bombardment of Ukrainian
Furious
cities
Trump.
and is considering imposing further sanctions. Responding to questions from the media on Sunday night.
You used to call yourself a socialist for pretty much all my 20s, yeah. Yep.
Mr. Trump said successive nights of deadly airstrikes had come in the middle of talks and he was not happy. He was also critical of President Zelensky. Russia mounted its biggest, heaviest aerial bombardment of the war so far on Sunday, with at least a dozen people killed. Aruna Younger has the latest.
President Trump arriving in New Jersey last night seemed to have lost patience with the Russian president.
Yeah, I'll give you an update. I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time.
He used to be so
Always
normal.
gotten along with him, but he's
Great
sending rockets
relationship.
into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, okay? We're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets
How
into
are you?
Kiev.
Why? What the fuck has he been watching for the last 2 years? 10 years. Fuck's sake.
And other cities. I don't like it at all.
Despite US-led efforts to secure a ceasefire, Russia has ramped up its attacks on Ukraine. Hundreds of drones and dozens of missiles were launched on Kyiv and 30 other Ukrainian cities over the weekend in the largest attack.
This is Trump's crash out, isn't it? His cognitive decline. Because his last memory of Putin before today, before these strikes, was in the 80s when they were like hanging around in a solid gold fucking cafe. I thought he was so on the same page as me. Couldn't believe it. You thought he'd stop the war within 24 hours? Nah, he only stopped it for like the war probably did stop for like a few minutes where no one fired any shots. Taking credit for that. That's just him highballing Russia and Ukraine are the deal. Get with it, liberal.
Since the war began 3 years ago. According to Ukrainian officials, 12 people died, including 3 children from one family, killed in the northwest Zhytomyr region. Stanislav, aged 8, Tamara, 12, and Roman, 17. It's led Ukraine's President Zelensky to call for stronger condemnation from Washington. He said on social media, Russia is dragging out this war and continues to kill every day. He continued, this cannot be ignored. Silence of America, silence of others around the world only encourages Putin. Speaking yesterday, the US president reiterated that sanctions were still a possibility.
You've talked before about putting more sanctions on Russia. Is that
Tariffs.
something you're considering more?
Tariff the fuck out of him.
Absolutely.
Now's the time.
He's killing a lot of people. I don't know what's wrong with him.
There's pressure on the president.
Is it really the media ecosystem? Because Trump media doesn't really show you things like Bucha or Mariupol or anything. It's not like him. It's not like him at all.
To act. The US Senate is planning to approve a massive sanctions package on Moscow, which could impose 500% tariffs on Russia's allies. It has support from Republicans and Democrats. But last night, the US president also had strong words for President Zelensky, saying that he was doing his country no favors by talking the way he does. He added, everything out of his mouth causes problems. I don't like it, and it better stop.
Oh no.
The worsening situation on the ground comes even as Kyiv and Moscow completed their biggest prisoner exchange since the start of the war. Ukrainian prisoners arrived home yesterday. Similar scenes in Russia. 1,000 soldiers on each side have been swapped over the past 3 days. But those scenes of joy are yet to be witnessed across Ukraine's cities, where the bombardment continues. Aruna Iyengar, BBC News.
Our correspondent James Waterhouse is in Kyiv. He told us more about the reaction to the latest comments from Donald Trump.
I think President Zelensky wanted a response, frankly, after aerial bombardments we hadn't really seen before in terms of their scale. And what's interesting is how they are intensifying, and they have intensified since Donald Trump returned to office. And yet, the US president described his surprise as to how or why Vladimir Putin was launching rockets, in his words, at Ukrainian cities. What Ukraine wants is for America to follow through on its threat of further sanctions for Russia. And crucially, we heard Mr. Trump do so for a second time, but he's done it in the past, and that has not been followed up with action. It's usually followed up with continued efforts at ceasefire talks and warm language between Washington and Moscow. But President Zelensky didn't hold back over the weekend. He said American silence only encourages Russia. He said, the world can have a day off, whereas we're stuck here, still fighting this war and still having hundreds of drones and missiles land on our cities. It's been a very difficult weekend for Kyiv and dozens of other towns and cities across Ukraine. The air defences were once again going last night with air raid sirens as Russia continues to try and terrorise populations with these deliberate strategies, but also slowly, yes, but they also are advancing in the east in a war that is not going Ukraine's way.
And there had been a pledge, hadn't there, recently for tougher sanctions from European leaders against Russia. Where has that got to?
The European leaders, notably Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz, is saying that there are further packages down the line. They could be aimed at those in Vladimir Putin's inner circle. I mean, the European Union really has slapped a fair amount of penalties on Russia. It was once one of its biggest trading partners before the full-scale invasion. So it's difficult to see what further effect could be gained for the West in Europe, trying to add further penalties, but they are, and they will be welcomed here in Ukraine. But what Kyiv really wants is America to follow suit by targeting countries that buy Russian gas, by slapping 500% tariffs on. That was one of the proposals floating around in the US Congress, because the belief here is that Russia's war machine is not being strangled enough. It is still able to mount these airstrikes. It is still able to launch advances along the front lines. You wouldn't know it by the weather today, but with the summer conditions, that is when this time Russian forces will hope to make gains with armoured vehicles and troops moving over harder ground. But with the drone warfare we're continuing to see, these are front lines that really have become static in recent years.
Classic BBC cut off. Nice one. Ugh. Okay. Well, that's not a good outcome, is it? So they had their biggest prisoner exchange, and then Putin just decided to launch a fucking barrage on Ukraine. It's very weird. I can't believe he'd do that. He's killing people. He's not like that. I checked, the dude from the picture I sent you is Hamas. What? Oh my god! Those imps were chasing me for a while. Okay. Hearth. What DMs, Sofiar? Oh, he's Hamas. Oh, the guy that wants to go to strap a rocket and go to Tel Aviv. Okay. Funny. What a dude. Giga Chad. Get a riding crop. What? Shut up. Oh, rugged armor. Gimme. Delete. Hell yeah. Okay. Whew. Oh, I'm so tired. Hmm. Oh, God. My eyes are sore. Ukrainian opposition MP. Stochastic terror debate. What's this?
Sexual assault is a lot more ambiguated, right? If two people are
Yeah.
both drunk, she claims
Right.
she didn't consent and he believes that she did. That's a lot murkier, and now there
Tell
has
us
to
your
be like a
slash
certain
played.
burden of evidence
It's like
to
4 days.
claim that this person is
So
doing
much.
things. And so, like, I'm not saying that my idea that like Nick Fuentes is at all times in a state of provocation and therefore assault against him have that like justifiable defense. Not to get off with the assault, but to like vastly lessen the crime. That might not
Yeah.
be a good idea. I'm open to other ideas. Like, for example, I think there should be way more lawsuits between YouTubers so that they can like target each other and make some level of precedent of how you can and cannot talk about one another. Like, I think the Ethan
The topic
Klein
here
thing is
is
a really good
stochastic
example of like
terrorism.
serial harassment online. I think that everything that's been done to him and
In
his
which
family,
direction?
the CPS calling, the skulls, the people
Oh,
mocking
okay.
and laughing at, the people like encouraging it. I think there is some level of plausibility. Like, I think him suing Noah Sampson, probably good. I hope he wins, right?
Whoa. Let's go.
So I think there should be some level of like stochastic terrorism, maybe like civil liability. The issue is like,
My only reason for hoping he wins is that would be kind of funny, but otherwise, and also so I can see Noah Sampson on the stand explaining his takes on the Nakba and Jewish history, but otherwise, probably not good.
Zug zug, Mobra.
Irrelevant was in a debate about it the other day. About what?
I don't know how to solve it perfectly. Wick is screaming, I think it's a bad idea. Less litigation, please. Maybe I need to debate Kyla. The issue is that like Wick A is very anti-violence, and I'm not as anti-violence.
Let's
and
go.
B,
Yeah.
I just don't think talking about it is solving. I'm open to talking about it too. I'm not saying deplatform them. Like
It's not
that's
enough.
where you and I differ. Like I think it is fine for somebody like Destiny to debate Nick Fuentes because I think Destiny can handle those debates and do well in it, right? The
Yeah,
issue
but
is that
again, that's buried in there is that because he can. But what if they can't? And now you've got Nick Fuentes debating some
then
dumbass like Jubilee kid,
optically
right?
for like
That's
the
me.
war of winning our ideas, it's bad. I just don't think it's a moral. Like Xander Hall wasn't morally bad for talking to Lauren Southern and
No,
losing.
but it's it's ultimately bad for our cause.
Yeah.
The Xanderall debate with Lawrence Southern, the Lance debate, man. Lawrence Southern just fucking steamrolled a bunch of these fucking bread tubers. Oh no.
Stay away from them.
Oh, fist weapon. Nice.
Spirits be with you, man.
Ooh. Okay, how do I get in here? There we go. This is not a sword, though. Are my swords back? Can't remember. No, I'm not. I deliberately avoided it. Okay. What's my unarmed skill? Hey! Unarmed. It's low. Okay, I'll remember that. Glad you're still streaming. I'm not. Fuck this, man.
Yeah.
when we let more of that happen.
Yeah, but failing your cause isn't like an immoral thing, which is why like I'm not opposed to people platforming basically anyone at a moral level. I also agree that you probably shouldn't treat these things as like equal ideas. Maybe there should be some level of calling. I don't know, like, should there be journalistic standards erected on content creators? Because, damn, those extreme ideas do really well for content. Like, really well for content. But the more that you bring them on, the more people like, you know, that Andrew Wilson guy's got a point about women voting. They do vote blue a lot, right? And it's like, okay, well.
I have a close friend who is, like, adamantly Andrew Wilson fan who's, he's, like, telling me, I don't think women should vote until they at least get rid of the draft. It's unequal. And, like, he would not believe that we're not for Andrew Wilson to have a larger platform, which I think is in part to people platforming him to get that big. You know, like I guess there's a difference between saying these people need to not exist, like we should deplatform them or legally deal with them, and saying is incumbent. We have a responsibility, people with a bigger platform, which is weird to say that out loud because I never thought I'd be here. But like, I'm not going to just have these people on when it's very clearly like I don't, that is tacitly implying there's an equivalence between these two ideas. If I host the should women vote panel, it's saying, okay, well, this is what 50-50 of the opinions are, not, hey, 90% of the people are actually talking about something completely over to window left, and now I'm bringing in this fringe person because it is better viewage, because it is ridiculous. Most people hate it, but it will convert a non-zero amount of people to saying, wait a minute, that guy's got a point. Maybe women shouldn't vote. And
sure,
like,
it'll also convert.
Now on me for hosting him?
It'll also convert. The issue with the pipeline argument is like the pipeline has to go both ways. Like why would it only go one way, right? So as many people who might watch that and be like, you know, I debated Jay Dyer. There's probably a lot of people that are like, this is why women shouldn't vote. Look at this stupid bitch. I've also had a mass growth of new followers that are engaging with my content and increasingly like slightly de-radicalizing as a result, right? So like the pipelines go both ways. And I think like in the question of like treating them as like 50-50, maybe it's doing that.
There's no
I'm
way
not
she
sure
said
what I
that.
think about that. But the issue is not engaging with it at all isn't dealing with the problem, unless we're just going to hope and assume that all the Silicon owners and owners of the social media platforms will hopefully just be left, right? Because it's like these ideas aren't going to die. They've existed for a long time. If we want to like bludgeon them to death, we have to find a way to actually bludgeon them to death. One of the ways we should probably bludgeon them to death, by the way, is botting, right?
Inventory.
I know for a fact Jay Dyer is botting. Unquestionably, right? So he looks way more popular, and people are compelled by this. People are like, I don't
Who the
know,
fuck is Jay
that was
Dyer?
pretty
Is that the
stupid, and then they'll like
Infowars
look at the
guy?
comments and be like, oh, but so many people think that was like kind of based. So like maybe it is based, right? People are very much.
I was
this
going to
way.
ask Rokana this. I was like, look, the right wing has been lying so much. Should we just start lying? Should we just start making shit up? Because I don't know. It might be a race to the bottom, but there is like some credence to what you're saying. Yeah, like I guess my issue is, yes, you're seeing growth, they're seeing growth. But when you said like, oh, these ideas have existed for a while, we need to bludgeon them to death. I don't see that happening in this debate space. I mean, I've been watching these Twitch people and these YouTube people since like 2016-ish, and they've only gotten bigger. No matter how many times they're, Destiny destroys Nick Fuentes or Vosh destroys Andrew Wilson. Like, they don't get smaller. They are getting bigger. And the biggest surge that I've seen is, one, Trump getting elected, and two, like you said, Elon Musk buying Twitter. That has made white supremacy, racism, all these things more palatable. That was replatforming. So I guess this isn't borne out in a study, but if I can show the exact empirical number by which these people have grown is a replatforming, why not deplatform?
I think it just doesn't solve the problem. I think it just makes it.
It doesn't solve.
It just goes underground. It like builds power, right? Like Andrew Wilson had like less than 30 viewers for I think 6 years before he blew up, right? And the reason he blew up, he blew up because he went on the whatever panel and was willing to play ball with like shitting on women, not because of his like Eastern Orthodox. In fact, he's pretty intentional when he debates. Like, say what you want about Andrew Wilson, that is a smart motherfucker, right? And also, he doesn't get destroyed in debate a lot of the time. I agree that he doesn't do good debates. Like, I think he's oftentimes like not the best faith, right? And a lot of his like the people that debate like him, but
Okay. Whoa. I need to go to bed. Holy shit. What a day. I'm gonna send you guys to Dylan, all right? We will defeat this video game this week. It's no problem, okay? No issue. All right. Night, guys. Bye-bye.